The protagonist has a dream life. He hasn't made anything up, and everything stands before his eyes as if it were yesterday. Actually, the same thing is happening now. He is attacked by a monster. He smiled and asked why he was moving like an eel in a frying pan. He asked him why he was spinning like an eel in a frying pan. It soon turned out that this judgment was wrong, for the snake had struck him after all, and inattention had always been his problem. Seeing the angry face of the monster in front of him, he said that he just wanted to play out of boredom, and the monster was glaring at him. In this critical situation, he saw another problem. His armor was falling apart. He reassured himself everything was fine, because that was to be expected. After that, he furiously rushed into the attack, because to top it all off, he was too easily enraged. As he jumped, he started throwing strong and accurate punches, essentially. The guy really liked the feeling of increased power he was experiencing. Plus, he strongly enjoyed swinging his sword and throwing magic around. But something he didn't like at all. He accidentally stumbled and fell, not realizing how it happened, because that's when he died. And the next thing he heard upon his awakening were a woman's footsteps. Everything was foggy, so he wondered if he was asleep. Someone was coming toward him. When he saw the woman, he wondered where she had come from. Did he have a fan following him around? And as luck would have it, he wanted to sleep in this situation. Apparently, he was exhausted from the recent battle. The woman who came walked over to his bed and touched him. Then she leaned over and kissed his forehead. At that moment, he smelled that she smelled like flowers. Such a light morning kiss, and from such a beautiful woman. Just lovely. Then he wondered, had she really been around all this time, admiring only him? He soon realized he couldn't hold back any longer and wanted something more with her. He rose to kiss her, and soon realized it was just an illusion. He was actually in some other body, apparently an infant body. Realizing what had happened, he couldn't believe it. So, as a baby should, he immediately started crying. The woman next to him called him Arel, thinking he was just hungry. But that wasn't what made the protagonist cry at all. He realized he was reborn again. However, he couldn't believe it. Most likely, he had really died in his past life, but he didn't understand exactly how it had happened. As his new mother carried him to his crib, he thought about the fact that, unlike other people, he was reborn every time he died. And it just goes on and on and on. This is his 100th rebirth. If memory serves him correctly, he can say that his first life was spent in Korea. That life was hell, endless interviews, job searches, monotonous routine. And in the end, this dreary life ended with an equally dreary finale. When it was abruptly and tragically cut short, he was reborn for the first time. When he woke up, he was surprised to find himself in the body of a baby, and in a completely unfamiliar family of foreigners. Since then, he has been reborn again and again. Moreover, he has traveled to different worlds and eras, but the scenario of his life only repeated itself time after time. He doesn't have much to brag about. He's just used to this state of affairs and went with the flow. Thus, rebirths after death became something quite ordinary for him. But now he was really wondering, where had he been thrown this time? Looking around, he decided that, judging by the interior, he was somewhere in the Middle Ages. But hardly being back on Earth is illogical for a rebirth, so he's probably in some other world. Though, come to think of it, other worlds are even more to his liking. They are usually much more comfortable due to their technology and level of service. And now it seems he was really lucky. He was born rich, perhaps even into a family of aristocrats. There are even maids here, which is nice. So he must be from some kind of noble family. That in itself is a big deal, and his mom also seems to love him. The woman inquired if he had eaten well, but he did not understand her speech. Of course, this world has its own language. This happened quite often. At first, finding himself in a new world, he did not understand much. But his new mom's warm and gentle hands and her loving gaze spoke for themselves. She really loves him, and it's obvious. During his rebirths, the hero has changed hundreds of mothers and can say for sure, many of them give birth to children simply out of a sense of duty. As bitter as it sounds, there were times when he was abandoned immediately after birth, or forced to work off the life given to him. But he has a good feeling about this life. While he was pondering this, his mother was approached by someone calling her Mrs. Lafana. It was the maid who said that if the mistress was tired, she could leave the prince in her care. This information greatly surprised the protagonist. It turns out he is a prince. In addition, it was very strange that the expression on his mother's face suddenly changed drastically. She immediately asked if everyone else recognized this child as a prince. The maid, without hesitation, replied, "Naturally, he will be recognized." But the woman didn't believe her and told her not to pretend, because they were alone here anyway. She probably thinks badly of him too. However, the interviewee objected, saying that it wasn't true. The mistress apologized afterwards, explaining that one of the maids had recently allowed herself a little extra. It was at this point that it finally became clear to the hero why the expression on his mother's face had changed. She went on to say, although her son was a prince and had Imperial blood in him, his fate would definitely not be easy. It would have been easier if Arel wasn't a prince. She, for her part, hoped only that her baby wouldn't hold a grudge against her. The woman knew that everyone was just discussing her and her baby now. Because of her, her son has no right to inherit the throne, all because she was a mere servant. So she apologized to the little boy. Then he held out his tiny hand to her. He did it to wipe away her tears. Lefana got excited and asked Sina if she had seen it. The kid seemed to understand. The boy really didn't want his mom to be sad. After all, he was fine. He didn't care that he wouldn't inherit the throne. After all, the life of a prince was already lucky for him. He would simply ignore the pesky nobles. Even the Imperial family wouldn't be able to control him, and the prince's life no doubt promised to be eventful. The protagonist rejoiced that his 101st life turned out to be the life of a dream. He ended up being the son of the emperor and his former maid, such a half-breed. It was a life that could be spent quite nicely if you stayed out of politics. Since the emperor's blood flowed in him, he should at least be provided with more or less comfortable conditions. At least he hoped so. Joyful because of this, he laughed, drawing attention to himself. Lefanu was happy that her baby was so happy and carefree for now. But if only she had the power to shield him, then things would be so much better. Arel thought she was right after all. Strength really couldn't hurt anyone. After all, any native of the nobility must be able to stand up for himself. So we'll have to learn. He's used to it, though. The lack of the right to the throne is weakness, and no one needs a weak man. If you are weak, no one will even stand up for you. Most likely, on the contrary, they will look for a way to get rid of you. But his new mom really has nothing to worry about. Her son has lived many warrior lives. 3 months have passed since the protagonist appeared in this world. All this time he slept carefree, enjoying his new life. His mom was next to him. She looked at him and said, smiling, that he was an angel when he slept. He also really liked the beautiful color of his hair. Soon the maid informed the mistress that the carriage was ready. Then Lefana said she would be out soon. Before doing so, she kissed the baby and said she would be back soon, so let him not miss her without her. Then, as she said, went to the carriage. Left alone, the hero wondered what kind of beautiful dream he had. While he was pondering this, he involuntarily made a sound. This made him wary, hoping that the nanny wasn't running to him yet, because he doesn't get a second's peace. Since he is a child, everyone is just watching him. The hyper-parenting was making him very tired. Since he was alone, he thought it was worth checking something out. His future depends on it. He hoped that the Imperial blood contained at least some ancestral power. If so, he needs to learn how to use it. Remembering his past life, the guy decided he needed to focus. He knew very well that in this world the strongest ruled. If a man was strong, no one would dare to oppose him. At least he could utilize the experience of the previous 100 lives. Even in the body of a child, he could accumulate inner strength, and so he found out that the power was available here. Then, for example, he could already try to use the Hongwan Shan's techniques from his 30th life. That being said, it was also worth trying to train Seon Chonji and Hongwanji at the same time. Even in a child's body, he thought that these techniques would work for him. No one would even think that a child at such a young age could practice. If everything goes according to plan, by the time he is 10 years old, his inner strength will increase many times over, and by the time he is 20, he will become indestructible. But first, he needs to focus on his own energy as best he can. That way, Arel can train anywhere, even at the babysitter's neck. And now he felt the necessary flow of energy throughout his body, so he decided to speed up, to unite this flow and bring it together. He was even beginning to feel the power in his hands, but soon my head began to split. So he made the decision to release all of his stored energy, and he did. Hearing some strange noise, the maid immediately ran into the room. She was worried if the prince was all right. However, seeing him just lying peacefully in his crib calmed down a bit, although the guy was pretty tired and thought he needed a break. Finding nothing strange, Sina decided that perhaps his diaper was just wet. Arel at that moment only wished she would go away and not touch him at all. Even from a slight touch, all the stored energy could simply disappear. So he was literally mentally begging her to do nothing. The maid only sniffed to see if the diapers were okay. Turns out they were fine. So she decided that perhaps the prince was just having a nightmare, after which she left him alone again. This was just what Arel had been waiting for. Now his energy was at its maximum. All he had to do was keep it up, and that was it. But soon there was a problem. He started to get feverish. The hero only hoped that the infant's body could withstand it. Though I guess it's better to die than to live like this, in the body of a weak infant. You need to build up more energy as soon as possible to cope with this condition. He realized that it was necessary to pull himself together, for it was all for his well-being. Suddenly a strange sound came from the young prince's room again. The maid came running to him again. What she saw really struck her. The young gentleman was covered in sweat, but it was unclear why. After all, he had just slept. I should probably prepare a tub of herbs and bathe him. Having made that decision, she left the room once more. And the hero, as usual, stopped pretending. Happy that it worked. Soon, he was already changed into clean clothes. This cheered him up so much that he started laughing joyfully like a real baby. Sina said he's feeling great, which means he's just doing great. It was so great to see the boy smiling carefree at her. Arel mentally thanked the gods that the babysitter hadn't noticed anything. Using the mana concentration technique, he could easily accumulate mana in his body, and he didn't even have to do anything. He got stronger just by eating or sleeping. Realizing this, he could barely hold back a smile. It looked like his face was about to crack. In 3 years, he will have accumulated so much energy that he will be as strong as most adults. And when he turns 10, no one in this world will be able to harm him, even if he lives another 100 lifetimes. Suddenly the maid heard some noise and wondered what it could be. But the baby made a sound again, so she was just pleased with his adorable smile. The boy, meanwhile, was only thinking about getting stronger, and then he'd have a royal life. And he just couldn't wait for that moment. I can't wait for that day to come. And now, it's been a full 5 months since his birth. Thanks to the mana absorption technique, his physical capabilities increased greatly. His internal energy was stored faster than that of his peers. Mana was collected automatically. It's okay if he's just crawling around on the floor. In time, his power will be unleashed to its full potential. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt someone grab him. Turns out it was his mom. She had noticed how active her baby was, and now she wanted to show him what she had brought. She had a cute toy in her hands. The hero couldn't understand what was happening. He didn't know why, but he was just stuck. He couldn't even look away. Looking at his mom, he was horrified to think that she seemed disappointed. So he laughed sweetly, and she was immediately pleased, figuring he liked the toy. Though by virtue of his rebirths, he felt Spanish shame. The maid said the young prince looks very happy. Lafana noted that he just likes the toy, and mommy will play with him often. He's such a cutie after all, and it's unclear who he was born so handsome into. The boy was surprised because of this question, thinking that of course he was into his mom. Next he decided he would be a flirtatious juvenile, since he was loved. Overuse it. At this time too fleeting, and therefore priceless. Suddenly he felt a sense of hunger. It showed on his face, so we asked you if you were tired of playing. The boy cried, thinking everything was wrong for he wanted to eat. He also cursed the child's body. The nanny saved the situation by declaring, the prince must be hungry. And soon, as he ate, he and the mistress were discussing the financial situation. Sina stated that the prince needs to be well fed, and since yesterday, funds have been allocated less and less. Mistress noted sadly that she knew that, but he's afraid there's nothing he can do about it. The maid replied that it's really not easy to take the mansion's maintenance budget has been cut drastically this year. Thus comes out of then same one child is hard to raise. Arel realized that he had heard a similar conversation from the maids not too long ago. They talked about having to even save money on Mrs. Lafana's diet. Otherwise, not everyone will survive this season. It's a shame, of course, but there's no other choice. Then the heroine thought that was it. They were serious. Now his mom said he wouldn't die of hunger, and that was fine, and they'd get through the rest. The maid offered to save money on security, and now the heroes have realized the truth of it all. So his mom is really just a simple concubine. She has no power or status, even with the fact that she gave birth to a prince. She went on to say that the situation was made worse by the fact that it was winter. She continued to say that the situation was aggravated by the fact that it was winter. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but right now even farming wasn't going to work. Arel was surprised that things were so bad. He'd hoped, since he was a prince, that he wouldn't be allowed to die as a baby. Soon the maid brought up the idea of what if we asked His Majesty. The lady pointed out that it was very difficult to see him, and he had been very busy lately. The hero was finding out where mom kept going. It seems that she never managed to get an audience. As cruel a ruler as he was, it was unacceptable for his father to behave this way toward the mother of his children. I don't know why he's doing this to this poor woman. She's had enough abuse from various noblemen. Therefore the boy was faced with the question of what to do. Even if the king was initially indifferent, this attitude is unacceptable to her. He felt very sorry for his mom, so he cried. The maid thought he wanted his mom, so she handed him to her. Arel at that moment only really wanted to help her. Even though he's a child, surely there's something he can do. That being said, nothing much comes to mind. But he's bound to come up with something. Night had fallen, and the protagonist sat pondering that all he needed to do was survive the winter. Basically, it's all about the lack of money for all their needs. In winter, a new expense item appears, and that is heating. Serious thought should be given to exactly how it can help. Suddenly, an interesting thought popped into my head. What if I tried this? If you think of it that way, coal is a carbon structure, and it's exactly like the structure of diamonds. The boy, in turn, noticed that his mom was wearing gemstones, and that just means that in this world they are valued too. Now then, there is a simple solution. If money is not available, at least precious stones he will try to find. That's why he tried to climb over the barriers of his crib, but it failed, and he only fell down because his legs are too short. If that failed, then one must still consider what to do with the amount of mana he has. It didn't take long to think, and he used the skill with which he was able to fly. Now he thought he could fly to his destination. No one is going to keep track of the charcoal anyway, and more importantly, there's a lot of it. Now, with a slight movement of his hand, he'll turn that pile of coal into diamonds. This is not the time to be fooling around, and we need to focus. You need to make gems out of them while everyone is still asleep. Remembering how to do it, he decided to proceed with the intended action. First, you need to convert the bathtub to heat energy, and then locally create the pressure and temperature necessary to transform the same coal. In this case, you shouldn't be shy about spending mana at all. He'll still accumulate more if he survives. At the same time, energy must never be allowed to leak out. It was hard to do this in an infant's body, and it was necessary to squeeze the energy harder and harder. Arel realized that he simply had to unleash even more internal energy and hold on until the last. There's only a little bit left to achieve his goal. If everything works out, Mom will be happy indeed. May Mommy continue to smile and enjoy life. So for his mom's sake, that's what he was trying to do. Using his power, he raised a thick smoke. He headed up the chimney and flew outside. And after it was over, the boy rolled effortlessly over the fireplace railing. But when he came to his senses a little, he saw the diamond in his hands and realized that everything had worked out. The stone he was holding was so beautiful and shimmering. So it was definitely a diamond. Now all we have to do is slip it to Mom somehow. It was already an easy thing to do, and he rejoiced because of what he'd managed. It was morning. Their boy's maid arrived, wishing him good morning. But when she saw him, she was very much surprised. He was sitting on the floor, so also howling soiled. So she asked how on earth he got out of his crib. After all, it's very high up there, and it's unclear how he managed to get down. Hopefully the boy hadn't been lying on the cold floor all night after all. And he's a little dirty too. I wonder where he got so dirty. Maybe it's the eels left in the fireplace. Even the blanket had fallen out, which meant His Highness had been frolicking all night. Surprisingly, the entire floor is also covered in dirt. The maid didn't realize if it was just that the palace hadn't been cleaned in a while. Lucky the baby didn't freeze from the cold. Arel only thought she shouldn't worry. He realized that his body was fine, and that meant everything was fine. Soon Chaina noticed that the young prince had something in his mouth. So I asked him if he swallowed the thing. Let him better spit it out. And in order to do so, she touched his mouth. Because of this, the boy had no choice but to spit out the diamond. The nanny immediately took it in her hands, and there was no limit to her surprise. She only asked where the prince could have found it. It wasn't lying on the floor for him to just find it. It's really amazing, because she's been cleaning this place so meticulously. So there's no way she couldn't have seen a diamond like that, and it's worth a decent amount of money. He seems to be the reason they can get out of this tricky situation. Their prince was just smart to find it. The boy at that moment only wondered if his mother would like it as much as his nanny. After the incident, strips of people poured into the palace, which was overflowing with supplies. People finally got enough firewood to get through the winter. Oh, and the empty kitchen pantry was quickly filled with various products. All in all, the very little that the boy had created was sold to the highest bidder, and the money from its sale is enough to cover 5 years of living expenses. As she thought about it, Lafana wondered if they had done the right thing, if that diamond belonged to someone. But the maid reassured her that it couldn't be. Previously, this castle had followed almost 100 years before she'd stuck around. She thinks it was just a gift from God sent from heaven for their prince, Mistress remarked. Perhaps it was true, and she was very glad. The hero, for his part, thought about her just waiting for him to grow up, and then he would relieve her of all her worries. Addressing his majesty and part-time father, the boy thought he would hear more about Arela. He would personally open his eyes to him. All winter long, the palace was warmed by a fireplace. The financial situation at the palace has also changed for the better. Now Lafana was eating a lot of food, but she didn't understand why she needed so much food, because she couldn't eat it alone. The maid just told her not to think about anything and just eat to her heart's content. One of the maids went back to work and was very happy about it, and Chaina told her to thank the prince. It turned out that the rumors that had to be dismissed were rehired. But the most important joy for the main character was that his mom stopped being sad. After all, she's so beautiful when she smiles. The winter, for its part, has been very cold, but they spent it warm and cozy thanks to money, and it's been a whole year since then. Mistress along with the maid and chose the outfit to wear for the baby. The nanny asked which one she would wear, and the lady said they were both good, after which she simply offered a third option. The boy began to change into the same clothes. It's the other way around. He wasn't happy about it, wondering why this whole dressing up thing was such a drag. I wonder if there's some kind of celebration going on if they're making such a fuss. At that point, he was already very tired, so wanted with you, the prince was left alone. In order for them to do so, he fell down and started crying hard. So the women realized he was very tired and put him in his crib. The maid said that today they would finally formally introduce the prince to the Imperial family. This made the guy a little surprised. The lady remarked that this was true, how glad she was that they all managed to get through the year safely. Her son must be recognized. He may still be a child, but he has Imperial blood in him, and a birthday is the best occasion for that. Ordinary noted that I'm sure His Majesty will show up. He can't ignore the girl forever. It's just that nowadays they try to stay away from newborn babies. While they were discussing this, Arel realized that his birthday was coming up. Lafana said that it was necessary to prepare the most lavish banquet possible. Her son will officially become one with the royal family. She's grateful to God that the laws of the Empire are at least on the boy's side. He understood his mom's intense anxiety, but smiled at the same time. And if it's a banquet, that means all sorts of aristocrats will be here. He'd still like to see his daddy, though. And it wasn't long before the intended event took place. People all around were having fun and the tables were overflowing with food. Arel liked the atmosphere, but wondered how much money had been spent here. Besides, everyone around him is so dressed up. Isn't it nice to dress up for a banquet? His mom lifted him up in her arms, asking if he liked it. Not that he liked it, he thought, but just gawking and pleasant. Then the maid said he was a little confused by the new faces. The prince, after all, had never seen so many people. Madam noted, if that was true, then there was no need to be afraid. He's the most important one here anyway. Already at that moment the boy noticed something strange. It was the stares of the people, as well as their whispering. He realized that the aristocrats were already starting to leer at him. But in principle, who really needs them? But you just need to ignore them, that's all. And in general, it was not at all clear to him where the damn emperor was even walking around. Arel Ernesia, the man that is his father. The boy wants to look into the shameless back of the man who never once showed his nose after making a baby. But what does he care how that man lives? He just needs to know what he looks like in case he's got a bad heredity. Quite soon after the banquet began, these people did show up. And we're talking about the Imperial family itself. Watching them, the little one marveled at the state, the reigning empress and her children. Look at that woman. She looks exactly like the empress. And the children look just like her. Must be his half-brothers and sisters. It looks like this guy is the oldest of them. He really stands out. And these are his younger siblings. It's funny, because even the redhead's shy. That said, it's unclear why they're all so serious. Arel was pretty pissed off about it, because they didn't pass his mom by as if she didn't exist. Hearing the boy, the mom asked what happened. Let him be patient for a little while because it will be over soon. The hero was happy that despite everything, his mother was smiling. And then he heard people discussing that, with the arrival of the Empress, the banquet shone with new colors, because she was very beautiful. Arel didn't take his eyes off his mom, and suddenly saw an amount of strange. Her gaze became very concentrated, and she was apparently confused. So I wondered where she was looking. To find out, he turned his head in the necessary direction. And there was also a man walking there, and people were saying that it was necessary to greet His Majesty. It turned out to be the very same emperor and part-time father of the boy. Upon seeing it, the hero was dumbfounded, wondering what kind of energy was emanating from it. It turns out that this man just passed by, and the chatty nobles and their servants immediately fell silent. Everyone, in turn, bows their heads to this man. Arel, feeling the power standing from him at the level of your own instincts. And so his father turned his gaze in their direction. The boy immediately wondered if he was looking at him, or she's still looking at his mom. It's a pity he's not born with the ability to read other people's minds. It would be nice to know what they're all thinking. After a while, the boy began to be given gifts. More and more aristocrats came up and said they were honored to see him. When it came time to congratulate the Imperial family, it got worse. One of the women said that Prince Arel was so small, and she expressed that she was miserable. They were not shy to openly express their attitude towards the hero and his mother. The guy is really more than him, and he thought this girl was just a bitch. He couldn't understand how dare she say such a thing, wouldn't even consider them for human beings. Principe is like everyone else behind him. So maybe he needs to test their ears with an infantile ultrasound. His mom was trying to calm him down by asking him if he wanted milk. Then he realized he didn't have to do anything but embarrass his mom, so he's gonna be a good boy. Hypocrisy is commonplace here, unfortunately. I wanted to get out of here before he fell asleep right in his mother's arms. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his. Someone pulled hard on his cheek. It was painful enough, and it's unclear who did it. It turned out to be a girl from an aristocratic family. She said he was very chubby. Arel thought it must be the daughter of one of the emperor's concubines. Now it was still at an age when it didn't realize its true status. Then the concubines themselves came up, that they wished the prince a happy birthday and did so politely. The boy thanked them for their congratulations, asking them to enjoy the banquet. And they just turned the other way and didn't say anything, just walked away. It wasn't long before the banquet finally came to an end. And when it was over, the boy, along with his mom, was carried away, breathing out a sigh of relief. Soon the empress approached, greeting Lefana. The boy's mother also greeted her in return and asked if she had a good trip. Mrs. noted that everything was fine. There were no problems. All thanks to her son, the heir to the throne, for he was there all the time. Arel was well aware that she was just bragging about her son. But what else could he expect from the empress? Her Majesty, meanwhile, went on to say that the boy looked a lot like Lefana. She said he was nice enough. But the hero didn't want to accept that kindness. Thought for sure she must have had a hand in their plight. Even if no one cared, the castle financing case wouldn't have been skirted so drastically. They had to use knights to get firewood, and also clothes for the boy, as it turned out, were sewn by servants from rags and scraps. The empress wished the young prince a long life. For that, of course, Lefana thanked her. But Mistress continued to stare and smile superficially, and soon the emperor himself arrived to offer congratulations. He asked Lefana if she was okay and if she was used to the castle. The woman replied that everything was all right. She thanked His Majesty for his care. The hero from these words was simply amazed, realizing that they were on the verge of death. He wanted his so-called father to give him money and cover his living expenses. At that moment, he kept making strange noises, which in turn interested the emperor. So the latter asked Lefanu to give him the boy, for he wanted to look at him. When it happened, he was surprised that he wasn't crying. His other children roared non-stop when they saw his face. To spite him, Arel smiled, and he wanted him to puddle under his feet with that stunning smile. Seeing his face, Arel said this boy is funny, and the hero thought he wasn't afraid of him at all. He's about to do something that'll make you ready to pick up your jaw, and for that, he began to spin around. My father wondered what was wrong, if I should let go, whereupon he did so, setting the boy on the ground. Lefana realized it was a mistake and said that Arel couldn't walk yet. The emperor was not surprised by this, for he was only a year old, no matter how twisted. Those present froze in anticipation of what would happen, and the baby, surprisingly to everyone, got up and slowly started walking. He wanted everyone to look at him closely, for he was the star of the evening. Chaina happily told Madame that the prince had taken his first step, and that was happiness. This action surprised the emperor himself too, for the baby is full of surprises. The hero continued on his way. He thought that just a little more, and he would show that he was definitely different from the other children. And it's going to happen right in front of everyone, and the Imperial family too. Walking over to the table, he pulled at the tablecloth. It, of course, crawled down, and with it all the dishes that were on top. When my mom saw what happened, she was shocked, which in fact is what happened to my father. But in fact, nothing terrible happened, because the boys had it all planned out that way. Recently, everyone was so excited about the prince's first steps and no one could even notice anything. It was a carefully planned strategy, and Arel chose the most opportune moment to do so, in which he abruptly decided he needed to back up, so that's exactly what he wanted. Presently, he lay beside the broken dishes and wept bitterly. I realize I just need to yell harder for better effect. After all, he's a child. Or what he is, after all. The emperor was really taken aback by this, and he ran to his son and asked if he was all right. After examining him, he stated that the baby was not injured and had only doused himself with wine, and mostly thanks to God he's still in one piece. But it needs to be translated now. To do this, the maid asked His Majesty to hand over the boy, but he asked her to wait a moment. A clear emotion of displeasure appeared on his face. Touching the baby's clothes, he tore them, and underneath the top layer, he saw old, dirty clothes, asking what else it was. The maid could hardly believe her eyes either. She wondered how this could have happened since she had personally dressed him in new clothes that morning. It became clear to everyone that the Emperor would definitely not like it. Also, those present behind their backs began to whisper what it was he was wearing. That's pretty modest for a prince, so are they poor. Arel heard all these whispers perfectly well, which of course caused me to get very angry and shouted for you to keep quiet. The aristocrats immediately fell silent and an awkward silence hung. Turning to Lefana, he inquired as to what kind of life was like. At that moment, the hero rejoiced in that his father was caught in a trap. This morning, the boy was being changed by his nanny, and he did something after she left. Namely, he concentrated his energy and began to stretch the fabric with all his might. It gave in easily, and making it look shabby was no problem at all. And if he had grown muscles, it wouldn't have taken much mana. Most importantly, he managed to get the inconvenient truth out in the open. Let everyone know what's behind the glossy exterior. The Emperor asked the hero's mother if she would deign to explain how such a thing could happen. Is it so hard to live up to status? The woman only mumbled something. That's when he informed her that she wasn't the one to ask after all, and immediately turned to his service named Jen. The one became wary and asked what was required of him. His Highness questioned how much money was allocated for the maintenance of concubine castles, and why such a thing was happening at an important event. The servant said that the master personally gave the order to distribute the budget equally, so everything was carried out in accordance with the order. Arel asked, then exactly how equally? Next he shouted for him to bring him the report immediately. Arel was surprised that his father was determined, though he'd be more than happy to look at the numbers himself. Lefana apologized to His Majesty, stating that it was her mistake. The man said nothing in response to this, only handing her his son. The hero was only thinking that the mom, also the nanny, needs to be a little patient, and everything will be fine. This is a chance for them all. Naturally, the banquet, as well as all the festivities, were suspended for a while, and those present looked at each other, wondering what would happen next. Finally, Jen came back, bringing the necessary report. The Empress also froze in anticipation, and the Emperor read the reports and realized what had happened, after which he angrily clutched that report in his hands, and even used his power to burn it down, claiming he just couldn't believe it. Lefana was even a little wary when she saw his strength. Watching his father's anger, the protagonist realized it seems the Emperor was unaware of all this, and that's when it became abundantly clear who was behind it all. Arel turned coldly to the Empress, asking about whether she knew about it. He wondered how to make sense of it all. The wife did not give an immediate answer. Pretending as if she didn't know anything, she asked if something was wrong. His Majesty talked about how there was suddenly some hole in the budget and his concubines were receiving almost nothing. Continuing to faint, the Empress said that it couldn't be. But Arel was not convinced at all. He said he didn't want to say he wasn't aware of it, but it was her direct responsibility to distribute the budget. And so it was the eldest son who came to his mother's defense, the heir to the throne. He turned to his father, saying that he was sure it was a misunderstanding. Mother would never dare to do such a thing. But the man asked what difference it made. After all, the manager is responsible for the mistakes of his subordinates. And because of her negligence, his little brother was left hungry and undressed. Then the boy looked regretfully at Arel. The hero didn't like that look. He didn't understand what he was hatching. He also showed his seems to have neither the charisma of the Emperor nor the cunning of the Empress. His Highness kept asking his son if he wanted to say she had nothing to do with it. He didn't know what to say to that. Speaking to his spouse, Arel remarked that he was disappointed in her. Those present understand you. The situations were agitated. Suddenly, Lefana came to the Empress's defense. She asked not to blame the lady. After all, it was all her fault. She just didn't know that the budget wasn't coming in. The man was surprised and asked what kind of mistake she was talking about. He also carried and bore the Emperor's child. That's enough to be considered members of the Imperial family. In response to this, the interlocutor mumbled something inaudible. The Emperor touched her hand, not stating that she should already be aware of her status in society. And even Hay smiled sweetly when he said that, which clearly didn't please the Empress, and about knew unmasked on her facial expression. Soon, Arel ordered that those responsible be found and brought to justice. He would not tolerate such mistakes again. Aaliyah had no choice but to agree. She declared that she would make sure it didn't happen again. The Emperor continued to say what he had already said. Next time she would be punished. The woman noted that she would definitely find the culprit and punish him severely. At the same time, she did not understand why he was so angry with her. Next, she went up to Lefana and told her that she was really sorry. She doesn't even know how to justify herself to her. The protagonist was well aware that it was a brazen lie. It's obvious she's faking it. In response to the Empress, the boy's mother said that she didn't need to apologize to her at all. Arel didn't like those words. He recognized the woman as a snake, and she must have known all about it. Next thing you know, Aaliyah swore it wouldn't happen again. But even so, the boys were not convinced of her innocence. He realized that all these women were just intimidated by her own power. Just like that, the main character's birthday came to an end. The hole in the budget was patched, and they found an extreme person quickly enough. It was a family of minor aristocrats, and they were made to look guilty. Naturally, without much trial, they were immediately executed. The maids discussed the fact that at the end of the investigation, they even pleaded guilty. But it is unclear what they were going to do with such a huge amount of money. At the same time, they were glad that their problem was solved after all. Hearing this conversation, and with the room, the hero was sure that the real customer escaped punishment. How cleverly the Empress had thought of everything. When the execution took place, the case was immediately closed. But the boy realizes this is unfair. It's not a big deal because when he grows up, he'll wipe them all out with powder. Let them just wait. And then he cried again because he wanted to eat. Hearing his cloak, the maid immediately jumped to attention. Chaina fed the boy say he ate well and grew big and strong. And he thought Shibari was still a work in progress. He'd be this baby for a long time to come. But at least the only work here is eating and playing. You can sleep after a meal, though. Some time passed after that. Arel woke up from his crib, wondering how long he had slept. Nearby, he saw the maid, who was also sleeping peacefully in her chair. And something interesting was going on outside. And there was a carriage standing there. It soon became clear that it was Mom's carriage. And she is also accompanied by knights. To look out the window, and the hero used his skill to fly up. Soon he heard someone coming toward him, and it was 4 people. But as I listened, I realized that wasn't true. There were only 3 of them. One of those people is his mom. He also hears the footsteps of an adult and 1 child. He also realized that he had completely forgotten about the babysitter and would be bad if she woke up and saw his power. So I decided to get out of there as soon as possible so nothing would happen. As he was doing so, the front door to the room swung open. And that's where Lifana entered with a woman and a child. A mom saw her son grab the babysitter's cheek and pull. That's when she screamed that Yu's son didn't hurt the babysitter. She should be loved and obeyed, not what he did. Chaina saw a woman who had also arrived, and it turned out that this one was Mrs. Familia. She apologized to her for not spotting her right away and greeted her. The interviewee was not proud, saying that it was no big deal. She herself had not warned anyone about coming here. This woman, the protagonist, remembered very well. This is another of his father's concubines, and as he realized, her name is Familia. Lifana noted if she had known in advance, she would have met them better. To which the guest stated that it was no big deal. She kept quiet about you arriving incognito here. Next, asked her daughter to sit here, and she wants to talk to the lady alone. Soon they were secluded in the room with a cup of tea at the table. Lifana was really curious as to why she had suddenly come here. Thinks this conversation will be really serious. The interlocutor interrupted her musings by turning to her, after which the woman choked on her tea, for she had not expected it. Next, she wondered what she wanted to tell her. The girl noted that she would like to apologize, but Lifana didn't understand why. Then Familia went on to say that she was apologizing for her behavior at Prince Arel's birthday banquet. She's embarrassed, so she apologizes. Lifan was really surprised by this behavior, so she didn't even know what to say. She knows her guest is Familia Kenzest. In the not-too-distant past, at the height of hostilities on the continent, her family made the greatest contribution to victory. There weren't those in the Empire who hadn't heard of the Kenzest family, but now it's a thing of the past. No boys had been born into the family lately, and the fame quickly faded. Rumor has it that they are severely cash-strapped after a few years. Lifana asked her if she had come because of her family, and the interviewee pointed out that it's true. They're all in debt. The Empress actually approached her and offered her a deal. And now the girl brought the gold coins she had received. The protagonist's mom stated that she didn't want anything, but Familia said she wanted it herself. Realizes it's not enough to solve the problem. But it's something. She really is deeply sorry for what happened and wants her to know. May hate her, but don't let her think badly of her family at least. Immediately afterward, she turned toward the open door. Her daughter was there, looking at the books on the shelf. Now Lifana realized what had happened, and because of what. She just wants to protect her child from conflicts with other members of the Imperial family. So after realizing that, she said it was okay. She also doesn't need the money, in truth, because she believes that Fielia's people are innocent. In response, the interviewee said there was no need to feel sorry for her, and I heard myself say that no one feels sorry for her. Lifana wants to say bluntly that they don't need to feud with them. She understands perfectly well and doesn't hold a grudge, so let her better spend that money on a gift for her young daughter. So I think it's clear to her now. and speaks to the reason why it is their palace that has been cut back so much. She's not sure, of course, but she thinks that's the point. Familia knew that very well, so reported that she was indeed right. It turned out that Lafana was Her Majesty's maid. Arel couldn't believe it and wondered very much. But now he could see why she disliked her so much. Of course, he's very sorry actually, and so is his mom. He also wished the maid would stop shaking him. And the maid said his moods were very fickle. After making sure the young prince was all right, Hyeon returned. She went to Princess Kania, asking if she had traveled far. The hero in doing so was going to repeat what he had done before. If he uses the energy, he can still listen to their conversation. And so he soon managed to hear the sounds after all. Mom said she could understand her, so she took that attitude for granted. However, she can't hide from her oppression. That's why I made a difficult decision for myself. Until Arel grows up, she will protect him, and not let her hurt her family anymore. So I suggested to Lady Familia that we should be friends. From this, the interlocutor was surprised, and realized that it was no longer just a conspiracy, but an entire association of the concubine's powers. But that didn't scare her in the slightest, so she soon agreed. At least I'd understand if someone was suddenly cornered. At least I'd have a helping hand waiting for me. That's what it's for. Arel found out that his mom knew everything, knew of the conflict between the Empress as well as the concubines. But now he wondered what she was going to do next, and whether he should prepare for it all in advance. Suddenly he felt someone approaching him. It was Princess Kania, but the boy wasn't happy about her showing up here. He saw that little girl smiling sweetly though, so she was smiled at, that was the answer, but thought to herself, just so she wouldn't be sticking it to him. The girl, however, started pulling on his cheek again and telling him that it was very soft and warm. Arel's only thought was that she had nothing better to do. She probably thinks she's a toy. Chaina saw what was going on between them, so headed towards them, asking what the princess was doing. The hero thought at least she'd save him. But no such luck. She also started laughing sweetly, saying they were very cute. Next asked the young princess if she would be visiting him. The little girl said that if she could, she was all for it. Those words ultimately achieved a hero. He only hoped for someone to help him. Time passed quickly enough, and the young prince was already 30 months old. He was already well on his feet, and he thought his 3rd birthday was coming up. Life is fleeting after all, but then again, so is it always. At the same time, he wanted to grow up faster, if you think about it. You still need to live to adulthood. They wanted to learn how to pick up girls as soon as possible. Although he'd been told before that he could pick up any girl in 10 minutes. As he thought about it from the hallway, the clatter of heels began to sound. Arel was immediately wary, realizing that this sound was very familiar, and it was Kania who reported that she had arrived. But once inside and looking around, she saw no one. So I decided to take a better look around the room, and seeing her feet sticking out from behind the curtain, she pretended to say, "Isn't he here?" But soon jumped out to him and yelled that he was busted, asking if he wanted to play hide-and-seek with his little sister. The boy, of course, didn't want to, but she didn't care at all. He was dragging him, saying he should play, only he needed to go somewhere more spacious. Soon they were outside together, and it was the boy's turn to look. After Familia's visit, the princess touched them directly. Of course, this didn't happen without the help of a soulless babysitter. But it's not a bad thing, if only because a strong friendship develops between Mom and Lady Familia. Suddenly the girl asked, "Isn't his little sister the best? Arel is still small, but she can take care of him, just let her believe it. And when he grows up, he'll take care of her. So he should promise to come when she called him." The boy had no choice but to agree. That said, he couldn't understand why Kania was so obsessive after all. The girl reported that she just adores him. Compared to Leonid or the same Meryl, they are much more fun to play with, so he is the best option. Arel thought, let him grow up, and she would regret those words. Kania was very energetic, so grabbed the guy and told him they were going to go play somewhere else. He gasped from this embrace and mentally begged for help. And this the maid saw, telling the princess that the prince is at ease when carried like this. So she asked me to give it to her. She shouldn't carry heavy weights. She's still a little girl. Finally, the hero rejoiced and was glad that Kania's maid was just an angel. The girl was capricious at this, reporting that she wanted to play. The maid notices, but how about we go do some drawing or listen to the classics? Turning up her nose, the princess informed him that it was very boring. So the interviewee asked what she would like to do. The little girl herself didn't know what she wanted, so she chaotically started looking for anything. And I found a stick next to me, which I immediately grabbed, claiming she wants to swing a sword just like that. She's seen Brother Kyle do it. Looking at her, Arel thought her centers of gravity shifted no balance even with the weight of the wood. He basically loves fencing himself, and even misses the feeling. The princess, at this time continued to act out the scene of being defeated. The maid pointed out that real ladies don't fight. The girl didn't help me understand why it's okay for Brother Kyle and Leonid. The interlocutor argued that it was not good for her to get her hands dirty. Let her not even argue with it is so accepted. Above all, a princess should be elegant and feminine. While she was ranting about it, her gun was stolen. Naz immediately ordered the princess to give up her sword. But the girl noted that she would not do that. She would do fencing. In that case, the maid asked to at least get a smaller sword. And the hero thought about the fact that little sister Kania was even starting to like him. More time passed and the main character turned 5 years old. And now he's riding a horse. But this horse, unfortunately, is still a toy horse. He's still a kid, and it's amazing. The maid asked him if he would like to ride a real horse. Arel said no because it was dangerous. Chang noted differently, for all boys are interested in horses and swords. And it was high time he did too. The guy didn't like it, so he said that a prince on a white horse is a relic of the past. The hero thought out of all the experiences of his life, he hadn't absorbed properly just the single digits. It's like driving people crazy. He reached the top in fencing and defeating many strong opponents, and also had time on the magical field sizzling all the obstacles in his way. Every skill he took with him in his past life he honed to perfection. And now it turns out he doesn't even have much to do. Now he asked the nanny not to disturb him, to see he was busy, to which she agreed, wishing him a good last job. The boy, in turn, jumped on the bed and thought, what other work is there to do? After all, he would be resting. After a while, the nanny arrived at his house and gave him the not-so-good news. The boy asked if this was true, to which she answered in the affirmative. Tears were coming to his eyes on their own, and he thought it was necessary to calm down, just not to cry. So I just sat down in the chair next to you and sadly exhaled. Chaina was a little surprised, so she wondered if he was so unwilling to learn. Arel indignantly replied that he didn't want to. But the nanny pointed out that he's 5 years old now. It's time to experience the world around him from different angles. The boy asked if he didn't want to know anything. He's not interested at all. Chaina said he talks as if he has lived 100 lives. It's unclear how he knows anything at all. The hero shouted out that it wasn't like that, and thought about the fact that science was already in his liver. Just sick of learning over and over and over again, and it's like that every time. The nanny continued to aver that according to Imperial law, 5 was the age at which it was time to start school. She in turn brought him even books. The boy asked sarcastically, but why so few? He picked up one of them and declared that he really liked books. Spit spins and will continue to spin. Chaina didn't expect this, stating that books should be read, not spun. Shame on him. He knows that many children of commoners just dream of learning, but they don't have the opportunity. Most of them can't even read. Therefore, the prince should respect books. You need to stop fooling around and sit up straight. Arel's only thought at that moment was how to escort her more efficiently. And when he came up with everything, he immediately fell on his back and started screaming that he didn't want to do anything. He yelled about not studying and threw himself into tears. Of course, at this lamentation his mother arrived, and the boy's concert ended with a knee-bowed pose and a diligent student. Here he was, already sitting quietly reading a book. He himself realizes that at that age he should be learning by now. But ironically, the more he tries to do so, the more he endangers the people around him. After all, the flanged son of the concubine and the emperor, the sooner they will want to get rid of him. It may indeed seem unfair, but fate has already decided everything for them, so he simply has no choice but to take matters into his own downcast hands. Chaina brought him tea, telling him that he should try harder. Then he would make his mom happy too. Prince stated that he thought he was too lazy for that. But the interlocutor was just asking me to think hard. If he continues to behave like this, Lady Lafana will be very upset. Arel knew it was true too. He didn't want to let his mother down. So he agreed with the nanny that he would study hard. But he thought he'd study everything except fencing, so he'd definitely get hit in the side. I'd like to send a lot of people there too. I wonder what he'll grow up to be without all this. And so the week of school flew by unnoticed. The hero was horrified that a mage from the tower had come to visit them. The maid noted that this man was here to help him learn magic. First of all, he would have to determine if he had a talent for magic, and then he could study it. The boy thought he didn't want to become a magician at all. This is a problem because if it's a strong mage, he's bound to feel its power. There's a lot of energy in him right now that he's accumulated over the years, and it's necessary to hide his abilities somehow. On the way, the nanny told the boy not to worry. Everything would go quickly and painlessly. And so they arrived in the guest room, where the mage was already waiting at the table. He looked at the young prince and the expression on his face spoke for itself. Arel had seen everything perfectly well himself, the way his energy flows inside his body. I wonder how he actually sees it. The wizard walked up to it and, examining it, declared that it was unbelievable. Shayna marveled, asking if their prince was a special child. The interlocutor noted that special was not the right word, but naturally, not in a stubborn way. The boy himself asked what was the matter. The man reported that he didn't feel any mana in him at all. The nanny was very surprised. And the wizard said that he even probed him magically but found nothing. It was then that Arel realized that he had successfully concealed his powers. On the way here, he diligently curtailed his mana circulation, and then concentrated it into one point, and I let all the energy that I had stored up go out. When he saw the mage's reaction to his appearance, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he couldn't see the mana if it wasn't there. And so the arriving wizard informed Mrs. Lefana that the prince had no aptitude for magic. She did not understand what he meant. The hero knew in the fact that he didn't find a single grain of mana in his body had its disadvantages. The man said, "Even a commoner can often see a bit of a bath, but a prince just doesn't have one." Arel wondered if he was doing the right thing. The boy's mom understood and said that means he can't be a magician. And in the end, he just ended up disappointing his mom. He's ashamed of it, of course, but that's the way it has to be. Everyone must think he's a weak and incapable toddler. And her incompetent son had just started his business. Soon a swordsmanship mentor arrived at the boy's door, claiming to teach him all the skills. If he trains hard, it won't be long before he's as strong as he is. The hero considered it sarcastically, because it was a young guy who was about 25 years old and no more. Arel realized that he was a Slovak, and he could see that he was as far from a true knight as the moon. The boy's body is hardened from so many battles with the most nightmarish creatures that this son has never dreamed of. It's not clear who he even is to teach it, but he couldn't talk like that, so he remarked to Ranfilu to start practicing. Let him teach him. Mentor asked to trust him, and he would definitely become stronger. A young student needs to start with the basics. The prince stated that he recently saw little sister Kania wearing weighted weights to increase her physical capabilities. The teacher stated that this was quite normal for the Cancest family. The hero thought it was creepy, so he just asked what to do. Ranfil started showing the basic stuff for fencing, and that is flexibility and balance. He and the prince would start with the easiest, so don't let him worry. And so it wasn't long before he was trying to balance. It was balance training. To the boy's worries, he said he wouldn't hurt himself falling from here. Arel indignantly replied that he was afraid of any height and had no control over it. The interlocutor noted, so that means they won't move to flexibility. He is so young, so it should be very easy. But flexibility training was also not at all easy. Next, the instructor suggested trying something else. Have him point the sword exactly in the center to hit his target. Precision training was not successful either. Ranfil couldn't believe this outcome. The boy asked if he correctly understood that he was talentless. Put me on notice that this is just the first practice, so let him keep practicing, and it will all work out. You need to pick up your sword and keep going. While practicing, Arel noticed that someone was following him. But that's good. The more mediocre it is, the sooner they'll back off. And so rumors of the boy's mediocrity spread very quickly. It was discussed behind their backs that Prince Arel had no more mana than a commoner. The Empress was also told that his body is so weak that he can barely stand on his feet. It is reported that he has no talent for acceptance at all. The woman smiled, claiming it was a pleasant thing to hear. And the hero knew that rumors could calm one's guard. He'd had his fill of it. After a while, the boy asked if the new teacher would arrive. The maid said he would surely come. Now, everyone who is not lazy says that Arel is a useless prince. Almost all teachers refused to teach him. And yet there was a hero who dared to come here. Soon, the pounding of hooves was heard from the street. That's just as the carriage of the main teacher arrived. The man introduced himself, and stating his name was Hamil Parnea. He would be the boy's teacher from today, and to teach him foreign languages. Looking at his face, Arel wondered if he had been forced, for there was a look of desperation on his face. Placing the books on the table, the man said it was a standard manual. It will allow you to learn the basics of grammar in just one day. This is the normal pace of learning tomorrow. The plan is to move on to a new topic. The prince would get the hang of it quickly, so don't let him worry. The hero didn't understand what was wrong with him, but said that he would try his best. The teacher said that bad grades are possible, but there is no need to be upset. Studying is first of all a matter of interest, and then of ability. The boy didn't understand why he was telling all this. At least he had asked his opinion on all this. He hoped that he wouldn't just ignore him. Night came and yelled, sneaking into the library. He thought he was small, but he was good at languages, 'cause I've studied them a lot in all my past years. Arel's linguistic abilities are quite good. Soon he began to use his abilities. It was necessary to find a dictionary first. With the power he used, he could get books from the top. In the process, I decided that perhaps more foreign literature should be taken. In general, he collected quite a lot of books and stacked them all neatly on the table. Realized that there really is a lot of interesting things in the world, still composed along similar lines. So it's only a matter of time before he beats his own teacher. Time passed and the lesson hour came. The teacher was telling the boy that he was making a bad joke. It is unclear how he only has the tongue of a doctor that he has learned all the material. The hero pointed out that he wasn't lying at all, it was true. He then asked if he should start talking. The interlocutor wondered if he had really memorized everything. So I asked him about it. Arel declared that there was no reason for him to lie, and thought, compared to languages from neighboring countries, the native Imperial language was still a bit difficult. Not trusting the young gentleman, Hamel asked to read this book. The hero realized, no matter how smart a child is, reading even one simple book before the age of 13 is hard. And here was a 5-year-old child learning languages in just 2 days. The boy enthusiastically began to read the foreign book correctly, which amazed his interlocutor. He was delighted, saying it was great. So when a student succeeds, the teacher's reputation is enhanced. Arel was proud of himself that someone admired him. They continued the lesson, and the boy chose something he could afford to be a genius at in high places. In the society, people were discussing the fact that Arel was unable to even hold a sword. It was incomprehensible how such a person could learn languages in just 2 days. I wonder if he might be good at the exact sciences as well. Rumors that the prince is a bit of a smarty-pants spread quickly. And the source of these rumors, his teacher. He said he could just see a lot of potential in him, and every child has a hidden talent. In doing so, he is merely helping him to reveal it in all its glory. The boy's dear teacher scratched his tongue self-consciously after a small success. Finally, such rumors reached the emperor himself. He noticed that the prince was a genius after all. Apparently sword or magic just wasn't his style of doing something he didn't like easily. Lafana was truly sorry that she and her son had upset him. In doing so, she thought her son had changed a lot, which meant there was the question of whether she was raising him right. Seeing her concern, Theorel asked if she was worried. He thinks his son is growing up to be a wonderful boy. As usual, Arel overheard their conversation and thought he would still show wonders, but they were better served in doses to maintain interest in his person. In the meantime, we can relax and reap the benefits. For now, his name is Genius. It's been a few days since it happened. The knights lined up in a row, and the commander commanded them. The boy looked at them admiringly, saying how many knights they had been allotted. Surely the emperor must have decided that it was necessary to better protect someone who couldn't fight himself. After all, his dad really is a caring emperor. Suddenly there was a knock at his door, and the boy was startled to ask who was there. It turned out to be the maids who had dragged to some sort of chest. Arel asked what was inside. That's when his mom came into the room, claiming they were gifts from His Majesty. The son was actually surprised that the emperor had a gift for him. Lafana stated not to ask too many questions and opened up. What he saw there really amazed him. These were gold coins as well as various jewels. Such a gift the hero was indeed delighted with. He was interested in one pendant in particular, so he asked what it was. The maid ignored him, asking him how he liked the emperor's precious gifts. But the boy was persistent and said he was asking what kind of pendant it was. The answer he heard: it sounds like it helps one to concentrate and activates one's mental faculties. But it's more of a thing that makes one's brain boil, and one gets very tired. Their principal is very well read, and that's awesome. The hero realized a normal person sees only a jeweled pendant, but he sees the mana inside the stone. He has no use for it, though. Maybe you should give it to your little sister. She's been working out so much lately, she's about to become an orangutan. Soon, he declared that he wanted to give it to his little sister Kania. Mom pointed out that it was a gift for His Majesty, but she didn't think he would mind giving one thing. Then they went on to discuss the jewels, and it was a happy day for all the inhabitants of the castle. For the emperor had lavished a generous gift on the prince. The captain of the knights also handed out the admonition that everyone should understand the task assigned to them to protect the concubine's castle and take pride in that mission. Arel was sitting at the dining table, and Nanny announced that desserts had been served. These are the chef's finest pastries. To test it out, the boy decided to give it a try, but realized with chagrin that this was not the case at all. The woman asked him to eat slower. Was it really that good? But it was the opposite. He shouted that it wasn't tasty at all, they were hardly sweet. The girl was surprised, for the cook had vowed that everything would be delicious, so she asked if she should call him. And that's when Arel told her to call the alchemist, not him. Thought about how he really wants a Coca-Cola, so he needs the help of an alchemist to create its bite. The maid asked a question. But why an alchemist specifically? And the boy immediately muled. You know perfectly well that she wouldn't understand even if you explained it to her. It's still strange when a 5-year-old child demands to call an alchemist, but creating the flavors he likes without the help of an alchemist is simply unrealistic. He has no idea how food is processed to get the flavor of the same cola. There's no such technology in this world anyway, and he wants a cool carbonated Coca-Cola so badly, but it's unclear how to get one. Further decided that it wasn't worth Brian's fascination. After all, he's already a genius, so he'll figure something out. That's why he ran away from the table, and when asked where he was going, he said to study. Chaina couldn't believe her ears, wondering if she had accidentally misheard, and the boy ran down the halls thinking cooking was chemistry. In that case, he really needs an alchemist, and he should try that. 3 years have passed since then, and the Areolas are now 8 years old. There was a meeting going on. The old man said that the country was planning to build new bridges, mostly in areas where traders were active. Having finished his report, he asked the prince what he thought of the matter. The boy was very involved and stated that it was quite an interesting idea, and further inquired as to who designed this bridge. The man at the table proudly told the gentleman that it was him, working on this project day and night. Suddenly, Arel stunned him by telling him that if he brought any more of this kind of bullshit, he'd fire him. It looks good. But if snow accumulates in the winter, the whole thing will collapse to hell. It's too congested here. It's not safe for citizens who choose to operate such a structure. They invested in the scenery and pomp, with absolutely no thought at all to how the function might perform. There is still a lot of work to be done. The designer stated that he would fix it immediately. It turns out that because of the extensive knowledge of the protagonist of the highest roof was loaded with work, he was only advising the minister, using knowledge of technology from his other lives. 8-year-old counseling officials? That's some nonsense. But where they're supposed to go is unclear. Now is the time to show off your skills. After the meeting, the hero went outside and was seen by the maid, who said it was a silver-haired sage. Upon hearing this nickname, the hero was shocked, not sure why it was so stupid. She soon realized that the boy had heard her, so she apologized. He asked where the stupid nickname came from and asked her not to call him that from now on. She replied that she would certainly keep it in mind. It turns out people made up a stupid nickname for him after all, and it's just a lame nickname. Next he headed for the carriage, which soon departed. Lefana saw everything that was going on from the window and asked the maid where Arel was going. The girl noted he had requested an audience with His Majesty. With that, she startled the boy's mother. She wondered what it was for. The maid knew this, and the boy went to the emperor to study alchemy. The way his father reacted was amazing, but since he accepted him so quickly, it means that he has gained his special favor. Though he really works hard for the good of the whole empire. Admittedly, even with so many lives under his belt, he was nervous during their conversation. Of course, he had to be as eloquent as possible, but unobtrusive. As the conversation went on, the emperor asked if he wanted to study alchemy. Why? Arel noted. He feels he must do his best to benefit the empire. And he has the opportunity to do so in the field of alchemy. Since he's not strong in swordsmanship or magical arts, all he's left with is science. Such words my father did not expect to hear and thought, though he is a hammerhead on his shoulders, quite sensible. Consequently, said he would provide him with an alchemy tutor, asking him if that was all he wanted or if there was more. The boy noted, that was all. Next they only smiled at each other, and he thought he had done well. After it was announced that Prince Arel needed an alchemy teacher, a line of candidates quickly lined up. It was an opportunity for them to make their mark on history. A test task was set to create a mirror that could reflect sunlight all the way to the horizon. Soon there was a man who did the task perfectly, and it was a true alchemy expert. The name of this lucky man was Darman Langet. He arrived at the young master's house and said it was very beautiful. When Arel saw him, he was surprised, for he thought they would send an old man, and wondered if his hair was natural or if it was his hair. The interlocutor was a little surprised, but said that it was not a natural hair color. It's just that he did a lot of chemical experiments in his time and breathed all kinds of crap, so they turned white. The hero realized what had happened, but wondered how he'd only stayed alive if he'd been sniffing around like that the whole time. Outwardly, he's quite calm, but I'm sure it's just a mask, because alchemy is a ruthless thing. If he gets hurt or dies during the research, there will be no one to blame. Darman said, daring to warn the prince that the study of alchemy is a rather dangerous endeavor. It's a science that can be very expensive to learn. The hero noted that he had already weighed all the risks. Alchemy is a science, not magic. He doesn't expect the one to teach him how to make gold out of lead. The boy just wants to explore things like metal alloys, like finding the strongest of them all, or create a material that makes it easier to build houses. Such a teacher was not expected, and realized that the rumors did not lie. The prince is indeed different from everyone else. He is indeed the one who will lead their empire. So soon he offered to explore together. He would teach him everything he knew himself. It's been a few days since I started studying alchemy. The instructor asked His Highness if he had studied alchemy on his own. The boy was wary, thinking, is it really that obvious? To ward off suspicion, he remarked that he had only read a couple of books. Darman realized, so the rumors weren't lying. Arel was glad then. It seemed his mentor didn't suspect anything. Their class started early in the morning and ended when the sun was already setting. The boy suggested that the tutor probably wanted to use shells or bones to make the iron alloys stronger. The tutor confirmed that he had understood him correctly. Arel now knew how to extract lead and other chemicals. Except for metals and medicines, everything else was identical to what he already knew. Suddenly, he casually blurted out that there was not much difference. Darman looked at him in surprise, but the prince immediately claimed he was just talking to himself. He realized that everything was going perfectly and strictly according to his plan. Soon the emperor was informed that a petition had been received from Prince Arel. It said that he wanted to expand the alchemist staff to 4 people. The emperor ordered the best alchemists in the empire to be assembled. His underlings, however, were worried. They asked what the prince was going to do with these alchemists. If they started spending the empire's budget on their research, the people might be outraged. Arel immediately remembered that audience when he had discussed the matter with his son. Therefore, he firmly stated that the prince was practicing alchemy for the good of the empire. To the arriving alchemists, he informed them of his intention to create something new. A drink. One of the men, visibly wary, inquired what exactly he meant. I wondered if it was a culinary invention. Arel noted with a satisfied smile that he had been understood quite correctly. He had already thought of a plan that could help spread the word. It seemed that by relying on this approach, much could be accomplished. But before he could add anything else, the expressions on the faces of those around him faded noticeably. Some of the arrivals reflected on the fact that despite his intelligence and talent, the effort was to create just a drink. Some even felt a little sorry for leaving their previous jobs for such a dubious project. To dispel their doubts, the boy carelessly tossed a few gold coins. Attracting attention with this, he hastened to assure everyone that there was no reason to worry. The reward would exceed all expectations. The importance of success was in the background. Any result would be paid for, regardless of the outcome. The man who had asked the question earlier only sighed and nodded as if agreeing to the inevitable. Another participant remarked that the point is becoming clearer. The prince seems eager to get his hands on a special kind of sparkling water. Although similar designs already existed, it was obvious that this time it was about something created from scratch. At that moment, the protagonist hoped for only one thing: that everyone would make every effort. After all, money and fame can inspire, which means that the work will go faster. A few days later, shipments of mineral water were delivered from abroad. The boy reported that they now have the samples they need. Darman looked at the liquid with some disbelief, wondering if it was even drinkable. Outwardly, she didn't seem to be of much interest. The hero, after studying the water, suggested that it was now unlikely to match the intended, but it was only a matter of time. Soon an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, causing confusion. What this strange substance was, it was just something awful. In a hurry, he began to check the other barrels, but no meaningful results. Then he stated that natural mineral water was not suitable yet, and proposed to create artificial water. The interlocutors immediately, almost unanimously, asked how exactly they were going to do it. The young prince replied that he had already developed a theoretical framework and asked them to evaluate and finalize it. He will wait for the reports at the next meeting. Arel firmly believed that his alchemists were the most talented and intelligent. To be sure, he turned to his mentor, and the latter confidently confirmed. These men were indeed the best in the entire empire of Ernizia. The boy remarked with a smile that it was time to put the theory to the test. Could there be anything more exciting for alchemists? As he left the room, he wondered for a moment if 1 week would be enough for them. One could only hope that the motivation he tried to instill would be enough. A week later, Arel turned to the esteemed alchemists, fervently proclaiming that he swore this discovery would turn the entire empire of Ernizia upside down. He urged them to welcome the new trend of the season: carbonated water, which he described as the real fuel of progress. In his heart, he doubted whether it would be possible to create even a remote analog of the conceived drink. But to his surprise, it became a reality. And now, he could not resist the desire to taste the result. Mentor cautiously asked if he was sure it was safe. The others didn't seem to be in a hurry to take the first sip. But the prince easily dispelled their doubts, urging them to just give it a try. All he had to do was mix water with fruit juice or alcohol, and he could drink it. Of course, he had originally dreamed of the taste of classic cola, but it was obvious that this was unlikely to be achieved at this stage. These were the first samples. It remained to be seen how good they were. Without delay, he decided to start with lemon juice. After carefully mixing all the necessary ingredients, he set about tasting it. And a moment later, a bright smile lit up his face. It was really good. Encouraged, he immediately asked everyone else to try the drink with him. It was necessary for them to appreciate the flavor as well. The alchemists were not very trusting of it, but it wasn't long before it was raving about that unique flavor. This lemonade was called Prince Arel's lemonade. This drink quickly gained popularity and spread even outside the empire. It attained the status of an expensive drink and became a luxury for all the nobility. It was soon naturally tasted by the count as well, wondering if the prince had created this. This is Count de Mint, and he is the lord of the northern part of the empire. A servant stated that it was true. It is said that the process of creation was personally supervised by Prince Arel. The drink has gained immense popularity and has become a luxury item. It's a great contribution to the empire's economy. Rumor has it that wagons of gold are constantly flocking to the concubine's castle. The count realized it was his mistake. He thought the prince was no different from most children. If I'd known, I would have gotten right on it. Now all he has to do is bite his elbows. Kania continued her swordsmanship training. At that time, she had already turned 16 years old. After demonstrating her skills, she asked Arel if he liked it. He remarked admiringly that it was amazing. She's really very cool after all. That's what her servant confirmed, talking about her being a fairly professional swordsman. Arel thought it was true. She's even better than most guys her age, plus is a cutie. The girl was happy to be praised, and the woman remarked that she should take a break. Soon the sister was telling the prince that she had heard a lot about him lately. His miracle water had spread not only within the empire, but beyond. And that was great. Arel noted proudly that he was all about it. The girl noticed that it's true that it's straightforwardly the emperor's perfect son. He has no idea how people envy Lady Lefana. Arel really dedicated the development of soda water to his mother, Lefane Ainrest. The Ainrest family used to belong to the nobility, but soon became impoverished. They were left with a title and a small house. But they actually led a life of just flying. Learned about the unfortunate fate of the family of the main character's mother, he allocated and share in his soda business. And in this did not sell at all, because from those wishing to buy sodas was not an outpouring. Next, the boy created yogurt and monosodium glutamate, which quickly became sales hits. The finances of the Ainrest family had risen to the heavens, and now no company could compare with them. And so the luxury blinded the boy's eyes. Speaking of which, the horse remarked that he was really on top of things. Then Arel asked if she was jealous. He's bringing her lemonade and waffles and syrup to treat her. But suddenly he saw the weapon in front of him and was frightened. Kania called him a braggart, saying that she had plenty of money too. He, on the other hand, had never learned to hold a gun. That's why she was going to teach him. The hero thought he didn't need to do that, but he couldn't help but agree, talking about how he'd be happy to learn from her, even though he'd seen the training himself in the grave. Soon their training began, and he thought they were literally saying he saw it in his coffin. The princess was showing him a simple combination and telling him to watch carefully. Arel thought he would try it again, but without much enthusiasm, so she might back off soon. She was striving so hard for her dream. The desire to become a better warrior and confidently hold a sword was all that drove her. Moved a fragile little girl, and she ended up being so strong. The hero realized that he would have to use his mana a bit to counter her. So figured they'd get some practice in now. Soon he was on his way in a carriage on his own business. People on the streets recognized him, saying it was Prince Arel. Naturally, the boy was excited about this, because so many people recognize him, so he feels like a star. He's got an escort around him like he's some kind of idol. Of course, this is all very cool, but I wonder why he was called in. Do they want to reward you for a job well done? Before, the silence and the emperor had made the boy palpably nervous. Now he was getting very used to it. At least he can get a free meal. He's so used to his father that he feels at home. Suddenly the man was taken aback when he asked him if he wanted a full-fledged government position. It may take some time, but I'm sure no one will object to his candidacy. So questioned how he felt about such an offer. Trying to shrug it off, the boy said he shouldn't, and thought he wasn't ready for life in the palace yet, and responsibility besides. At one bit of tea, he decided he needed to calm down, and reported that, to be honest, he doesn't even know how to respond to such a generous offer. He still has a lot of alchemy to work out, so he's not sure. The boy was worried in case he would give him a post like the first son and heir. The empress and the heirs had been quieter than water and lower than grass lately. That was why Arel kept a line he dared not cross. They still don't see him as any kind of threat, which is why he lives without incident. There's a difference between getting the emperor's attention and openly vying for the throne. He's not yet ready to fight his brothers for the seat, to be crown prince. Of course, there is the possibility that the emperor is provoking him. Perhaps that is the intention. Natural selection isn't just in nature. In the human world, it is also in full force. It is a power struggle in which the strongest survive and the weakest perish. Arel didn't understand why he needed all these matters of life and death right now. He certainly didn't need all of it, because he hasn't been interested in any of this for a long time. After a while he was riding a horse, thinking about the first ones moving so far away from the castle, and it has its own high, such a sense of freedom that words cannot convey. He'd been working too hard lately and never even thought he'd turn into an office rat. He used to roam the world looking for the strongest opponent for himself. It's nostalgic, but while there's time to enjoy that freedom to the fullest, riding next to him was Kania telling him to slow it down. She had no idea he was such a good rider. The hero knew that this ride had only happened because of his little sister. To her, he informed her, he'd been practicing and she was as good a skater herself. That said, there's something else that's troubling him. It's unclear why it's a whole platoon of them being dragged around. They clearly have resentment written all over their faces. The girl noted that saying her would be enough here, but it didn't happen that way. The hero smiled because of it and said, I guess it's because of him. He apologizes, but freedom is getting harder and harder to come by lately. At that moment he felt something strange and told his sister to stop. She couldn't understand what had happened. The boy felt a strange energy ahead. So he said that there seemed to be a monster in the woods. Kania didn't understand why he thought that. The guy reported that he just had a feeling. And usually his guesses are right. So should stick traps in and see. The interlocutor had no intention of doing so, and only moved forward. Then the prince asked at least her guards to tell her it was dangerous there. But one of them reported that it's okay because the princess uses this forest for training. And here she was happily waving her weapon around and riding forward. Arel remembered how she had mentioned at the table that she was going horseback riding, and asked if he wanted to go with her. Isn't he tired of sitting in a castle and working all day? So he suggests we go away, have some fun. Right now the guy thought she was sick in the head. She said it would be fun to have adventures, it's healthy after all. Which means adventure is healthy. Still, as dangerous as it was, Arel still went with her. I guess it's because he believes in her. He didn't have to worry because his little sister would protect him from all those monsters. He thought Kania was a fool, but she had a lot of spirit. Soon a plan was created that announced that some of the knights would act as decoys. Arel created it. He further said that Princess Kania and the rest of the squad were coming to the rear to deal with the monsters. It is necessary in a short time, but to mow down as many as possible. And then the girl will deal with the rest. Based on the battle plan began, and the princess was informed of 20 orcs. This inspired her, so she rushed to attack them. As a consequence, the monsters fell one after another from her fierce attacks. This is the first time the hero has seen orcs, and they are quite huge. But his sister's much cooler. Not only sword skills, but her speed and reflexes are simply impressive. The girl also has an unwavering aura that emanates from her image. With these qualities, she inspires him with those in attendance. Their fierce battle continued into the night. The prince and princess found themselves near the fire. Arel asked how his sister was feeling. She replied that she was fine. It had been a long time since she had let off steam like that. The boy asked her not to overdo it, for she would snap her beak and get ripped off. He thought it would happen like one fool, remembering his past life. Then such a mistake really cost him his life. Kania interrupted his recollection by stating that the food was very good. With that, she reminded the guy that they were still kids, and he thought she was still a kid. Soon Arel asked his sister why she wanted to become stronger. It was a question she hadn't expected. But she said that since she was a child, everyone has been telling her that she is a princess, and swordsmanship is not a woman's business. People think she's just fooling around, and then she'll get bored with swordsmanship. She'll marry a man she doesn't even know and settle down. The hero realized that there was truth to this. Marriage of convenience is the norm here for the average aristocrat. Either way, you have to get engaged to someone to keep the family afloat in high places. Kania stated that she just hates it, all she wants to live. Just like Obrat. It made him a little surprised. The sister added that she wants to earn money and prestige by doing what she is good at, to try for the good of the empire, and to be recognized by the people. For example, he's already being recognized on the streets. She too is so eager to glorify the Kenzist family, not by marriage, but by merit that no one can deny, and she wants to control her own destiny. Arel noted that she thought she was on the right track. His sister smiled because of those words, understanding the support, and said he was a good brother. She further informed him that they would be returning to the castle at dawn. The boy remarked that he was having a lot of fun, just as his little sister had promised, and while they were chatting about it, some creature flew in the sky. As the morning wore on, the battle with the orcs continued, and the knights were discussing the fact that she'd pretty much overpowered everyone already, and they'd better stay out of harm's way. After all, the girl can handle them just fine on her own. And while she was doing that, the hero turned to her and asked her to finish. Still, they must hurry in order to get back in time. Dian opponents, she's out of it anyway. The sister smiled and said, "Then they're coming back." But in doing so, saw his horse, asked what was wrong with his muzzle. Arel notices that it's weird, maybe he's tired. He doesn't think it's worth riding him, so jumps in with him. Then, one of the knights approached the princess and offered to view the horse to the experts. The girl, but it agreed. Next, Arella jumped on the horse and remarked that she would drive. Hero didn't resist at all, said little sister sees best, handles horses. Just like that, they all headed towards home together. Soon, and in the sky, a silhouette followed them. The protagonist felt it, and immediately looked at the sky. And the sister doesn't understand what happened, inquired about it. The guy saw some strange energy that appeared in the sky. He can't see anything there at all, but he can feel the aura. Someone is definitely hiding behind the clouds. To find out who was there, he concentrated his energy. Thus, he was able to make out the creature, and it turned out to be a wyvern. Next, he took charge of the horse and shouted to his sister to hold on tight. He told the others that there were wyverns above them, so they should scatter. His subordinates didn't believe him. They said they didn't see any creatures. Yet they may repeat that this is a place for training. The emperor hunted wyverns, but there's nothing like it here. He soon regretted his words. After all, the winged monster grabbed him and immediately dragged him upwards. Now everyone realized that the young prince's words were true, and began to run away. Kania, looking at what was happening, couldn't believe where so many of them were coming from. The protagonist realized that the situation was really bad. Looks like there's a whole pack frolicking around, and this isn't some simple hunt anymore. It looked more like a massacre between humans and wyverns. Soon he was taken aback by one of the monsters, releasing a poisonous gas. They're already very strong, so it's not clear why they'd let them out once. Kania was very worried about her people, but the hero realized the gravity of the situation and asked her not to be distracted. "We need to hold on tight so we can get out of here in time." Of course, the monsters weren't going to let them go released poison gas. Wizards came to the defense of the prince and princess, using their fireball skills. They were ordered to protect the princess at all costs, and they did. Analyzing the situation, Arel realized that they couldn't escape. The wyverns were very resistant to magic up to the 4th class. Most mages can't even scratch it. The winged creatures continued to chase them, and it became clear that there was no way out. The hero decided that he would use mana like bullets. Western was once, it struck the creature immediately, and decided to continue his mana attacks. He thanked the magicians for their help, so as not to draw attention to himself. But soon the creature appeared right in front of them, and it was so close that it was almost impossible to hide from it. But it would turn out that such a critical situation was resolved by cutting the creature open. And it was done by a girl knight who told the prince and princess to run away to safety as soon as possible. Let them run away into the forest. Looking at her strength, Arel thought that this guardian was really good. It will buy them some time, and that's great. Suddenly there was a human voice. One that called them pathetic methodicals. Not understanding who it was speaking, the boy asked who it was. It turned out to be a dark wizard who had been hiding his presence during this time. The prince questioned who he was, and he saw that the stranger was holding a very suspicious staff. So once again he inquired what he needed. The interlocutor just smiled and mumbled something. Next, he used his power by releasing a magical volley. Arel was taken by surprise by this attack, and he didn't realize what was happening. The magical beams that the stranger created soon approached the people. They instantly struck the guards who were protecting the prince and princess. But Kania as well as Arel were not hurt by this attack. A moment later they saw that the guards were already dead. Surprisingly, the dark wizard turned to Kania and said she was a good enough runner, which is a wise choice. Heroes couldn't believe it. Turns out he knows his sister. So did he target her from the start. The stranger started laughing evilly and offered to have a little fun. Exerting his power, he questioned if they liked it. The prince continued to analyze the situation and wondered what that unpleasant aura was. A terrifying dark energy was spreading throughout the area at that moment. and the sister reported that the boy looked at the knights. They, who had recently been lying dead, began to rise gradually. The remaining knights were terrified, for they were the walking dead. But the worst part was that the dead wyverns also rose up. Arel realized that they had encountered the undead. The necromancer ordered his new subordinates to kill the second princess. He's going to fall back on these upstarts sitting on the throne. As he sent his army off to fight, he suddenly saw something strange. The hero tried to use his power, and thought that this man had really come for Kania's soul after all. Next, he released the bullet he created from his mana, and she, of course, struck the enemy, killing him in a few moments. Seeing this, my sister couldn't believe it. Asked what it was. Arel noted that he didn't know himself. Perhaps it was the effect of his own magic. He'd read that it happened when you used a spell you hadn't summoned. The dead wyverns didn't go anywhere. The princess noted that the wizards died. Then it is unclear why they are still alive. The hero stated, "It seems that this spell is not tied to the wizard, but just a summoning for a certain time." So stated to his sister that it was time for them to leave and asked her to trust him. Night had fallen and they were in a dense forest. The girl asked what would happen now. The brother pointed out that since the leader was dead, the tenderness would probably be gone soon too. The soldiers must be looking for them by now, so no need to worry. Kania thought he only knew how to work with his brain, so it's unclear where he got his campfire skills from. Arel asked to underestimate brains. He just knows how to use friction force in a book he read about it. At that thought, he wanted to use mana, that to express fire. But not now that he was staring so intently. His poor hands. But surprisingly, he soon managed to start a fire. Sitting by the fire, the princess sadly reported that she had started all this for nothing. The brother pointed out that it had been an accident, so it was unclear how she knew. The sister then asked if he was not scared. He, in turn, realized that she felt guilty, and that you were there for her. He said he was scared, but she was there for him. And wyverns really are so creepy. Kania realized that Arel was scared too, so she put her hand on his and thanked him. Today could have ended in great tragedy if it hadn't been for him. Now that the boy saw it all, even though he didn't notice it right away, she's really very scared. Sister said that most of the people who accompanied them died on the battlefield defending their lives. The Imperial family is always under the radar, and this was the first time Sister had experienced it. So he's sure she's having a really hard time right now. That said, they still need to get home in one piece somehow, so they need to be on their guard. At that moment, the sky did not see the carnage between the two creatures. It turns out there's a griffin fighting a wyvern, but it's unclear why now. Taking a look, Arel said he understood everything. The cliff was where his nest was located. It looked like a wyvern was hunting a baby griffin. The fight between the winged creatures continued more and more fiercely, and there was the obvious fact that Sin was the battle he was losing. So soon his body, like a stone, began to tumble downward, right where the prince and princess were, and they had to flee in a hurry. A thick haze of dust formed where the griffin had landed. Arel couldn't understand what this attack was all about, but thankfully, he noticed that the wyvern at least flew away. Probably didn't smell them because of the wyvern blood on their bodies. While he was looking around, he didn't even notice his sister disappear. It turned out that she was near the griffin's body. The boy rushed toward her, saying it was dangerous, let it stay away. But she noted that it was all right. The griffin was dead. At the same time, she couldn't figure out what to do now. The brother only asked her not to say she wanted to dig him up and bury him. In her sister's hands was a small cub, and she said she was talking about his baby. Even though Arel was shocked, he said, "It looks like there's nothing left for them to do." At that, he thought he was reluctant to do it at all, but it couldn't be helped. The girl offered to take him with her, which dumbfounded her brother. And while they were talking, the knights found them, and Soap was glad they were all in one piece. The princess noted that they were indeed all right. She too was very happy to see her men both safe and sound. The knight noted, thankfully, that once the Ama had died, no more losses were expected. And suddenly she saw a griffin chick in the hands of the young mistress, and she asked if it was a griffin. The boy stated that this was true, and they arrived just in time. The sister wants to keep the baby. The girl was a little confused and asked what it meant to keep it. It's been a week since that very situation. Things gradually got better, except for one thing. They now have a pet, and it's a baby griffin. He woke Arel up, and the man kicked him out and said he wanted to sleep, but soon was already stroking his head, declaring that he was very cute. He didn't agree that he could stay here until his mom came. A week ago, he ordered the princess to be escorted out, for she must rest. And he also had to clean up the place, for the smell of a dead griffin might bring many wild beasts. The knights set out to carry out the order, for tents had to be pitched. Arel himself was still dealing with the body of a dead griffin. While everyone was busy, he discreetly cut open the griffin's chest and took out a magic stone from there. He in turn will be needed to tame the baby, and by now there was a clatter of hooves, and it was clear that the sister had arrived. So the prince told his pet to see who had come. Kania ran happily, issuing the baby to her, calling him Fry. The little griffin obeyed her and flew towards her. At that moment, the protagonist was informed about the dark magician who had attacked the princess. He in turn was declared a felon. They are gathering any information about him, for he might not have acted alone. Then Arel asked who was the most vocal opponent of the Imperial family, and soon realized that there were indeed many who wished to destroy them. The interlocutor didn't understand what he was saying, but the boy simply sent him off, stating that he could go. Kania continued her reservation with Fry, and the hero thought about the fact that a very young girl had been attacked. It's really just some kind of animal cruelty and you need to keep an eye on her. Because they might try again, and the sister is his family after all, so he has to protect it. It is urgent to build up his aura, because he feels that by the time he is 20, he will definitely need it. Next, he asked if Kania wanted to go out with him to have fun. She was interested. So soon they crossed their swords in a friendly duel. In this way, Arel wanted to improve his strength and weapon proficiency. In the process of the fight, he was even able to fight back against his little sister. Much to her surprise, the girl asked what that was just. He noted that he had started practicing and wanted to show her something. Kania was indeed happy, asking if he was indeed self-taught. Arel pointed out that he was indeed self-taught. He just put mana into the punch, and those were the basics. The princess had a question about whether she was doing it wrong all the time. Her brother said he didn't mean it, just practicing a little differently. His companion called him a genius, and he said that his sister could learn to use her mana too, and he could show her how to do it. The girl questioned, but was he sure she could do it? The protagonist stated for her to just follow his instructions, and he's 100% sure that she caused to learn. Thinking about her brother being a good coach, that was because he had secretly injected mana into her until now. Soon he began explaining the new technique, and the knight protecting the princess was eavesdropping on the whole thing. As a result, the sister came to the hero's house every day and practiced swordsmanship using aura. As a result, her control skills exceeded his expectations. But there was one nuance that came into play. Kania happily told Arel that she had succeeded. Then he said that she could actually use mana now, and wondered if Fry would like that. He was already quite the little guy and let out an affirmative. The boy noted that his mom was really cool, and he realized that it was only because of her aura that the cub had grown dramatically. And with each passing day, this burden only presses harder on him. He went on to say that the beginning had been made, and the next was a matter of practice. The more mana she had, the stronger she could become. Let him imagine howling on Fry's back. His sister smiled, noting that he did have a vivid imagination. Afterward, she asked the pet if it was okay with her. She would like to give it a try. The hero realized that this day really wasn't far off. Suddenly the front door to the room swung open abruptly, and it was reported that His Majesty had arrived. Arel wondered what the Emperor was doing here. He had heard that he was busy working in the north, so he wouldn't have come here for nothing. To find out what was going on, he greeted his father. Arel stated that rumors had reached him that the boy had started fencing. My son said that it really got interesting to him. It is necessary to try oneself in other fields, not only in science. After recent events, he decided that he needed to learn self-defense, and also how to raise griffins. Watching his father's face, he realized that he was clearly proud of him here. Finally, the kid was able to show him all this, and I wonder if he is now worthy to stand in line with the other kids, or maybe above them. The Emperor's subordinates dragged in some kind of box at this time. Naturally, the first thing Arel asked was what it was. Dad noted that it was a gift to him. Afterwards, he asked him to try it out. This sword was made especially for him. Lefana, who was also present, noticed that the areola was still too small to own it. Arel understood that, but boys liked the feel of a real, formidable weapon in their hands. So there was no need to deprive him of that pleasure. Surprisingly for everyone, and the hero promptly picked it up, and I was happy to see how cool he was, thinking maybe I should really get into fencing. Looking at such a picture, the Emperor rejoiced. His son had no interest at all before, but now he was so happy. It was only that he had received the sword as a gift. Suddenly that same blade began to slash downward. Due to his age, Arel simply couldn't hold it and fell to the ground. But he did it on purpose, because he wasn't going to get involved. Even if he has a talent for swordsmanship, he doesn't want to show it to them. Because once he's mastered the sword, he'll be forced to fight for power, and he doesn't want that to happen at all. His efforts up to this point have not been wasted. No one had even suspected him until now. So he said that he really liked this gift from His Highness. It's a pity that he's not able to appreciate it properly. This sword is more suited to a talent like Sister Kania. His sister asked in surprise what he meant. He didn't understand what she was so surprised about. It has become very strong and is barely inferior to the Imperial Knights, so it's definitely enough to be considered an elite. Though the hero realizes she still has a long way to go for him, but thinks she has a good chance of powering into the top 30 Imperial Knights in the near future. And her talent is really available to be recognized, so credit must be given to her, and he handed her his sword. The Emperor stated that he understood, but he will only agree on one condition. Let Princess Kania show him her abilities. The girl was greatly surprised, as were the heroes not, understood why he suddenly wanted to. Although if you think about it, he's a warrior too. The boy had forgotten that their emperor was a swordsmanship-obsessed jock. He told his daughter to show him how far she had come. If she could hit him with that sword, that would be enough. The girl immediately began to mumble something. Arel understood that her sister was afraid, but that was normal. Then he touched her, drawing her attention to himself, and to endure in a whisper, asked not to be afraid. Let her show him everything she had learned, thinking that the girl would definitely hurt the emperor. She plucked up her courage and said she would do anything. Soon they prepared to begin the battle. Arel reported that her rack is really good, but it's not enough. Arel couldn't understand if he was judging her on looks alone. Kania even resented his words and asked her father to get ready. After which, she immediately rushed into an attack using mana. Lafana was surprised to see this, not realizing how this had happened. The boy thought that everything was working out perfectly. Her speed was top-notch, he wouldn't blink an eye. Her strength and mana concentration were pretty good too, so Sis is really good. However, there is something that confuses him, and that's why you're hitting him in the forehead like that. That's all he's waiting for. He's smiling like a bigot, and he's not embarrassed by anything. Raising his blade up, the Emperor easily blocked this lunge. The daughter certainly couldn't have expected that. The sparring partner reported that Princess did a pretty good job of taking a punch, and it was quite strong. He had never seen such an aura in a child except for their knight commander, so she was definitely doing well. The princess wasn't going to admit defeat just yet and said that it wasn't over yet. Arel, at that, turned to his son. Stating what he'd heard, he'd helped her with fencing recently, as to whether it was true. The boy pointed out that this was true. He had tested some things out, and his theory worked perfectly. He had read in a book how to increase the potential of a swordsman and decided to try this method with his sister Kania. As the possessor of a Mancian aura, she was just the right fit. The Emperor remarked. Then it turns out this method works on others as well. Arel realized the old man was a trickster. He must be trying to pull him into some dirty business, but he had the wrong guy. Unafraid, he contemplated some sort of mass production of Ray's aura to create an invincible army that no other could match. But the guy wasn't going to let that happen. Said about whether he had about the same results as the princess, then he would disappoint him. The sister had high potential from the beginning, because she's been honing her skills since she was a little girl. And that's only because of natural talent and perseverance. That's how she managed to get this far. Arel said a little disappointedly that he understood. And the boy thought about the fact that really anyone could be helped, where there was room to sort out weaknesses and bring out strengths. But to train everyone individually was too torturous. Particularly if there's a speech, it's about men. The last thing a guy wants to see every day is this testosterone parade. His eyes, after all, are made for beautiful things. But he shouldn't flatly refuse because it's suspicious. So he pretended to think about it, thinking about calling it some super-secret technique only available to a select few. So stated that he thought this method would only work for their family members. The interlocutor was a little perplexed by this. The hero hoped that he understood what he was implying. For the Emperor, all the nobles around are like hyenas, and he never knows if they are using his knowledge for his benefit or against him. So it's unclear why he would want to make his rivals stronger. At that moment, Father said, "Then let it be a secret passed down to the circle of the Imperial family." The boy was glad that his method of training would be passed down from generation to generation. Imperial lineage with a familial fighting style sounds awesome. At any rate, all of the Emperor's children would now be forced to train hard, and this was also his chance. It's been a whole month since that conversation. His Majesty the Emperor practiced, thinking that it was simply unbelievable. Yet it's true that his son's method really works. and he has maximized the effect of his training. And it was Arel who developed this unique style. Too bad he's too weak to use it. However, this child has proven to be so incredible that the Empire definitely needs him. Soon, the protagonist learned that he had something he needed to do. Chaperones must be chosen. In fact, there are plenty of suitable candidates, and there were a sea of applications. Here are those who have been approved by the Emperor himself. Arel immediately looked at all the papers, and realized that most of them were from noble families. Just a couple years ago, they didn't think he was human. Now he's become quite popular. That's not surprising, though, and it should be. Given his skills, he doesn't need guards at all, but something he doesn't want to reveal, or it's his life will end as sadly as his and his past. The prince asked if it was possible to just pull out 3 random sheets. The interlocutor replied that he could do anything, but it would still be better if His Highness chose someone himself. The boy agreed and thought it was nice to be on the other side of the interview for the first time. These resumes include all personal information, skills, accomplishments, and more. If sorted out, this information, and even too much, he wished to save his eyes, for he would need them later. And if he does have to choose, he'll prefer the lovely ladies for that. I think about this, he began to laugh slyly, causing misunderstanding from those around him. Next he yelled out that he was going to start a search. But inviting the knights was a bit of a surprise. Right in front of him were all the candidates. They literally shouted in one voice to greet His Royal Highness. Arel felt some kind of eerie and incomprehensible aura. Says he really can't argue that they are all women, but the fantasies were more racy. One of them asked the prince if something was wrong, for he had turned sharply pale. One of them asked the prince if there was anything wrong, for he had turned pale, and I thought it was his own fault for being deluded. This is what first-class knights who train every day should look like. Enough daydreaming, and we should get down to business. So I informed the dear ladies that the interview was starting. They began to introduce themselves, and the prince thought he would come out invalid, powerful, and visibly stronger. He was horrified to discover that there was someone else more muscle-shifting than the emperor. If she would protect him, he would definitely be safe. Soon one interesting resume caught his eye. I began to wonder who it was that made her look like a common aristocrat, compared to the others more feminine. He really didn't have anything to pick on. Everyone's answers were excellent. So he asked candidate K to wait outside, and he needed to think for a while. Naturally, they agreed and bowed before him. Then they left the room, leaving him alone. Arel wondered what he should do now. The choice was not an easy one. So decided it was necessary to focus, release internal energy, and distribute it throughout the body. It will be a secret technique that stimulates your brain to make wise decisions and help you make the right choices. This ability is not easy to activate, and it takes a lot of training and effort to reach enlightenment. Haven't used it in a while after all, and need to start round 2. For this, he asked the candidates to grab one each. The reason he was using this ability now was to find out the intentions of every knight who came to settle into his personal guard. One of them he looked to have dark intentions. The next one also didn't impress me in any way, so they were immediately dismissed by him. Now these eyes will see the inner world of a person. He doesn't need a lie detector to tell the difference between infidels. He can see what shade of emotion they have. He still needs those who want to become knights for him, that it was their personal choice. The knight he liked had finally arrived. Look at her. The boy was a little surprised. We didn't see a single dark spot. The name of this girl is Asha. Despite being a knight, is completely pure. Her biography would have to be read, and perhaps Arel had missed something. If it has nothing to do with him, though, why bother at all? At least she's pretty. But he still invited the next candidate. He realized that apart from Asya, he didn't like anyone else, and it was necessary to choose at least 2. That's why he decided to take Ms. Muscle to himself. He would follow her like a stone wall. At that moment, another girl arrived, greeted His Highness, and said that she was the last one, and her name is SAA Galil. Arel marveled at how radiant she was. She looked good, but the aura was a little disconcerting. He decided to question her a bit, so he asked if she had served overseas for a while. It says here that she changed many knighthoods, then wondered why. She smiled and noted that she was ashamed to admit that she couldn't stay in one place for long. The prince thought she was just being harassed from everywhere, but no negativity he sees from her, he doesn't think. She fits his criteria quite well. She just loves to travel. That's why she gets transferred all the time. That's all he needs to know. Hero said the interviews were over and wanted to say he would call them back, but realized he was in the wrong era to talk about. That's why he said that he would announce those who had passed. They were Asya and SAA Galil. Just like that, the interview was over, and the boy had successfully added to his flower garden. On my right hand is Asha, and on my left is SAA, and she is extremely serious at work, by the way. Then it was probably a good time to put his girls to the test. They asked why the young prince had brought them here. He noted that he would like to see their skills with his own eyes, so is asking to show everything they can do. Realizing no matter how strong the knights were, he would make them even stronger. And to do that, you just have to probe the ground. Asha agreed and thought it was only fair that the Lord wanted to make sure of their strength. However, she wondered how they should show it to him. The boy stated that there was nothing complicated. They could just fight each other. They, in turn, happily agreed to spar even on the first day. Arel was sure they were somewhere on the same level. A duel would determine who he would be more attracted to as a woman. So she wants the show to start soon. So excitedly stated that he would like to see who was stronger and more capable. It was clear that knightly pride was at stake, so no one would want to lose. And when asked which one of them was stronger, SAA said she was curious and asked what Asha thought about it. She indicated that she would like to find out as well. It was clear to the boy that the atmosphere had heated up and a heated confrontation of searing beauties awaited him. I can't wait for this battle to start. I just wish I'd brought popcorn. SAA asked if there would be any rules to their battle. At that, Asha didn't think it was necessary and asked what the prince thought of it. And he really thought that bare-knuckle fighting was the best part. So he said he just wanted them to show him their strength. SAA noted since it was the Lord's will to hold back, she wasn't going to hold back. Her opponent has also indicated that she will not be delayed. Unlike some, she doesn't brag about what she doesn't have. Arel realized that the atmosphere was strange. They must be serious about tearing each other's throats out. So, to calm them down a little, he asked them not to do any more damage. And they'll only start after he claps his hands. Only he did so as he flew aside, for the carnage slowly began. Then he found out that these girls are just plain crazy, but it's clear that they're knights, so it's better to stand quietly on the sidelines. But he has to evaluate their skills somehow. It turns out that Asha has quite powerful and sprawling attacks. If she hits her opponent's target, it's not going to be pretty. That said, though, SAA is no slouch either. You can see it in her eyes. She reads the movement and dodges. I guess it's instinctual. As the battle progressed, SAA smiled, stating that this was a chance, so she promptly rushed to attack with her bare hand, thinking that her opponent was caught. Arel knew the closer to the enemy register, the harder it was, and attacking at the same rhythm. And now he wondered what she would do. The girl, too, realized that she needed to proceed in a different style, so kicked her opponent with her foot to push her away. SAA didn't expect that, saying that her spear-wielding was impressive, but she was pretty good with her legs as well. Asha pointed out that a true knight himself has a weapon, so this base. The prince thought that a heart-to-heart talk had begun between them, but after a few moments I realized it wasn't. A little more blood was going to spill, so we had to stop them. So he shouted for them both to stop. He's seen more than enough, and they've done well. And he got an idea of what they still needed to work on. In short, Asha is too impatient, which he didn't expect her to be. SAA, on the other hand, is rather limited in her attacks because she prefers fist fighting. Asha noticed that, after all, Prince Arel was training the second princess. That means he has to show his skills that you train them. The boy thought that indeed ever since his sister added magic to her attacks, she had become quite famous among the knights. So informed that it was true, since they were his personal knights, he should help them become even stronger. Therefore asked if that was what they wanted to do. Naturally, both girls agreed only if it didn't bother him. Trying to put a price on himself, the prince said it was like a hobby. He himself would enjoy training such gifted ladies. Since they're a team now, he'll make sure they reach unprecedented heights in knightly craft. And then they start a special training camp immediately, so let them follow him. And so Arel's training camp began its first class. SAA asked what they were going to train here, since it was too small for sword fighting. The prince said that he would lecture them here. They want to get stronger, so they'll start with the basics. Time had a book of his own writing called The Path to the Heights of Chivalry. If his theory helps the ladies, he'll sell it to other knights. Asya noticed that they were honoring her, but she didn't understand in what sense they were supposed to spread mana throughout her body. Neither did SAA understand it either. But Arel knew that the world of theory was cruel. He reported that he understood everything. After all, bare theory could do little for them, so he would explain everything. The amount of mana contained in the body is different for everyone. One may have more mana than the other two combined. Also, mana has its own circulation pathway of his body as well as his blood. If this pathway is established, they will become stronger with any amount of mana. Physical strength, seasoned with the right amount of mana, will increase their potential many times over. Right now, they're just wasting their energy. One of the girls said she had a question: what is a lemon not to spend? Whether it will accumulate, and whether something bad can happen in this case. The prince immediately tried to fake an explosion. He said he didn't know what to do if they didn't use mana and only hoarded it, they would die. Although it's really just a joke, they need to save up mana. It is necessary to gather the natural energy within yourself. Let them learn to accept and conserve nature's energy. After that, they will learn to use it. Even just buying it within themselves, their abilities will increase greatly, he promises that. The knights said they were clear and would fulfill what he wanted. Then Arel let them know he thought they understood, so the theory class came to an end. Have them head for him again. And so came the second training lesson of Camp Arela. The prince said SAA would go first. He wanted her to feel her aura throughout her body. The girl was a little embarrassed, not stating that she didn't know how. But the Lord stated that she should control it in her whole body. Let her try it with 2 hands. At the same time, he saw that she was only using 1 hand. But for most people it is quite difficult to cover their whole body with aura. Usually people focus on the parts of the body they need and learn to control one flow. No matter how the girl tried, it didn't work. She reported when she tried to use their energy at the same time, the spaciousness dissipated. To cheer her up, the hero asked her to try again. He touched her palms and asked her to focus on the aura and feel it throughout her body. You need to direct her to the point of contact with his palms. At that, the boy gradually began to feel her up, saying that it was almost working out. Soon it did indeed happen, and both hands were covered in mana. SAA said she understood everything. The boy had such soft palms, she was even jealous of them. Arel felt like a rodent in the grip of a bear, and he asked me to stop talking nonsense and to focus. As the composed self worked out, she said she now understood everything. Thanks to those amazing hands, she had it all worked out. The hero thought, does she really realize that just because of this? She's probably got sawdust for brains. He doesn't know what to expect from her next. Still, they moved on to training lesson number 3. The prince said that Asha was in too much of a hurry. In the recent fight, when SAA had gotten close to her, she had simply thrown her foot forward on automatic to regain distance. He couldn't argue that she had talent, but that was the wrong approach. In battle, one should not act hastily and should analyze everything first before fighting. The girl apologized for interrupting, but was this really part of her training? She dragged him on her back, but the boy didn't understand what the problem was. Then Asha said, honestly, she thought it would be difficult for her. The prince noted that he would explain everything to her, so let her focus on herself and her feelings, but let her not forget about him. She needs to stay calm and move on. Nothing should get in the way now. When the Empress night came, a report was brought in. She complained that she'd been pestered by Arel lately. All she heard about was her. It's the child of a concubine, so she didn't really pay much attention to him, since he hadn't bothered her so far. But now it still wouldn't hurt to get rid of him soon. By late afternoon, Asha was continuing her training. She certainly knew that under His Highness's guidance, she was indeed becoming stronger. At first it was just exercise, and she didn't expect much. But then it became different. She's Asha Pernil, daughter of a ruined aristocrat's family. This is too great an honor for her, so it's unclear if she even deserves such attention from the Imperial family. The Pernils had never been particularly wealthy. They lived on a small estate in a cramped but not abusive environment. That was until monsters came into their land. The head of the family shouted to his relatives that he would distract them, and they would run away as soon as possible, for they could not stay here. The family had to leave him behind, and that was the last time Asha saw her father. When their family lost everything, the nobles instantly turned their backs on them. In the end, she decided to join the ranks of the knights. Thanks to her talent in martial arts, she quickly learned everything and even mastered the aura of the sword. She was assigned to the 15th Company of the Imperial Army, the lowest-ranked unit known to exist. But that wasn't the biggest problem yet. The worst part was that at the head was an obnoxious commander with a very weak aura for such an age. When he saw the girl, he greeted her and said that he had prepared some special training, so let her begin. To him, she looked a lot like a daughter, so he said he wanted to hug her. In the end, he even suggested that we go out to dinner, just the 2 of us. Remembering this man, the girl became very angry. For just as then, he is an abomination to her. Too bad you can't chop it up so you never see it again. In a fit of desperation, she applied for the position of personal knight. But who would have thought she'd be accepted? Thanks to this, her family's life is getting better. She needs to save some more money so her little brother can go to the academy. It was only because of His Highness that so many good things happened to her, so she should definitely repay him. As for Sayana, she said that she had applied for the position of personal knight earlier. The interlocutor sarcastically stated that she only had to go there, given her irrepressible energy. She smiled, saying it would be really cool. In Senegalil's family, one mercenaries who have made a career out of it for years. She grew up among them, constantly moving here and there, for they led a nomadic life. The head of the family once said, as the girl already knows, the last war in the Empire was 30 years ago. Despite the peaceful skies above their heads, it had its disadvantages, because their family made money from the war. It may happen that she will be out of work, and she should find something else to do just in case. He said that he would talk to those old men who insistently wished her a future as a mercenary. Let her go her own way. She was still young and had her whole life ahead of her. The daughter remarked, if her father insisted, it was settled. She will find her business and will definitely come back. Just like that, Sena made a decision and left home. Night training came easily to her. The only hard part was the death of her father while she was away. He had a falling out with a corrupt lord and was brutally murdered. The girl thought he was a stupid father, though she had no right to talk about him like that, because she was all over him, completely out of control when it came to her interests. She found the man who killed her father and beat him up, saying he was a bastard just to line his pockets. It's unclear why he made the nomads look like criminals and ordered them eliminated. He probably has no conscience. The man begged for mercy, but he never got it. Remembering about this situation, the girl still did not regret anything, and even on the contrary was proud of herself. Since then, Sena has been sent away on various pretexts. It got to the point where she was deliberately given the most difficult missions, which eventually led her to try out for private security. Sena is lucky, and she's happy with everything here. His Highness may be lazy, but he's definitely very smart. Every time she looks at him, she thinks he's really cute. She just wants to pet him. He's just an adorable boy. She, in turn, must pay His Highness for the opportunity given to her. As they continued to train hard, the girls thought about how great it would be to protect the Lord for the rest of their lives. Arel Aranesia, though not strong in martial arts, is still brilliant in his own way. He was able to create unprecedented curiosities and support the economy of the Empire in this way. He even helped the second princess more than anyone else, uncovered her aura in such a short time thanks to his theory. So he's a very wise and educated man. At this point, he is 13 years old, and all he does is nothing. At another meeting, the emperor was informed that the third prince would turn 14 next year. A coming-of-age ceremony awaited him. Count Tempest said, since the third prince had performed well, he thought it would not be unreasonable to give him the proper authority during the ceremony. The emperor asked about it, and the interlocutor confirmed it, stating that he was old enough to show himself in government. Arel wondered if they meant to say that he should give Arel the lands. He was told that he had understood correctly, but that he was not already entitled to territories. His Highness slapped the table and thought that these people were just a rascal. To think that they are the only ones who want to exile Arel far away. At that moment, the Count said that the prince had become a very famous figure, both within and outside the Empire, and perhaps His Majesty was planning to make the third prince his successor. These words made the Emperor even angrier. Rising up, he slapped the table hard, asking what nonsense they were talking about. How many times he and all need to be told the heir to the throne will be the first prince. All the more reason for Arel to have no interest in ruling. Then Duke Gast addressed him, asking His Highness not to be angry. But word of mouth spread his achievements across the continent. The aristocrats have already formed a faction supporting the third prince. Thus, things are not at all in favor of the first heir. Public opinion is very fickle. While he's in the capital, many will want to see him on the throne, even if they don't say so explicitly. Does he remember that time, the previous time the situation happened? Arel interrupted the speaker and said that he could continue, but he was informed that it was not only their opinion. Many aristocrats are concerned about the situation. All they want is stability in the empire. The emperor realized that they were all talking about the same thing. They probably wouldn't give up so easily. All these nobles definitely want to get rid of Arel and exile him away from the capital. And surprisingly, that's the desire of the majority. His Highness was once again asked not to disregard their opinions. Then he was forced to say that he would try to honor the request. If he found a suitable territory for him, he would send him there. After receiving the news, the hero wondered what had happened during the meeting, that everything turned out like this. They give him his land from the emperor, so it's pretty clear he's being chased away. He wasn't sad about it though, and just started to smile. He was happy that he would finally have his own land. So, has it all come to pass already? He doesn't care about the throne, not with so many hyenas around him. A territory with a steady income is the way to go. The guy realized that it was just a dream of his own house on his own land. So he did what he had planned a long time ago. Familial is placed in the lands of the north. It snows all year round. In such a cold place you can easily freeze to death. The hero realized that there was not even land ownership here, and the nobles had done their best. To top it all off, his departure date is a month after his coming-of-age ceremony. He only has 1 year left, by which time he should have everything ready. He informed his people that they need to know once they move. They will be on their own. So it is necessary to prepare for difficulties. If they want to leave, he can help them find a new job. And those who cook because of him should continue to work together. People shouted with one voice that they would be together with him. Arel realized, fortunately, most of the people would follow him and the entire alchemist team as well. SAA was disappointed that out of all the places, it was Familial that had been chosen. Hearing her indignation, the boy asked if something was wrong. The girl noted that everything was fine. She had just been there for a year on duty. This surprised the young prince a little. The knight went on to say, "It's not really dangerous out there, just brutally cold. Even the monsters don't poke around there, so in general it's fine." Arel thought unnecessarily, forcing himself to look on the bright side of things. If his wife responds like that, then it's really cold there, and now it's clear why that's where the noble assembly wants to stick him. He went on to state that it wasn't that bad. To be honest, he thought they would send him somewhere worse, like some desert with bloodthirsty monsters, or to some volcano with a fire-breathing dragon dwelling in its vent. If they want to get rid of him, acting is probably the best way to do it, so it's all nothing. Looking at the girls' faces, he didn't understand what was wrong with them, so he asked about it. They stated that they would protect him no matter what. And then it became clear that they had misunderstood him. Soon, when the guards were on guard, Asha asked SAA to tell him the truth. But the girl did not understand what she was talking about. She noticed that she was talking about her story. SAA asked if she had noticed, though she thought His Highness realized it too. "It's just like she said, it's really very cold there, and it's also wilderness. The reason the knights sent to Familial back then was to destroy the monsters that had escaped there." I looked at the reaction of my interlocutor. She asked if she really wanted to stay. But Asha said indignantly that she'd had enough of joking. She, in turn, would follow the Lord wherever he went. She just didn't think he would be put out so soon. SAA, for her part, thought there was no cause for concern, because she saw the look in his eyes. His Highness was definitely up to something. No matter how much she looked into his eyes, she couldn't see any despair or disappointment in them, and that's why she's sure that everything will be very good. Asha said that she understood everything, and thought she would have to send a letter to her relatives. That's what her interlocutor was going to do. At this time, the protagonist was glad to be done with the documents and blueprints too. At the same time, he is not clear what to do about his mother. She hasn't told him anything, but I'm sure she's very upset. Even though he's ordered not to tell anyone what territory he's been assigned, he's worried about his mother's safety. And Kania's too. Something needs to be worked out. Some kind of sphere needs to be created to communicate with her, or an emergency teleporter. Perhaps a specialist needs to be hired. That's a problem, because you have to think things through very well. Plus, you probably need to start preparing for the move early. But isn't this harsh land the perfect place for a professional like him? Soon, the first step of preparation for Exile began. The lined-up wizards asked His Highness how they could help him. The hero saw the familiar peon, and realized that he had brought his students. Earlier, he asked to find the magician, but who would have thought that he would turn out to be his old acquaintance? He further asked his interlocutor if he would keep it all a secret, and he swore he wouldn't tell anyone anything. Holding out a sketch, the gentleman said he wanted them to do something on short notice. The wizard wondered what it was because it was clearly something out of the ordinary, and he was simply dumbfounded when he familiarized himself with the prince's plan. That's why he asked His Highness if he'd designed it himself or if someone had helped him. Arel pointed out that it was his idea, an updated version of the Sage Necklace. This artifact that activates a person's brain, similar to the one he gave to Kania. Payan this time found out, according to these schemes, the effect will be twice that of the original, but the production costs only 1/10 of the cost. It is unclear how the young prince came up with such an ingenious idea. The boy was just asking if they could do it, or if it was too complicated. The wizard said that the blueprint was perfect, so it wouldn't be too difficult to make it. However, since he is familiar with creating the original artifact, he has a bit of difficulty. The hero realized that he is afraid to create an improved version of someone else's artifact, and he is going to relieve him of his insecurities. so pulled out a pouch filled with gold coins and declared that it would be his for silence. Soon another one came along, and this one was for materials and labor costs. And there was also a health bonus and money up front to participate in future projects. The man just couldn't believe his eyes. He and his disciples bowed before His Highness and told her they would do their best for him. Arel was really satisfied. As expected, money was the best way to solve all problems. So, let us know the cost is fine, and he will wait for the results. He wants them to do the work within a month, so wondering if that's possible. Payan stated that the man would just provide it to them, and that was it. The boy realized that this man's favor was worth the cost. From that moment on, he was at his beck and call. Later, this man and his apprentices arrived and claimed that they had made the new necklaces of the Sage of Srebrelas as he had ordered, and the hero asked not to be called that, while thinking about who would have thought they would finish the job in only 10 days. Though now he knows their true potential, and the quality is excellent, so Payan did a good job. He further said that he was satisfied with everything, and now it was time to start mass production. The man asked how many copies he needed. Pointing with his hand, the gentleman informed him that 50 would suffice for the first time. The wizard reported that he understood everything, and let only him provide it to them. But his subordinates were simply shocked. Sent the new subordinates to work. Boy thought they needed to live in his skin too, and then they wouldn't be so fidgety. After that, it was time for the second step of preparation for exile. At nighttime, he and his knight rode in a carriage. Asha asked His Highness where they were going. If he needed something, he could order them to get it, and that was it. Arel said they wouldn't help with that. He needed to choose for himself, so he was going personally. The girl kept wondering, but what they were ultimately going for. The young prince had no choice but to reveal that the place they were headed to was a slave market. This really surprised the interviewer, and she didn't hide her surprise. She asked what other slaves. She had a strong feeling that she was being held by authority, but the boy noticed that she misunderstood him. In her opinion, he had to chase the slaves, calling them pathetic to get them to work. Arel couldn't believe she'd seriously thought that about him. It had to be something like that, and by the end of it, it means what she thinks of him. The girl had no choice but to apologize. Though what else comes to mind when it comes to buying slaves? It's a hell of a lot of screaming and crying, and maybe even a shameless theft of children from their parents. But in reality, it turned out to be quite the opposite. Upon seeing the place, the boy said it was much cleaner than he expected. Asha reported that if the slaves get sick, it will be a big problem. So we need to keep an excellent eye on that. That's when a representative of the place came to them, stating that she was absolutely right. It was a place of carefully selected and healthy labor force. He has noticed that their role market is truly great and multifaceted, and he welcomes His Imperial Highness Prince Arel. He further informed him that he was the manager of this place, and let him call him simply Yang. The boy pointed out that there was no need to address him by his full title, for he had brought him here as a client. Besides, he looks who has heard of him. The interlocutor said that it was natural, therefore he should be especially courteous to him. So he asked to proceed. Their organization abides by the laws impeccably, so you shouldn't question it. They sell and buy labor exclusively. That's why the prince doesn't have much to worry about. As he continued, Asha told the gentleman that they were mostly those who couldn't pay their taxes and were in debt. Arel asked if that was how one became a slave. The girl noted that it was true. It was sometimes the only option to avoid starvation. Ian went on to say that most of the guys here are just like that. Although there are some thieves and criminals. But he doesn't have to worry about that. They aren't offered by them. The hero wondered if he knew he was coming because he had prepared for this visit. And there's nothing to dig into. In his office, the manager asked His Highness which ones he wanted specifically. Prince stated that he needs different ones and more, and asked if that would be a problem. The interlocutor noted that this was true and asked how much he needed. The answer dumbfounded him, for he had heard that 150 at least were needed. Looking at this reaction, the hero thought it was a lot. But the man said that it was not so easy, would have to draw on the resources of branches outside the capital. But they would find it with no problem. At that, he asked if he could find out why he wanted so much. Arel asked not to worry. He wasn't planning anything terrible. And there was only one request. He wants the man to divide the slaves into groups of 4 or 5, based on their kinship or familiarity. Ian said that the task was not easy, but it was not uncommon for an entire family to be sold into slavery. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the subordinates that had brought the information to him, and asked the gentleman to familiarize himself with them. Prince stated that is not a bad thing. Those who can read are listed separately and that will come in handy, and further asked if he could send them to the places he needed them, to which he agreed. Arel said that a deal had to be made and asked Asha to bring the gold. She brought him in, and the slave manager immediately blossomed. He shouted that it was a pleasure to cooperate with him. From that day on, he was their most privileged customer. Then the hero realized that money really does decide everything. Soon they were on their way home. Asha asked if he was still not going to say what he was going to do with the slaves, especially in such numbers. The guy noted that he wanted to replenish the human resource of his new lands. And the more of them there are, the much better. There's hardly anyone living in that desolate land. Then what's the point of being lord of a land with no people? And the slaves he bought will make that start. Only 50 pieces so far? He'll gift the artifacts to each family and train what they need. Then they will be more productive and pay for themselves quickly. The girl was surprised again, and the boy noticed that she had a perpetually surprised look on her face. He, for his part, is not going to die quietly and peacefully out there in the cold. We need to find a way to maximize the life of the territory that belongs to him. Also thought it would be for the benefit of my own comfort. It's all about an idle life of abundance. We need to recruit and train people in advance so that there will be someone to run errands in Familial. Let everyone just wait a little while. Never see everything for themselves. After a while, the boy thought it was bad when the chick flew away from the nest. The hardest part is the moment of saying goodbye to your home and loved ones. While he was thinking about it, his mom knocked on his door and asked if he was busy. He asked her to come in. He immediately saw her saddened face, and Lifana rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. She asked if it would be possible to speak to His Majesty again. The son pointed out that it doesn't need to be done. Let her not worry about him. He will write to her often. Besides, they have a whole year in reserve, so there is no need to cry. Just like that look, he sent her away. And also thought about having to keep the place he's being sent to a secret, and he'll only tell her the moment you're all set. That way she'll be less worried about him living on his own. Kania's training was even more furious than usual. The girl couldn't believe what had happened and said it was unacceptable. She screamed, stating that she refused to accept it, and, glaring angrily at her sparring partners, asked the next one to step out. Even though they were scared, the girl told them to hit with all their might. Otherwise, they will be seriously harmed. Kania didn't think Arel would just leave the capital like that. All because of those pesky nobles. She, for her part, could understand the situation on the boy's part, but could not accept it. And the most dangerous part is that he's known about it for 6 months, but he only told her now. So, is it because he thought it was impossible to change anything? In fact, he just didn't want to talk about it, as he knew she'd get really pissed off. The princess was really angry, because she couldn't just let him go like that. Her sparring partners were even more wary, for they sensed a strong aura. When emotions run high, mana swirls up inside the body and pours out. It was exactly as Arel had planned. On that day, the youngest swordmaster and the third strongest in the history of the Empire was born. The reason for this was her obsession with her younger brother. But, of course, no one will ever know. The protagonist suddenly remembered his first life. It happened because of a familiar feeling. Before he went off to serve, time flew quite fast. But after he got the subpoena, it was like it slowed down. And now the boy realized that the feeling was recurring again. At this point, he was already 14 years old. The banquet for his coming of age was in full swing. Those present congratulated His Highness, noting how much he had grown. The boy thought he needed more soporific speeches than anything else. He thanked Sir Parnell, for his wisdom would be remembered forever. He realized how much he was fed up with him and hoped he would just disappear. Compared to his first birthday, it was hard to breathe in the hall now. Age had allowed him to pretend to be asleep then. But now he had to smile and wave, feeling ridiculous while doing so. Those present felt that it was a celebration not only for the Lord, but for all the citizens of the great empire. For many, however, it was also the day the prince would finally leave the palace. Arel had no doubt that was what they thought. He was annoyed by their pretense, and another congratulatory message only reinforced that feeling. For a moment there was the thought of making a little fuss. But as soon as his mother, who was nearby, turned to him in a whisper and waved her hand, it was clear that while she was watching, it was necessary to behave with dignity. In a month's time, all these people will be a thing of the past, and he will no longer see their faces. In honor of the farewell, he is willing to show them a little mercy. The Empress also arrived with congratulations, marking his entry into adulthood. She reminded him that he now has his own lands, which is an important development. It was also mentioned that Lifana was likely upset. The thought of her presence at the royal feast was not a happy one, but it was not unexpected. He wasn't going to express his opinion. so he just gave a neutral answer. In any case, the parting was inevitable, and therefore there was no point in dragging it out. The woman added that Exile would also miss him, as he had improved his sword skills greatly thanks to Arel. As a token of gratitude, the Empress decided to give a gift. The hero was sure in advance that it would turn out to be something suspicious. However, he was presented with a fox fur coat, naming it one of Familial's most famous goods. The predictability of what was happening only confirmed his hunches, making him wonder about possible hidden agendas. There was little doubt about it, though. Exile wasn't one to readily accept anyone's help, much less thank them for it. A person with enough power and the right support is quite capable of getting things done. However, wasn't it obvious who was behind it all? It seemed like just another taunt, presented under the guise of an exquisite gift. Any outrage would only put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, keeping calm and smiling sweetly, he expressed his sincere gratitude to his elder brother and promised to personally thank him later. Regardless of the distance, they were united by blood, which meant they would always support each other despite any obstacles. Elia noted that it was an act of generosity, but the boy replied that he didn't see it as a big deal. He knew he had to keep his temper in check, but the urge to get even with the culprit right here and now was too strong. One could only hope that the day when they would have to tell each other the whole truth would never come. After a while, the protracted banquet finally came to an end. Arel seemed to have forgotten something, but there was no way he could remember what it was. At that moment, a girl sitting nearby caught his attention. It was Kania. The boy wondered if she had always been so quiet. It seemed she was still angry that he had informed her of his departure too late. "You should have apologized before you left." The girl interrupted his musings, and he couldn't understand what exactly she was up to. The expression on her face was too strange, as if she were about to do something crazy. A gut feeling told me that she was preparing something unexpected. It was obvious that her act would create more trouble for him. At that moment, the princess approached her father and addressed him. The man remarked that this was not the best time to talk, so he suggested that the discussion be postponed. However, the daughter insisted, claiming she had to say it right now. Her next words shocked everyone. She declared that she was going to follow Arel. This statement really surprised everyone in attendance. This surprised even the protagonist. He couldn't understand what she was thinking. He wished the girl's mother would enlighten her daughter. But she seemed to be preoccupied with something else. Although, when you think about it, you could expect anything from her. The Emperor was furious, saying that it was no longer funny. He wondered if she really had nothing else to do since she had decided to follow her brother. Arel thought he was saying that in vain. Of all the Emperor's children, Kania was the most stubborn and determined, especially when it came to arguments. However, the question remained as to why she would follow him in the first place. The girl suddenly declared that she was going to be his personal knight. This surprised him even more. The Emperor interrupted her abruptly, saying he had had enough, and demanded to know if she knew what she was talking about. In his opinion, it didn't matter how good she was with a sword. However, Kania objected, arguing that it was the most important thing, as she had only recently reached the level of master. Her words caused even more amazement among those present. Even Arel was stunned to hear this news. Arel couldn't believe it at all, for Kania was only 19 years old. The only other person who had reached that level at that age was the late Emperor. To demonstrate her strength, the princess grabbed a weapon from the nearest knight, then stated that if she wasn't believed, she was prepared to prove it, and suggested that anyone who valued their lives should step away. After saying those words, she immediately released a powerful stream of mana. Using her power, she extended the blade. Then, in one motion, she cut the cake that stood in the distance, along with the table. Arel couldn't believe what she was doing. For all present, however, the spectacle was enough. They realized that Kania had truly reached the level of a swordmaster. It seemed incredible considering her young age. After that, the princess calmly informed her father that she had been thinking about this decision for a long time, and now she had finally made up her mind. She didn't want to marry a man she didn't even know. Far better to follow Arel into unknown lands and help her younger brother on his difficult journey. She preferred the path of a knight and protector, seeing it as her true purpose. The hero was pleased to hear that. It seemed that one more word and he would let out a stingy male tear, but it was better not to bring it to that. She was literally giving up her role as princess in front of everyone. While it may have seemed like a joke, the consequences clearly did not bode well. The guy wondered if she really realized the seriousness of her decision. The case was gaining momentum, and there was no getting away with it now. She didn't know what the hell had possessed her to do this. Suddenly it dawned on him. It was actually he himself who had encouraged her to do such a thing. However, now was not the time for regret. He had to stop her. But as soon as he spoke, Kania declared that if that wasn't enough, she would prove her resolve. Turning around, she headed toward her younger brother. Then, holding her weapon in her hands like a true knight, dropped to one knee in front of him. She pronounced that the sword that had accompanied her throughout her life would henceforth be her support in the future. She dedicates it to her younger brother and takes a knight's oath to him. Kania Ernizia vows to always be at his side and remove any obstacles in his path. From now on, she will be his loyal knight until death do them part. Those present were discouraged, realizing that they had just witnessed an actual oath of knighthood. The protagonist wondered if this could be considered valid, because officially the sister had no right to do so. She had not yet received a knighthood and had not agreed with anyone. There was one problem, however. It was that too many people witnessed what was happening. A knight's oath is far from empty words, especially when it comes from a master swordsman. Anyone who's been here will take it seriously. It was unclear to Arel whether she did it on purpose. From the outside, it looked like caring for his younger brother. But in reality, he realized that this act was paving a better future for him. The bewildered expression on the Emperor's face spoke for itself, as was the condition of the girl's mom, who almost passed out. But it was another individual present who was the angriest of all. It was the Empress that thought she was about to get rid of the problem. But now there was another one. Arel saw her angry face and he thought it was funny, but he couldn't understand why the tears were coming. He was still thinking about it for the first time on, looks like his birthdays are doomed. End in some shit. So never going to celebrate them again. After that unfortunate day, things continued to go on as usual. It was time for Arel to leave. He packed his things and began to say goodbye. The maid and his mother came out to say goodbye to him and told him that time flies very fast. It seems like only yesterday he was born, but he is already very old. He informed everyone that he would be visiting her, so you shouldn't worry about him. Lifana then informed him that he has no idea how much she cares, especially when he remembered how often he cried as a child for any reason. The boy wondered if he was even a crier, though it didn't matter now. His mother kept saying that his body was quite weak. If anything happened, let him seek medical help immediately. Arel noted that he understood everything, and everything would be fine. Next, he was going to tell the place where he was sent, but his mother said she didn't have to go on, because she already knew everything. This surprised the boy, and he wondered if she knew, and he had kept it all a secret. Lifana saw his surprised face, and asked how could a mother not know something about her child. Then the boy realized that it was true. They were all helpless in front of their mother. The woman informed her it didn't matter at all where they were sending him, because he was the smartest boy she had. So she won't say how worried she is about him anymore, and just ask my son to be more careful. The boy was very pleased to hear that, so he asked his mom to take care of herself as well. Family separation is always sad. Even though the boy could return at any moment on the shower, it was hard. Soon the caravan with him had already arrived in the snowy lands. This is the northernmost part of the Empire's frozen land at the foot of the icy mountains. The guy is going to conquer these lands that no one dares to set foot on. Soon he couldn't understand who had sent him here, for he definitely wished him dead. He shouted that it was okay though, because even in a volcano he would find a way to survive. Of course, who was riding along with him shouted that he'd had enough of the bullshit. The boy thought that the magical items for heating knew their business, and it was warm inside. And his sister asked why he had spent so much money on heating artifacts in the carriage, and it was so warm. He didn't understand who would say that. Didn't she even know that a dress in this cold was at the very least illogical? Next, he used the power of his own eyes, and he realized his little sister was using a mana cocoon. He hadn't taught her that, so it must be self-preservation instinct. He stated that the sister's abilities were truly astounding. Kania asked what he meant, if not everyone could do that. Arel asked her not to ask people for the best, because they might get punched. He further inquired if she would regret going along with him. The girl was indignant, talking about whether he was already tired of her company. She grabs his cheek and he informs her that he wasn't talking about that. He asks if she regrets her decision to stay with him. Kania decided to go north with him as his personal knight. He spent a whole day talking the Emperor into excusing himself, but even so, she didn't want to stay and went with him. The princess thought for a moment, then said she had no regrets. She thinks it's a great opportunity. She also asked if she'd ever told you about it. If she had stayed in the palace, she would definitely have been married off this year. Arel, I get it because she's really 19 now. I'm surprised she wasn't married off sooner. I can see why she wanted to go with him. Her sister, like him, doesn't like restrictions, so it's understandable. The girl now pleased him and informed him that she would be free from that day forward. The hero asked, and who she was chosen as a groom. She noted that she did not know because she refused without even looking. Let him consider himself wildly lucky the wedding didn't happen. She would have made his married life unbearable if he'd tried. The boy thought it was true. Let this unknown guy say thank you. After a little while, they finally did arrive at the new owned property. The protagonist had 1,000 soldiers at his disposal, and there were also 200 slaves who would become the new residents of the place. He also has his entire retinue of alchemists and maids. Thus, he was immediately going to set about creating his own paradise. First, the defense of familial must be established. This task fell to Asha and SAA. As for Kania, as much as the boy feels sorry for her, he doesn't want to give her the job. It's just that she'd tear up the knights' barracks in no time at all, and she'd be fine with it. However, she herself worked with Nevsky's army of your concern. The total population of Familial is about 10,000. They are all scattered around 12 small villages. The first thing the hero thought to do was to make a road to them. Most of them are hunters and gatherers who have lived here for centuries. No one has moved in or out of here for 100 years, so the population has continued to drop. This area is not just poor, it is on its way to oblivion. The palace doesn't even collect taxes from them. They just blacklist the place and ignore it. I wonder if there was even a cantata landlord here. Suddenly he found the ledger, which meant he was only with the lands after all. He didn't do well. Because of the shortage of money he had borrowed, he would have been mad in no time. The hero thought it was just bullying, and he had already decided it couldn't get any worse. At least he's doing some good. He's an example of what Arel better not become. You have to do everything yourself and hope there's something to see. There aren't many people, but there are a lot of trees, and wood is good. It may be necessary to try to produce paper. Paper is a valuable thing in this world, so it's worth a try. His other products are still selling steadily, so there's nothing to worry about. On that, he decided the right to meet him. If the past lord turned out to be a fool who rules this territory in vain, boy, they sure need them. So he ordered all the village chiefs to be gathered. It is necessary not to miss a few of them and be sure to bring them to him personally. After quite a bit of time, they all arrived at his place. Arel immediately began evaluating them. As expected from the inhabitants of the Ice Valley, they are all well-fed and strong. They could tear wolves apart with their hands. Upon arrival, they greeted the new lord. The hero introduces himself, stating that his name is Arel Ernesia, and he asks to be remembered well. He also promises that he will be a lord for them to rely on. He realized that in their eyes they were just a child who had been empowered. She probably didn't believe him, but he won't let them look down on him either. So he turned to one of the headmen and said that he looked quite young. He had asked only the headmen to gather, so this was unacceptable. The interlocutor immediately fell to the ground and said that his father was the headman of his village until last year, but passed away, so he took his place. The gentleman reported that he understood everything. That being said, he knew it from the reports he had been going over all night, not that he wanted to get to him, but he just wanted to let them know that he was the authority here. The boy went on to say that they were going to have a long conversation. They must have been very tired on the way here, so why not continue the conversation at the table? Those present were a little surprised at such a statement. The hero knew what low-class people hated the most. Of course, it's lunch with the boss at the boss's desk. You can't eat a normal meal. Truth be told, he didn't really want to eat anything. I mean, look at the faces on those headmen's faces. To lighten the mood, he asked why they were so tense. The youngest headman said that they were very happy. Arel wasn't particularly fond of this atmosphere either. They couldn't imagine how much he had been preparing for this meeting. Soon one of the attendees did open his dish and was amazed. The hero indicated that he'd like to treat them to something better, but that's all he has for now. And they immediately shouted to him that he was wrong, for they were already grateful to him for this one. The boy realized that these people agreed with whatever he said, but it's really a simple dish for now. He doesn't have a lot of money for luxury food. The headman, who tasted the meat with surprise, asked if there was added salt. Arel knew very well that salt was very valuable here, and salted meat is considered a delicacy. Despite being a lore of such people, eating what they do, he shows his closeness to the people. After all, he wants to be a wise lord to all these people. The boy further reported that he thought the former lord had given them quite a bit of trouble. If the lord doesn't consider the opinion of the people, it's pretty hard, but it's going to be different now. In his opinion, continuing to do what they have been forced to do for 10 years is a road to nowhere. Hunting can certainly feed them, but it can't go on forever. That's why from now on, he will give them some instructions that will seem incomprehensible. The only thing he can do in this situation is to ask in advance. He immediately stood up and told them to just trust him in whatever it was. Looking at him, those present realized that His Highness was very cool. They thought he was really like a great prince. Arel asked what it was that they had made up for themselves. There was no need to build a cult around him. Either way, he wants them to follow his instructions. If they do their best, he will let them and their men forget about the endless foraging for food. Already now he wanted to communicate the first decree. He knows that they are already aware of it, but he wants them to welcome the people he has brought with him. The hero knew that the slaves needed to be dispersed to their villages and settled. They were all freed and could live here in peace with their families. Those who are good at something will work directly for him. An old-timer reported that they could accept them easily, but the question is whether other residents would accept them. The Lord knew that even if they were freed from slavery, the status wall was hard to break down. From the residents' point of view, they are just outcasts. But he asked them not to worry, for only asking without self-mutilation, and not for that easy. Thus, he hopes that they will be able to negotiate it. The interlocutors were a little wary of this, and said they would do their best. The meeting was soon concluded, and the headmen left the fortress. The young head of the village asked the older one if the past lords were the same. He replied that compared to the previous ones, he thought this one was still a bit strange. Most of the lords showed no interest in this territory, since these lands were like a place of exile for them. The last lord tried to do something about it, but he ignorantly made a lot of trouble. A lot of people even got hurt back then. And now a new lord has arrived, a young boy who just recently had his coming-of-age ceremony. So the man at first thought it couldn't get any worse. Thought about why he had come here. He hoped that at least he wouldn't do something stupid like the previous lord. But looked at this boy's eyes, he understood everything. This man is not like everyone else. The interlocutor asked if there is hope for them now. The old man noted that he didn't know that. They would see, but for now they would have to trust him. Soon the knight brought some kind of paper to the lord. He was lying on Sena's lap, who asked if he was looking through the papers that the servants had already sorted out. The boy noted that it was true he had some things to check. When he first took possession of the land and the population was about 10,000. But after checking, it was 9,651. Including the villagers, whom he had counted, it was about 9,800. The girl noted that the decrease in population here was quite natural. Still understood it and said, while the Lord was changing, the leakage was already in full swing. But I wonder where they go now. The number of newborns is also quite small and the poverty of the land is to blame. The hero realized, even considering his fortune of 450,000 gold he had brought with him and his expenses to settle the money would be enough for 50 years. These aristocratic and necessary purposely shoved him here to wallow in the mire of local problems. I'm sure they're hoping he'll die soon. The hero noticed, so the girl says farming is not an option either. She reported that it was true. The former lord went bankrupt precisely because he ceased to develop farming here. The boy then informed that the rascal was originally dumb. Next thing I knew, I was thinking that only gathering and hunting were possible. So are these really the only options for earning money? Suddenly he had a great idea. Time to take advantage of a plan very skillful hands. And so he set out to bring about the first reform for the dying territory. And the place to start was the road. There are potholes everywhere, which causes a lot of accidents. And there are no signs or any semblance of a fence anywhere. In short, no one has ever taken care of the roads here. Soon the people from the villages received the plan to develop roads in Familial. Someone reported, they say, that the Lord is hiring people for the job and promises to make it all happen. So that's what they were talking about the other day. Since all expenses will be covered by the Lord, why don't they give it a try? So they soon led to the appointed place, and were really surprised to see what was going on. The man reported that he thought it would be quite a massive undertaking, judging by the plan. Arel stated that it is fine even if it takes longer than what is stated. He is still paying them as much as they will be entitled to. The new workers thanked him for it and said they would do their best. And the boy thought that the power of money was colossal. And now he was really enjoying it all a lot, because he is very much into watching others work, but only from the sidelines. But such is the truth of this world. If you want to eat, earn. Soon his road was already built. He informed the employees that it was a great job. Now the people can be reached comfortably, so let them keep working. The second reform was directly related to the dying territory. The hero arrived at the merchant and the merchant asked what other trading company. He doesn't know about other places, but Familial is bad. The boy only grabbed him and held out a pouch of gold coins, asking him how about just doing his job. At that moment, The interlocutor could not refuse him. Arel knew he needed to start by establishing a trade in essentials for the locals. He will give them orders from the trading company he runs. This will attract not only locals, but also itinerant traders with exclusive goods. A trade indeed, this would be a big step forward. Finally, it was time for one last reform for the dying territory. Putting the papers on the table, the hero asked Darman what he would say about it, if it was possible. The alchemist looked and asked the prince if he really wanted to produce paper. The guy nodded affirmatively and knew that paper certainly existed here, but it's of poor quality and placated by simply steaming the pressed fibers. And even this technology is from abroad, so no one in the Empire knows anything about it. Because of its high price, only people of high status can buy the paper. It seems that the hero has only seen it in the Imperial library. Most people use parchment paper, and then only in dire necessity. Darman stated that paper is certainly a valuable item. He thinks its production will turn out to be very profitable. But the problem is that no one knows how to produce it. Does the gentleman have such a development? The hero immediately smiled and asking would he offer such a thing if you were not her. The interlocutor, though astonished, said it was expected of him. But what about the competitors? Lord stated that they are not a problem. They will produce a brand new paper. If the alchemist wanted to contradict him now, just let him take a look at this special equipment they were using. Taking the document in his hands, the man was simply amazed. He reported that this equipment and flawless, though he doubts they could build it themselves. They're experts in alchemy. It's one thing to make chemical elements and medicines, but designing machines is a different matter. The local blacksmiths could hardly forge something like this. Though if they were dwarves from the capital, then it would be possible. Arel had completely forgotten about the dwarves. There's not a few of them in the Empire. Besides, they take orders. They say they can do anything, no matter how complicated. After weighing everything, he reported that it was a great idea to spend the money. It was his job. But his subordinates asked His Highness to reinstate himself. Dwarves are not the kind of people in front of whom you can mindlessly shake money. The hero asked if they didn't like money because it was strange. Darman reported because of their pride they would rather order and where they can show off their skills. This the gentleman was not happy about. And the man went on to say if they didn't like him, they would easily refuse regardless of the amount of money and the identity of the customer. Arel wondered if the pride in his own craftsmanship was too exorbitant. He wondered if someone really thought of the experience and knowledge that could be gained by working on an order instead of the high pay. And if such orders dry up, they are probably going to starve. Suddenly the alchemist said he would ask his fellow dwarves about it. The prince rejoiced, telling him to give it a try. They were sure they would be interested in this blueprint, so Arel laid it all on him. A few days later in the gnome village, the forge was bustling with work, as usual. The old man shouted, "No idling! If they didn't finish this job, there would only be more tomorrow." Suddenly, the master was informed that he had received a letter. He asked what kind of letter, if it was from those Imperial scoundrels again. I wonder what those obnoxious princes want this time. Let him send them, for he has everything scheduled until next year. This old man's name is Aiken, and he is a blacksmith. The guy wasn't going anywhere, so the old man shouted out if he couldn't hear him. The interlocutor hesitated and said it wasn't that simple. The sender is an alchemist who came to him 10 years ago. The blacksmith realized who he was talking about and asked if it was Darman. The letter came from familial, wondering what he forgot there. We'll have to see. After reading this, the master stood still for a few seconds. He further informed Ben that he was leaving everything to him for a while. The subordinate was surprised by this. Aiken, on the other hand, stated that he needed to discuss it with the rest of the guys soon. Ben wondered if there was something so important in the letter. His face changed so quickly. I wondered what it said. Soon many dwarves were distracted from their work. They asked the old man what the hell was going on. They had a lot of work to do and he called them here. If he has so much free time, and let him just have a drink and relax. One of the blacksmiths asked what all the fuss was about. The old man said it was very simple. There's an interesting drawing here. The customer is from familial, and he is also the designer. One of those present wondered if he was saying such a thing. Don't let it be said that he called them here for this. Aiken remarked that he thought so too at first, that it was just another piece of nonsense. But let them just look at the blueprint he has. From what they saw, those present were simply amazed. Aiken remarked that he understood their surprise. This is the blueprints of the paper machine. I wonder if they remember how 5 years ago a guy from the East wanted to create something like this and approached them. The interlocutor remarked that it had happened. After all, they never lived up to his expectations. Then he was so humiliated that he almost put the hammer away. Aiken played on this, and remarked that familial now had the development of a machine that they had failed to create 5 years ago, and they need their help in realizing the project. Those present were immediately interested, looking at him. Then the master smiled and said if they didn't want to, he could handle it himself. But who declared that would not be the case, and they have plenty of work to do without him. Aiken asked out of his own laughter, for his students would handle it just fine on their own, and he would be handling this project, so I wonder who would be with him. A silent pause hung in the room for a few seconds. The men started breaking in, saying they were in, and they even started fighting already. Aiken realized, as expected, everyone wanted it. The blueprint had them all very interested. In order to calm those present, he shouted at them, asked them to cover their mouths and plug their heads in. It wasn't clear what would happen to the forge if they all left, so he would only take half. And now it is still necessary to decide who will go and who will not. Smith agreed with him, but asked how it would be resolved. Soon Ben arrived at the master's house and wanted to ask something, but inside the room he saw a real beating between the dwarves. If you can't negotiate, you need to use your fists. Such is the holy rule of the dwarven blacksmiths of Aiken. Eventually Ben realized that the fight was starting again, so he'd stop by another time. While at his manor, Arel thought it would take at least 5 days in the new one to give his answer. I wonder what he would do now. Of course he's going to rest. As if there's anything better than that. Lying around and loafing is sacred and let the world wait. Next, he just decided to take a little nap. Suddenly he heard some terrible sound that disturbed him. Arel rose indignantly, not realizing who was there throttling over his ear at such a moment as this, out of spite. Suddenly he saw Fry at his window and was amazed, not realizing it's happening to him. He can fly, of course, but not with such speed and trajectory. And besides, he's not too high. At this time, Kania was trying to catch her griffin. Fortunately for the baby, she was successful in doing so. The girl declared that this is the way to fly. She would help him, so let him fly. After saying that, she immediately launched it upwards with all her might. Arel walked up to her and asked what she was doing. I wondered what the pet had done to her, if it had torn her dress. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, because he didn't do anything. The hero then inquired why she was bullying him. The sister indignantly stated that she was not bullying anyone. She's just training him because someone has to do it. The boy wondered what kind of training, because this was a nightmare. If one were to delve into the backstory, it was at the very beginning of the distribution of duties that Sister Kania was a bit left out. The princess's daily routine is first thing is food. Next, she's off to train her abilities. And of course, at the end of it all, a nap and then a repeat. That's how the one who can't stay in one place for too long has a lot of energy stored up. Naturally, she decided to take it out on the whole plant on a frolicking Fry. Caught in the act, if I may say so. Now, Kania was saying that he would become a riding beast in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to develop his speed. Her brother asked how on earth she was going to do it. Not by throwing it. The sister again indignantly said that he had misunderstood everything, and therefore let them stay out of the way. The hero wondered if her brain had atrophied as her muscles grew. Seriously, she needs to be taken out before it's too late. Give that destructive energy some kind of outlet. Although it made him cry on his vacation. I wonder how the brothers and sisters are having fun. How many lives he never realized. He had blood relatives in his past lives, but their relations could hardly be called warm. The most normal relationship was one in which they never spoke once until they died. He's a pro, of course, but something went wrong here. And that's when he took the griffin away from his sister. Then he tossed him up and told him to fly away from here. Kania asked what it was he was doing, and the boy replied that he was saving a poor griffin. Next, he thought, it's never too late to learn how to be an educated younger brother. So stated, since Fry has flown away, he wants her to play with him. The game they chose turned out to be chess. He defeated Arel by checkmate. My sister was clearly not comfortable with this game. She screamed hysterically that she couldn't play that. The boy couldn't even think about the chessboard being flipped in his face. His sister at that moment kept yelling that she didn't like the game, and he could at least pitch in for decency. Then Arel thought that he didn't want to play it himself, but entertainment was scarce in the north. At least chess would keep him from getting bored. So he asked Kania not to be angry and suggested he try again. Also have her use the artifact he gave her. It would help her think more broadly, though thought she wouldn't be helped by his experience playing chess 100 times more than the average person. Perhaps one should really give in to her. Soon they began a new chess game again. The princess continued to pick a move and thought long and hard. A friend of the protagonist noticed that the magic stone around her neck was cracked. Afterward, he noticed that sister was very angry. She pulled out her weapon and shouted that she didn't want to play that, and because of the words she said, She cut the chessboard into 4 pieces. Arel reflected that chess was the most suitable option to pump the mind. The girl further remarked that it seemed that they would never play chess again. The brother remarked that it was understandable. She had broken the board. Then he realized he didn't even know what else to play with her. I had to think of something. To do so, I asked her what she usually does. Thinking briefly, she stated that she works out a lot, so maybe she needs to work out. The guy didn't like that prospect, wondering if she was training all the time, if she was bored. Such a fidgety person, he could never have a good rest. And he had to think about what to do in this situation. And while he pondered, both their stomachs began to rumble. That's why the guy said it was lunchtime. So asked if my sister wanted to try cooking something together. She was really wary, wondering if he wanted to cook. The boy noted that he really wanted to answer that. It would be fun. Kania then asked if it was mandatory. The hero didn't realize if she was definitely a knight. They are required to be able to cook food for themselves after all. Since ancient times, knights have been more than just guards. They went on expeditions to destroy monsters, and they last for over a week. So does the girl think she can starve for all that time? Moreover, if you don't know about food and its processing, you can easily get food poisoning. Cooking is an important aspect of everyone's life. Therefore, it is imperative for the sister to learn how to cook. Kania felt very sad about it, yet it still agreed. Arel asked not to worry about the party and would help. She also thought it was a great opportunity, but it was kind of weird, of course, teaching her older sister how to cook. He's her little brother, after all. Soon they arrived in the kitchen, and the boy asked if she was ready, which got an affirmative answer. He then announced that tonight's meal would be a meat stew. It is a fairly simple dish that is prepared with a moderate amount of ingredients. It is the most common soldier's army during a camping trip. It is simple to prepare, and most people like it because it is the most ideal option. The boy just hopes that everything will turn out okay, and it will not come to food poisoning. Next, he watched intently as his sister chopped vegetables. Speaking of coping, she handles them pretty well. The sister pointed out that it was easy. Brother reported the next step when she has chopped all the ingredients is to put them in the pot. Next, let them add some seasoning, and cooks until the ingredients are no longer raw. Soon their dish was ready. It was the first one Kania had ever had. The girl happily announced that it had turned out and asked her brother if he liked it. The boy remarked that she was really not bad for a first-timer and wondered how she was doing herself. If she learns to cook even better, she can handle a hike of any length and in any terrain. So he thought that was the end of the task of entertaining his sister. Once he had eaten, he would lie down and take a nap for an hour. Just as he was thinking that, he was approached by a subordinate. He was very excited and dirty, talking about how he had some urgent news for the prince. The hero pondered, telling her not to bother him today. It seems that this really serious thing happened, and since they disobeyed his order. So he asked what was going on. The interlocutor dumbfounded him by saying that the delegation of one had brought one. Arel just couldn't believe it. He asked in what sense it had arrived, and the servant said with horror that the agriculturists had threatened to kill him if he did not bring the prince immediately. So he begs the Lord not to leave him to be torn apart. The boy raised that the dwarves had indeed arrived, but why so quickly? Soon he was thinking that he was glad, in any case, that they had at least agreed to help. We should proceed according to the plan, and for the moment it was better not to be lazy. But anyway, he didn't think she'd be here so soon. It is necessary to receive them with dignity, so I decided to welcome the honored dwarves. Aiken interrupted him and got very close, asking if he was the kid who came up with that. Naturally, Asa didn't like it, so she immediately went over and rounded the old man away from the boy with her spear, saying that was rude, so have him apologize to the prince immediately. The gnome smiled, saying that the energy was really strong for a girl, and she kept insisting with you. He apologized. The boy asked in a whisper not to say such a thing, for the sensible Dharman did not say that it was a very important person. For reference, the concepts of title and status accepted only in human society. Dwarves do not care about these formalities. They would talk to everyone in the same informal way. So the hero asked Asha not to tell them how to behave. Then he thought that it was not worth it to drag out the conversations. If he didn't do something wrong, Asha would eat them alive. So he informed them that he was indeed the author of the blueprint. The dwarves who arrived were surprised. Aiken remarked that it was hard to believe, so they needed something to prove it. If it's some kind of childish joke, it's better to immediately let him show them the person who did it. Then Arel shouted again that this machine was invented by him. I wondered how many times he would have to say that for them to understand. The old man smiled, saying that he was a weak child who couldn't even lift young. Let him not make them laugh. These words made the hero angry, and he remarked to Asa to give them heat. She gladly agreed. Tonight's dinner was to consist of gnome sashimi. As a result of this situation, the butler had to intervene. It wasn't long before the dwarves actually realized that he had really worked this blueprint himself. The boy wondered if they didn't believe again. He doesn't understand what he has to do to make them not believe. Hadn't the witnesses already confirmed it to them? He also wondered why this one hadn't arrived so quickly. If he had known, he would have greeted them appropriately. They would have taken a break. At least they would have gotten some fresh air. Aiken didn't want a vacation, so he asked if he understood correctly that he wanted them to build him this thing. The boy pointed out that it was true. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough skilled craftsmen to create it. The old man made it clear, and he said that machining such parts was beyond human hands. Arel realized that he was now bragging about being a dwarf. It was a good thing he had followed Darman's advice, so he said it's true of human brains, at least enough for good ideas. Next, he put his foot on the table looking for what is true genius. He drew this blueprint and realizes that they have doubts. He's actually smart and educated. If they knew how much development he has under his belt, they'd be shocked. Then the interlocutor said that he believed him, judging by his oddities. But enough of the chatter. Arel thought that was great. The only way to convince a proud man is to become one yourself, so it's a done deal. So I thought I'd tell you what you wanted to start with next. But Akan interrupted him again and stated that he may not continue. They had already made up their minds since they had come to him, so they would get to work. The boy asked if they had not even discussed the cost right away. Would they be happy with any conditions? The interlocutor said that they only do work that they like. He's going to be on the plus side, because he needs this car. And they'd be looking at other geniuses' designs. After saying that, the hero realized they were already on his hook. He stated that this is really not the only drawing that he would like to show them. The interlocutor noted that he was not implying anything, but still, he had a look of joy for the rest of them right now. From what he saw, the boy wondered if that look was full of passion. So he said since they're so eager, it's fine with him. They deliver the necessary blueprints, told them to look closely. Aiken immediately held out his hand and told him to give them to him. But the prince smiled and declared not so fast. The old man was naturally very angry about this, so he tried to grab him. But when nothing came of it, again shouted for you to give him that blueprint quickly. And the hero pointed out that this was not going to happen. First let them assemble him the parts, according to the blueprint he sent them, and then show him the rest. The interlocutor just couldn't believe it. Arel stated that the trust of a genius still had to be earned. The old man was angry, of course, but he understood everything perfectly. Further stated that he only waited a little while. He would create this thing in no time. The Lord was pleased by this, and asked if they liked his blueprint so much. Next, I thought about it. I wanted to show them the whole plan of building the car at once, but changed my mind. He'll use it as bait. I'm sure they'll work twice as fast then. He's a genius now that he's come up with such a bait for the dwarves. There it is, his dark side, and everything is going according to plan. After a little while, the tired dwarves showed up to announce that they had done everything. The boy got excited and gave them the blueprint. They arrived quickly again and said everything was ready. Arel gave them the next drawing again and praised them. But he asked if they were awake at all. The next time he was in the bath, the dwarves broke in and demanded the next blueprint. And it happened time after time in the strangest of places. After a while, Aiken informed Arel that they had done what he had ordered. The hero couldn't understand why he had such a scary look on his face. It was understandable, though, since they had completed the design in less than 10 days. And the paper production line was ready. Then the prince asked what about the fruits of their labors. The interlocutor remarked that he had only glanced at the remarkably clean sheets of paper. Looked at them, the gentleman said what a great guy he was, so cool the whole thing came up. He realized, unlike ordinary paper, which craftsmen listen to by hand one sheet at a time, he created a machine that stamps it in reams, moreover with perfect white color. Lucky that there is plenty of wood in this region, and he would easily make his mill to create paper as well. Eventually, the old man asked if the kid was satisfied with everything. Arel noted that he was more than satisfied, and now he needed a few more of these machines. He thought it was only a matter of time before his moisture hit the shelves around the world. All that remained was to establish trade, and there would be money to be made on paper. Soon a man was brought to the boy. He greeted Prince Arel and asked if perhaps he should call him Lord Fahilia. The title really suits him, and his mom asked him to come here. The hero again that it's true he wrote to her about it. He was looking for someone from Mama Einrest's family to entrust with the paper sales job. In the end, The uncle was the first to respond. People he can trust, this relative on his mom's side of the family. The man who arrived asked what product he wanted to sell. The prince showed the paper and asked what he had to say about it. The interlocutor looked at her carefully, saying that it was paper. He went on to say, "To be honest, if the boy released this paper for sale, there could be a real scandal. After all, he wants to sell a higher quality analog at cheaper prices, and competitors will bill it in fury. The demand for the paper has been growing lately. Consequently, its price has also skyrocketed, all because of the bloody creation process. It is being bought up faster and faster, and the price continues to rise. Even he recently barely managed to buy some for a very round sum, and the item is almost like a luxury." The hero realized that this is the time for great stories. The man continued to worry about the idea, but Arel asked not to worry. Customers would have no reason to complain about them. Their paper is a brand new product, different from others. Uncle realized that providing people with a better product, without any markup, is such a unique production system beyond competition. But if ever a more perfect product than this one, soon he informed me that he would make a sales plan right away. Thanks to the low price, they would organize sales even where paper is only dreamed of. Hearing these words, the hero thought that he was just a born salesman. He'll definitely be able to trust this man, so it's time to make some money. After a little while, my uncle informed me that he had automated the method for extracting paper. The dwarves in turn built them several more of these machines. The protagonist is out that you're holding the dwarves. And notice that it's been less than 24 hours since the design was completed, and they're already coming back. Perhaps at least they could celebrate a little and have a nice dinner. Aiken shouted that they had a lot of work to do. It was their apprentice's job, of course, but it was better to go back and see to it. He further asked the boy not to be bored. If there are any more inquiries, let him boldly apply. For good work, they would come any time. After saying goodbye, Arel thought they would at least celebrate together. He definitely couldn't do the job without them. In any case, he is very grateful for their help and need you to already start selling the paper. When the sale was launched, buyers did realize that it was a brand new paper. The ink doesn't smudge and the paper doesn't even tear. The quality of this paper is truly amazing, and at a nice price too. The aristocrats were discussing the fact that a new one had been made in Familial. Though not long ago, a new lord had been appointed there. It is said that with no single paper alone he glorified that area, but also paved the roads there. Truly, this fellow, genius, young lord is working so hard to surprise this frozen land. So the aristocrats decided to buy more of this paper. Soon the new paper arrived to the emperor as well. Whereupon he noticed that the material for the documents had changed. So he turned to the butler and asked if he knew anything about it. It must be some new kind of paper. The old man pointed out that it is true it is a novelty on the market, and the price is pleasantly pleasing. Because of its good quality, the nobles had switched to this kind of paper. Arel wondered where it came from. The interlocutor surprised him by bringing her from Familial. His Majesty realized that this seemed to be the case of a common son. The servant remarked that he had just asked him to tell him that from this year Familial would pay taxes. This surprised the emperor, and he asked if they had such a good income. It is interesting that in such a short period of time, his son was able to revitalize the economy. Although the land there is very harsh, it could not break his will. The main character was lying in his bed at this time, doing nothing. He got the strong feeling that someone was thinking of him, probably praising him. While it's true he's doing well, he's made so much money developing the paper that he can afford to drink sweet honey all he wants. That said, it was enjoyable and very tasty. The eldest son of the emperor and empress remarked to his mother that today's tea smells very nice. It is different from the tea they usually drink. The woman smiled, asking if he had noticed. It was a courtesy gift from the emperor's youngest son in exchange for the fur coat she had given him. The son smiled and said that Familial was all as dead as far as he was concerned. The woman noted that she did, but her hands were shaking with anger as well. The guy asked if she was all right since she looked kind of pale. Elia reported that everything was fine. There was just one jewel here that she didn't like. So much so that it makes you want to destroy her. She doesn't even shine and there is no nobility. But she's got a lot of nerve. Son didn't quite understand how jewelry could be bold, so reported it might be worth replacing. I'm sure she has plenty of jewelry. The Empress noted that she had already replaced her, but it keeps getting in the way. Plus it continues to irritate her even more. But let him ignore that. She wondered if he liked the sword she'd given him. Zale admitted that he liked it very much, because it had been made especially for him by the dwarf and fit his hand perfectly. His mother had made it easier for him to handle the weapon. The woman realized that it was true. The sword was not cheap. Next, she stood up and said, That's great. He is, after all, the crown prince who is to inherit the throne. Of course, he needs the perfect sword. He must always live and think like an emperor. The son remarked that he understood everything. After tea, he departed, leaving the empress alone. A good line drew attention to the cookies. Next, I noticed that everyone liked the paper developed in familial so much. She still continues to hear the prince's name. And that is simply an insult to their family. The queen's real name is Alia Prats. Duke Pratz's family was the only family of merchants that produced paper. Even abroad, they had but two competitors. The first was paper from the Maritime Empire, and the second was from the East. After the war with the former, paper developed there was banned from being produced here, but the second competitor, Duke Prats, overbought, monopolizing the industry. Realizing this, Elias shouted that they had paid a lot of money to recreate an exclusive product not for everyone. That little girl suddenly decided to create something new. All this is happening because of this worthless boy is incomprehensible. How dare Arel do all this? Next, the woman made a decision to do something. So I took the ink and only started writing messages from the paper. And when she was done, she said she couldn't wait any longer. At night, a carriage arrived at one place and a gentleman got out of it. And when he went inside, the manager of the place was overjoyed. It was the same man who sold the protagonist slaves. He greeted the prince and said he hadn't expected to see him here so soon. Arel reported that it had been 6 months, and as he realized, he now needed new slaves. The manager was very happy about this and remarked that they had a very large selection. He also asked if he needed people, without any requirements. The hero noted that this is not true. He needs tough guys, resistant to the cold. Now he is looking for just such real hard-working slaves. The man replied that he would remember that, but wondered what purpose he wanted to use them for. Arel replied that they would be needed for security, while road repairs and paperwork were being made. The soldiers on guard duty were sorely lacking. He knew that the title of Lord was almost equal to that of Earl. With that, the boy could increase the number of soldiers to 50,000 men. And that would probably be enough. The manager inquired as to how much he needed this time. Pointing with his palm, the hero reported that 5,000 men were needed. The interlocutor was discouraged by this amount and could already feel the money falling into his account. The boy confirmed that he required so much if they had that much. The man simply blossomed, declaring, of course they would have everything. He would not disappoint the prince, by no means, let him have confidence in him. The boy was once again convinced that money really does work wonders. After a while, he marveled at the skill of the dwarves. It is expensive to create swords of such impeccable quality. Now all that remained was to train the slaves in self-defense. He's ordered a complete set of equipment for them. Making 5,000 of them in such a short period of time was something the lesser brothers could do. The slaves were not enthusiastic, and when they arrived in Familia, we need to raise their spirits. Then there will be results. At this time, the commander commanded his subordinates. He declared that they should all salute their great lord. The knights shouted that they would swear allegiance to him for the rest of their lives. The prince only hoped they were strong enough. It should be enough to protect the most important points. Then again, he's done a good job, so maybe he should get some rest. At night, several masked strangers ran through Familia. Soon they arrived at the desired location. It was most likely the very same paper mill that should be here. The purpose of the mission of these men is to destroy the factory in Familia. It is necessary to remove all the machines without a trace. This will take a huge toll on their economy. The stranger wondered about the owner of the place with no thought at all for his safety. Which means you could say that they have just great ordering conditions. If the mission is successful, he will receive so much money that it will be enough for the rest of his life. He began to command the men who had arrived with him. Turns out there are only 2 guards, and getting rid of them shouldn't be too hard. He ordered them all destroyed, and soon the guards were captured. Of course, no one was going to let them live, so they were eliminated. Next, the mercenaries were going to sneak inside the factory. It was only necessary to deal with the personnel inside and destroy the machines. But suddenly, the first person who walked in there was stunned. And that's because he didn't see anything there. On the other hand, he saw some bright light that blinded him. He didn't even notice anything as this guard picked up and was blinded. Then the knights who were defending that place arrived and saw the intruder. They decided to take these very people alive, which they did, and also informed them that if they resisted, they would not be spared. And the chief of the mercenaries thought it was time to leave. But this, of course, he did not succeed, for soon there was a spear near his neck. The man realized that they were in an ambush. But he didn't understand where about 200 soldiers were coming from. According to their data, they shouldn't have been here. At this time, a yawning prince entered the room. He noticed that the factory was under attack after all. When the mercenary saw him, he shouted that he was surrendering because he was just following orders. Arel inquired in that way, wondering if it was easy to understand and forgive him. They trespassed on his property, killed his men, and defaced other people's property, so they don't think they'll get away with it. The boy ordered them to be sent in for questioning and interrogated until he had laid out everything he knew. His personal knights, the order was understood and already prepared for it. The mercenary realized he wasn't well, so begged for mercy, and said he really didn't know anything. Arel didn't care about that. He certainly wasn't in favor of violence, but there are some things that no one can get away with. It's about family and his friends. They are all strangers, and he will not tolerate them getting hurt. These are principles that the boy can't cross, because he's been through this kind of thing many times before. Sometime after the incident, he was sitting in his office. The offenders were interrogated and punished according to the law. They will live as slaves for the rest of their lives, but they really didn't know anything about the customer's identity. So there was no benefit to interrogation. We have to think of something else. I wonder what to do in this situation. At least Arel's got the economy sorted out. We don't have to worry about not having enough money for further settlement. Now he was thinking about the fact that he had a lot on his plate, and it was about time he tried it out. And by he meant the magic circle designed for teleportation. The hero finally did complete it. The price came out, certainly beyond cloudy. After all the constituent parts of the whole creation were magical, but it was worth it. If I didn't have to redo it twice, he wouldn't even whine. But don't think about the sad part. I'm sure it will pay for itself. At least with his help, he'll be able to get home. So next, he began to insert magic stones in the right place. When this did, the energy in a circle began to spread. Then he realized that everything had gone perfectly. That was the end of his part, and the other side was to do the same. The hero turned sideways and motioned for Sister Kania to begin. Her face at that moment only said that she didn't quite want it. She even asked if she had to go there. The brother pointed out that it was just teleportation. It wouldn't take long to move. Doesn't she feel well? The girl hesitated and asked if it would be okay. She wondered if he thought he would be happy on the other side. Arel reported that they'd just as soon find out, so be focused on teleportation. It's safe, so you shouldn't be nervous. The side effects may only make you a little carsick. The girl was worried, but she agreed. That's when the guy made the decision to start. Magical light and power immediately began to envelop the place. Startled, Kania asked her younger brother if this was how it was supposed to be. Overexcited, she was choking him hard, and he thought he couldn't breathe anymore. For a few seconds, he literally begged for anyone to save him. She nearly finished him off. But soon all went well, and the princess was delighted to see that it was indeed a palace. Arel came to his senses for a bit, then said they were in place, and that was fine. He had said everything was going to be all right after all. After which he began to look around, remembering this time when she and her sister were kids and played here. Those memories, or his soul, so he realized he was truly home. Next, I just fell to the ground and was glad to be back here because I missed it so much. He couldn't even believe, compared to that cold earth. It was very warm here. Suddenly, the nanny arrived and greeted the prince and princess. The boy greeted her too. Chaina remarked that she was a little worried that she had placed the magic stone incorrectly. The hero pointed out that it was nothing complicated. Even a 10-year-old child could do it. Nanny stated that it was true and said that mistress is waiting for him inside, so asking to go inside. Naturally, Arel agreed. The woman also said that Mrs. Familia was also waiting for Lady Kania. Arel noted, in that case we should split up for now. Let him go and tell his mother, and they would see each other later. The girl agreed, for there was no point in running away from her anyway. The boy was very curious about how his mom was doing. He hoped she hadn't needed anything while he was away. The nanny very kindly opened the door for him. Soon, Lefana was finally able to see her son. Arel missed her so much that he immediately rushed into her arms. Mom was glad he was really up, and also that he stopped by to see her. Also reported that his uncle has written about everything that goes on there, so she knows everything. She is happy that her son is very talented. The hero realized that his uncle told him everything. He's been so overworked lately because of production that he's even lost a little weight. He is, after all, a very hard worker. The boy further informed his mother that he was going to tell her everything that was going on in Familia. She didn't mind at all. Arel realized that he had to try to make sure that his mother didn't need anything else. Soon they were sitting at the table, and Arel said that where he lived it snowed all the time, and there were a lot of white rabbits. Mama remarked that that was rather nice. The guy wondered if it really could have been cute, but they were about 3 meters tall. She didn't need to know that, though. In addition to all this, he told her of his progress. He told her about all the animals that lived in the area, including the indigenous people. He told her literally everything that would please his mother. Soon their joyful conversation was interrupted by the clatter of heels. The boy realized that someone was approaching them. And as usual, it happened at the worst possible time. It was the Empress who was surprised that the younger prince had returned. Arel realized, in fact without her. She pretended to be surprised, even though he'd officially warned her of his impending visit, so she knew that for sure. I wonder what that woman is up to. The Empress had told Lifana that she was glad the younger prince was doing well. The boy wondered what she meant by that. To find out everything he needed to know, he asked how His Majesty was doing. I heard that the eldest prince was doing well too. Elia thanked him for his concern and said that everything was still the same at the palace. Come to think of it, she had heard rumors that the economy was booming in his lands lately. I wondered if it was true. Arel said it was true, and it was thanks to a machine he had developed. The woman has no idea how excited the residents of the Empire were about the new product. This statement naturally did not please the interlocutor. The prince realized she didn't like to hear that. Surely her pride must be hurt by the fact that the prince she was looking at freshly hit the family's business hard. In any case, his new paper is many times better than hers. The woman decided to put oil on the fire by asking if it was safe to deal with the paper. They had heard alarming rumors of robbers. Judging from her words, Arel realized it was her doing it again. He thanked her again for her concern and said that he really hadn't had any problems so far. The Empress remarked that it was only for now, though it was a great honor for the Empire that her children were contributing so much. Next, she turned around and with a sly smile, asked to just be careful. The boy noticed what would be meant and realized it was as if she had threatened him. Mom told her son that the Empress seemed to be in a bad mood today. He noted that perhaps she had something to do with family matters. At that moment, he thought he was accepting a challenge from Elia. Sooner or later, you had to do it anyway. After a while, the boy had to go back to his land. He said goodbye to his mother and told her that he would definitely stop by again. Lifana also said goodbye to him and asked him to be careful. Then the guy asked his sister how her communication with her family was going. She was not in a good mood at all, but said that everything was fine. Next she hit him, asking him if he was worried about her meeting her mom. In fact, Arel was worried after hearing everything from the maid. He'd thought there would be a fight, but I think he just had a wild fantasy. And while he thought about it for a bit, his sister shouted again for him to move them faster already. After saying goodbye to his mother once more, the boy and his sister soon departed. And so it's only been a few days, and already there's a new problem, and it was that the prince immediately needed a magician. There are good reasons why Arel needs a mage. The first is mages can activate the teleport circle unhindered. A landowner definitely needs a mage on his own territory. They can also help grow various crops with magic, not to mention trees for making paper, so isn't this the perfect helper? But when monsters or enemies attack, the mage's power can be the deciding factor. So now the principal was faced with the question of where to get a universal magician. He decided to find some information in books, but in the end I found nothing there and only fiddled around for nothing. Turns out that's a real problem, and he doesn't even know what to come up with. Soon there were even thoughts of perhaps abandoning the endeavor. But the nobles all use mages, don't they? And to hire at least one on a permanent basis, you'd have to break the day. To protect such a huge territory, and we'll need to hire a whole magical squad. But there's an important point here. It's all about protecting their paper mill. The warriors are great, but what if some hired wizard attacks? Soldiers are very even, but in this world you need magic power as well. No one ever knows what might happen in the future. In any case, he decided that the wizard was definitely the one to look for, so I started putting together an ad. Soon it was ready. It stated that a court wizard was required. A place to live, a high salary, and career advancement is presented. All necessary resources would also be provided, and a hirer would be signed. Thing is, the guy figured he could send a request to the Magic Tower, but it's crazy expensive there, right? Influential magical, important, money-hungry. Now he's sure that some free mage will be interested in the ad. Problem solved, and he'd thought of it perfectly. Still, he's fine with a low-level wizard, and he'll make a first-class one himself. He went on to rejoice that he was a genius and the guys should hand out flyers. Across various corners of the Empire, the guy's announcements soon went viral. They were hung in prominent places and anyone who wished to view them could see them. Those who saw the ad realized that this is the familial who recently became famous for her paper, and the prince who is always creating something new and making money from it. They have very good conditions, and they are ready to take a newcomer. While people were discussing this, one girl fell to the ground without strength. When she was spotted, they asked if she was okay. But she didn't answer and continued on her way, pushing her way through the crowd, and soon bumped into Arel's ad. There she saw that lodging was provided, so also food. The protagonist was just rejoicing that quite a few Magoo applied. Isn't that perfect? Wish he could hire them all and create an army. He's small, but no way yet. Decided to see what to do and probably need to set up an interview. He would test their powers personally. But it was also important that they not become his enemies in the future. The first thing to do is to make sure that he can trust them completely. If there was even the slightest doubt, they should be weeded out at once. In that, he ordered his subordinate to check everyone, and he understood everything. After a while, it was that day of the interview for mages with immaculate backgrounds. It was very boring for the guy, much more boring than when he was choosing knights, and he splurged quite a bit on the action. There are 12 magicians in all. The prince said he chose them after reviewing all of their resumes, and now they would be working for him. The middle class of these third-level wizards, the boy hoped he had made the right choice. He said that from now on he will give them assignments and teach them new skills. Mostly, they are required to take care of the forest and fields, as well as guarding the territory. Their wishes are also taken into account, so he asked to listen carefully. First of all, he's going to choose the person in charge, so he asked the 4th-level mages to raise their hands. Hands were raised by only 2 people, one of them a man called Manka Blob, and also a girl named Dia Lecky. Seeing the 2 candidates in front of the guy's eyes, there was only a man. He tried with all his might not to think of him or judge people by their appearance. It's the skills of his subordinates that matter. But soon he ran up to the girl and wished her well on the new one, appointing her his personal mage. Don't think that Arel chose her for nothing. There's another reason he chose her, and it happened the day of the interview. It was just about to be Dia Leka's turn. The prince said with a resume like hers, she could have found a much better offer. Then I wonder what she was interested in up north. She was a little surprised at the question and said she wanted to serve the prince. Those present looked at her in surprise, as in fact, Arel was surprised. After all, he realized that usually an employee was interested in salary or opportunities, and she was talking about service to the prince. So he asked if that was really the reason for her request. The girl, only hardener for hire, nodded. Arel realized she had no malicious intent, so really sincerely wants to serve. In that case, he should have taken her in. Presently, he was about to explain to the wizards their duties and all the benefits they would receive. He's going to start, of course, with a good thing. Altogether, they entered a rather beautiful room with many books. The wizards trembled with excitement here, thinking, isn't this a dream? The protagonist understood their surprise. Because there's a whole library of magic books here. This is the literature recommended directly by the Tower of Magicians. Fortunately, the books themselves are inexpensive. It was much more difficult to negotiate the magical tower. He hoped these books would make his wizards stronger. There are mostly mages here, not honored to work at the tower and exiles. Without the prince's help, it's unlikely they would have gotten stronger and developed further. So they would probably be glad to have this opportunity. The mages asked if it was true. They could use them all. The master said that was correct. He would check their progress, so let them try to tighten up their knowledge. And while they rejoiced, he pondered that his goal was actually somewhat different. He's going to use them to learn magic. Also, knowing these basics, the only thing left to do is to delve deeper into the study. The more bright minds, the easier it will be. So we need to give it our best shot. The first thing he did was to send the wizards into the forest and tell them to restore it. I realized that too much forest has been cut down, which is the source of wood for paper. This needs to be fixed. So the prince asked if his subordinates could revive the trees. They agreed to do so and proceeded to do so. Each of them began to recite spells that were supposed to help with this. And soon the protagonist saw the tree growing, which means everything is working out. So it's not just magic power being used here, but a whole ritual is needed. I wonder if they can really influence the growth process. He further remarked, after all, nothing compares to magic. But is it possible to grow trees faster from scratch? The interlocutor stated, honestly, if you do it that way, the soil will dry out quickly and it needs a resting period. Better to leave it like that for at least a month, and then at least you might recover. The boy realized that indeed environmental problems have not been cancelled. It is good that this world is not without prudent people. His subordinates informed him that he was grateful for their labor. They then moved on to the second equally important issue, and that help in growing crops. The people of the family name can't rely on one hunt forever. So there's a need to harvest crops. The enchantress asked if it was simply to accelerate the growth of culture here. The prince said that ideally the growth of crops in all 12 villages should be accelerated. which dumbfounded his interlocutors. And to calm them down a bit, he said that it will not be at the same time, because he is not such a pervert. He just asked them to help the villagers to create the right conditions. Showing the necessary on a piece of paper, he asked if such norms were possible. The sorceress reported that if they used weather magic, they might be able to make it. But a colleague remarked that they needed to save mana. Then the principal showed them the magical tools for the job and asked them to look at them. He, along with his subordinates, began to place these items. Speaking of which, here they will be separated from the cold by a magical barrier. It will be left with only sunlight and warmth to grow crops. A little time passed, and Arel stated that everything seemed to be working out. The only thing left to do is to pull this trick in every village. So suggests taking care that you play, or don't starve. After that, the two mages went to the magic item research department. 3 of them were appointed guards of the palace and estates. In the end, all that was left was Dialeki. She asked the gentleman what she should do. The boy pointed out that she would be his personal escort. She would accompany him and run errands. He thought about the fact that he couldn't use magic in plain sight yet, so a magical assistant was needed. The first assignment he gave the girl was to improve her magical skills with the help of books. She informed him that she understood everything. If it was the prince's will, she would do her best. He liked that kind of passion for his work. Arel felt she was speaking sincerely, but wondered what her reasons were. While he was thinking about it, a book fell to the ground about the girl. He turned his attention to it and marveled. It was his book, The Path to the Heights of Chivalry. But it was unclear why his image was there. I remember he actually wrote a book about training for knights. It was not widely distributed, as the soldiers did not understand it. He asked Dialeka why there was little of something like that. The girl replied that an acquaintance had given it to her to read. Mage and knight control the mana originally put in them, and the only difference is the amount of mana. The mana management system for mages is no different, so the boy's theory fits them just fine. The character thought similar thoughts occurred to him while researching the materials, so it's true. And the interlocutor offered to say that this book is now her Bible. She crossed the continent to serve the author of this book. The boy was amazed, thinking, this is it. It's just the basics, and it's not clear why she's so turned on. Also, Dialeki noticed that the rice here was delicious too. But the prince, he didn't want her to bring it here. Either way, he's glad the reason for her loyalty is so simple. Hope I didn't make the wrong choice, and all will be well. After a while, he sat at his books and realized that this structure of all magic, he understood the theory westernized, and now it is necessary to translate it into reality. He began to remember how Dia used her magic. After repeating roughly the same thing, something started to work, and soon he felt the flow of energy right in his body. It was then that a bright light spread from his room. He was glad that now magic had been added to his long list of sciences learned in his past lives. Teaching magic is just a hobby. As Lord of Familial, it was time for Arel to attend to more important matters. That's why he's come to Aranesius Square. And there he was amazed to see what he had come for. It was that famous gnome blacksmith. Asa was also excited to see this place, for she had finally found their lair. But the boy didn't understand why this tone of drawl was not tucked away like they had come. Lastly, the girl asked if they really couldn't be rude, or else the whole plan would fail. Arel pointed out that she should not do that under any circumstances. Let her remember that she was on the job and not to cause any trouble. She wanted to say something else, but the boy declared that nothing needed to be said. Suddenly, he felt very hot inside, just coming in and already mated. The first thing that greeted them was Ben. He said that he was Aiken's apprentice, and that he was 15 years old. He also said that he was going to show them everything, so he asked them to follow him. Arel felt sorry for the 15-year-old lad who was on the dwarves' errand. The boy said he wanted to come to the prince with the master, but the master said he should stay here. Looking at the guests, he didn't understand why they were looking at him so sadly, and they were telling him to hold on. As they entered the next room, they were greeted by Aiken. He informed them that the letter had arrived long ago, and he was a little late. Arel said he's all grouchy like that. What makes him think he's got a letter? He's got to hit the road right away. The old man indicated that he was interested, and was more interested in what was needed this time. The hero wondered if he was serious about pouring him wine instead of tea. Setting the glass aside, he said, "This is a little different from previous requests. The thing is, he wants half of the dwarves to make a contract with him." Aiken shouted that that was out of the question. He must have gotten intoxicated from one sip of wine. The hero informs that he is completely sober and asks to listen to the end. He wants them to open a workshop in Familial, and of course he will pay all the expenses. The dwarf shouted again that it was not interesting. Who gave a damn about this far away and cold hole anyway? They don't need money that badly, do they? The prince himself understood perfectly well that they were not interested in money at all. So he informed them that it was not only about money. They had a resource that they would be very interested in. And we're talking Damascus steel. Aiken was actually interested, asking if he was serious. The alchemy tutor had remarked to Arel that the dwarves were very partial to rare metals, which were scarce on Earth. He asked if he knew why they'd settled in the capital in the first place. The prince then asked if it was because of their large mines. The interlocutor said that he was absolutely right, and it was funny. They don't want orders or human technology. It's just the hope that someday they'll be able to get a rare metal. Knowing all this now, Arel said he had already started mining steel. If the dwarves worked under him, they would be the first to know about new technologies based on it. Aiken, more interested, asked if it was definitely true. The boy heard his voice quivering, after which she said that he had the work and materials, and they had the power and skills. If they joined forces, it could create a bunch of stuff out of Damascus steel. The old man then indicated that he might agree, but what were the terms? The hero said that he wanted to offer a contract for 10 years, but the old man didn't like it, and they started a discussion. In the end, Aiken only offered 5 years. The boy noted that big and would not ask for it. After shaking his hand, he informed that he agreed to this. Aiken continued to be town and informed that he would tell the other dwarves that, so let him wait a month. The hero realized that they were so interested in this Damascus steel and these dwarves in his exact pocket. So he informed Asa that it was time for them to go back. Then he decided it was time to take a break. He was exhausted from all this traveling. He was barely out of the past, but he didn't want to give up the best part of it. After a while, Kania looked out of the window interestedly. She asked the girls nearby if anyone had seen Arel leave his room. Asha replied that she hadn't seen him since they had returned from the capital. And SAA asked worriedly if he was ill, and didn't tell him so as not to burden him. The princess said it was probably true, but it was unclear why he was taking so long to leave the room. After a couple minutes, she decided he needed to be checked out, so she quickly ran to his room, and even knocked on the door, but she opened it immediately, asking Arel if he was all right, and if he was sick by any chance. But there saw a very interesting picture of his personal sorceress feeding him, and him lying there doing nothing. Arel greeted his sister and asked if she had come to breakfast with him. If she had come, let her join him. Dia noted that she would now do as the Lord wished, so lifted it up with magic, and the clothes headed along with him too. Thus, without doing anything, without doing anything, was already dressed. Kania was also subjected to strong magic. Consequently, she was sitting at the table with her brother. At that time, Arel also reported that the magic was just fine, and thanked Dia for a great job. Seeing his sister's discouraged face, he asked why she wasn't eating. After all, it would get cold. The girl asked him if he thought there was something wrong, but he didn't see a problem and said that everything was fine. Kania realized that he was acting like a child, and it was unclear what had gotten into him. Her brother was saying that he had eaten a very good meal, and was even a little tired, so perhaps he should go for a swim. So the enchantress said she wanted to take a bath, and she decided to fulfill that. But the sister clearly didn't like it and declared that it was too much. Along with the prince's personal knights, he asked Dia and Arela to explain themselves to us. The character realized it looked weird, so he said it was his fault. The girls were discussing the fact that he must have some sense of proportion, and the guy couldn't understand what he had done wrong. So he turned to the sorceress and asked what she thought about it. Isn't it rude of a sister to barge in for no reason? Kania didn't like this again at all, and she immediately slapped the table. Then she asked him if he thought he was relying too much on magic. He looked at her again and asked what was wrong with the magic. Or was it because of Dia? She does her job very well and is on time for all her duties. The sister said that there were no problems on her side. The problem lies elsewhere. So I asked Obrat when was the last time he moved on his own. He smiled and said that he climbed into the bathroom by himself. The interviewer was amazed by this. Also, SAA said she had heard about him using magic in everything lately, like Asha, who said it was going too far. The prince stated whether it was more inconvenient to live like that, and asked if Dia was okay with it. She nodded, whereupon the boy said she was fine with it. Then it's not clear what the problem is. The girls at this shouted with one voice that this would not do. Asha said, Dia must have some kind of problem, since she obeys Arel unconditionally. Right now she might deny it. But what would others think when they saw the prince like that? The guy was already cheering when he imagined it, and stated that he told you he'd be fine. Isn't that so all right, though? The girls shouted indignantly to him again, at which point he claimed he was joking. Kania remarked that in any case she, as the older sister, forbids him to do so. He is strictly forbidden to use magic in the household. The boy was astonished. But that wasn't all, for she said that Dia was strictly forbidden to follow Arel's stupid orders. The hero didn't understand why the sorceress was more shocked than he was. She, in turn, asked if she was going to be fired. And that's when he realized what was going on. The princess tried to reassure her, saying there was no question of dismissal. And Arel wondered if his way of life had changed that much. Though it was true that he had begun to depend on magic because it was convenient. Thinking back on what had happened first, he realized that it had started with little things. Dia had just handed him a book, but he got lazy after that and even asked the sorceress to move him to the bed. With horror, he couldn't understand when he had only had time to become like this. Magic was a scary thing, and now he could see why his sister was angry with him. She was just wondering if he continued to live like that, what would happen to his body. Dia noted that there would be no problem with that, because every time she uses her magic, she also stimulates the Lord's muscles, so they definitely won't weaken. While the boy was wondering about that, his sister shouted out that that wasn't the case. Dia has to have a life too, and she can't be around her brother 24/7. Maybe we should switch mages. Suddenly, the girl shouted that she didn't mind at all. It's her job, and she's no worse than any other mage. So they don't have to doubt her at all. Hearing this, Arel wondered if his sister had hurt the mage's pride. Asha joined the conversation and noticed that it's true that your Kania is a bit over the top. But the idea of abandoning household magic is justified. She also wondered why she wanted to be around Arel. The protagonist thought that was right. After all, it wouldn't make any difference to her if she was transferred to another department. She could go elsewhere if she got tired of following his orders. So he stated to the girls, "I think I've forgotten, but the decision is still hers." The sister suggested differently. If he didn't convince her of the necessity of such an approach, then she would admit that leaving the sorceress under Arela made sense. The interlocutor noted that the missus can test her as she pleases. The prince couldn't understand what she was trying to accomplish, so he asked how she was going to test her. Soon the girl brought in a lot of paper and said that Arel was a genius. Then, don't you have to be as smart to be under a ruler? It was the first test, and it was written. Dia started writing it, and was aided by magic, which she managed very easily. Kania realized that the doctors had entrusted her with all the paperwork, so there was no tampering. But amazingly, magic does everything for her. And the boy at the time thought the test was just useless. The second test was cooking. The gentleman has a special appetite, so he had to match it. The sorceress said there would be no problem with that. When she was in the Mango Tower, she often did household chores. So she immediately started cooking, and in this she was helped by magic, as usual. It didn't take her long. And when the girl was done, she said she was sure it would all be to the gentleman's liking. Kania, along with her brother, tried this food and felt that it was just incredible. The boy only wondered if she had decided to cook all of his favorite dishes at all. He wondered how that was possible. While the princess was about to set up a third test, the hero asked his protectors to be honest with him. He wondered what they thought of all this. The girls said, "No matter how you spin it, Dia is a really talented mage. But Mrs. Kania still won't give up." The boy asked, "But what was it that she didn't like so much?" He was answered that Mrs. Kania was merely suspicious of Dia. He should probably remember the incident that was reported to him 2 days ago. The security system of the magic items was partially damaged, but the culprit was never caught. Arel asked, "So do they really think it's Dia's fault?" SAA informed that it wasn't. She didn't think she was the one to blame. It's just that there is something that needs to be thoroughly investigated. Asya noticed there was something she didn't want to talk about. After saying that, Hana immediately took out a tattered envelope, talking about the perp leaving it behind or maybe dropping it. The boy didn't understand what it was, because it said to return Dia to the mage tower. He wondered if someone had decided to take away their mage, and also if they had shown this message to Dia. The girl said they had, but she didn't say anything. That said, there was no hint of worry on her part. Asha believes her, but this behavior seemed a bit unnatural to her. Besides, it's not clear why Dia is so attached to him. The hero himself knew it was weird for no particular reason. She favored him so much in this problem. Suddenly he asked if perhaps it was because he was attractive. The girls didn't understand if he meant it. SAA even noted that normally she would have slapped him. The Lord twisted away, and then pondered that because he had seen Dia's aura and hadn't noticed any oddities. He couldn't tell the knights and Kania about it, though. In fact, his older sister had suffered in the past due to an attack by a black mage. but he would have noticed similar intentions from Dia. So has now communicated that he understands everything, and is just asking to calm down. The girls wanted to say something else, but he informed them that he would sort it out himself. So he asked his sister to calm down too. Kania accepted his positions and did not deny it. Next, the boy thought it was time to know the whole truth. So he told Dia that they needed to talk. They were in her room, and the guy remarked that he was sorry for what had happened. The sorceress declared that it was all right. The boy looked around a bit and realized that the room looked neglected. There was very little furniture, and it was probably because she was always near him. Dia informed her that the mistress had every right to test the mage's abilities. After all, she was serving her half-brother. The prince then asked her to slow down. Sister Kania just doesn't like magic initially. She was against the very idea of hiring a mage. The interlocutor remarked that she had known about it from the very beginning. The hero wondered if she had told her. Dia replied that it wasn't all because of the assault incident. After one incident, the nobles stopped trusting the mages and their income plummeted. Since then, the mages' tower began to teach them how to kill blacksmiths. The boy was very surprised and told her not to listen to his sister anyway, for she had said it hotly. But the girl said it was all right. Her abilities as a magician have been questioned. If so, she must prove the purity of her intentions. Hero liked that kind of steadfastness. At that, he asked why she was so eager to be his personal mage. He doesn't see it, they haven't even met. He can't understand why she would even think he is a kind person. So far, he has only taken advantage of the fact that she puts him first. So I wonder if he can explain the real reason. When the girl stated that she would tell everything, but it would be a long story. It turns out that she was taken to the magic tower at an early age. The village was hit by an epidemic and lost her entire family. She survived only thanks to the wizards. Arel got it. So they took Dia after all because they saw her mana. The Tower of Mages does sometimes save orphans if it sees magical potential in them. The interlocutor went on to say that it was then that she began to study magic, but she was having a hard time with it. She couldn't live up to the tower's expectations, so she was treated like a loser, doing all the dirty work. The boy reported that he could not. You only understand. She is, after all, a superb magician. Dia said that wasn't always the case. She even stayed back for a second year twice. The master again did not believe it, and she reported that she had been very weak then. She did not understand the theory taught by the tower mages at all, so she had not been able to control the spells. It was at that moment that she came across this book that created he, namely The Path to the Heights of Raptorhood. Once again, Arel couldn't believe it, so asked if she had trained on it. Dia said she did. She had trained to control mana according to the rules of this book, and she even managed to advance to 4th grade in just 2 years of training. The hero wondered if just by reading the book she understood everything that was written there. Perhaps she is a genius, able to advance so much in just 2 years. Her words didn't sound like a ridiculous excuse at all. If he hadn't published the book, she'd have spent her whole life tending to the mage tower. She had no idea she had such a talent. She now declared, on the basis of all that had been said, the very existence of Mr. Arel was a salvation to her. The boy pointed out that it wasn't really true. It was the fruits of her hard work. Still, without his help, she was lost. But the Lord asked not to exaggerate. The girl continued talking anyway. Once she became a 4th grade mage, she left the tower. Her teacher was very angry with her because of this, but he hadn't taught her anything, so she didn't feel responsible to him. In addition, as soon as she became a 4th grade mage, he immediately thought of her. He realized that she hated the magic tower with all her heart. The enchantress added, leaving the walls of the tower, she decided to find out all about Arella. So I spent the rest of the time looking for it. She was so searching that she even crossed another continent by mistake. The boy remarked that it was normal for a battery wizard to spend his whole life in a tower. She reported that the moment she heard he was looking for a mage in Familial, she immediately applied. And here we are now with him, with that teacher to whom she is truly devoted and grateful. To Arel, the words seemed sincere. He said he should tell his sister, she should understand. But Dia said she didn't want to. To get her recognition, she must show her own skills, and she's too embarrassed to tell anyone about her past mediocrity. Seeing her shyness, the guy said he understood. Further stated that she could rest for now and let her stay here. Night had fallen, and Arel was doing something under his blanket. He was talking to his magic teacher, and told her about a girl who made it to 4th grade in 2 years. The man realized he was talking about Dia. She was truly an outstanding student in the tower. But unfortunately, she was just unlucky with her teacher, so she had to develop her skills on her own. She also left the tower, thus breaking the contract. The boy inquired about the contract. The interlocutor noted that she was sort of even punished for breaking her oath of service to the tower. If you break the rules, the contract is forcibly broken, and part of your power is taken away by the tower, and the person who broke it immediately becomes a lower-level mage. The prince found out that the tower might not have been simple at all, and thanked his interlocutor for the information. Eventually he realized that he would need to find out more about them. His mage had broken the rules just to see him. There's nothing he can do and he should probably help her. So contacted one other person and stated that he had a request. After a while, Kania and Dia stood across from each other. The tension between them was growing more and more intense. Arel came here because he was worried. He couldn't figure out if his sister was really going to go all the way. The princess said that she had thought about it for a long time and decided that it would be the surest test for the sorceress's abilities. Let her prove her power by giving it to her. The hero realized that the swordmaster was challenging a fourth-class mage to a duel. It's like bear versus gopher. He tried to intervene, but no one listened to him. Dia said that she agreed, which meant that if she won, she should be recognized. Kania stated that is true. They will see what she is good for. It also tests whether she's willing to sacrifice everything for Arel. Without a second's hesitation, the sorceress replied that she was certainly ready. Arel was horrified, realizing this was reckless, and asked the knights what they were so easily worth. But it was obvious they didn't really want to get into it. Then the boy didn't understand what he should do now. The sorceress at that stated she was starting. She embodied the power of her mana, accumulating it in her body. And so did Kania with her power. Next, the sorceress began to recite some sort of spell. The prince realized it was attack magic, so did she really decide to attack? Suddenly, Dia used a dispel spell and revealed some person in the bushes, and when that happened in his direction, Kania immediately rushed over, not giving the stranger a second to think. In the end, he only noticed a magical object near him, but he didn't have time to escape, and there was a huge explosion. Arel was horrified, for he thought they were now pouring over each other, and the girls finally found the culprit. Looked at this man, Diaz said that they haven't seen each other for a long time, because she recognized him. That was exactly what her self-proclaimed teacher was. The protagonist in turn knew that he had been hanging around his castle for quite some time. He wanted to just ignore him, but it turns out he's weird. The girl's teacher shouted out that it was indeed him. But it's unclear why they're attacking him since he's clean, and this is his ID card. Turning to Dia, he informed her that he had come here to take her back to the Mage Tower as her teacher. Isn't that what she wants? The girl noted that she didn't remember him teaching her. She was just an errand boy for him. And frankly, she never thought of him as her teacher. It was also quite unpleasant to have him here. The man was persistent, shouting that enough talking already, and they were going back. I wonder if she's aware, even if she is or not, that she's lost 4 whole years of schooling. Suddenly, Arel entered the conversation, wondering why Dia would want to return to this tower of his. Apparently he's not good enough to teach her, so unclear what he wants from her. The teacher shouted that it wasn't like that. Immediately enough, he grabbed her arm rather roughly, talking about how, even if he is, he's still her teacher. Dia should be punished for violating the tower's bylaws. So don't let them dare stop him. The hero tore their hands apart and, apologizing, said it was impossible. He must realize that Dia had contracted him as his personal magician, and he was sending an official request to the magic tower. The man shouted that all was not true to the tower's semi-statute. She could not leave so easily. The boy noted, for that matter, that his request had not been denied. Apparently the tower's mages were fine with Dia becoming his personal contracted mage. Therefore, he will view any obstacle as a threat to his safety. The wizard asked him not to rush him because he wouldn't allow it. He just couldn't. From his pocket, he took out some magical items and immediately scattered them near him, talking about not being able to do anything about it. He would take the girl by any means necessary. So, summoning the creatures, sent them forward. The man kept saying, like a madman, that the girl should go with him. Without her, he would not have a successful future, so there was no other choice. Arel noticed that the rascal seemed to misunderstand something that made the situation so aggravating. His personal knights had already rushed to attack and said that they would not lose by any means. The boy thought that this teacher was at least a 7th-grade magician, but he's only a 5th grader, which is really stupid. This whole scene looks like a schoolyard brawl. Seeing that he was losing, the man shouted that he didn't mean to go that far, but we'd have to take a hostage to keep them away, and he wanted the prince himself as a hostage. He, of course, wasn't fated to strip, for his student had used the lightning strike skill, and the creature her teacher had summoned was destroyed in an instant. The boy liked that very much, and Dia jumped up, continuing her attack. Next, she used a skill called Crushing Whirlwind. The whirlwind brought itself all over the stone creatures and headed straight for the teacher. It was then that Arel approached him and asked if he had changed his mind about fighting them. The man, in turn, was not going to give up and did something else. In the end, it turned out that he had used a teleportation scroll to escape. Asha shouted that he had run away and it was necessary to track him down. But the Lord told her to just leave him. Dia apologized to everyone for what had happened, since this whole mess was about her. Arel said it's all right, it's more his fault, and he hopes that all charges have now been dropped. By the way, he noticed that this mage was greatly surprised when faced with the power she used to protect him. The sorceress was surprised at his words. Soon he was rejoicing because the problem was solved. And everyone began to support Dia. But next he was going to do something else. After a while, it was night outside and snowing heavily. Dia's former teacher was making his way through the forest. He was talking about who would believe that she would become so strong he would surely take her away, and otherwise it would be bad. Suddenly someone approached him from a tree nearby, asking what would happen otherwise. Frightened, the man asked who he was and used his magic. It turned out to be the main character, who reported that he knew him perfectly well. Next, he used his own magic and the fire arrow skill. Then there was an explosion and the forest lit up. Soon the boy was reasoning what kind of Mac was it, since he was unable to stop such a simple attack. He really expected more from a magic tower teacher. It was good though, because the problem was solved. All this for the sake of his Dia, who had suffered because of that strange rascal. Now it's time to go home, because you need a good rest. Time passed, and he was sitting in the library, writing something down in a document. Suddenly, a magic-driven book headed in his direction. He smiled and realized it was Dia. He went on to say that she might not help him with that. The enchantress pointed out that it was part of her duties after all, so it was fine. After the suspicions subsided, Sister still insisted on restricting household magic. The principal was sad about it, because a life built on magic was so comfortable. Suddenly Dia asked if perhaps she was disturbing the Lord by being around him all the time. The boy replied that it was all right, and that what had happened was not her fault at all. She interlocutor stated that he was indeed merciful, now she respected him even more. Arel asked himself not to praise himself so much. What will happen to him when she recognizes the true him? The enchantress said he had to believe that nothing could confuse her anymore, because he is her benefactor, a man she respects. Arel realized he had a mage who respected him as well, and yet his life is very varied and interesting here. After a while, he was outside feeling the beautiful weather. It was the perfect day to do the very thing he wanted to do. He was going to practice magic now. That's why he used the chain lightning skill, and right behind him used a snowstorm. And of course there's no last fireball. Finished practicing with those spells, he thought he had practiced pretty well. Not a bad result for a 6th practice session, the boy decided. So was he really? Her mages would be shocked if they found out. Right now, he was at the border of his domain, so it was the perfect place to practice. And if there were more monsters here, there were better practices and couldn't be wished for. Which means he's going to look for the perfect one for him now, and an opponent. The queen of this country and his Aunt Elia is a scoundrel. Arel still remembers their first meeting. Even back then, she looked at him like he was a little bug. He'd like to turn a blind eye, but she won't let up on him. And she's trying to discredit his mom. The boy had already endured enough, but there was a limit to everything, so she needed to get ready already. Presently, he approached the place where the barrier against intruders had been placed. As expected, a certain frequency of mana waves is needed. But for a professional like him, it would be a simple matter. That's why he easily jumped through that very barrier. And the knights who were guarding the place didn't even suspect a thing. At the end of the day, Arel found himself in Elia's palace and realized that it was even bigger than theirs. There was no money to be made here, of course. Inside, he immediately decided to resort to magic. So he created just a huge ball of magic, and decided it was necessary to wreak some havoc for a change. When he did, it was like a meteor shower started in the neighborhood. And because of that, panic set in. The hero in turn was very excited about such mind-blowing and colorful fireworks. A subordinate shouted to Duke de Zell-Prats that it was urgent to find shelter, and suddenly flames came down from the sky. And the old man couldn't understand what was happening. Soon people saw that there was still lightning in the yard as well, but it was unclear where it all came from. But the reason was obviously simple, and she was laughing madly now, talking about how this fiery party was making him happy. Arel wanted them to move their legs or they would be hams in their place. He kept setting the place on fire. Suddenly, he saw people who were in a panic. He realized that they were vassals of this family, and that's why they lived here. Next, I decided to give this man a curse. Nothing that can't be fixed will be like a bad flu. With the boy gone, it will simply go away, but for now, let him suffer. When it was hard enough to get in, so the boy wasn't going to leave empty-handed. And when he arrived at the locked door, he immediately destroyed the lock. He was very much interested in what, if anything, they had stored here. It turned out to be a treasure trove filled with gold coins and jewelry. Arel was naturally pleased by this. Eventually, he wondered if perhaps he should just beam it to himself. And lastly, I decided to leave a note in return. Soon, Duke Exile was informed that something had been left to him. This note was at the scene of the crime. The gentleman was swearing, and he wondered who this vile scoundrel was. However, when he and his butler read the contents, he was stunned, not realizing what it was. Inside was a poem saying he was cold, so he melted the stove in his heart, and a signature that said it was a professional from a past life. Naturally, the first to be notified was Queen Elia. The woman couldn't believe it and fell to the ground in horror. She only asked in horror if her father was all right. The maid replied that thankfully there had been no casualties. Most had only minor burns. Elia didn't understand how someone could do such a horrible thing. Naturally, the emperor was also on the fast track. He reported that attacking a great noble family is treason, so it was imperative to catch the culprit. His Majesty's subordinates began to discuss. Judging from the scale of the fire and the mana traces, it was obvious that it was at least a 6th-class Mah, or maybe a whole group of them attacked at once, but they were definitely not below the 5th class. As in the case of Princess Kania, it could be the work of witch doctors. Suddenly, a servant arrived to tell me that there was urgent news. There seems to be an epidemic after the fire. All the members of the sigil have fallen ill. There is talk of their bodies simply being weakened by the attack. The worst thing for the Empress, naturally, was that all the family's wealth was gone. She stated about the maid to be sure to find out who attacked them. The interviewee noted that everyone is now looking for the perpetrator, and it is believed that the woman could be the next target. Even though it really poured off her, she understood. Reading the news, Asha reported that the Prat's family's status has fallen drastically. Even their allies are not helping them in rebuilding the mansion. Kania remarked, not only had the mansion burned down, but the treasures had been stolen. The interlocutor confirmed that, since they were great nobles, they did not lose heart. However, they should be careful too, and that was what she asked Prince Arel about. He only smiled, saying it was true. The attack is terrible in a world so troubled lately. He thinks it's worth going to the affected duchy and expressing condolences. A little time passed, and the lord and his men lined up outside the greenhouse. Arel said everyone did a great job, and they won't have to worry about food anymore. The man next to him tearfully reported that she didn't think they could get such a good crop in a place like this. The grains they harvested were twice as large as usual, and it was all thanks to Prince Arel. The boy pointed out that it wasn't really true, rather it was thanks to their magicians. They had worked overtime to achieve such a beautiful result. He soon realized that this result was excellent, and he was very happy with the work. And the Queen's family won't bother him anymore, because they don't care about him anymore. And his mini-empire is getting back on its feet. So let's hope it keeps going that way. 50 years ago, after the Great War, all 3 countries remained afloat. The so-called 3 great powers, the Empire of Ernesia, the Empire of Merman, and the Kingdom of Damaniel. Among them, only the kingdom. Damaniel had the least influence. This country held on more through sheer luck. An interesting event took place in the kingdom at the Chancellor's banquet. He was just about to invite everyone for a drink and hoped they would enjoy tonight. A man came up to them and noticed, although the gift was modest, they had managed to prepare it with great love for him. The old man asked what it was. The interlocutor asked the servant to bring the show sooner rather than later. In the box that was presented to him was a precious vial. The Chancellor knew that it was a precious elixir that was only sold in the Kingdom of Ernesia. If you apply it to your head, the hair will grow back, and it is a cure for baldness. The interlocutor went on to say that he hoped we would like it, so let him accept this gift from them. The old man stated that this gift must not be cheap, so he asked what the boy wanted as a return gift, and he remarked that he didn't even think he would give anything in return. But if anything, his son is being sent off to war next year, and he's a little worried. The Chancellor smiled and said he wasn't worried in this one, for he had memorized his words. As of late, goods imported from the Kingdom of Ernesia have become very popular in the Kingdom of Damaniel. Of course, we're talking about smuggling now. That same year, the conference hall of the kingdom shook. King Hezin Lucia Rutania was horrified, asking what you all mean. People continue to smuggle goods from Orencia. He had heard that the recent banquet served only exclusively imported goods. He did not understand what was in store for them next. The king's deputy, Duke Elzigan, asked His Majesty to calm down. But Heezen kept saying, "Don't they realize what will happen if things continue like this? If nothing is done, the foreign debt will double or even triple. The economic gap between the three countries is not that wide yet, but the scales are already tipping in a certain direction. And that's because someone keeps making new products." The Merman Empire was already protesting the importation of their paper because of the unusual production technology. The king did not understand how to bridge the gap in the economy. At that time, the deputy stated that they could not delay any longer, and they had to do something about it. His Highness said that their opponent is a powerful nation and not easily defeated. Elzigan said that it was not necessary to fight them alone. It's worth rallying with like-minded people during such difficult times, and also to create an alliance that would destroy the kingdom of Erenzia. Thus, the kingdom of Demaniel sent out alliance proposals to many, and soon there was to be a secret meeting in the dungeon of the kingdom's palace. Duke Elzigan welcomed everyone to share their views. Grand Duke Gong was the representative of the Merman Empire. He reported that it had been quite some time since their last meeting. Count Marin Binstard, the representative of the Principality of Sejpan, had also arrived. He hoped that all these were not just words. Elzigan knew very well that the Principality of Sejpan did not belong to the three great powers, but they had a pretty good army. Thus all the allies have already gathered. Gong noticed that Songguk didn't come. He pretends to be clean, but as soon as he senses profit, he comes running. Elzigan said that they were going to take the Ernesian Empire to pieces soon, so there's no point in hiding anything from each other. And further, he suggested that we start talks with like-minded people. As everyone is well aware, they need to stop the Ernesia Empire. You can't ignore their rapidly growing economy. Gong stated, "This is indeed a headache," and Marin wondered if there was any chance of beating them. If they fail, it will be a big problem. The interlocutor approached him sharply and said, "That's why they need to make an alliance. No matter how strong a country is, it will be difficult for it to resist an entire alliance at once. In addition, if they are forced to fight a war, they simply won't have the strength to produce. By the way, it is rumored that it is the youngest prince who contributes to the production of novelties. At the age of 8, he created something remarkable, and at 14, he revitalized a land in decline. Immediately he was told that some of the rumors might be exaggerated, but he shouted out that it wasn't true. If things were left like this, he would grow up and cause them even more trouble. And then the dominance of energy would never end. So they shouldn't hesitate. Either they'll delay and fear war, or they'll go and rip that bastard's head off." Such an attitude the allies naturally liked. Therefore, Gong reported that he agreed. In fact, their emperor had wanted to attack them for a long time. Marin also stated that they were eager to wrestle. Hearing this, Elzigan was glad that they had come to an agreement. Now they should elaborate on their plans. Meanwhile, the situation was reported to the Erenesian emperor. He, of course, guessed what was going on. But these three countries have indeed made a secret pact, and so it was perfectly clear that their intentions were impure. Thus, you need to prepare yourself. A storm is coming, compared to which the conflict of 30 years ago will seem like a child's quarrel. However, this year the taxes collected and the army are many times higher than last year, so they would definitely not lose to them. Next, the emperor ordered his subordinates to send out official letters to all the vassals. When Arel got the news, he was a little surprised, wondering if he'd overdone it. He didn't, though. He did everything right. Dia noticed his uneasiness and asked what was wrong, if the walk was not to his liking. At this point, he was already 15 years old. The hero said that it seems to him that something bad is happening, and it is necessary to meet with his sister. It would be necessary to prepare properly. It turns out this neighboring kingdom is pissed off at Arel for mining too much. They even decided to ally despite their differences, which means we'll have to prepare for war. The main character could directly feel this evil energy in his direction. Kania realized that these people had made a 3-state alliance. But that's strange. Wasn't the Merman Empire their alliance? The prince said it was true. It used to be. The girl noted, in that case, if they were being so suspicious, perhaps we should attack them first. Arel stated, that sounded good. But if they attack, they will cease to be the aggressors, for they have no proof of their intentions. They're not so stupid as to leave traces. Their kingdom is already lucky enough to have you see their secret. In principle, Arel had expected it himself, but he thought it would happen in about 5 years. It was funny that it had happened so quickly. Whatever the world in power is, it's always the same. People die and no one cares. That's why the military is still in demand. But is it really so hard not to fight? It annoys him a lot. Suddenly his sister asked if he was all right. He noted that everything was fine and just wondered. None of this was confirmed yet, and wondered what the sister would do. But she didn't understand why he was asking. Her brother said he thought she might want to go back to the palace. It turns out that her father is very worried about her, and even sent a letter. He's not too worried about his son, though. He doesn't want to send his sweet daughter to the battlefield. Arel informed her that he wasn't telling her to flee, just that it would be better for her to stay in the palace until the threat was gone. In an emergency, her status as a princess takes precedence over her status as a knight. Naturally, the girl was indignant and said she was against it anyway. The hero didn't even expect her to refuse so quickly. At the same time, he informed that all this is not a joke. If the situation worsens, they will have to fight to the death. So the question arises whether she is sure of her choice. The sister only smiled, and then said, "It's okay. Isn't she sworn to protect him? She's not going to stand by and just because she's a princess. Even as a member of the royal family, why would she hide from danger?" Arel's attitude surprised him, and he didn't understand when his sister became like this. He informed her that he couldn't believe their little princess had finally grown up. The girl didn't understand why she was getting all worked up about it, and the brother informed that he would tell his father that she was staying here. To him he wrote that he could not convince his sister of the wrongness of her choice, and he had done everything he could to do so. A short time later, SAA was enjoying a drink in the castle's parlor. She went on to say that war was a serious matter. Asha asked if she had any experience of real war. The interviewee reported that in the past, this had indeed been the case. She had been in the war twice, wandering along dangerous front lines. But those wars were just localized conflicts, unlike the upcoming one. Next, she asked Asha how long she had been in her homeland. Rumors had reached her that her younger brother had entered the academy this year. So reluctant, she would see him while she still could. The girl replied that she wasn't sure it was the right time for that. She was only sure that he would understand her. Her colleague wasn't going on vacation herself. SAA just smiled and said that she had nowhere to go. So suggests it's better to have a drink. Who knows? Maybe there won't be another chance like this. In the meantime, Arel was in his office continuing to formulate a plan. He knew, though he told his sister, that nothing was certain yet, but he estimated that war would be declared on them within this year. In any case, he should get ready now, before he got a beating. These villains are amazing, and it's unclear what chance they have of winning. Probably somewhere around 30%. As a military pro in past lives, the guy guesses somewhere around 600 or 700,000 soldiers. Assuming they're on the defensive, they'll also have 600,000 warriors. It's hard to talk about a definite victory. Worst case scenario, you'll have to use dirty tricks. But even in the worst case scenario, he'll be fine as long as he can defend his fortress. Right now, his top priorities are to live life to his heart's content, which means a lord like him just has to come up with a plan to survive this war. In that case, you must start by reinforcing your troops. He'll make sure they don't even reach his lands. All you have to do is make sure that not a single rat slips past. So he arrived at Aiken's house and asked if he was very busy right now. In answer to his question, a hammer flew near his head. The boy realized that he was in a bad mood today. He welcomes him to familial, albeit belatedly, and wonders if he's getting enough of everything. The old man said he was satisfied with the latest equipment and obscenely luxurious amenities here. The problem is the local blacksmiths and just plain garbage. The prince asked, but why? Are they not following orders? Then the dwarf shouted that he hadn't slept in about 2 days because of them. Arel said it was probably because ordinary people couldn't work so hard. One calmed down a bit and said that at least he had learned some good information about Bulat. He didn't realize his recipe was so simple. The Lord said that this was not particularly good news. The main thing was not to confuse the grams. Back to the point, he's here to place an order. He needs some weapons, so he asked if they could start producing it right away. With neighboring reported, if it is simple, there will be no problems. And how many pieces are needed is also interesting. The boy told him everything, whispering this information in his ear. The old man was simply flabbergasted by this. While he was angry and coming to his senses, the boy realized he had to get out. Following him flew on my hammer and words about him being a crazy kid. To make weapons and armor for 20,000 soldiers is simple terror. He probably didn't realize how long it would take. Ben was only trying to reassure him, but the master kept yelling that that guy wasn't even imagining it. Arel only realized that at this rate, he would break his neck one day, so he had to be careful, but still hoped that Aiken would get things done. So decided to move on to the next step. so he arrived to buy new slaves. He was greeted by the manager as a VIP customer. The prince reported that he himself did not expect to come here again. He noted that he was very surprised when he received a letter from him. I wonder how many slaves he needs this time. Arel stated this time the request will be the biggest one yet. The manager noted that he had nothing to worry about. He already knew who he was dealing with, but the hero managed to dumbfound him once again, talking about how he needed 50,000 people. That was 10 times more than the last time. I wonder if it's possible. Even though his interlocutors said he wouldn't be surprised, he couldn't find the words. And then he hesitated a little, talking about that figure. Arel noticed this and asked if they didn't have that much. The man said the case is that the number of requests for labor from the nobility has increased. They all hope to use the slaves as soldiers. About 2,000 to 3,000 have even been sold already. He apologized for the question and asked if the prince was also going to use all 50,000 men as soldiers. The boy noted that we are not talking about all of them. He and his family are buying them out, just like last time. This is just an approximate number that he estimates. The manager thought about it for a while and said that it was true. He also said that he understood the gentleman. Arel thought that such a thing was all he cared about after all was money. As long as he has soldiers, protection is guaranteed. I'm sure this man is just looking for a way to run as much as possible. Therefore stated that the interlocutor knows. He does not like idle talk. Toth noted that this is true. This is the basis of serious business. So asked if he would send the slaves to his estate at once. The prince confirmed this and asked how long it would take to gather the right number. The interlocutor stated that it takes about 5 days. The boy figured it out and said he would come in person to get them in 5 days. The manager pointed out that it would be quite a hassle, so he could bring them himself. But the prince again said that it was all right, and he would come himself. As he left the place, he was glad that he had a lot more work to do now. How complicated it is, and that means there are 5 days to get everything ready. Which means it's time to take matters into your own hands. Soon Arel informed his sister that he was going to walk for another 5 days. Concerned then, she asked if he would be all right. He thought about it. The main thing is to make sure she doesn't suspect anything. He wants to keep her busy with something to keep her busy. In the end, the girl agreed, but said that they would come back to this conversation. Then my brother asked, what about going for a walk around the capital? He was well aware that his sister was a princess, but because of the rumors of war, she was not going anywhere. And most of her life was spent in the palace. So she's very interested in the world around her. Surely she's left with a desire to see it. Kania asked what other excursion. The guy again suggested to walk a little bit there. She had nothing to do here anyway. She was sad to admit it, but he was right. As a result, the girl agreed just this once, and Arel had successfully persuaded Kania. Soon she found herself in the busy city streets, talking about what he had imagined a little more. The boy pointed out that it was just the countryside and asked to hold on tight. Walking around, they even sampled the local strange cuisine. They also wandered to all the landmarks. At one such moment, the girl asked her brother to look. There were his creations for sale there, and she had seen them before. They were signed like the silver-haired sage. The hero, as usual, was horrified by this nickname. He was very embarrassed and confused as to who came up with it, what his creations were. So he turned his sister around and asked to see something else. What they discovered in the next stalls was that they sold swords there. The friendly merchant asked if they needed a sword. If so, then they had come to the right place. Here is the merchandise of the famous saint. All these swords are forged by them. Visitors need to know how talented the dwarves are, and there's a 10% discount today only. Looked at them, the prince informed them that none of this was true, albeit at a discount to selling fake gnome goods was dangerous. The merchant was wary, asking what he was talking about, and a new kind of forging themselves. Then Arel asked his sister to pour mana into that sword but not, overdo it. The girl took him in her arms and did as he asked. And soon such a vaunted blade broke. The guy smiled and said that fake swords break if you use aura. Trying to get out of it, the salesman said that there's some mistake. And the prince said, since he was so insistent, he could check them out for himself. The dwarves are in the neighborhood, and if he is wrong, it is ready to compensate for the damage. The interlocutor realized that he had attacked the wrong person, so he apologized and asked to end there. Then the boy asked for 1 dagger, and he would forget everything. The seller immediately started mumbling something. Then the hero asked if something was wrong and gave him an angry look. In response, he heard that there was no problem, and the interlocutor was grateful for his mercy. That's how Arel came to have this dagger in his possession. Kania asked if he really liked it that much. His brother pointed out that it was a real dagger. Though he was only holding it, it was original. Next, he held it out to his sister and asked her to take it. It would be his gift. The girl was surprised, but accepted it and then thanked him. She said that Arel is the only one who cares so much about her. The boy realized she is so happy, as if she got the gift of the most gorgeous dress in the world. Because of this, his sister is a unique person, and they really get along well with each other. And so it's been a few days since that moment. Kania was just asking if it was too much. Arel didn't understand what was wrong. Let her imagine that she is the commander of an army of 20,000 soldiers and leading them into battle. Thinking about it, my sister said it sounded great. Asha and the other girls were going to meet Prince Arel. It goes by that they haven't seen him for days, but the fact that he didn't see the entrance gate just stunned them. Mr. Link reported that he had returned, but what astonished the knights was that he brought with him 50,000 more subjects. Asha reported that everything had happened as she thought. He should not have been left alone. SAA, on the other hand, couldn't believe that there were so many of these people. Dia wondered how to feed them all. It was amazing that that was all she cared about. Asya said she understood they needed to prepare for war, but maybe they should have hired professional warriors. The Lord said that it is wrong. War is far and long. There will always be enemies who want to destroy familial, so they just have to trust him. Has he ever been wrong? The interlocutor said that she understood everything and had no objections. And then the boy thanked her for her understanding. He also said that he would need their help in training these men. He is going to make them into excellent warriors. They will simply select the useful guys and then create a squad and train them. The prince will prepare a basic training manual, and the knights will lead them. So asked if the girls could handle it too, which I got an affirmative answer. Next thing he knew, he was thinking that everything was great. He would be very busy for a while. The leaders of the Tri-County Alliance have decided to play with him. If they come in here, they'll be in trouble. He'll personally put them in a smoking line in front of him. Soon Arel and Dia were walking somewhere together, and the boy complained about how hard it was to climb, why all the mages lived in the mountains. The girl noted, most of these can just very old-fashioned people. Young mages like her prefer to live in big cities. Then the boy declared that he understood everything. The enchantress added that she liked the mountains better, because in the cities it was boring and there was nothing to eat. The prince agreed, but didn't understand if that was the only reason. In the end, Arel got used to his magic mentor. The man reported that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and wondered what had brought him this time. The hero noted nothing special, just wants to buy something, but immediately can tell that this request is not easy. The interlocutor was interested in war, but what is it about? And heard a request for a special stone that can store mana. Pritz wants at least a Class A artifact. The wizard said that such stones were on the books of the magic tower. Then he didn't understand why he had chosen it. Arel said he'd already figured it out. The magic tower wouldn't sell them to him. This, the interlocutor, understood and asked if he would use them for war. The boy understood that mages were no different from mere mortals when it came to war. But magical artifacts were a different matter. He asked to be understood correctly. He only wants to protect his territory. The wizard said he understood that, and yet he wondered why he was the one asking for such a favor. The principal breaks down, saying, doesn't he know? It's not like he's stupid enough not to realize. And as he also realizes, the boy is never parted from his debt. Arel knew the man was a snob, but inside he was still a cheapskate. At least he wasn't stupid and quick to draw the right conclusions. The wizard said he understood, but it would take some time. Returning home, the prince was glad that another problem had been solved. He felt that he had been working too hard lately and needed some rest. Suddenly I saw Dia fall to her knees, so I asked her in surprise what she was doing. And the girl asked with horror if it was not too much money. The prince understood why she was surprised and said that it was not a problem for him. He earns a lot. If she's so curious, he can tell her how much money he has in total. From the heard information, the interlocutor almost turned pale and fell into a stupor. The prince thought that he didn't even put the queen's stolen treasure there. In any case, there was nothing to worry about. So he tried to rouse the sorceress by saying that it was time to return to the castle. After a little while, he ordered the wizards to get to work. Now they have an important mission. They are interested, asked what the project is. The boy pointed out that it was necessary to prepare everything before the war started. It's also confidential information, so asked if they would keep it private, thinking it's about time they knew over time. Of course, they'll be paid accordingly. But don't be discouraged, it's all for their own sake. And already today the boy is going to walk around the capital, Asya arrived with him and asked him what brought him here. He didn't understand why she was asking. Couldn't he just go for a walk? Preparing for the war, he went to different deals now and then. So now he was dragging the girl along with him. She ended up being surprised when she saw where they had come. This place is an Imperial academy. If the prince understands correctly, her younger brother is studying here. That means she must see him together at least once. Imperial Academy, accredited by the Imperial family, an institution that educates the children of the nobility. Although high-ranking aristocrats still hire personal tutors, this was the place where most kids went to school anyway. Asha didn't understand why he brought her here. Arel said when he gives her time off, she still says she has a lot of work to do. So does she really not want to see her brother at all? The girl said that he shouldn't have come here with her after all. Then he asked her not to be so stubborn. It's not like he's such an insensitive employer. And I've even prepared their passes, so go ahead. The hero knew that only children of noble descent studied here. To think that he still knew nothing about Asha's brother. That's why I asked if the girl knew where to find him. But she said she didn't know the exact location. Though if she sees him in a crowd, she'll say so right away. They say he looks a lot like her. The prince didn't realize if that was all she knew. Suddenly he saw a guy who looked like him, and asked what about him. Doesn't he look like her? Asha called his name Ayres, and it became clear to the hero what his name was. That said, it's unclear who the girls next to him are. One of them wondered if the boy had thought about her offer. Ayres reported that he thought about it, but honestly, it's hard for him. The character realized that it's horrible. Even in places like this, there are bullies. So he asked the girl if he needed help. She offered to wait for a while, although those girls ended up enslaved, and the kid could exhale with relief. Then his sister came up to him and asked him what was going on. Ayres was greatly surprised when he asked his sister how she had gotten here. She informed him that it wasn't about that right now, but wondered what those children wanted from him. He wrote in his letter that he was fine, but it was unclear what she had just seen. Her brother stated that she had it all wrong. Lady Corette was not like that. Asha only asked me to answer honestly what they wanted, and then the boy shouted that he would not answer her. The sister couldn't understand why he was saying that. The hero reflected that he had not seen Asha so confused, so she asked her to wait, and he would talk to him himself. He greeted the kid, saying he was his sister's boss. Ayres asked if he was the third prince, but the hero asked to drop the titles for now. He wondered what it was really about, if he was being bullied. He tells this girl who was picking on him. The interlocutor noted that it was not like that at all. And that conversation went smoothly. The prince said he would keep it a secret from the boy's sister. Only then did Ayres begin to speak. He said that this girl's name was Hea Corette. She was the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Corette. The prince thought the name sounded familiar, and he wondered where he had heard it before. Suddenly remembering his birthday, he met this marquis. He didn't seem like a bad nobleman. So he asked if that girl was bullying her little brother and his bodyguard. The boy shouted again that it was not like that at all. After that, he hesitated, trying to say something, and I remembered the moment when it all happened. The girl pressed him against the wall, and he was then greatly surprised, after which she suggested that he go out with her. Ayres reluctantly admitted that she wanted him to date her. This was something that Arel definitely couldn't expect, so he was simply amazed. The boy then just ran away and said he didn't want to, because they're only 11 years old. The hero has finally figured it out. The interviewee went on to say that he rejected her then, but she continued her advances, and the other ladies in the class treat him like a pet. It turns out they're not exactly bullying him, it just seems like they're overreaching. Prince was really amazed. This guy just doesn't realize how popular he is. Who would have thought that even a relationship between children could be so stressful? He even got tired of these thoughts. Ayres went on to say that he just doesn't understand what to do with her. The hero wondered then why not ask her herself. The boy was horrified, asking Lady Corette how long she had been standing there. The girl said she came back because she had something to tell him. But I wonder who all these people are. Arel said they're not some suspicious characters. Pointing at Asha, he said that in front of her was her future sister-in-law. The girl did not understand what the prince was saying and how to understand it. And while the prince was explaining, Haya said that she already knew everything. It was Ayres' older sister. She had already heard a lot about her. The girl immediately bowed valiantly and said it was a pleasure to meet her. She is Hea Corette, the youngest daughter of the Corette family. And she also wants to date her younger brother. While Asya was discouraged, she didn't realize what was going on. The prince only smiled and said that it was very cool and also quite brave. Knight asked what she should do in a situation like this. The guy replied, "There is only between them all unreflected. Then why don't you leave it up to those two? Asha says that because Ares says she's forcing him. He never said he didn't like it, though. It seems like he's just confused and doesn't know what to do. The hero informed if the girl wants to know, the Correct family has an exceptional ability to make a profit through proper investments. If Ayers gets along with this girl, it will benefit their family. Asha reported that this reason is kind of weird. Arel stated understandably, it's secondary. But if they like each other, why doesn't she just leave it at that, and just watch things unfold? His companion understood that, but if she didn't disgust him, why did he refuse to date her? The prince noted that perhaps it was because of male pride. Or is there some other reason for this? At that moment, some guy arrived that asked Ayers if he was flirting with her again. Lucen didn't understand why someone like him was laughing power to Lady Correct. Haya stood up for the boy, asked him why he was blaming Ayers. She's the one offering to date him. The interlocutor shouted that he is against it and doesn't understand why she refuses to socialize with him. Besides, she chooses this scoundrel. It ends up being a love triangle within the walls of the academy. Arel wondered with horror what was going on here. Lucene further said that this boy's family is in decline. The eldest daughter even went to the village to work. And if she hangs around with such a thing, she will dishonor the Correct family. Hearing these words, the prince said that this asshole is crossing the line. Suddenly Ayers yelled out, "Not sure what this is all about. Well, let him stop insulting his sister and Lady Correct." The interlocutor was horrified by this, asking if he thought the man was joking. Realizing that the situation was critical, Arel tried to stop them, talking about changing the subject. If you always vote with your nose in the wrong place, sooner or later it will be torn off. The prince was not going to listen to this boy's ravings any further. Lucan asked why he was prying into outsiders' business at all, for he had not been asked. Arel said he at least had authorization to enter. So you have to have a positive attitude, a guest. At that moment, another man was brought to them. That he asked what the noise was about. The hero could not understand why there were so many people gathered here this time. Suddenly, a child called the arriving man a gate. Hai noticed that the wearer looked more like a teacher than a student. The unfamiliar man was just about to ask who he was. Arel noted that he had been waiting for that question, so introduced himself, saying that he was the third prince of the kingdom of Ernesia and the master of a village called Fahilia. The children were surprised when they found out who he was, and Lucian's brother understood. He asked if the prince wanted to move to another place to continue their conversation. Soon the protagonist as well as Asha followed along with him. Their new interlocutor's name is Cadell Lucen, the eldest son of the Lucen family, and part-time swordsmanship teacher at this academy. He asked to apologize for his younger brother's behavior. A little later, their family will formally apologize to him. The prince informed him to apologize properly to Ayers, not to him. Cadell reported that he was not involved in this issue. Moreover, it was Ayers himself who first started it. And since that's the case, shouldn't it be the Pernil family that should apologize? Asha asked what he was saying, for she was sure her enemy had done nothing wrong. Arel had wondered where this childish love triangle had come from. But now he seemed to know what the reason was. The Royal Academy, although an educational institution, it's basically a big place. And where young nobles build connections rather than just studying. It seems that this child was also just following his family's orders. At first, there was a possible other reason, but with time, even the right goal can become a bad one. Cadell went on to say the families of Correct and Lutzen have had a close relationship since a long time. Pernil should not prevent this from happening. The hero was shocked that the academy teacher was acting like this. It turns out they see Pernil's family as nothing more than obstacles in their way. Prince reported that the man was talking nonsense. It's unclear what a family name has to do with childhood relationships. Do teachers still teach discrimination in their time? Cadell noticed the difference in ranks cannot be ignored in any way, and making the appropriate connections was a nobleman's direct duty. Arel remarked, if this is true, does he know that Asha is his personal knight? So does he want to say that a knight of the royal family is beneath him in rank? Cadell stood up and indicated that he understood. He would warn his younger brother and hope that the Pernil family would henceforth refrain from actions that might cause misunderstandings. Arel remarked, still doing his own way as he realized, let him go back immediately. The situation is as follows. Hia is interested in heirs, and the brother of this man prevents it. Therefore it is necessary to solve everything in the traditional way. The hero talks about the easiest way, which has been used by noblemen to solve such love problems since ancient times. Asya asked in surprise what he was talking about. Cadell was also surprised and wondered if he wanted to have a duel between them. Arel said that Cadell was absolutely right. We should just have a duel and make a decision that way. The eldest daughter of the Pernil family versus the eldest son of the Lucine family. The younger ones, by the way, will also be involved. The interlocutor said it was just nonsense, but Prince added that he wasn't done yet. If he won, the ale would not only back off, but would actively help with the difficult situation of food shortages due to crop failures. This piqued Cadell's interest. Arel remarked that on the Pernil family's side, both Asha and Erez must also win. Only then would their victory be considered complete. Otherwise, if at least one representative of their side wins, it will already count as a win. Cadell thought about it. The proposal seemed spontaneous, but if they won, it would be doubly good for the family. And it was already clear who would win. Still, his younger brother is 2 years older than Erez and has a stronger build. And since Cadell was previously an officer of the 13th Order, he would be able to easily defeat a mere escort knight. Therefore, after weighing everything, he more respectfully remarked that since His Highness was personally offering, he had no right to refuse. Smiling, Arel swore by the honor of the Ernesia clan that he would keep his word, and hoped his interlocutor would do the same. Asa, for her part, did not like this idea at all. She shouted to the prince that she usually forgave him for such antics. But this time it had gone too far. The hero didn't understand what she meant. Usually she just said the same thing and asked him not to do that. The girl stated that it was not about that. The prince explained that he knew he was going a little overboard. But was the girl really going to go against everything she herself said? This man made fun of their family in a rude way and disrespected heirs. Her brother is being treated with contempt. Is that normal? The girl noted that she was his bodyguard, after all. She could not be guided by her personal feelings now. The boy confirmed that she was his knight bodyguard. Ignoring his bodyguard is like ignoring him. He's not going to keep quiet when he or his men are insulted. So can consider this the beginning of the end for them. Let her admit that she wanted to beat the bastard up too. So offers to show her brother how much of a badass knight his sister is. Asha still didn't like the idea, but she reacted more calmly. And in the end, she even agreed. And her brother, when he found out everything they had talked about, was in tears saying that he couldn't do anything. It was incomprehensible how he could defeat Lucin. The prince asked, "What is there in general complicated in children's fights? Let him beat to the very first and we'll be all set." But the interlocutor continued to mumble. Then the hero, for his support, walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. And then asked me to answer one question, only honestly. The way he sees the situation, this Lucien Jr. is constantly bullying him. Then to be fair, doesn't that piss him off? The boy remarked that he can't say he's not pissed off at all because of that. He does get angry. But then, he remembers his sister, who works so hard for their family's reputation, and he simply couldn't afford to act in any sort of reckless manner. He couldn't think of anything better than holding back and building up his own strength. Hearing that, Arel said that's one option, but it is not clear when he will be able to change the situation. I don't think so. When I'm properly trained, I'll graduate. Or maybe Korda will join the order and become even stronger. Then it'll be too late in life to solve problems on the spot. If he keeps holding back and waiting for a good chance, he'll soon become moldy. Now his chance has come. He needs to show what will happen if you hurt their family. Of course, the heroes do not push his constant fighting, because it usually ends badly. But let him consider that he is now backed by the third prince himself. Erez was actually cheered up by this. The hero noticed this, and stated that he was about to tell the plan with which inaccurately defeated, so let him listen carefully. Dueling is cool only in words, but in reality, something more barbaric is still to be found. It is a natural manifestation of consensual violence. And of course, the whole event attracts a lot of gawkers and gossipers. Arel, in fact, took the most hot seat. He reported, even as the children fought to absorb, everyone right down to the old men pulled up. Heya asked him what was going on here and why no one asked her, but straight to the duel. The boy apologized that she hadn't been warned. They just really missed teaching that guy a lesson once. The girl reported that she would like that too, but it is a very bad way to do it. Erez says she is not good at fencing. The prince reported that she is a bit lacking in understanding. Whether she does or doesn't is not important right now. Corette stated that this is a duel, and ability is what matters. The prince said that was true, but cunning was what really mattered. The girl will figure it out on her own. It's only worth waiting a little longer. He wondered why she liked Erez so much. With a little thought, Anna said he was very nice. When she clutches him, he makes a face like he's going to cry. I want to pinch him and watch the reaction. She literally ate it up in that moment. Next, she asked the hero if it wasn't the same for him. Arel wondered what she was saying. How did she eat it? I mean, it's dangerous. And they're the same species. Something reasons to cancel the duel are getting more and more. The judge soon announced, from this point on, with the third prince's permission, he was declaring the duel open. And as he launched a magical flash into the sky, the duel began. Lucien immediately rushed to the attack with a shout for his opponent to die. Corette was amazed that he still called himself a nobleman. He acts like some kind of wild boar. The hero took his turn communicating with Ayres, talking about him taking a half-step back diagonally to the right. The boy did as the prince told him and easily dodged the blow. Next, Arel said to go left, just let it deflect and back up. Now you need to take 2 steps to the right and then 3 diagonally, and the sword needs to be kept twisting hard and sharp. And at the end of it all, let him lunge. Ayres followed every instruction the prince spoke, and even put his opponent down. The other kids watching the fight said it looked funny, but it was weird to be leaning away from all the attacks. Asha, who was also watching the fight, was very worried. Arel was actually instructing his fighter quietly in his ear. He created a small communication port exclusively for them. Children move only as they are taught. Their steps are as obvious as a textbook. Predicting what a toddler will do is a piece of cake. Next, the hero informed the boy that he was doing well. Let him keep moving as he prompted. At this time, Ayres' opponent rose to his feet. Enraged, he tried to attack and said that some brat from a third-rate family wouldn't humiliate him. The prince immediately asked Ayres to calm down, let him lean lower and attack sharply upwards. The boy even closed his eyes and did what the hero said. From such an outburst, even Hay was greatly surprised. Ayres used this technique to hit the most dignified spot of the hollow. Naturally, Lucien could not withstand such a blow. The judge had no choice but to accept that Ayres Pernal had won. While the boy marveled at his victory, the hero said it was a one-time thing. Then Cadell came up to him saying since he had lost, it couldn't be helped. But the prince's jokes were too cruel. The hero, pretending that nothing had happened, asked what he was talking about. The interlocutor remarked that on the whole he could have guessed that the fellow would stoop to subterfuge. But one way or another, next he's going to win and put an end to it all. Ayres in turn rejoiced that he had done what they had planned. The hero praised him, saying that he had done well and it had worked out great. Heya also congratulated him, saying she believed he would win. Arel knew she was lying. The blushing girl in her would go far. Ayres said, "It's his sister's turn now, but he's worried if everything will be all right." He heard that Lord Cattle is the former head of the Order of 13 Knights. The prince noted that he had indeed heard such a thing, and he could see that he was confident in his abilities. Although it absolutely doesn't matter, Asha will still win this battle. He asked the boy to watch carefully. There was a reason his sister had become a knight. Cadell informed Ms. Pernal that he was not going to give in to her at all. So he threw himself into the attack and offered to fight to the best of his ability. He knew that he would never underestimate his opponent. Even if he lost, he would at least give his best. Suddenly, he lost concentration for a second, and didn't realize what was wrong with his eyes. And at that moment, he and his body were already flying as a flash to the side. After which he flew straight into the wall, which was far enough away. Naturally, this was done to him. Asha declaring that she too would not give in and thrash about at full strength. She would have liked to say it earlier, but it seemed unnecessary. He's somehow very weak at holding a punch for his own status. Some time had passed, and she now told the prince if he was up to anything else like this in the future, have him warn her in advance. Arel noted thanks to him his brother was now respected. Thanks to today's fight, he would definitely not be bullied again. He'll take care of the Lucines himself to keep them quiet, so she shouldn't worry. Before the war, she looked after her brother and solved problems. It wouldn't hurt her to relax a little. Asya was pleased with the way the young gentleman was not treated. So she said she had to thank him. When faced with something good, everyone tries to deny the situation in the first place. In other words, really or truly it can't happen. And so, according to official information, the lords of Ernesia have begun recruiting and training soldiers to prepare for war. But their actions are too cautious to call them full-fledged preparations. What if we prepare for war, and there is no war? Then all the accumulated supplies and weapons would end up in a warehouse, and that would be a hassle. In short, it's all a really big headache. Perhaps that was why so many people had arisen, pointing their fingers at the Lord. The one who had decided to prepare in advance. It was Arel, and he offered to prepare as much as possible. He spoke confidently. But no one really knew whether there would be a war or not, so everyone went on with their lives as usual. And all this was going on until they heard the news, and it came from the capital of the Merman Empire. The Emperor has addressed the honored citizens of the Empire. Today he is going to make a statement to all the peoples of the continent. I wonder if they knew there was an enemy emerging that was undermining the finances of their nation. He not only makes undeserved profits by producing all sorts of fancy products, but he also sells the Empire's signature product paper at will, and that's certainly an indescribable chutzpah. The very villain he speaks of hails from the Empire of Ernesia, in the name of peace on their continent. Against this villain he is not about to bare his swords, and neither are all their allies, also victimized by this pest. After these words, the ruler of the Demanial Kingdom, as well as the Grand Duke of the Principality of Sejapan, approached him. Emperor Merman announced that their empire, along with allies the Kingdom of Demanial and the Principality of Sejapan, were going to judge the Empire of Ernesia together. It was at that point that his official offense was announced. Immediately, a message was sent to the great ruler of the Empire of Erenzia, saying that if he wanted to stop the shedding of innocent blood as soon as possible, he should do the following. First, he must stop making paper and shut down all production. Second, the secret recipes of their kingdom's unique products must be shared. Third, the profits made from the products should be shared among all the countries. And the last, Prince Arel was to be sent abroad to study, to bring out all his talents. Arel did not like this, and realized that they were mocking their kingdom. If they want war, they'll have war. So he ordered the troops to gather now. This is the land their ancestors defended, and they will not give up an inch of it. After a little while, an event occurred on the border of the territory of the Kingdom of Ernesia near the Ape Fortress. From there, the flag wars of the three allied kingdoms emerged. Immediately it was clear that the alliance of the three kingdoms had finally arrived. Zale asked the knight what the scouts were reporting. He was told that there were about 70,000 warriors in the vanguard, though if you counted with those from the northeastern border, and they say that about 100,000 soldiers are attacking. The prince realized that 100,000 soldiers were not the end of the story. They must surely be followed by the main troops. As the heirs to the empire, he must stop them at all costs. So he told his people that if they united, they would have nothing to fear. We must make sure that not even an ant could get into the fortress. The real battle has begun with Arel's order to mobilize not yet given, but at this moment, when all the Familials have prepared, and are waiting for the enemy to finally appear. The prince is very busy and not be there for anything. He decided that now was a good time to unleash his talent at cooking. It was all Dia's job to test, and she's already prepared for it. The first thing the boy cooked was a stew of tender rabbit meat. The supplier is the village headman. The hero reported that it's so delicious, and once everyone finds out it's rabbit meat, they don't want to eat it. The enchantress noticed this is because they are glutted. Probably haven't tasted insects and poisonous fish since the hunger strike. It was time, and they finally had a good meal. Arel noted as he started cooking, perhaps something else needed to be done. The girl wondered what exactly he was going to do. You can tell by the ingredients that this wheat flour and dried fruit is probably something sweet. The gentleman only smiled and said it was a company secret. And the interlocutor said he was a great cook. Usually lords don't even show up in the kitchen. The boy indignantly stated that he had created recipes for all the products their company trades in. He didn't tell anyone about it, but he had a period where he thought if it didn't work out, he'd hide out properly and become a cook. After a while, the food he had set out was cooked. It was a deliciousness from Arel, a recipe he didn't say. After trying it, Dia realized that it was very tasty. But it seemed that if you ate a lot of it, you could gain weight very quickly. The hero noted that he came up with this when he was composing a soup ration for soldiers on the battlefield. Normal camp food is unpalatable. If something goes wrong, and he has to eat it, he needs a backup plan. The enchantress asked what about the mobilization order, since he hadn't given it yet. She was worried, but Arel merely informed her that he just wanted to finalize his preparations as much as possible. While there is time, it is imperative to get it all done. But on the front line, fierce fighting continued. The fortress that had first succumbed to the attack was beginning to storm. Zale reported that it was past time for them to launch a counterattack, but it was unclear where the reinforcements were. He was informed that it was on its way. The enemy kept climbing and climbing the wall. It's going to be hard to attack in this situation. What if there was an urgent intelligence message? Wary, the prince asked what had happened. The knight immediately dumbfounded him with the fact that the enemy army was approaching their 210,000. They did indeed rush away on horseback, and the stomping of hooves sounded more and more. Zale grimaced at this information and realized they were already here. Just then, an urgent meeting was taking place in the council chamber of the Ernesia Empire. It has been reported that the number of enemy troops continues to grow. It's only a matter of time before he doesn't smash them to smithereens. It cannot go on like this. It is better to retreat and reform the front line. One of his subordinates told His Majesty that his safety was paramount. But it was obvious that the Emperor was a bit confused. He further agreed that it was necessary to lead the front line. It was also necessary to try to convey to the people the gravity of the current situation. Everyone present realized that the situation was critical. Theorel informed let even feudal lords and aristocrats who are at least somewhat capable of fighting go into battle. He's ordering them to mobilize every force they have. Arel was surprised that his older brother still decided to take part in the war for the sake of achievements. Usually, representatives of the Imperial family were not sent to the front. Even he got a subpoena. 3-on-1, it's hard to do that. But there's nothing worse than a numerical advantage. The Empire must prosper for him to continue to suffer from his bullshit, which means it's going to happen. He's going to be a private temporarily. Leaving the estate a few soldiers in charge, the hero began to prepare to enter the battlefield. He came to the edge and said it was about time he stepped up to the big time. Naturally, Kania was beside him, and to her, he said she could stay in familial. The girl's reaction was crystal clear, though. She said she didn't want to stay and would go too. The others can go, but she can't. The boy knew she was very stubborn. Of course, I could use her swordsmanship in the field, but who in their right mind would want to let their loved ones go to the front? If it's for the protection of the estate, perhaps her father can put pressure on her. Suddenly, the sister came closer and said that she was grateful that he was worried about her. But at the same time, she will not let him go to war alone. If the youngest goes, the older sister is also in. Arel realized there was no changing her mind. So he smiled and said that if she felt that way, he wouldn't hold her back any longer. He then informed her that it was time to hand her something. The girl was interested, and the hero bared his weapon. He reported that Mistress Familia had entrusted it to him. It is a sword passed down from generation to generation in the Kenzest family. It was named Keltia by the first head of the family. Even the dwarves recognized its quality, noting that it was extremely difficult to create such a treasure. Examining it, Kania asked, "Oh, can the truth take?" "Brother," he said, "she is the third swordmaster in the kingdom. My sister rejoiced because of this, and was very grateful to her mom." Next, the hero thought he should not let her beware. It's moments like this that are important to make a gentlemanly exit. Now it's his job to minimize casualties as much as possible. For a valiant warrior, there is no better reward than saving lives and his men. Therefore, under no circumstances should one show any alarm. Lining up in front of the people, the boy announced, "Astana is moving to the front, by order of His Majesty." The enemy forces numbered 320,000 men. But Arel did not train them to fall in battle. He doesn't need the safety of building on their sacrifices. They have an obligation to ride out and defend their military honors. There are only 23 men in the army of their estate. So, let this number remain the same even after his war is over. A short time later, Arel and his men arrived at the front lines to the northeast at the fortress of Dercia. There, they saw much destruction, as well as wounded and gaunt soldiers. The battle was much harder than Arel had anticipated. Arriving at his commander's and part-time brother's house, the hero greeted the crown prince. Kania greeted him as well. Exile was the first to apologize to them for having to involve them. If he'd been in charge, this wouldn't have happened. The hero was surprised because despite the number of the enemy to say such a thing compared to the Empress, the elder brother is clearly a good person. Therefore, he said that he had heard that the current situation left much to be desired. The interlocutor remarked that this truth their fortress was besieged by the enemy. All 320,000 men would soon be here. The enemy is quiet for a time to reform, but tomorrow the battle will continue. Arel realized the situation was worse than ever. If he had been a couple days late, this territory would have been overrun as well. Big Brother asked, "So Junior has 23,000 soldiers, and that's great. With them they could hold out until the rest of the feudal lords arrived." The hero thought, what kind of holdout is he going to use his men, in whom he invested a lot of energy and time as human shields? No, this option is definitely not suitable for them. That's why he told Exile there was no need to wait. Enough with the defensive. It's time to completely change the battle formation, because we can't stall any longer. The Crown Prince informed him that he understood his feeling, but in their position it could not be done. Then Arel said, in truth, he had prepared something for such an occasion. Let him see for himself. When word of the war reached him, he asked his blacksmiths to improve one thing. And so the older brother saw what the younger brother was talking about. There was no limit to the surprise, because it's a traveling belvedere. It will accommodate shooters as well as wizards. This is a prefabricated tower, so it is extremely easy to move. Exile cheerfully reported that she would indeed be able to help them. But the hero pointed out that there was more to it than that. Seeing the next creation, the interlocutor was surprised and wondered what it was called. Arel remarked, if a name was needed, he suggested calling it blade knife on wheels. He knew that such weapons were often used in ancient times for sieges. It could help in defense and put psychological pressure on the enemy. He improved this hero model with the help of magicians and dwarves. He noticed that they had enough blades. It was only necessary to assemble the base, and the weapon would be sufficient to use. He's going to take over the defense and let his brother focus on the counterattack. Zale liked that prospect, and he was already feeling at least a chance. Arel thought those three scoundrels had crossed the road. Now would be a good time to counterattack. The enemy soon received word that Arnesia had reinforcements. The three commanders were chatting about the backlash being serious, judging by how smoothly they held off the onslaught of the first wave. Apparently the crown princes are as stupid as they assumed, and that's bad. Suddenly the man asked why one of them was smiling. The one reported that he was just interested in the one milkman that brought reinforcements. He talks about the third prince of Arel, Arnesia. It turns out that he is the reason for the sudden enrichment of the empire and the beginning of the war. The others were surprised that this boy was actually here. The man said at first the rumors that those impressive goods created by some small puppy seemed unfulfilled nonsense. And then suddenly there was a chance to check their authenticity. In that case, I wonder what they'll say, because they're probably curious about everything too. The interlocutor stated that this is true, but his status is a little embarrassing. The commander said he knows that very well, but he should not worry. He will not ruin their agreement. The rest of us just need to be at all guns and thieves to destroy the enemy already. Arel's army of approximately 23,000 men lined up. Watching them, the hero was proud and couldn't believe they were his men. And the troops that attacked them, the army of the Union of the three states, had about 50,000. When they rushed to the attack, and the hero ordered that his subordinates act according to the plan as agreed. The enemy commanders said that the defending cowards are covered by shields, so we need to crush them as hard as we can. There's almost half as many of them, and even the best strategy can't win a battle like this. As soon as he claimed it, he saw something strange in the sky that was approaching them. It turned out to be a huge wave of arrows that began to express the enemies. Those who had any defensive weapons and successfully survived, but the rest were already dead. An order passed among the knights to raise their shields, need to leave fear behind and continue the attack. Arel realized that the attackers weren't going to stop, and it wasn't enough to run them over. The onslaught on the defenders continued to get stronger and stronger, but it was impossible to break through their defense. One of the enemy knights realized he couldn't advance. The shields of those they are attacking are clearly different from normal. Strange what they are made of. Suddenly, Arel's charges used a bladed weapon to clear the way and surprised the attackers. The enemies were so wary that they made the decision to retreat quickly, but for most of them, it was already very late to do so. Though the prince didn't welcome bloodshed in the wolf, he thought it was necessary to blame it all on their brainless commander. The enemy commander just reported that the infantry was failing, so he asked for magical support to head into battle, who at that moment was really a little offended to have to resort to the help of mages so soon. But there were no other options now. Wizards, and far more frightening than ordinary soldiers, and where to fall even knights with aura. Their top-level spells are real weapons of mass destruction. Knowing the value of magic and the mana limit, the commander wanted to hold them back. But now he sent them into battle and ordered them to hit at full strength, to show that their cheap tricks wouldn't work in the face of true power. The wizards tried to use their powers, but suddenly something strange happened. Angry, the commander asked why they were standing around. Let them attack alive. Are they going to betray them? Suddenly he was informed that it wasn't that easy. The magic wasn't working and something was blocking them. The commander, he realized, was horrified. And that can only mean one thing, that the enemy has wizards too. Dia was in charge of the overwhelming force. She reported that it wasn't that hard. She even said it was so easy that she wondered if the mages were really there. She is only a 6th grade wizard. With the skills of these people who only have 4th grade with her and me to contend with. The enemy commander shouted to the mages to do something incomprehensible for how long they could stand. But they said they couldn't, but the enemy couldn't use battle magic either, since block magic requires extremely large amounts of mana. Dia didn't think so, and was about to move on to the next stage. The enemy warriors afterward were struck by the same battle magic. Then the battle commander started scolding his subordinate, saying that it wasn't like they couldn't use magic. The wizard said confusedly that it couldn't be. No matter how much mana a person had, it was impossible to use such a spell immediately after a block. It's unbelievable that their enemies could do something like that. Suddenly they saw the magic stone of the strongest among all. It became incomprehensible to the enemy commander, where a mere feudal lord got such a treasure. One wonders what kind of monster is their leader. The magic spells of the defenders of Arnesia continued to attack. This time ice magic was used, turning the knights into ice. Also, where was it without fire and other deadly spells? It was that very day that the enemy army lost 30,000 soldiers. Arel, once again, is convinced that winning a war brings no joy. He can't understand why all this senseless killing. He should be resting, not doing all this. Soon, SAA inquired as to what they would do with the retreating enemy. The hero noted that the pursuer would not be them. Also could use a breather. Also, the abandoned soldiers let them be taken prisoner. Exile rejoiced at his brother's victory. It is said that the repulse gave a great one. I'm sure even the enemy didn't expect such a defeat, and well done, brother. Arel said he was just lucky. The exceptionally strong enemies were handled by the elder brother. The hero thought his interlocutor seemed to misunderstand something. He only wants to rest, not become a frontline hero. So all honor and glory will be reserved for Exile. He said that their counterattack must have dampened the enemy's fervor. And now might be a good time to retaliate. The knights supported him, and also Arel said let him do as he sees fit. The crown prince stated, in that case, it was now Arnesia's turn to attack. Arel thought things were shaping up nicely. As long as he was back making noise in the enemy camp, he could rest for a while. Rest in war essentially exists too, you just have to be somewhere in the back. The Imperial army led by Exile immediately launched a counterattack. The activity of the Familial soldiers allowed the defense forces to be divided into 3 parts. And to counter the numerical superiority, a battle of attrition was chosen over all-out warfare, minimal defense and maximum tactical offensive moves. In the meantime, everything is quiet in the rear while the fierce battles continue. Arel continues to enjoy his vacation and eats a full meal. Of course, so did the rest of his subordinate knights. While everyone else was enjoying themselves, Asha was worried for some reason. She soon reported that she was somehow uncomfortable with the fact that there was blood being spilled, and they were sitting there relaxing. SAA asked, "What's the big deal?" In war, as they say, it's survival of the fittest. The character noted that it was said perfectly. It turned out that thanks to the strategic advantage of Familia's troops, were left with the excuse that they were slow, and if they were touched, it was a lost cause. Yesterday's counterattack had seriously stressed them out, so they wouldn't get into this hive a second time. In other words, we can idle today with a clear conscience. Thinking about it, the hero noticed that there was something else. I wonder if it's normal to rest Dia like this. Maybe we should move her to a softer place. She survived half of the block yesterday on her own, and can be considered to have expended the most energy. Absorbing and circulating the magic stone's mana takes an extremely large amount of energy. That's exactly why he told her to let you rest. But she said she needed to eat first, and sleep would have to wait. And so it quickly began to grab the meat I'm eating to the brim, after which she simply fell asleep sitting at the same table. Arel then informed them that it didn't matter. They would finish eating and they could go to bed. After all, great things are already in store for them tomorrow. The enemy commander got the report and realized things were bad. The crown prince, who leads the army of course, is also an eyesore, but he still has milk on his lips. The real problem is definitely not him. The recent counterattack was too sudden. But wasn't that sucker just a merchant of some sort? The man can't believe that his army of 23,000 men wiped out 30,000 of their warriors out of 50. Combat is all about experience. To understand its essence, it is much more important to experience combat on your own skin than to make plans in your head. It's unclear how a 16-year-old boy can do such a thing. However, the most unclear is why his husband is sitting in the rear. With his abilities, he could change the course of the entire battle in no time. It's unclear what he's up to, or who this Arel Arnesia even is. The next day, Arel's army joined Brother Exale's troop, and they all set out together to reclaim the fortress. The hero was just inside the carriage mulling over a plan. He asked me to turn the speed down to half speed. We need to go a little slower. Kania, sitting next to her, was surprised and asked what was wrong. The hero reported that he thought they were already being waited on. Last time, the Alliance suffered a lot of damage by attacking them head-on. The sister said it was true. The boy went on to say, they're not stupid either, so they won't step on the same rake a second time. Moreover, they'll be passing through this place soon, and it's perfect for an ambush. So the boy is sure that the Alliance will not miss such a chance. And if the enemy is preparing to attack, let him prepare for the consequences. Arel and his soldiers have arrived at that dangerous area. There was indeed an ambush on them, and those who were sitting in it realized that the enemy was coming, so everyone needed to get ready. They were definitely going to win this time. A little time passed, and the man realized that they were delayed. He had been told, of course, that they were moving rather slowly because they were carrying a watchtower, but not that slow. Suddenly, he had a thought on the matter, and at that moment I heard the stomping of horses' hooves, so I knew they were here. Thus ordered his subordinates to activate the attack. Arrows from different directions flew straight at the caravan, but as a result, they were blocked by magic and did not accomplish what they intended. It turned out to be shield magic. Enemy wizards reported that the spell didn't work, and similar block there. The commander wondered if that was impossible. It was incomprehensible how to pass in them could use magic so quickly. Did he really prepare himself in advance? Weighing everything, he reported that there was no point in lacing further and it was necessary to retreat. The wards heard their commander and began their retreat. But when they did, they started falling into traps. It was a multitude of traps that were scattered over a large area, and SAA was already beside them. The girl said that a skillful hunter knows how to set traps, and traps are known to catch not only animals, but also people. Said kind of pathetic words, she immediately went on the attack. The enemies didn't expect an ambush on their own, so they couldn't fight back. The girl said, if one prepares for an attack, one must also be prepared for the consequences. She is simply relaying the words of her leader. The enemy commander grabbed his weapon and said she dared not stand in their way. He, for his part, is certainly not going to lose, certainly not to some wench. So he rushed into the attack, relying on his own strength. SAA didn't say anything to him and only channeled her aura into one of his limbs. After that, the battle only got tougher. Asha was also around. She said so much chit-chat, but in reality it was nothing much. Earlier, Arel said that one should show themselves to be the worst kind of shit. Then the enemy will just start avoiding them not out of fear, but out of disgust. Instead of fighting a fierce battle, they would become enemies to be touched. That was his whole plan. Arel's army successfully destroyed the suddenly filled-in soldiers from the Tri-State Alliance, and also recaptured the border fortress back. The enemy tried attacking a few more times, but they were no longer able to break Ernija's fighting spirit so easily. Moreover, the thing that gave the strongest rebuff to the enemy was Kania. She fought her enemies fiercely, not giving them a chance to win. Enemies didn't believe that this terrifyingly strong girl was actually a princess, and the rumors weren't lying. There are no swordmasters among them. It's just that the masters are concentrated in the south, and on the front lines, there was no one comparable in strength to her. It had been months since the war began. The armies of the Tri-State Alliance were losing steam and soldiers by the day, and Ernija was fast approaching victory. Arel's army had lost 121 soldiers, and 142 were seriously wounded. Nearly 200 more had minor injuries. Compared to the other feudal lords, where the casualties amounted to half of the entire force, Familial's troops had a staggering performance. At the base of the general command of the three-state alliance, there was uneasiness. The man reported that in the south, the fighting was more or less even. And only in the north, their people could not even break through the defenses. We can't keep wasting soldiers. We need to remove the troops from the northern front line for a while. Of course it's wildly infuriating, but now everyone has to make this big decision. He is confident that His Highness will understand their choice. For this choice is necessary to eradicate the evil called Ernesia. Now is the time to let in their power. Arel rested, and thought that it had been quiet lately. It was only a short time ago that they were draining to get the fortress back. Since their army was completely focused on the Crow, the other feudal lords' shock troops began to severely strain the enemy. Thanks to both sides shedding blood fiercely right now, he couldn't significantly reduce his losses. Arel thought the weather today was not at all to die for. The Tri-State Alliance invaded for their own gain, hoping to take over Ernija. However, the defending kingdom as well, though each with their own goals are laboring in sweat for feats. After the situation has changed for the better previously passive feudal lords already, confidently commanded in their own to kill as many opponents as possible. And Crown Prince Exile went into battle to show a worthy image of the future king. Arel realized that it was greed that had caused the war to break out. Greed helps a person to rise higher for his selfish ends. He is ready to do anything. A greedy man does not care whether money, power, or corpses are laid at his feet. He just keeps striving for the top. If you think about it, you can already call this hero greedy. However, do they know that the sky will not change so that it will not lie beneath their feet? No matter how high up a person gets, they will eventually die themselves. The guy's musings were interrupted by a girl asking him what he was thinking about. Arel noted, immersed in thought, and let his expression trail off. It was Asha that said she wasn't asking him to stop lying around anywhere. But still, She asked to keep her image, pointing soldiers because they already see everything. The prince smiled, said that when you forget about image, life is immediately easier. And if she didn't believe it, they could test it together. The girl refused, for she has a full tambourine job. By the way, the enemy has not attacked at all lately. The hero asked if it seemed to her, too, that the attacks had completely stopped for the 6th day of silence. Asha stated, wishing that was the end of the war. But the hero realized that it probably wouldn't be that way. The next thing he did was quietly utter the question of what they were up to. When the knight looked at him in surprise, he began to whistle, thus summoning Fry's griffin here. When the lord climbed on top of him, Asha shouted that it was dangerous. But the prince informed her not to worry, and he would be back soon. After which, along with his pet, he flew away. Ace was only left to look around the village with regret. Arel began to look around, parting the sky. After only a couple minutes, he noticed something that caught his attention. It became abundantly clear that he was right. So he turned to Asa and asked her to call SAA. There's news of further developments. It looks like the war won't end quickly. When the hero returned, he immediately began the meetings. He asked those present what course they thought the Union was going to take. SAA didn't hesitate to say that they would attack head-on again. Asha asked the Lord to refrain from doing anything like the recent ones. He agreed with her, but remarked to the second girl how the enemies would attack if they retreated. She said she just didn't think the alliance would suddenly decide to capitulate. Then Arel stated, thoughts are probably. Surrender was out of the question in the current situation. But one wonders why. Asha decided to assume it was all about pride. The prince praised her and asked her to take a pie from the shelf. He went on to say that the three-state alliance had started a war on an official level, challenging them. Therefore, he would not retreat, even if the situation did not deteriorate much. Everyone would agree that it would be strange if these types, after first attacking them, suddenly came and said they were apologizing, and a mistake had been made. In addition, their peoples would be very angry about it. So that's the reason the war continues. But the question arises as to what the alliance will do then. It was a rhetorical question, after which Arel announced the mobilization. Their enemies would begin to mobilize en masse. SAA asked surprised, isn't that dangerous? The principal replied that it was naturally dangerous. But the alliance, especially the Merman Empire, has an extremely high slave population. Therefore, hundreds of new enemies would soon be coming to them. This is a rather unexpected move, because Arnesia has barely repelled the main forces. Suddenly, new enemies appear, and in huge numbers. The enemy will now seek victory in quantity rather than quality. But the Empire of Arnesia, of course, isn't exactly a one-man show. Even with a multi-million-dollar army on the horizon, the key is to stay calm. The prince said that he had prepared something for such occasions. Only he, Aiken, and his father knew about it. Seinu wondered what it was. Then the lord threw off his cloak and showed a large crossbow for ultra-long-range shooting. It was now already pointed toward the front line. This crossbow is capable of firing up to 100 arrows per minute. What's more, the arrows themselves are unusual, designed directly in their forge. Arel is certain that no other royal scientist can make anything like it. Even Asha reported that it was true he was impressive. The protagonist made a crossbow, taking the perfect modern technique as an example. He didn't want to use it so soon, but there was no other way out. If the enemy is attacking their good, it is necessary to respond in kind. Near the first line of defense of the Arnesian Empire was a commander with his subordinates. He reported that the cancer had gone silent for some reason. It had been quite some time since the fortress had been retaken. It was unclear how long they were still going to defend. Still, Arnesia would win. Now is the time to attack. If they successfully complete the mission, His Highness will recognize their exploits. So the man ordered his subordinates to go on the assault. Didn't think about the fact that he'd take all the credit here, but just then they looked out over the ravine below. Then the man was startled, for there he saw an enemy army of many thousands. It must be the new Alliance army. The knight immediately asked if they would attack, and the commander shouted that he was crazy and they were just dark. Therefore, they retreat immediately, and it is necessary to send a messenger to the fortress. As a result, the Alliance mobilized all possible forces and carried out another raid on Orenzia. The Crown Prince said that we must resist at all costs. The border fortress must not be allowed to fall to the enemy again. He figured they probably wanted to, without any strategy, and offset it with a defense in numbers. But allowing that, naturally, was not going to happen. The enemy commander once again ordered the mages to begin attacking Arnesia's advanced troops, but they reported that the spell wasn't working, and it seemed to be a block. The interlocutor was horrified, not realizing how many of those damn mana stones they had. Though this turn was expected, Next, she sent the mages back and the soldiers to attack. They will fight not for life but for death, and then they will succeed. The captain thought about the fact that the lost slaves could be replenished at any moment. The most important thing now was victory. Suddenly, he saw that despite the numerical advantage, the defending troops were not fleeing. If you think about it that way, logically in this situation, only retreating would save the troops. It's not clear what they're trying to accomplish. Just when he was thinking about it, an arrow flew near him and stuck into the ground. From his experience, the man realized that this arrow was simply huge, and it was unclear how it had gotten here. He had never seen anything like it, but what he saw a moment later startled him even more. It was a hail of the same huge arrows that were flying at his troops. The horrible picture filled his mind, and he wondered if it was possible. And those warriors who fled without protective ammunition were killed in moments. The commander sees what is happening, immediately confused and already wanted to leave, but he soon realized he couldn't do that now. The arrows would have to run out soon, and they would just have to endure the moment. After thinking about it, the stomping of hooves was soon heard. And it was the crown prince, along with his army, who rushed into battle. They made a maneuver, ending up behind the enemy's backs. The hero surveyed the battlefield from an elevation and saw arrows ahead and cavalry behind. He didn't even want to think about what kind of mats his enemies were covering him in there right now. Their arrows, by the way, do a great job. A downpour of them does not allow the enemy to take a step forward. Of course, simple shields won't help here. Obviously, we need something more serious, and the enemy has no such defense. Next, the prince turned to his warriors and asked how many arrows were left. They reported having a decent amount more and were just about to reload. Arel realized that no matter how cool a crossbow was, it had its disadvantages too. Because of the weird design, you have to spend a bunch of time reloading. It would be nice if that was the only problem, but it's not. There's also a problem with the arrows themselves. After all, each one was custom-made at their blacksmith. In other words, they're wasting their money right now. At that moment, Mr. Arel was approached by Dia. He asked her what had happened, if the stones were running out. She informed me that I still had plenty of mana left and ran out of enemy mana. The prince said, in that case it was worth going on the attack. He asked how many stones they had. The sorceress said there was still 80% available. 20 would have to be left for defense. She could handle the block quite well on her own. Arel said she was out of her mind, who wastes the power of a 6th-class mage on just a block. Then he saw the cavalrymen just as they were falling back. Now it was their turn to burn the enemy to hell. Dia indicated that she would do as he said and began to use her force. Enemy troops were stunned at not understanding what the net in the air was, but it turned out to be a magic cage that held them back. The main tasks that the prince set for his wizards were 2 tasks: minimum losses and maximum damage. After the restraining magic, a fiery magic burst onto the battlefield. The enemies didn't realize what was happening. Who would have thought that the defense spell mana network could be used like this? But fire wasn't the only thing that would scare them. The battlefield literally had hearths of burned warriors. When the rest of the enemy troops saw this one, and they couldn't believe their eyes. So in a panic, they began to turn around and flee into the battlefield. Arel watched what was happening from the air. He realized they were scared, but it was right to let them get away. Next, he ordered him to tell his older brother and everyone else that they were going on the offensive against the Union army. After the Ernesian army began to report victories, it was clear that the fighting was taking an unexpected turn. Of course, there were those who did not like such things. The ruler of the Merman Empire asked with horror what it all meant. The government of the Kingdom of Damaniel and the Archduke of the Principality of Sedgepen were in contact with him. Emperor Merman said, just as they said, he ordered a general mobilization, sent a huge number of warriors, but what was the result? The Archduke said he was afraid he had no excuse, and King Damaniel is with you mentally to blame right now. One has to think about what to do next. I wonder what the Archduke thinks lies ahead. The interlocutor said whether he wanted an honest answer. The king said that he did. Let him speak as he was. Then the Archduke reported. Unfortunately, the situation is close to defeat. Half of the combat forces have been lost, and the morale of the remaining ones has been severely damaged. Even if they manage to properly engage the soldiers, they cannot escape the Empire's innovative weapons. Emperor Melomaniac asked if he was referring to that small arms gun that sucker Arel invented. King Damaniel said, one master, even called its creator a true monster. How the hell it's designed is incomprehensible. They couldn't create anything like it. Ruler Merman was angry. They outnumbered the enemy after all. That's how they also started this war, with a prearranged plan of action. Arel Ernesia is the culprit of all this. No one expected him to be so intrusive. The Archduke said if they want to change the situation, it is necessary to somehow buy time to find the enemy's weak point. Suddenly, the Lord was brought by his subordinates, saying that there was trouble. Emperor Merman said that he had told them not to come in, that something serious had happened. Then the wards were horrified to hear that the Ernesian army was advancing. Just outside the border fortress of the kingdom of Demaniel was Kania. She asked her brother, who was beside her, if she should just break the gate. He said it was true. Let it hit her from the heart. The sister realized her mission and prepared to do it, filling your new weapon with more mana. With just one sharp lunge, the girl easily broke through the rest of the gate. The defenders were horrified by this and determined to keep the enemies from getting in. We must stop them at all costs. They all came out in a mob against one girl. Seeing them, Kanya wasn't scared at all and noticed that they didn't move like turtles. Due to the slowness of these warriors, she was the first to rush to the attack and hit many of them with a single lunge. Then she said she could handle this shit alone. Arel smiled and said that after all, there was nothing like a master swordsman in this business. In the Merman Empire, the border fortress was also attacked. Actually, this has already happened, and yes, the borders of the Principality of Sejpen. The Emperor of Energy said because of the enemy's greed, they lost some of their people. Therefore, it is time to avenge the pain they have all suffered. The hero realized that his father seemed to be really pissed off. So the next target of their attack is the capital of the Tri-State Union. Arel's army managed to retake the borders and capture the fortress and the enemies. Sena soon said that she didn't even think they'd come here. Asha also confirmed that. Not so long ago, wars were only retreating. The Lord was willing to give a tooth that the three rulers of the three-state union were tearing the hair out of their heads. Then, Asha asked how Lady Kania was doing, and she literally had wars falling on their knees in front of her, saying she was the Grand Princess. Not only did she become a swordmaster at such a young age, but she also shone in actual combat. So there was no begging to reveal her secret. The girl got a little embarrassed and said, for that matter, she just ate a lot and worked out. The hero informed his knights she was reaping her laurels, so he didn't pull her, especially since she seemed to enjoy it. Asha then asked what their next plan was. Would they continue to assault the enemy? The prince noted that it was true that they would only slightly reduce the momentum. They'll crush us into an alliance, taking it from them bit by bit. He's the one who mocks the enemy. In at least 3 years, and they will have managed to capture about 20% of the enemy territories. And in about 5 years, the enemy will no longer be able to hold out. The interlocutor asked if she understood correctly that, in other words, the marriage would break down in 5 years. Arel confirmed it, but to be exact, most would starve to death. After 3 years, the alliance will suffer enormous financial losses, and Ernesia will have complete control over trade. The economic crisis is much scarier than military pressure. Over time, even civil war can erupt in the alliance. Outside, he has an enemy waiting for him in the form of them, and inside his hedgehogs are disgruntled people. The girls remarked that it was just awful. The hero agreed he would hate to allow such a thing to happen. But it should not be forgotten that the enemy was going to do them no less dishonorable. If they dared to touch them, they should have thought of the opposite situation. And in this case, do not start a war if you are not prepared for the consequences. There is no need to sympathize with the enemy, as they say. He made the mess himself, and let him solve it himself. If the alliance keeps its guns up, it will face retribution it will never forget. That's exactly the quote from Father Arel's letter. And when he's angry, he's a really scary person. Sena noted the creepy thing about this war, and Asha confirmed it. That's when the prince told them not to worry. His hypothesis is real only if the alliance continues to resist. He's sure they'll want to avoid it if they have the brains. In the meantime, all we can do is wait for news. Ruler Merman was just as angry and said that if surrender, there was no way he was ready. The Empire had never faced such an embarrassment in its entire history. The subordinates have remarked to His Majesty that their situation is already worse than ever. And the best solution now was to take the soldiers away. The ruler interrupted him, asking him what this nonsense was. Was he not ashamed to say such a face? Even though she didn't like to say it, he asked her to believe it. They would be much more ashamed if they continued this war. Moreover, how do they look into the eyes of innocent people who are starving and dying at the hands of the enemy? It is clear to everyone that their alliance has already lost. So he asks for a cessation of further hostilities to put his subjects out of their misery. Next, he literally begged the ruler to agree with his decision. But the emperor reported that his answer would not change, and there would be no surrender. The subordinate asked with great surprise, "But why would he want to do that? The The gentleman said that he opposed his position thinking of the people, and he understands their feelings. Nevertheless, surrender was simply not possible. If they think it will make the situation better, it certainly won't. Because after that, Arnesia will no longer consider them human. The war was declared by none other than Emperor Merman. If the result is the same in the end, they have no other choice. The ward again asked His Majesty to think of his subjects, but the Emperor continued to say that the three-state alliance would not surrender to the last. In the end, the alliance decided not to capitulate, but to fight Arnesia to the very end as long as they could. The protagonist didn't expect there to be such idiots in the government. And so this is the answer they got in the end. If they did surrender, he would settle the issue of starvation for the civilians. It is not clear how they were going to win when even general mobilization did not help them. As they say, what you sow is what you reap. There is no point in standing around and watching it all. The last operation of the three-state alliance also failed. The endless spawns and powerful weapons wielded by the kingdom of Arnesia under the root cut off all enemy morale. The ruler of the Empire Measures novel soon came a letter. In it, he was asked to listen carefully. It is pointless to continue shedding blood, so they are calling for their immediate surrender. If they decide to surrender, they promise to kindly provide assistance in ending the war. Naturally, the emperor did not like such a thing. And just a few days after that, Emperor Arel received a message. After reading it, he reported that it was a wise decision. In the end, the alliance did capitulate, and this glad tidings spread all along the front lines. Arel was very much relieved that the war had come to an end. Now we can finally go home. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the first time he'd ever been discharged from the army. And now he was saying goodbye to that shit again. He ran out to the wall of the fortress and berated the allied troops. His eyes would not see them and their army. Asha, for her part, asked Arel to stop doing that. A small portion of the other feudal lord's troops remained on the front lines. But the troops that included Arel and Kania were ordered to withdraw, and they returned safely to the castle. The hero was damn glad to see even a blizzard. But we should still order the guys to clear the snow. It was time to return to my carefree idle life. The emperor at the meeting reported. The question of post-war proceedings with the alliance can be considered closed. All that remains is to reward the heroes who bravely defended the borders. The Margraves will be out for gold and permission to make prisoners of war their slaves. And as for Arel, we must think about it. Those present supported that the third prince had done well, and it was definitely worth rewarding him for his exploits. But suddenly one of the faithful addressed His Majesty. He asked if he planned to leave those weapons in the third prince's feud. It's not that he has any distrust for His Highness. He doesn't think that a mere feudal lord would be able to handle it. Some also cheered him on. Arel didn't realize who the hell they took him for, just some cocky people. That's why he said the weapon was the domain of the Empire. Arel himself said he wasn't going to leave it just in Familial territory. In fact, they're in the process of deciding how to reward him. The Emperor has thought about giving him the title of Duke, and I wonder what the others think about it. Someone said that such an award was appropriate. His Majesty, he added, in truth asked him what the boy himself wanted. But the answer really surprised him. Arel asked for the unremarkable fiefdoms near Familial to be given to him. Soon the protagonist received a letter, which reported interesting information. He was glad he was getting what he asked for. He didn't think he'd get a chance to grab all that land. He imagines them all sitting there laughing at him, but let them laugh all they want. Next, he turned to Dia and reported that it was kind of dry in here. So threw her out to adjust the temperature. And while the girl was doing that, Arel decided that now it was time to deal with what they had gotten. He found out that there was gold there too, although there was plenty of it already. The money could be used to cover military expenses and compensate the soldiers. Only slaves are left. Most likely some of them will be handed over to them. The Union was unable to buy back all the POWs, and those officially became slaves of Arnesia. And while everyone is puzzling over what to do with the work pile, Arel already knew what to do with them. There are plenty of empty lots in Familial that are habitable. And there was enough money for food. So it was decided that half of the new slaves would be given to Familial. Arel stated that the battle had been an exhausting one, but not without some nice bonuses. He can just see the pieces starting to fit together. Let the dumb aristocrats start to fear him. Ruler Demanuel was angry at Arnesia. These scoundrels are asking for compensation of 2 million gold pieces. And in such a short period of time, it's simply unrealistic to raise such a sum. They would have to suffer several years of poverty to pay off the debt, and then take just as long to recover. They had to give up in order to survive, and that's too bad. At that moment, the subordinates were saying that it was all their fault. Their carelessness had caused the whole debacle. The king only reported that there were no heads raised, and let him use them to make estimates. The punishment will be dealt with later, or the state will be even worse. There will be no pay until all the aristocrats who participated in the war have been compensated. The subordinates rose and declared that they would obey His Majesty, and the gentleman added, "The first thing to do is to decide what to do next." At this time, the situation was no better in the Principality of Sedgepen. The Emperor seems to have sent them far away. He says he can't help them, and they'll have to deal with the consequences themselves. The interlocutor in the room asked what this nonsense was all about. The Archduke said, on the other hand, he didn't expect anything else. After all, they are only a dependent state. They should be glad it ended at least this way. The main problem now is the compensation. 800,000 gold and 40,000 more for the slaves. The subordinate could not believe that the universally respected Archduke had become a major debtor in an instant. Because of this, he blamed the energy. In the Merman Empire, the situation was even worse. People took to the streets claiming that first the Empire had sacrificed them by hanging the noodle about justice on their ears. Now they called the whole thing a misunderstanding and rushed into retreat. The Emperor is the only one to blame for this war, and he is exactly the murderer. A subordinate informed His Majesty that it was necessary to drive these vandals away. Let him only give the order. But the man said that such a course of events had been expected from the moment the letter of surrender was sent. It was all his responsibility, and his alone. After some time, the ruler of the empire, Merman, resigned for health reasons. As a result, the title passed to his eldest son. It took all 3 states of the Union a long time to get back on their feet again. At this time, Her Highness was informed that it was time to depart. I wonder if you can live a happy life if it's already painted for a person. Kania had thought since she was a little girl, that the palace was too boring. She was constantly being chased by a maid, telling her that it was very dangerous to behave like that. That's how boring her everyday life was. The girls said she should know everything a princess needs to know. It was understandable that she might not like studying, but let her try to concentrate a little. It's not that she didn't like learning. She's just annoyed by the whole royal thing. Also, no one disputes that she is the Princess of Arnesia. But what does that have to do with living on a schedule? When the girl started fencing lessons, the maids realized that these lessons were the only thing she was trying at. The girl herself thought it would be cool if her life was as free as the swing of a sword, perhaps from the mouth of a princess. Those words may sound very arrogant. But from that moment on, a cherished wish was born in her. An interesting message came to Kania in the present time. Arel asked if she understood correctly that she had received a letter ordering her to return to the palace. The sister reported that it was true. It was Mom and Dad who wrote to her. The prince reported, it seems she got a lot of publicity during the war. He realized that every aristocrat in the kingdom now knew that sister had become a swordmaster. But apparently, because fencing went against the image of the princess, the rumors were considered exaggerated. However, now that the war was over, everyone realized that this was definitely not the case. Influential cowards began to fear Kania, saying that such a strong warrior should not sit in their ears. Arel said, "A prince of men who would not respect a master swordsman." As far as the girl knows, all current masters are in the personal guard of the rulers. Her sister asked, wondering if he wanted her to leave too. The brother only asked to keep the conversation straight. It turns out that she followed him because she didn't want to infringe on the future he had planned for her. But surely she knows that it can't go on like this forever. He used to be able to teach her things, so she got stronger. But if she continues to stay with him, she'll only be frozen in place. In other words, she won't make any progress. So why don't she go back and take matters into her own hands? Let them set a goal to be recognized in some way. This will result in her gaining independence and becoming a true adult. The girl started posting about it. She went on to say that it didn't sound very convincing, especially from the mouth of someone who is looking for an excuse to loaf around every day. Arel shouted that this was different. Now, if she really wants to become an independent knight, let her prove that she has every right to do so. And we need to think about what he said. Okay. When the conversation was over, Kania left the room. One day, the maids, looking at the portrait, told the mistress that she was very lucky. Marriage with such a handsome man is great. She's sure the girl will be happy. Kania naturally didn't like that prospect. She thought some scarecrow would interfere under her feet. Since she's an adult princess, it's a marriage of convenience or something. And in doing so, it becomes clear that it is futile to complain. Also, the girl then heard that Arel was being banished to another feud. He was having a much harder time now, and she was going to support him. But suddenly, walking down the hallway, she heard shouts of joy. Even though the sound was muffled, the girl could clearly distinguish everything. It was nothing but an exclamation of joy. The princess realized, unlike her brother had accepted his fate. According to the data, remembered his words, when he grows up he won't work. He wants to live, as important, in some remote place. It occurred to me that he wasn't kidding then. I wondered if being banished to another feud was really his lucky ticket. His brother did not simply accept the fate given to him, but as if he was adjusting it to himself. After thinking about it, she decided that maybe she could do it too. Who knows, suddenly he might do as well as Arel if he follows him and learns from him. Thinking about it now, Kania realized that for a moment she had forgotten why she had come here. But things clearly can't go on from here. She doesn't want to be a worthless big sister, who only has to rely on her little brother. Time passed, and the protagonist rejoiced at the beautiful weather. It is better not to waste such a day on trifles. Suddenly he saw someone come out his door. It was Kania, who happily announced that she had decided to return to the palace. The hero was both happy about this and sad about the broken door. Just like that, Kania went back to the royal palace to be recognized. Arel had, of course, thought of a backup plan B that would make the outcome the same as if Kania had chosen to stay with him after all. But that didn't really matter now. Lastly, the girl stated, besides her there were 2 other swordmasters. Therefore, perhaps the first thing to do was to defeat them. Then the hero asked her to try harder. No more wrecking everything during training. He could no longer take on her expenses. The girl noted that she would be with her own to keep in mind. After saying goodbye, Arel hoped she would find her way. He was sorry to part with her, of course, but she wasn't traveling 3 lands away either, so he promises that he will support her from the outside. At last the prince could return to his study in peace. It was there that he decided it was time to mind his own business. The happy news was that familial was quiet today. The young people of the village had married, which is good news. Perhaps Fry should find a date too. Next thing you know, the guy finds out that there's more money and the territories have expanded. So he thinks it's time to get down to business. He still doesn't care about power and politics. After all, as they say, whoever has the money rules the world. It is the most important weapon of civilized society. We need to think about future plans to expand our influence. Great, he will open a bank and implement currency reform. Nowadays, most nations use gold, silver to have, and all of them, understandably, have different rates. The currency reform will be of great use in such an unstable situation. If he doesn't, someone else will. So you shouldn't pull the cat by the pride. If you take over the financial market and add value with your own money, no more cockroaches will dare to declare war on them. But you'll have to find the labor force. We need to find a really good laborer. Ideally, the guy's goal is to dump everything on a handyman, while he does the same as always. It all really sounds like the perfect plan, but who to put in charge of this endeavor? Suddenly he saw that he had his mom on the phone. The woman was wondering how he was doing. The boy cheerfully said he was fine, but wondered what the sudden call was about. The woman reported that it was no big deal, he was 16. The protagonist immediately realized what she was getting at. And his mother really said that it was time for him to look for a bride. From this the son was truly amazed. Eventually received similar information, Asha congratulated the prince. Dia also congratulated him. And without congratulations to SAA, of course, we couldn't do without it. The hero thanked them, of course, but was not at all thrilled. Lefana told him to stop by the house for a viewing sometime. She, His Majesty, had even already made a list of candidates. Arel was upset because he thought he hadn't even gotten married yet. What the hell was marriage? He even misses his sister already. Back then he didn't really understand how she felt, but now, how he understood. At that time, Asha asked who the potential brides were. The prince replied that it was not yet clear. But apparently they decided to take his opinion at least a little into account, letting him choose one of the 10 applicants. That's exactly why he didn't bring the girls here. He needs help choosing. Arel realized that it would be difficult to understand their true intentions because of what they had to choose from the documents. In such a situation, it is worth listening to the opinion of others. Suddenly the girls informed him that, to tell the truth about his similar questions, and not really understand. The prince didn't understand if all 3 of them were. Asya is an aristocrat in general, after all. The girl noted that their family had fallen apart even before the talk of marriage began. So it's as it is. Arel asked what about SAA. She replied that it was their custom to grab someone they liked and drag them home. Dia was next in line. She said that she had no experience, but she thought it was necessary to choose an educated girl from a good family, who is skilled in martial arts, in other words, perfect in every way. The hero reported that with her criteria he would die alone. He further added that for other options there are no other options, so we'll work collectively. Soon the girls asked about the first candidate. Arel noted that she seemed kind of muddy to him, so no. About the next one, he reported that their age difference was too great. As a result, their discussion on the choice of candidates went on well into the night, and the prince had to go to the Imperial palace after all. Lifana was delighted to know who her son liked. But she had no idea after what difficulties they had chosen the bride Arella. The boy realized that his mother looked like she was actually hoping for something, and he just chose a girl from a quiet family, to whom they will cause unnecessary trouble. Next, his mother informed him that His Majesty was very pleased with his seriousness about getting married. The hero was surprised, and realized that it meant he could not be told that he did not want to get married. Soon they came out of my mom's room to get acquainted. The first thing that greeted them was a man who immediately welcomed them. He also introduced himself, saying that he was Count Tevin Kovenst. Next to him was also his daughter Saria Kovenst. She is the second daughter of the Conquest family. Arel knew that the Covenist County was a family of aristocrats living in the southwest of the empire. They aren't rich, are layered with deep traditions, and have a pretty good reputation. The boy greeted his chosen one by introducing himself and said he was glad to meet her. Next, the parents decided to leave the two alone. The hero found out that the girl seems to be very soft and gentle. She is a vivid example of a typical socialite lady. But there was a big spoonful of tar in it all. It's about Arelu not liking her, because that's not his type at all. Her nature is pleasant enough, and she also has an education. Apparently the girl is very erudite, just an angel, not a bride. But that's exactly why it turns out that she and the prince are too different. She's like a white dandelion, and she's 100% not going to get along with a devil like Arel. After chatting for a while, they decided to call it a day. The hero sat next to his mother and wondered what he should do now. The girl he was dating seemed to like him a lot. His mom and his dad almost certainly too. If he refused, he would embarrass his mother. Leofana was just watching what her son was thinking. Suddenly dumbfounded, she asked him if he didn't like that girl. My son was surprised, asking if it was noticeable. It's not that he didn't like her, it's just that there are nuances. Mom told him not to worry about it. His opinion is important to them too. His Majesty himself said that they would only make things worse with their pressure. Arel realized that his father seemed to have given up on his sister. Obviously, he knew that a forced marriage would do no good. In the end, the prince apologized and said it wasn't his option. Finishing his meeting with his mom, he was glad he'd barely made it out. He would like to put the question of marriage on hold for the time being and enjoy his bachelor life in peace. There's so much he hasn't done yet. Coke hasn't even been invented yet. And the production of Coca-Cola is more important than any defect. While thinking about this character, saw something strange in the bushes. He didn't understand what it was. There are hardly rabbits in this garden. Suddenly something popped out at him from there and placed itself right on his face. It turned out to be a salamander, but it's unclear what a fire spirit is doing here. And if there is a spirit here, there is most likely a summoner himself. As far as the hero knows, there are no those in their kingdom who are good at summoning. Following the salamander and the art, a girl got out. She was at her chafing and asked if he would give her the lizard. The prince immediately realized who this girl was. Her name is Faina Amuret Janil, Princess of the Malman Empire. She ended up here as an exchange student, but essentially a political hostage. Arel hadn't expected to see her here. He had only heard of her from reports. Apparently she doesn't even know him. So he asked if it was the princess's lizard. The girl replied that it was so. Let her live as she wanted, Princess or Mrs. Fina. The boy retorted that this was a rather cavalier answer for a princess. Fina took the lizard and said she wasn't in her homeland. Besides, she's here to study and doesn't care about formalities. The hero liked the fact that she spoke so cavalierly and with that face. In turn, she thanked him for catching her friend and said goodbye. Arel was surprised and didn't even have time to ask yet. He shouted back to Her Highness, wondering if the spirit was an accident, which made the girl very wary. She asked fearfully, "What other spirit has no idea what it's about? It's just a pet." Arel remarked for her to confess, for she couldn't lie. To prove otherwise, Fana asked to see if it was an ordinary lizard, and her so-called pet spewed fire at that moment. The prince said that it is amazing. It turns out that lizards can breathe fire nowadays. A moment later, his mouth was covered by the girl's hand. She pounced on him and claimed she had no idea who he was. But let him just forget now what he'd just seen, and she wouldn't be in debt. Arel was no less surprised by that, and didn't understand what was wrong with her. It's literally the first time he's seen us so fearless, especially the one who's trying to bribe him. In the end, he agreed that he would keep quiet. If she didn't want to create unnecessary fuss, he understood. To be sure, Faina asked if he really wouldn't tell anyone, and the boy pointed out how he would actually benefit from it. Even if he blabbed, it would be easy enough for her to deny it. And actually, if she didn't want to get in anyone's face, why draft her? The interviewee said it doesn't work that way at all. She can't control it. Now everything was clear to the hero. If you think about it, the relationship between the spirit summoner can be considered a mutual consent rather than a unilateral submission. The princess is not yet a true prez. Apparently, the salamander is running after her because of a personal favor. So now he said he would give one piece of advice especially for the girl. Let her try to show the spirit who's in charge and pretend like she's training a dog. So now the lizard, he asked for a paw. Faina was surprised since it wasn't a dog in any way. Showing who's in charge is very strange. But in the end she did ask for a paw, and the salamander surprisingly understood her, after which fulfilled what she had abandoned. The princess was greatly surprised by this, so she started training further, trying tumbling and different techniques. I even had time to master the call to myself. After that, the hero approached the girl and remarked that it was easy enough. Faina noticed that he had really helped her out well. But I wonder how on earth he knew all this. The boy noted that he had just read it in some book. The girl understood and thanked him, and next she even asked him what his name was. Arel stood up and noticed. More would ask later. He said his name was Arel Ernesia, and she had better remember that name. At first, the boy thought of saying, offhand, what kind of name it was, but something wasn't up to snuff right now. He wondered how she would react. After all, now she was in front of the one and for whom she had become a hostage. And Faina just noticed. So he must be from the royal family. Certainly not the reaction Arel had expected. He wondered if that was all she had thought and no other thoughts had come to her. He asked her if that was all she had thought and no more thoughts. The hero was just amazed that she didn't really know anything about him. Maybe she just doesn't care about politics or something. While he was thinking about it, Faina asked him if he knew much about spirits. The prince said that he did not know much. The interlocutor then asked if she could approach him with questions. Arel confirmed this. She said that she did not live in the palace. The girl was surprised to see that he had been exiled. The boy was angry at that. She was from the ruling family after all. She knows how things work. And in general, he is satisfied with his life. So he said, if that was how she wanted to meet, let her ask for the address from one of the concubines. And after that they said goodbye. At that moment he thought, even though he said so, they would probably never cross paths again. And she'd forget him 100% of the time. He even hoped you had. And that's what he thought at the time. A considerable amount of time has passed since the end of the war, but the traces of it have not yet been completely erased. The smell of the dead is still strong. Necromancers liked this flavor a lot, like some kind of sweet. At the sites where there were many victims, they used their skills. And the name of it all is anger. It is the feeling of injustice as well as regret. Fear and confusion, the negative emotions a person feels when they die. A necromancer present at the scene of the battle stated, "Who would have thought such a tragedy would happen? How lucky he was." It's worth saying thanks to the moron who provoked the war. It's not long now, just a little longer, and that very day will come. The protagonist in turn rejoiced that his engagement had been postponed, and what it means is that he can safely take on the founding of the bank, as he wanted to do before. Together with his charges, he arrived at the required location. They were greeted by the owner of the estate. He also introduced himself, stating that his name was Hessel Karet, he was the head of the clan. He also greeted Lady Pernal and said that his youngest daughter had told him a lot about the girl. Asya was a little embarrassed, but also greeted him. Arel, for his part, had come to this estate on very important business. A girl named Heya, who drags around Asi's brother, is the youngest daughter of Marquis Hessel Karet. Those two are definitely worth each other. The Marquis, in turn, offered to go to the manor house. Soon, Arel sitting across from him said that he wouldn't beat around the bush and would tell it straight. He wants to start a business with him. The man looked a little surprised. Didn't say if he meant trading. For all he knew, the guy already had company. The prince noted that the scale of this business is much larger. He wants to open a bank in Ernesia, which will be under his patronage. To go into detail, he wants to launch a new currency. His Majesty, for his part, already knows about it. These are the coins that will be circulated. As Mr. Hessel knows, the current monetary system has too many flaws. Their coins are molded by dwarves, so they have an original composition that no one will be able to tamper with. They even reproached him here for wasting his talent on coins. The Marquis finally understood, but he asked why he wanted to do business with him. Arel said that the reason was simple. He couldn't pull the bank alone, so he decided to find a worthy companion for it. The guy wants to be the one to run the bank. The interlocutor asked about the steward, and the prince added that, to tell the truth, his shoulders could not bear so many worries, so he needs someone like a marquis. In fact, he knew he could hold out, of course he could. But he was wildly lazy to keep track of the money flow from all over the continent. He guaranteed his companion that he would make a huge profit from the business, which got him thinking. Arel realized what he was thinking, and that was that. In other words, the Marquis is not the kind of man who is obsessed with money. He has a resilient character and outstanding insight. A lot of people say he's great with investments. Hasil just said he has something that worries him. It's unclear how the prince can be sure, because everything will go according to plan. The guy asked not to worry. He would facilitate it. The man is probably afraid that the new currency might not take root in the kingdom. The interlocutor confirmed this, but Arel said not without difficulties, of course, but the plan is feasible. And for good reason. He asked who the interlocutor thought had the most gold in the empire right now. The prince has already discussed everything with major trading companies. His plan is not just to create a new currency, but also to strengthen the economic situation. Eventually, he asked what the Marquis thought of it. As it seemed to him, he had dispelled all doubts. So wondering if his new companion was in, Hasil was sure that the boy's plan was doomed to success. But he had already made a great fortune for himself. I wonder what motivated him to get into this banking business. If he is driven by pure excitement, it is unfortunate that he cannot accept his offer. The prince indicated that he understood that perfectly well, and asked to be allowed to explain himself a little in such a case. His currency is just a way for him to control his cash flow, which, in turn, would later be used to build a megalopolis in Familial. He is going to make a real paradise out of land that the aristocrats consider worthless. The interlocutor asked what about the metropolitan area. Then Arel said the Marquis surely knows that building a city is not an easy thing. Even it is managed by the state. Therefore, careful preparation is needed. In a way, the bank can be considered one of the foundations for building a city. Hasil said, so the bank is like a foundation and that's what he dreams of. The hero asked if he understood now. The Marquis reported, if we were talking about a megalopolis in his lands, a mere feudal lord would have laughed at it. But he likes that he is driven by such a big dream, not empty desires. Thus, they soon struck hands. The new companion indicated that he was accepting Mr. Arel's offer. The boy told him it was a wise decision, and luck would surely smile on them. Before the prince left, the Marquis asked the lord how he would arrange the guards. He inquired if he needed to prepare information on this. Arel said he shouldn't do that. He'd figure it out on his own completely. And even then I understood perfectly well that first it was necessary to agree on Klesh with whom. After a time, he was in the southern territory of the Kingdom of Ernesia, near the mountain borders. This land is exactly where Sena's homeland is located, a small mercenary village called Nachafanil. Before being here, Sena had informed the lord that her village was tight on jobs for mercenaries because of its location. The boy wondered if that was why they had refused. The interlocutor immediately apologized because the gentleman had such high hopes for her. At that he only smiled and said he would have to go himself. That's how they ended up here already. Arel said not to give up after the first rejection. His main goal is to hire the villagers as bank guards. Since even Sena couldn't convince them, the only option left is to visit in person. On the way, Dia informed the gentleman to hide behind her, after which she used her power by applying spells. The spell turned out to be an attack spell, and she attacked the people that were hiding in the bushes. The strangers immediately fell to the ground, for they could not hold themselves in place. Arel then noted, judging by the girl's reaction, that she knew who they were. Sena said that it was true that they were people from her village. Apparently there was a misunderstanding. She apologizes and is going to have a conversation with them. Thus approached one of them and immediately kicked him very hard in the chest with her foot. Next, she grabbed him by his clothes and started screaming, speaking in an incomprehensible language. While they were arguing, the enchantress asked the prince what kind of language it was. The boy noted that the local mercenaries had migrated here from another continent, and apparently it was their native language. But it sounded too rude for a normal conversation, though the knight soon reported that it was now safe to move on. Thus, they arrived at the village. The headman, whose name was Avon Galil. He introduced himself and said that he apologized for not the most appropriate welcome. Sena noted that he was a good bowler, but the old man had noticed that he was a mooch. Arel joined their conversation. He asked if they were related, judging by their surnames. They answered with one voice that it was true. The girl is the granddaughter, and this is her grandfather. The headman was embarrassed in front of the prince for his uncultured granddaughter. But the hero said it was all right. Next, the old man asked to listen. He realizes that they have come a long way here. But unfortunately, they are unable to take orders at the moment. Have they come in order to put forward the same offer? He fears he is unable to help. His answer won't change, so let them enter from here. Then the hero realized that the old man was unshakable. Suddenly Dia reported, just as she thought. The place had changed a lot. Arel was surprised and wondered if anything was known. The enchantress narrated when she escaped from the magic tower lost, she did not name, recovered here. The villagers began to behave strangely compared to before, as if they were afraid of something. After listening to the ward's information, Arel asked the old man if they had any problems. If so, he would help them if he told them. Avon noted that they still can't get them involved, especially afraid that the prince won't be able to solve their problem. Guy said they'll just look into it and let him tell it like it is. The interlocutor clearly didn't want to talk about it, but wondered if those present had heard of such creatures as the Walking Dead. They've been popping up around the border lately. The villagers of the village, of which the old man is the headman, have counted about 1,000 of these creatures. The protagonist just couldn't believe those words. The interlocutor marveled that he had not really known anything. Arel wondered if there was something obviously wrong here. The old man says he's seen 1,000 wandering dead. But then why was it so quiet then? Even at the king's meeting, the question had not been raised. That's why he asked who owned their land. The interlocutor said that the owner had recently changed. It is now a cousin of Count Kitil Rubit. The boy wondered why he was hiding the fact that dead people were appearing. This unheard it is because only this village has so far received damage. From this, the hero realized that he was getting weirder and weirder. A couple of years ago, Count Ketil Rubet was distraught that a reception was coming up, and their coffers were empty. They'd probably have to raise taxes again. The butler told the gentleman that the village had had a bad harvest year, so it was hard for the villagers to pay their taxes. But the nobleman remarked that he must be laughing at him. It's tantamount to an insult to him. It doesn't even mean he can't pay his taxes. Then we need to get rid of these useless rats. Upon hearing this information, the hero was surprised, asking if he had completely gone. The headman of the current village said his son and Sena's father prevented the tragedy. The son opposed the county's plans and was able to save the village, condemned to liquidation through a petition. But the past landowner took revenge on him for his crimes, and then he got even with him. The villain was incarnated for his sins 2 years ago, when it was discovered that he had illegally taken possession of the title. Arel said that's how his cousin got it, instead of a feudal lord. Now I wonder what general business he's doing. He also thought the similar current landowner was purposely hiding the appearance of dead people on his territories. Anyway, he was clear and said that then they would solve their problems, but he remarked that they shouldn't do that. He is planning to leave the village. The boy didn't understand why they thought that. Avon said it's not a problem for their time, because they've been nomadic for centuries. The landowner who sits idly by is undoubtedly bad, but the main reason they're gone is still because of the Walking Dead. They've been fighting back all this time, but they can't go on like this. Arel inquired about wanting to relocate to another state. If so, he could indeed understand them perfectly well. However, it is not so easy to get abroad nowadays. Even tribes that lead a nomadic lifestyle cannot just change their citizenship. The headman remarked that he was right, but they didn't have much choice either. The boy pointed out that their relocation could create another conflict. Then what if they just deal with the dead people? Avon questioned, but how he was going to do that. There's over 1,000 walking dead. All the more reason for him to try so hard for them. The prince said to stop worrying, he knows what he's doing. And as he said before, he expects their help in return. Let them just think of the greatest benefit to their tribe. There's no guarantee they'll find permanent shelter and food in another country. Here, he would help them eliminate the dead and pay them good money for their labor. And in such a case, doesn't the choice appear obvious? Hearing his suggestion, the headman asked if he could think about it for a while. The hero agreed to this and began to wait. To Sina, he said. Now it was clear why the men from her village had ambushed them. The girl noted that it was true. As far as she knew, a stranger had recently come here, who had become a walking dead man. Arel had also found out that the fighting skills of most of the locals were not inferior to those of real knights. But judging by their attitudes, they'd been through a lot. While watching the duel between the guys, he saw the blue light. It looked like this guy was the kind of guy who had an easy time awakening his aura, Leaving him and the others to fend for themselves is a real waste. He would have survived them at most if they'd fallen for his bait. SAA thought at that moment how kind their lord was. After much deliberation, the headman accepted Arel's offer. But on one condition, and that was that, if the problem with the dead men was not solved, the tribe would leave the village. However, the role realized, if he couldn't help, then he was a loser, not a pro. Soon those dead men were in for quite a beating, SAA reported. At this point most of the dead are just in the woods hunkered down. Apparently, they were attracted to wild animals. The prince realized that they were lucky in that case, but he wondered where those things had come from. Judging by their behavior patterns, they weren't under magical control. Then maybe it was just some jerk who'd glued on a zombie for fun and gotten away. I wonder how it was that such a delusional idea had gotten into his head. SAA asked Mr. Arel what they would do with them. Do they just keep catching them? Mr. Arel said that wasn't very effective, so there was a better way. They need to pull them all into one place and cremate them all at once. Knight was amazed at the fact that it was possible, and Dia reported that he was unbelievable. The hero knew the most proven way to fight zombies was holy water. Except clearly, it's not cheap, and for some reason it is quite difficult to get it in their kingdom. They do have a 6th grade mage available though, so what else is needed? The prince decided to start with the most basic thing, how to get the dead in one pile. The answer proved too easy, and he and his family sat around the fire at night. The guy's plan was to prepare some appetizing bait for the zombified. In the meantime, he didn't expect whether the boy was pointing at the shooting stars. SAA didn't like their atmosphere, so she asked the master if they were sure they were doing everything right. He reported that he is responsible for his words, and they are doing exactly the right thing. The dead are driven by basic needs, and humanity is #1 in their diet. In other words, they put everything on a silver platter for them. The girl did not understand why he was personally acting as a decoy. It was already dangerous. Arel said that his participation was necessary now. The girl could tell from her grandfather that he was skeptical for now, and the aristocrat's personal involvement might make him change his mind. He further indicated that he would like to ask her something. What she would do if her tribesmen did leave the empire. I wonder if she would have gone with them or not. The girl only smiled. Arel understood SAA was the kind of person who would never turn her back on her homeland. Most likely she would resign and return to her tribe. So now he said whatever decision she made, he wouldn't finish her off. However, that didn't change the fact that he was sorry to part with a talent like her. SAA was actually pleased to hear that, and while you weren't talking, the dead were already starting to gather and heading towards them. So the fact that their target was on its way became apparent. So the gentleman inquired if the knight was ready. She replied by extending her hand to him and telling him she was always ready. After that, Arel climbed on her back and they set off ahead. But the dead, who had sensed the victim, could no longer leave them and rushed after them. There appeared to be quite a large number of them in the forest, but SAA handled them easily. Arel, in turn, realized that these dead men were dangerous, not crawling like turtles, but pinched with all their legs. He even felt like the hero of a horror movie. So he informed the girl that they were going to play sledding. SAA was indignant and said that this was no time for jokes. Some of the walking dead had already fled to them after all, and now it was just about time for Dia to come out. The girl announced that she would do it now and began to use her force. Namely, she used a skill called Firewall, which was aimed directly at the dead. When all this happened, Arel said it stank. I guess the mage didn't even bother to put mana protection on them. It hurts. They're all dead. They must have been made here as an experiment too, and if so, something's fishy. The fire also attracted the rest of the dead here. There's no end in sight. The prince asked for a repeat of the same thing and thought they might be done by morning. Morning came and SAA was already exhausted, claiming to be very tired. The hero says, apparently even a knight would find it hard to carry a man on his back all day long. He apologizes, but thanks him for a job well done. After thanking him, he turned his attention to the ashes. The dead men had only bones left, and it looked like they had already fried everyone. The hero asked if it was certain that there was no one else besides the dead. Dia reported that it was indeed so. Unfortunately, she found no traces of human mana. Arel felt an infused energy hovering over the deceased. Military uniforms and armor instead of burial clothes. It would be necessary to better study the vicinity of the borders where the war was fought. After thinking about it, he said that since it wasn't over, it was time to go back to the village. The residents, of course, greeted them in no better shape. The village elder said before negotiating, they should have washed themselves. The hero asked if they smelled so bad. SAA noted that it wasn't surprising, since they'd been running from corpses all night. A little time passed, and Arel reported as Avon could see the issue of the dead mostly resolved. I mean, he said he'd keep his promise, so it's safe to talk about work. The old man was confused, for he had not expected that they would manage so quickly. The prince added that his family didn't tolerate gawkers. He could say at once that he would handle everything about their landowner, so they needn't worry. The headman didn't know how to thank him for that. The boy pointed out that what he wants is ingratitude, but an agreement to cooperate. He wants to hire capable young men as security guards for his new bank. Detailed terms and conditions of employment will be reflected in a written contract. The only thing he can guarantee at this point is that everyone will be satisfied. He, for his part, never singles out his own people. The interlocutor said since he said so, then there was no deal. And with that he pleased the guy. Arel realized that the contract with the mercenary village was done, even if the dead had to be dealt with over the bank. But anyway, there was only one last step left. There was an official meeting being held at the Ernesian palace. Speaking, Arel said that his plan was to create a special Imperial bank with a proper reputation. The contract, as many may have noticed, states that the bank is a special institution for keeping and lending money. One of the men remarked that he didn't understand something. Since when was a simple safe at home not enough to store cash? The hero noted, perhaps it is true, but how safe it is, don't they wonder? And whether they do not think that someone could get into this safe and steal all the money. He thought that was true, not even mentioning that there had already been cases of infiltration with magic and brazen theft of all the stashed funds. It was a scary enough world they lived in, after all. The guy aims to create the safest vault that no one can get into. The plan is to equip the bank with reliable security guaranteed by his and his mercenaries' names, whose skills are as good as those of a knight. Of course, storage is not the only function of a bank, and an equally important part is the system of lending money. The man asked if he planned to lend money to anyone for nothing. Arel said that's not exactly true. A will only lend to those who are able to pay them back. The bank would receive a regular share from the debtor based on the amount borrowed. At that point, he meant interest. The man asked another question, what happens if suddenly the person refuses to pay back the debt? Smiling evilly, the guy asked the question, and as he thought to himself, he realized he was only joking, and the old man was about to piss his pants. He went on to say, however, it would help them fix the empire's economy. After all, the most versatile bank in history would come to the rescue. Once it is created, Arel intends to launch a new currency to replace gold. Those present asked to wait. Even just the bank already big changes, and what else than the issue of currency? They are not sure that there is any need for it. The hero realized what was expected. Went the objections. Therefore, he stated, as far as anyone knows, the present currency has an unstable rate as well as shape, due to the counterfeiting of coins and the mixing of their gold with that of other nations. The prince in turn would like to make up for these omissions. All the capital necessary for the distribution of the new currency will be provided by him personally. He guarantees the necessity of these changes in the name of the royal family. That was the end of his explanation of the plan, so asked those in attendance to share their opinions. They looked among themselves incredulously. Then some abstained, but the majority supported his idea. The protagonist realized that everything was perfect. It was a good thing he had bribed the favor of some of the people present before the meeting started. Now everything is ready, and we can start the transition to building the bank. One of the men mayor at the meeting turned to the other, asking if he would really leave things as they are. It would be possible to do at least something. Diesel Prats asked him what he was going to do about it. The prince is a duke, which means he has every right to conduct such business, the interlocutor remarked. But if nothing is done, it will be bad. The man asked what he meant if he was going to get in trouble, and it was Count Cain Roubaix who spoke to him. Diesel said, let him speak, thanking him for keeping quiet about the fact that he was covering up a whole 1,000 stray corpses. He no longer has the will to cover for him and his joints. Cain wanted to say something else to him, but there was no conversation to be had. In the end, everyone agreed, so in a month the bank was fully ready. And this despite the fact that it was located on the best land in the capital. Arel thought that in the future he should establish a branch in a city with a good trade or a high percentage of tourists. As for familial, unfortunately, the bank would not open for a while yet. Suddenly he heard several people chatting. One of them was saying, it seemed, that it would now be possible to take out a loan at a good interest rate. They would no longer have to suffer the violence and the cosmic sums demanded by the moneylenders. Finally, at long last, this man would be able to fulfill his long-standing plan. This was the kind of sentiment Areola really liked. The aristocrats also discussed that an Imperial bank had opened in the capital. But they didn't trust it, and the safe seemed more secure than any bank. At the same time, the gentleman who said this was asked if he remembered the robbers who had recently made attempts on their goods. The interlocutor stated that of course he remembered that they had caused so many problems. And so he told him the story of how the bank money was transported. The robbers ambushed a wagon carrying bank currency. Picking up at a certain spot, they rushed to the attack. But much to their dismay, he did not face a strong rebuff. The mercenaries carrying the money realized they were brigands, so they were not going to spare them for what they had done. Hearing such information, the aristocrat was surprised that the bank guards possessed aura. And it means that he doesn't smash all the brigands to pieces. The interlocutor said that it was true, and it also turned out that Count Rubit was behind the thieves. He received a serious punishment, as his list of crimes also includes hiding dead people. The nobleman finally understood. So he turned to his butler, asking if they still had the details of this very bank contract. This was the beginning of a new chapter in the financial flow of energy, which was just perfect for Arel. After a while, the emperor asked his son if there was any need for it. He only smiled and nodded affirmatively to him. Then Arel reported that rebuilding Familial is a bit odd. Arel remarked that he believes Familial is a province worth developing. For this purpose, as much infrastructure as possible should be built. His father remarked that he understood his enthusiasm, but building an entire city is easier said than done. It is conceivable that he might even manage to do it. But what does he plan to do next to maintain it? The man understood that Familial was a very harsh land due to the distance from the center, as well as the cold climate there. Arel thought it probably bothers him that even after the city is rebuilt, Familial will remain a haven only for the locals. No one from the outside wants to move there. That's a problem that could very well endear this province to the people. The emperor said what a worthy ruler he was. It wasn't his son's job to develop such a backwater from scratch, though the boy didn't think of it that way at all. Arel kept talking. Since it was such a conversation, he had something he wanted to tell him. He had actually planned to help him get out of this province in a couple or 3 years. He had planned to find him a more favorable environment. But unfortunately for him, that process had been delayed. This was the first time the hero had heard of it. He thought it was a rather reckless choice, as trying to sneak it in would cause resentment among the aristocrats. Was he really willing to go to such lengths for him? Suddenly, the boy informed his father that he was grateful for his kindness. That said, he has no intention of leaving his own lands. The emperor asked, but why? Arel didn't understand why he would go to a place full of annoying aristocrats, especially when he finally saw the prospect of building his own paradise. No one interfered in his personal political games better than he did. He realizes, of course, that it would be only natural to want to go back. To his father, he informs him, if it were an ordinary province, no one would ever go into it. But he can certainly make this town shine and asks to trust him. After saying those words, the emperor immediately hesitated. Deeply exhaling, he informed, looking at his determined attitude, he can't refuse him. So he agrees, because he appreciates his determination and gives his consent. The son was very happy and thanked him for it. The rebuilding of Familial itself went fairly smoothly. The residents were notified in advance and gave their consent. The best construction laborers were also selected. Aiken said there are rumors among the masters that working under the prince automatically gives you access to amazing technology. It would be great if different, talented people would personally come and help. Workers Played said that first of all he wants to commission a residential neighborhood, in which the local population will be able to feel calm and comfortable. In addition, they have plenty of work to do, and in fact, he plans to plow everything here. He said, in that case, a solid fence would be needed first. Arel agreed, for the neighborhood was indeed full of ferocious monsters. The locals will not be particularly surprised to see a 3-meter rabbit running around or a lord on a griffin flying over their heads. However, considering that visitors will be coming here in the future, such moments should be taken into account. So he said that safety comes first, and he has just the perfect stone for the fence. Those present became interested and the hero showed it off. Asked what they would say if it was strong enough. One of the workers reported, "It is definitely very strong and this specimen is unequaled. But it would take a lot of it to build a wall." Press said he needn't worry about that. The mines that had been given to him as a reward for his participation in the war had plenty of it. He'd heard that other lords had neglected the stone because they lacked the technology to mine it. But Familial is well within his grasp. The hero even thought that this amount of stone would be enough to build a whole castle, and there would still be some left over. So there was a question. Maybe ask them to make a statue of the great him. Suddenly, a man present at the meeting said he had a question. For what purpose Mr. Arel wants to rebuild this town? He doesn't think he was so concerned about the safety of the population. The boy pointed out that this is true. He just wants to make this city a tourist destination. After all, he knew that manufacturing and their specialty products is great, of course. But he doesn't want to spend his whole life on it and die without accumulating a fortune. And if he turns his land into a tourist destination, then he's sure to have fun. He informed those present that when the time comes, he will talk more about it. In the meantime, he simply suggested discussing the schedule. Time passed and he was tired, so he yawned. Because of their scale, checking everything takes a fair amount of time, but it's going well. He'll leave the rest of the work to the masters for now, and he's going to rest for now. So he took advantage of his new device, which he used to sneak into the other room. This is his private paradise where he can enjoy his vacation. And the name of this place is Arela's Cubbyhole number 3. Sure, he could have settled in the castle, but he has a craving for personal space too. It was fun to make a secret base, adding this and that. Plus, it's sturdy enough to use as a shelter in case of a siege. Now Arel was going to rest at his leisure. He felt relaxed and thought that maybe next time they should build a base, somewhere in the hot springs. He didn't have much in the way of fun, though. There was too little entertainment, and that was the great disadvantage of the Middle Ages. The selection of books available is also small. They are either magic books or boring novels for nobles. How much I miss colorful comics, the boy thought. Now that the paper staging is okay, it's probably worth setting up a printing operation. The prince wanted to try his hand at something new. Eating and sleeping alone isn't enough for pleasure, so one needs something to keep their eyes pleasantly occupied. After he decided everything, he decided to go and do it. But suddenly a call came to him. It was reported that they had a serious problem. Alarmed, the boy asked what was the matter. He was told that there was an urgent message from the palace. Previously, the necromancer had enjoyed making this place wonderful resentment materials. He had finally managed to accumulate enough grudges after all. However, he didn't understand how those people dared to look down on them and call them black mages, simply because their thirst for knowledge was somewhat different. Using dark power, he asked the victims to wake up to the greed of the stupid people in power. When it was just under the ground, the walking dead began to appear. And there were, in turn, just a huge number of them. The necromancer couldn't contain his joyful emotions, so he laughed, talking about how now even the dark sect would be forced to recognize him. He sent the summoned dead forward, to show the foolish kings who dared defy them their true power. Obedient to their master's orders, the dead men moved out. There was a guard on one of the watchtowers. He reflected that things had been pretty quiet the last few days, but after looking at it, the binoculars became a stupor. After all, he saw countless undead, and didn't understand why there were so many of them. It was urgent to report it to the command, and he did so. Arel has received a report that large numbers of undead are appearing on the northeastern as well as southern borders. The number of undead is estimated at several 100,000. They're going to cross the borders of Arenzia and the Tri-State Alliance, and that's very bad. Soon Asha was surprised to hear the information that all the victims of this war and turned into an unclean. Arel reported that this was indeed true. If we take into account the testimony of the soldiers in charge of scouting, the number of dead soldiers corresponds to the number undead, so that it is true. Dia noted that she felt that what happened in Saina's home village should be seen as a training exercise. It looks like black magicians are involved. They are horrible people with bad taste. The girl was asked but was not too quick to make accusations. Though, for what it's worth, they say the undead, divided, have already crossed the borders of Ernesia as well as the Tri-State Alliance. There's a lot of them, and it's just creepy. Saina asked if Arel thought it was time to sound the alarm and rally the troops. The boy said he wasn't sure, since there had been no word from the palace. They probably hadn't decided what to do about it yet. He thought he'd relaxed too soon. He should have taken a closer look. He just hadn't found any significant evidence, so he was saying goodbye. And there were a lot of these things. In despair, the prince realized that because of the undead, trade would sag, and so would the construction of the city, and that's too bad. In any case, he asked me to tell the Knights of the Guard to be vigilant. After all, the undead could enter the estate as well. Don't worry too much, though, because the guy already has a couple ideas about it. He understood perfectly well that if there were problems, it was better to think of them as opportunities. So it was worth taking advantage of the opportunity and trying to make a profit. Meanwhile, in the border fortress of Ernesia, it was not at all peaceful. Countless rebellious dead were trying to climb the walls. The guard noticed that the nasty things were coming in non-stop, and he was asked how things were going. In response, he reported thanks to the successful organized defense, there were no major losses. To top it all off, as ordered, they focused on fighting the undead attacking the wall. When the commander first heard the warning about not wanting to head to the capital, he thought it was some kind of joke. But thanks to this denunciation, they are all alive. So he ordered to continue the defense until further instructions came from the castle. The emperor's castle was also in turmoil. Arel ordered to give another order, to organize the evacuation of the inhabitants living near the border. In the worst-case scenario, she would have to leave the castle as well, but it didn't matter. He also realized well that Arel had offered to prepare in advance. Otherwise, they would have lost a lot more people. Suddenly a man addressed His Majesty. He said defense is good, but it won't solve the problem, and drastic measures must be taken. The emperor said, as they themselves know this is unprecedented in the history of the empire, or they have some ideas about it. The interlocutor asked how about seeking help from the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom is called Jelion. It is the most skilled country in the world at fighting the undead and other dark forces such as necromancy and curses. Arel said their methods were impressive, but do they really think those people are going to help them so easily? Following its doctrine for many years, the Holy Kingdom officially answered all kinds of creatures except humans. However, in the Empire of Ernesia, people of all different races can gain citizenship, as long as they have certain abilities. Because of these disagreements, relations between the countries are strained, although this has not yet had any effect on politics. The emperor said, it is unknown what they will ask for the help they have given. They may try to make one or more policy changes. A representative of the elven race was also present at the meeting. He said that it was certain that he would not be able to try to deport or discriminate against representatives of other intelligent races. His Majesty added, that was why seeking help from this kingdom was the last thing one should do. Of course, he knew perfectly well that he couldn't turn his nose up. And if there was no other choice, he would turn even to the Holy Kingdom. Just then his butler arrived and informed him that he urgently needed to look at it. The man began to read the contents of this letter with interest, and when he recognized the details lurking within it, he immediately smiled. A member of the audience inquired as to what was in it. The emperor says perhaps they won't have to go into debt to the Holy Kingdom. Arel reports that he already has a solution. Meanwhile, the situation in the Merman Empire was catastrophic. The dead were hanging around the city roads and attacking civilians. The knights of the fortresses didn't know what to do, and the people at the walls were begging to open the gates or they would die. The new ruler has been informed by scouts that a horde of undead has crossed the border and attacked the village. The victims knock at the castle's locked gates and ask for shelter. The current ruler of the Merman Empire is named Alan Amarath Janil. He realized that this was simply horrifying. After the war, the situation improved, albeit slightly. But the trust of the citizens of the empire remained unchanged, and it was difficult to cope with it. The mass invasion of the undead only aggravates their situation. The ruler said, they can count on the support of their allies, I guess. Well, he's been told it won't be easy. The kingdom of Damaniel is also in a difficult situation. Fortunately, the Holy Kingdom had offered to save them, so he thought they would have to accept their offer. Island sadly remarked that they had no other choice now, and there was nothing they could do. So, they should ask for help from the Holy Kingdom. He, in turn, wanted to be cross about it. They asked if bowing to the Light Realm Empress was all they could do now. Was there no other options at all? The Emperor realized, obviously, that they would interfere in the future in the affairs of their empire. But there was definitely no time to think about it now. The key reasons why the kingdom is considered to be taking the initiative of this situation is because of the holy water they distribute. Monsters flee only when they smell the odor, and uncleanness is cleansed with just one drop. Many countries have studied the holy water to learn its secret, but all has been in vain. The Holy Kingdom is actively offering support to countries that are plagued by the undead, using holy water as an excuse. But in return, they also demand more, forcing you to sign absurd treaties. This is their policy at the moment. The Damaniel Kingdom also didn't know what to do. They had heard rumors that the Meloman Empire had made an agreement with the Holy Kingdom. Despite the Sacred Kingdom's ridiculous terms, the Ernesia Empire was also a problem. After winning the war, the influence of this empire became so great that getting along with the Sacred Kingdom, with which Ernesia had a bad relationship, would be difficult. The king realized, even with all this, it was strange. Everyone was worried about the threat due to the undead. but it was unclear why the Empire of Arnesia had done nothing until now. It's like they don't need that help at all. While it's unlikely that all of this is possible, we need to figure out a way to deal with all the undead. Suddenly, the butler informed His Highness that a letter had arrived from the Empire of Arnesia. The old man was interested and immediately familiarized himself with what was inside. They say they provide the means to destroy the undead at a lower price. Then, a little earlier in Fachilia, the head alchemist was interested, asking if Arel is talking about the creation of holy water. The prince noted the interlocutor, for he had tried secretly bringing holy water. It seems to be not just water, but some strange concentrated mana. That's the reason he hasn't analyzed it. And it seems that to a certain extent he can reproduce that composition, if that's what he thinks it is. The subordinate was delighted, talking about how in this case he would do what no one had ever managed to do before. Arel smiled and said, "You have to make a living at it somehow." One day the hero wondered if this was in his 45th life, or still in his 46th. Then he found himself in a world where a religious kingdom ruled the entire continent, and there was the only saint he had ever recognized. She was not someone who simply enjoyed universal support. She was sincerely dedicated to service and to chewing out world peace for others. One day she informed the hero that she didn't think the holy water she could make would be enough for everyone. Plus it was too expensive for the commoners. Saint wanted to find a way to mass-produce holy water for them. Or rather, even for the whole world. So asked the hero if he could help her with that. He bowed his own, informed them that he would do his best to make it happen. Then Arel cooperated with her because he was moved by her belief in a better world for people. To the point where she was willing to give up one of her main sources of income. Remembering those times, the hero realizes how naive he was then. But thanks to this now he had succeeded. The artificial water made by Arel was ready, and the head alchemist was delighted and realized it was true. But he could not believe that the boy had produced it in such a short time. Arel was proud of himself, and said that the effect was still a little different from the real that water. But there is one most enjoyable factor about artificial holy water, and it consists in the fact that it can be made in huge quantities, and the price for it is almost the same as for ordinary water. So it's not easy to set up continuous production to combat the current problem. All that remains is to come up with a production technology and send the goods to the front. Not much time passed after this conversation, and the water was already where it needed to be. On walled, fortified fortifications, the knights poured it down directly onto the walking dead. After these actions, Nezit indeed began to fall as expected of Mr. Arel. He sells holy water far cheaper than the Holy Kingdom, and he is their savior. The wolves were all happy to hear about Arella. Emperor Merman was angry that any country could take advantage of Arnesia without fear or reproach. But is fake holy water any good? While His Majesty the Emperor was angry with the butlers, he was approached. Speaking of which, another letter from Arnesia had arrived. Emperor Theorel reported, well aware that many countries may have doubts about this artificial holy water. So his son Arel is the developer of an artificial water tear, ready to give them a demonstration in person. All the countries that were attacked by the dead people got this. The emperor encouraged everyone to participate, and it even came down to the Empress of the Holy Empire. After that, Arel himself was flooded with letters. The boy wondered how many letters had come, and more people were coming who wanted to see his face. And even the Holy Kingdom wants to see his face. Dia worriedly asked if everything was going to be okay. So far, the guy hadn't revealed his identity for security reasons. The prince remarked that it was fine. Thanks to his business anyway, it was no longer possible to hide that he was a genius. The enchantress did not think he had decided to speak for that reason. Arel noticed that she knew him well enough. Basically, he has as many as 3 reasons. For one thing, it would make them owe him. The hero wants to leave reminders in history that his invention saved many lives, to be able to use it in the future. The next reason is no less significant. It's that they will increase the need for it across the continent. Rumor has it that he's the weakest genius who doesn't care about anything in the world. Well, both times the word genius isn't bad, but he sure doesn't want to be indifferent. It is necessary to show them what terrible consequences await those who spoil relations with him. The girl understood that the gentleman was in his repertoire, and the final reason he cited was that they want to get even more golden. So it's suggested to snap up a bargain on this deal. After a little while, the day of the presentation came. Those present stared in disbelief as Arel arrived, thinking that this was the one from the Arnesia clan. Looking around, Pritz realized that there were a lot of people here. The kingdom of Dianiel, the kingdom of Felfan, and even the duchy of Kretchen. As they thought, the Merman Empire had abstained. so it was true that they had made a deal with the Holy Kingdom. The people present weren't even whispering about the fact that this guy was still a boy. The hero heard this perfectly well, but he didn't show it. He just smiled and said that he was flattered by everyone's attention. Then he greeted everyone and introduced himself. Everyone is probably wondering if artificial holy water really does have the same effect as real water. It's really a complete analog, except for the fact that you have to use a slightly larger amount. Believes that it is hard to believe based only on words on papers, so he decided to make a visual demonstration to them. The prince asked SAA to get everything ready, and she threw the cape off the cage. The cage contained a living corpse. The attendees were horrified when they saw the undead here at the presentation. Seeing the excitement, Arel asked, "Not to worry. This specimen is not dangerous as they had applied the appropriate magic," so asked the subordinates to continue. The girl immediately took the artificial holy water and poured it into the cage. The liquid instantly hit the victim, and she began to scream violently, after which the undead were destroyed. The hero remarked that that was the end of it and asked if they wanted to watch it again. It was obvious that the rest of the people were frightened. Arel thought that this bunch of wimps were more accurate than that, probably. The man really thought he was just ruthless. As if it wasn't enough to bring the undead here, he didn't hesitate to personally destroy them without blinking an eye. He's definitely not the simple child you thought he was. Suddenly someone in the audience asked how much this holy water of his cost. Arel understood. Although artificial holy water is much cheaper, at least 12 tons are required per country. So he said that he understood that many people were having financial difficulties right now, so he would not force everyone to pay the bill at once. Well, he won't give it away for free either, as he spent a lot on it himself. He will accept payment in the future as soon as they can afford it. The people realized that it was a debt. Arel knows that plain water would cost no more than plain water. But under the present circumstances, the price tag could be raised. Suddenly, he was asked if he could ask a question. The hero reported that he was listening attentively. It was a girl who was asked if his artificial holy water had anything to do with the Holy Realm. The prince was a little surprised at this straightforwardness. He said that he understood perfectly well what was bothering them, but assured them that they were two completely different things. To clarify, he told me that the correct name for his artificial holy water is artificial mana neutralizer. The effect may be similar, but the principles and methods of production are quite different. Arel came up with it out of concern that the Holy Kingdom is unable to provide enough holy water. Any complaints about this commodity to him will deprive them of his support in the future. Let them know that. That concludes his presentation. He can only provide how much water they need, so let them decide for themselves. There was a lot of dead on the southeastern border of the Duchy of Critical. The knights defending the fortress were horrified that there was still no way these vile things would end. If this keeps up, at this rate they will break through and it will only be a matter of time. Suddenly, the subordinates turned to the commander. He reported that artificial holy water had arrived, sent from the Empire of Ernesia. The commander couldn't believe his eyes when he saw her. He was surprised because of its large quantity. He did not do it for a long time and said that he had to try it out soon, so ordered his subordinates to prepare to use it. They took watering cans and filled them with that very water, after which they began to water the dead from above. The artificial holy water was working perfectly, so the soldiers were ordered to head forward and fight without fear. The first team neutralizes the princess, while the second team uses artificial holy water to destroy her. This one was over this foul thing, and it was getting closer and closer, and she cheered. The commander thought her husband was finished, but everything suddenly changed. Even though Arel is a prince of a foreign country, he has a lot to be thankful for. Once the artificial holy water was delivered to all countries except the Merman Empire, people began exterminating the undead in various ways, and even magic was applied to them. But the magic was naturally applied using holy water. In doing so, the most unique of all ways to felch a bomb is to charge it with holy water. One of the knights asked if it wasn't a military weapon that was usually only used to defend the Imperial palace. A co-worker remarked that they were allowed to use it to deal with a problem. Thus the arrows were filled with holy water. Before it started, Arel remarked that everyone should realize that these personally watering zombies is too risky, so you just have to shoot them with these water arrows. The knights had no choice but to try this method. The dead men only watched in amazement at what was happening. When the water attacked them and completely destroyed them, there was no limit to the joy of those who fired. At last, they were able to destroy this abominable, unexpected distance. The commander realized that he was very lucky thanks to Prince Arel, who provided them with all your water at a reduced price. He would not be able to use it only as much as needed, so he ordered the next charge to be prepared. Some time passed and the dark night came. After learning the information about the undead, the necromancer couldn't believe it. He was horrified that hundreds of thousands of his tendrils had been nearly destroyed in just a week, and only a quarter remained. If everything had gone according to plan, the cursed rulers of all countries would already be lying at his feet. That's why he curses Arel or Nesia. When the necromancer created the living dead, he worried about the holy water from the holy realm. There certainly wouldn't be enough of it to defeat his entire undead army. It's unclear where this guy got this artificial if you're water from. The necromancer must overthrow the wizard of the tower that oppresses them and usher in the era of the dark sect. He can't just sit here idly. Some time passed, and Aja reported to the Lord that scouts were reporting that all the undead remains were now concentrated in one place to protect their creator Black Mage. Punitive units created by secret agreement are expected to gradually approach the place of siege. Arel wondered if he was hiding, using the undead as a shield. If that was the case, he would definitely not get out of there alive. Suddenly, the girl asked how to deal with the complaint that the Holy Kingdom had made to them. The prince said to ignore it. It's just a bunch of nonsense that's not even worth reading. And if they send another comment, let them ignore it. He then turned to Dia, asking what she thought of the enemy mage. Thought about it, the sorceress said. It would be nice to grab him as fast as possible, but thinks it won't be easy, because he has hundreds of 1,000 undead under his control. She's not good at necromancy. She, according to reputable sources, the maximum recorded number of undead a 7th-level mage could control was 30,000. Arel noted that she was telling the truth. Dia doesn't know what methods he uses, but it's very likely that he has great power. But even his powers must have a limit, and that's when they'll get him. The protagonist thought that perhaps the fight would not be easy. Then should he sit on the sidelines? The furious battle with the dead was still going on. Suddenly one of the knights shouted that dark, and the maw showed. Therefore everyone needed to focus on the new goal. Wizards, everyone else immediately began to do so. But even their deadly attacks failed. The necromancer used a strong shield, with which he reflected everything. Then he asked if they thought they could defeat him with such pathetic spells. After his own pathos words, he used his power already. The knight said to use defense magic sooner rather than later, and the rest of the group tried to attack the enemy from the back. But the necromancer noticed them as well, then repelled the attack, though the reflection of that attack had taken its toll on him. Seeing the blood that was being expectorated, the guy realized his case was crappy. His body was already having a hard time withstanding the magic of a great offense. Annoyingly, he would have to retreat to come up with a new plan. Therefore, he used the acid cloud skill. The knights were confused because of this, thinking it was poison. So it was necessary to neutralize it with magic sooner rather than later. Nothing could be seen, and the dark wizard was running away. The necromancer himself barked out that he couldn't believe that he had to run from wizards that were below the level in him. He would surely avenge today's humiliation, and this he promised them. Was also well aware of those he fought would soon discover this place. So we need to grab what we need and get out of here. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him that startled him greatly. He was saying how many books to scrolls and nothing helped. So this wizard was a profane, and he was disappointed. It turned out to be Arel, but the necromancer didn't know him, so wondered who he was. The prince smiled, and immediately introduced himself. He also informed him that he had come for his black soul. The interlocutor did not understand how he managed to find the place. The boy noted, thanks to the work of their specialists, it was not difficult to find at all. He also asked to be allowed to tell him the reason why he could not make this visit. First, he wanted to learn more about the magic system of the local sorcerers. It seemed like a good opportunity, so he decided to come here. But unfortunately, there was nothing useful for him here. Second, the guy had a personal question for this wizard. As it turns out, he not only raised legions of undead, but also conducted an attack on several forts terrifying people. He was the ultimate black sorcerer. While the prince was talking air about it, papers went up. Arel wondered what the wizard was doing at that moment. He couldn't understand it in his head, so he asked him to tell what had really happened. He also asked if he needed to explain what would happen if he didn't start talking. The necromancer became even angrier because of those pathos words. Exerting his dark power, he shouted that the boy dared to speak so dismissively to him Nelfren himself. But just as he tried to do something, he felt a kick, and didn't realize what it was, but soon found himself on the ground. The first thought that came to mind was standing, attacked by the guy next to her. The hero realized that even magic is ultimately ordinary people. It's worth a little boil in his head, and he won't be able to use magic as he should. Having done so, he asked Nelfram if he really needed to gather an army of undead to invade and enslave neighboring countries. That must have been his plan. Even he, as an ordinary boy, would not have thought of such a thing. The wizard continued to be angry and asking how dare he insult him. His army of dead men was literally invincible. Arel asked, wondering if that was what he was going to say before. Compared to regular soldiers, the undead army might seem really strong, but I wonder what he was going to do with them afterward. It is possible to rule a world full of nothing but the undead. At first, perhaps, he would seem himself a king sitting on a pile of corpses, but in the end, it would have become clear to him that there was no one to rule, and he was just an empty seat. Nilfram pumped him to shut up. All of this happened because he was the one interrupting him. It was incomprehensible how the pup you dared ruin the life making him. The prince remarked that it was understandable, always needing to find anyone else guilty but him. It's a comfortable enough position. Arel had been foolish to think there was a good reason for his actions. It was a waste of time. It turns out to be a quick death, and he didn't deserve it. It is the prince's responsibility to make sure his death is full, despairing, and humiliating. It's for the sake of those who have fallen victim to his domestic plan. The necromancer was clearly not going to let that happen. So he tried to get up. Using his own powers, he ordered him to shut his mouth, and was about to make his finest masterpiece rise up. In fact, another dead man who was different from all of them rose up. When he saw it, Arel noted that it was just gross. Even grave desecration had to be moderated after all. The necromancer went on to claim that this was his greatest masterpiece, assembled from bodies from select fighters. No matter how strong this guy is, he won't be able to defeat their perfect form. The hero thought about what to do, perhaps just tear it. In this case, he would get his hands dirty, and if he got some kind of disease, it would be bad. Soon he got a great idea and decided to try something else. The enemy monster had just tried to attack him. Arel didn't panic at all, but asked how many people had been sacrificed to create one such monster. He's going to put an end to it, and to do so, he used his power, namely his purification skill. Something began to happen to the dead man, as if he was losing his powers, and soon his all fell to the ground, lost the last of his life. Nilfram asked in horror. What other purification? It was unclear where he got his power, which only saints and holy kingdoms possessed. The boy pointed out that he hadn't patented it, had he? What claim could there be to it? The interlocutor still couldn't understand how, because it was impossible. This power is comparable to holiness, maybe even stronger. Arel himself realized that this was only a parody of purification, and it was inferior in power to the original. So the locals can't even do that. It looked like his enemy had already reached his limit. The necromancer was frightened and asked him to stay back. Further surprised the guy a bit by even offering a deal. Speaking of, if he lets him go, it won't be for free. He's willing to pay a good price. The prince came up to him and told him he was making a fuss. And the guy's already hungry, so he should be done by now. Nilfram realized he was in trouble. It wasn't long before the knights burst into the sorcerer's house. They informed him that he was surrounded, so let him be given and humbly accept his death. At what you saw, the first knight who entered it was very startling. There was a horrible, bloody mess, and it was unclear what was going on, especially where the brutalized corpse had come from. Judging by the dark mana traces, it must have been the sorcerer. The knight couldn't even figure out whether to be happy about them or not. On top of everything else on the table, there was a note. It said someone had killed a sorcerer for them and they were welcome, and a signature saying it was a pro from a past life. In the end, justice prevailed, and the black sorcerer came to an end. In the end, his ambition forced him to kneel before an international court. Arel found out how the information was presented to the people. However, what he did to the people really doesn't show it any better. It's been tough, but they've solved the problem, which means it's time to start building the city again. All's well that ends well, although it was a pity that he couldn't find information about the headquarters of the enemy dark sect. The guy even dug into his knowledge, but there was nothing there. If anyone crawls out again, he'll just swat them like a cockroach. So, now that I've done everything, I'm done for the day. It's time to relax. The holy kingdom of Jelian was not at all peaceful. A vial was broken, with artificial holy water by Arela. The man who did this called the guy a heretic. It is incomprehensible how he dares to infringe on God's grace. It is simply unacceptable. From Mistress Nelvenia, he asked why she was inactive. Nelvenia is a saint of the kingdom of Jelian, the woman asked, wondering what he wanted her to do. Does he suggest she condemn the empire of Ernesia for reducing the damage from the invasion by Nervasia? for saving her people. The priest reported that because holy water is a miracle that only it can bestow. Nelvenia didn't understand what was wrong with that. Isn't it only the saint and no one else who has the right to dispose of holy water? It's not like she is some kind of profiteer. If it helped save people, a number of complain about all of this. That's all they can say where this situation is going. So no need to do anything stupid. She sheered, informed him that she understood. And the saint reflected that the Merman Empire needed to be dealt with first. Then she could move on to Arel Ernesia. Anyway, she should at least take a look at his insolent face. It's all for the sacred doctrines and interests of the Light Kingdom. Time passed, and the story of the undead slowly settled down. Arel was already 17 years old. He was flying the fray, and the weather in Familial was great. Besides fighting the undead, a lot of things happened, like Fry getting a girlfriend and having kids. Akin, along with blacksmiths, attempted to replicate Damascus steel and smelt titanium. The biggest change was the Familial itself. The prince rejoiced over the colors of his own buildings, and this was his city. The subordinate noticed Arel and asked for a third of the famine to be completed as a priority. I wondered what he would say about that. The hero praised the fine work. He also hoped they could finish the rest of his part just as quickly. Soon the townspeople arrived as well, looking at their own homes in surprise. The Lord asked them to get ready, for soon they would be able to move in here. He asked her what she thought about it, if she would miss her hometown. He was answered that it was even too beautiful. Without the Lord, they would never have seen such chromes. As everyone continued to cheer, Arel realized that these buildings had been received with cheers, but he should probably get going. The worker saw this and asked if he was leaving without inspecting the rest. The prince said that he was sure of the quality of the buildings, and at this rate it would not be completed in a short time. And he still has the next phase to prepare. The interlocutor inquiring about the stage made the boy smile, and that reported when the new homes are completed, it's worth having a housewarming feast. Upon learning this information, Asha asked the gentleman if he was going to throw a banquet to celebrate the construction of the city. The hero noted that this was true. But so what? Perhaps he finds it odd to gather people together to have some hearty fun when there is such an occasion. The girl apologized and went over to touch his temperature. She was glad there was no heat. But the banquet was strange. All these years he had shunned and ignored the social gatherings of all the aristocrats. It even seemed to Asa that he wasn't the Arel she knew. The prince didn't understand if this was really a reason for such a reaction. It wasn't a big deal. He just figured they could use the buzz in the city and beyond. Although Familial is growing rapidly, it is still a backwater to the world, somewhere in the snows. Because of this, they have almost no visitors, except for some merchants. If a guy organizes a banquet, people will be drawn to them. Even if not out of interest in the city, but at least out of interest in his modest person. At last, the girl began to understand something. Arel went on to say that erecting the city is only part of the job. It still needed to be advanced. By the way, he would like to hear Ace's opinion on it as well. The interlocutor asked what it was about. Prince noted that he thought about the fact that banquets are nice, but they don't have people who know anything about organizing them. Asya is from a noble family. He would like to entrust this case to her. Of course, he wouldn't be idle either. The interlocutor said although she had little experience in high places, but would do her best to help him. The hero was pleased and said he would be grateful. He also said not to get too excited. There would be a banquet and a couple of powerful aristocrats, though maybe his father would come too. Asha realized that everything would not be easy, so she said she would sit on the case. Arel did not understand what she meant, but she said that she would do everything to meet his expectations. It was only then that the guy realized there was no stopping her. As time passed, he was already thinking about when to call for the event. High society is such a stupid relic of the past. No matter who you call, you'll find people who don't like it. In general, he has no friends among his trading partners or influential aristocrats. If you invite only aristocrats, it will look like snobbery. Therefore, you should keep a balance and invite a variety of people. The guy didn't like all of this at all, so he barked out that he was fed up. I don't know why she's even bothering with this. He decided to send it all to hell, because it's not in his nature to worry about such things. So he'd call everyone to go out. The more people, the better. Soon one of the aristocrats wonders if the invitation is the right one. Arel himself is throwing a banquet. The son remarked that it was definitely not a simple banquet. My youngest son also asked if it was really that important. He was told that he was just a little boy and didn't understand everything. Arel is an extremely private person. Except for the occasions of his first birthday and coming-of-age ceremonies, he didn't show his face in public. Even Kania attended more social events than he did. To every invitation from the aristocrats, he declined, citing busyness. His health was considered glorious, so it was hard to say anything for sure. In other words, this banquet of certainty, it could be said that he was now in the crosshairs of the entire aristocracy. The man could only hope that he could use this opportunity to connect with him. While everyone was preparing for the banquet, Lafana got in touch with her son. She was excited that he would personally organize the banquet. The emperor was also invited and said he would try to clear the schedule for the day. As a result, word spread across almost the entire continent that familial was celebrating the construction of the city. Time passed and Arel felt tired. It became clear that preparing for the banquet was very tedious. But thanks to everyone's active participation, everything would go smoothly. He was sure of it. The party was to take place tomorrow, and then came the day of the banquet, after which more and more carriages arrived. All these people were famous aristocrats. It is hard to believe that until recently it was still a backwoods area that even traders' wagons could not reach. Suddenly, the guard saw a man, which surprised him. He was asked if he could rather check the identities and let the carriages inside, and the spadas could not stand the long wait. As he looked out of the window, Arel thought how impatient everyone was. They'd just come for a free meal. The banquet starts at night, and they've been racking their brains since morning. But at least now they realize who they're dealing with. Although it's a pretty open display of interest. Everyone wants to meet him early, but he's too lazy to do it. The maid told the master that the guests were starting to arrive. The hero realized this and asked to be escorted to the place he had booked a couple days ago. It wasn't long before Mr. Corrette arrived at familial as well. He realized that Arel was rightfully proud of his city. He hadn't realized that the boy had already finished it. The place looks very beautiful indeed. The servant informed the man that they would escort him to a resting place where he could rest before the banquet. The Marquis agreed and thought that it was certainly a beautiful and magnificent city. However, at the same time, what a pity. It's too cold here and you can't see the snow-covered ground even in summer. familial is, after all, a land of bitter cold. I wondered if the young prince's charm would help melt the ice. It wasn't that cold today, though. So I wondered if it had always been like this. This is hardly a place known for harsh frosts and freezing winds. Also, the man who was nearby said he was dressed very warmly. Contrary to rumors, it is quite warm here. The Marquis couldn't understand how this could be. Watching the surprised faces, the hero realized they were puzzled that it was even hot in here. He was already really looking forward to seeing their faces when they found out everything. Soon, Asha reported to Arel that everything about the preparations for the banquet had been double-checked several times. The seating of the guests, the dishes, the lighting of the hall, no problems were revealed. The guy thanked for the excellent work and said that the girl was doing a great job. Asha was happy about that, but she asked not to be thanked. She was glad to be of service to him. That said, she wondered if the gentleman was sure about the location of the banquet. He mentioned that he thought it was the perfect place for the presentation of their town, so he didn't understand what was confusing her. Anyway, don't let him worry. He'd never been wrong about anything he'd done before. The girl had no choice but to agree, whereupon she remarked that she would go straight to patrol in that case. The prince was surprised by this and said she must recover for the banquet, so let her rest. With surprise, Asha asked the gentleman that meant she had to prepare for the banquet too. He replied that he had completely forgotten to tell her. He had already told Dia about it, as well as Sena, and now it was her time. All his closest assistants should attend the banquet without exception. The interlocutor was taken aback by this. Indignant, she said it was too sudden and she wasn't ready. But the boy asked not to worry, for he had made it all up. After which he summoned some maids and concealed that he was leaving the girl to them, and they took her away for training. The maid further informed the prince that there was a request from the castles to activate the teleportation magic circle. The boy noted that they were on time, and she had to go to meet them. As a courtesy, invitations were sent out to the entire Imperial family, but most responded by declining. The concubines had no reason to show up, and the older brother was too busy restoring public opinion, shaken after the waves of undead. Sister Kania said she can't have it yet she has a duel with one of the swordmasters. Sounds like she's serious about winning and gaining recognition. So if the only person who leads to a guy, and he was supposed to appear from the teleportation circle any minute now. It was Arel Lifan's mom along with the maid. The first thing she said was that teleportation was very convenient, and they got there quickly. The son hugged his mother the evening, rejoicing at her arrival. and the woman said, "How could she miss the banquet, which is personally organized by her son? His Majesty is also looking forward to the banquet. He said he would bring it as soon as he had finished his business." The boy said he would have to sweat to meet his expectations. He understood, even if it was a banquet organized by the prince, the emperor's departure to such a remote location, an unusual occurrence. But it was probably time to start the event slowly. The guests were a bit surprised when they arrived at the venue. They didn't realize that the banquet would be held right there. This place is more like a plaza than a banquet venue. Naturally, there is such a thing as an outdoor banquet, but it is usually held in a garden or flower meadow, which you can admire. And there was nothing interesting to see here. Someone even started discussing that the guy just doesn't know these things, so he made a mistake. Though it's just a chance to connect with Mr. Arel anyway, and one should think of it as reconnaissance. The protagonist heard the public opinion and realized they were disappointed, but it was worth a little bit of watching. A moment later, the streets and houses were illuminated. The atmosphere was getting better, and people looked on in wonder, discussing the fact that it's bright now, like it's daytime, and it's probably magic. I believed it. Word got out that the prince had chosen the square instead of the banquet hall to demonstrate, and people heard that it was too early for them to be surprised because this was just the beginning and they would see each other soon. This was spoken by a character who realized that everyone was fascinated by Familia's technological advancement, so jaws are being picked up. He further advised that they should hurry up and ask those present if everyone was ready. Sina noted that she did, but doubted it. Looking at her, the hero said she looked great. He also wondered if she was wearing a wig. The girl was a little embarrassed, and stated that she thought the outfit would look more harmonious with him. She feels a little awkward, and is not used to walking around in it, but she is grateful. The boy further asked why Asha was wrinkling. Let her show herself already. It wasn't the first time she'd been out in public, so it wasn't clear why she was embarrassed. Asha noted that she was younger then and had not worn such dresses for a long time. Arel said not to let them second-guess themselves, because they really do look great. At that very moment, Dia walked in and inquired about her. The guy pointed his finger that her outfit was cool. In response, she merely pointed to the same sign. The prince further said, since the ladies were ready, we should get going and kill the guests by surprise. Those attending the banquet enjoyed the cuisine and said it was top-notch. And there was also everyone wondering where the culprit of the event himself was. Suddenly, something strange happened to the fountain that was in the very center. It was as if it had begun to open up and split into several parts. The dazed people saw a silhouette appearing from there. Even Leafina was very surprised to see something like this. A appeared from the fountain, along with his subordinates, as well as a huge statue. He wondered if he liked it. This is the climactic ponte in the case. Let those present see that they are rich and progressive. Especially if you look at the hero statue itself. People's reactions were reflected on their faces. Some couldn't find the words, while others realized that Arel's tastes were still the same as before. The principal soon welcomed the guests and also introduced himself. He would like to personally thank everyone who accepted the invitation to the festive banquets to celebrate the rebuilding of the city. And the purpose of this banquet is to acquaint all present with the fruits of their labors. He hoped they were already intrigued. They had a whole layer of business opportunities here, so they could start fantasizing about what it would be like to move and live here. He would love to show them in person to the entire city. But first he should welcome the latest guest of honor to arrive. His Majesty Theorel Ernesia has just joined them. The man reported, as emperor and as the father of this child, he was very pleased that everyone had traveled such a long way to attend Arel's first banquet. The hero was very happy to hear such a speech from his father. So since His Majesty is here, it's time to introduce Familia. It is a center of innovative technology and their pride. Arel informed the audience that they were facing the commercial residential area of the new city of Familia. This place will be the center of all future trade routes in Familia, as well as the most prosperous area for the residents. Safety measures in the city are fully complied with. First of all, it's about the barrier, which Dia demonstrated by surprising those in attendance. The stone used to build the barrier is harder than steel, and it can't be broken by the monsters that live nearby, or by anyone's army. As the barrier is constantly maintained, its strength is constantly increasing. He was personally tested by a level 7 Phaon mage, so people could count on him. Those present were surprised that he was immune to such high magic. One of them asked Mr. Arel if he could ask him one question. He knows that the climate here is so harsh that it is uninhabitable. So he wonders what Mr. Arel has to say about this problem. With a smile on his face, the prince noted that it was a good question. In doing so, the hero bribed the man in advance. He realized that indiscriminate questions would only cause a farce. To the people he informed for sure they, just stepping into the city, immediately sensed something unusual. Now, after all, everyone is in the outdoor banquet hall, but isn't it cold outside? This is all thanks to the fact that there is one special magical device installed in the city, and it is right in front of them. And suddenly he was asked the question, isn't this the farm heater that the prince personally designed? Although it might not be, it's a bit bigger. The boy wondered if someone had asked that question. It's not like that's where he bribed from, after all, although he was going to basically bring it up himself. So he said it was an improved version of the heater, the latest development designed to insulate the entire city. However, their principle of operation is much different. There was just temperature control, while here wind and even snow are controlled to set a certain atmosphere. So, even with the harsh climate, it is quite comfortable to live here. Someone even asked in disbelief if it was all true, and the boy replied that it was all absolutely true. At that, he didn't understand if they really thought he would joke about such things. Indeed, he had spent a lot of money, and their wizards were working overtime because of it. So, to the applause, he soon announced that that was the end of it, and asked the guests to enjoy the banquet. Some time passed and the prince was asked where he was going to start trading. As yet he had not yet decided, the man willing to cooperate with him. But the man next to him informed him that he had said no such thing, for a certain firm of his was better suited for it. Questions were also asked about the magic device for environmental regulation. It was asked whether it could be installed in other areas as well. The guy listened to all this graciously, but felt that being popular was very tiring, though for the sake of the future, today must be endured and only today. So he was preparing for the next question. Seeing Mr. Sena's efforts, she said that it would be great if he always worked as hard as he did today. Asha noted that it would be really nice. For a minute she thought it was a different person, and it was even surprising. The people present whispered, wondering that Arel-san's personal knights were very beautiful. They say that one of them is even stronger than an entire order of knights. Suddenly, some gentleman came up to Asa and asked to be invited to one dance for just one song. The girl apologized to him and informed him that she was at work right now. Arel thought about how nice it would be if they could just relax and enjoy themselves. Next thing he knew, he saw the girls heading towards him. It was elegant grace, unrivaled grace, and not even a rustle could be heard as they moved. These ladies are clearly trained to hunt. At the end of the day, Arel realized that he was deduction for them, because a girl came up to him and greeted him, asking if he would deign to dance with her instead of standing there bored. The hero thought that usually, of course, it's a man who asks a man to dance. But she changed tactics because he stood there and was silent, I guess. There seemed to be a lot of girls his age here. He also felt some eyes on him and realized it had broken out. She scrutinized literally Annie, her son, and the look in her eyes stipulated that he dance with this girl. That's when the guy realized that he just turned down the offers, but that doesn't mean he's giving up on marriage in the future. It turns out he made his mother worry because he's apologizing for it. So maybe we should pretend that he and that girl are talking. What hurts his pride the most is when he is seen as not capable. Arel asked the girl to give him one dance, though he dances and hopes he doesn't make her too uncomfortable. She smiled and said there was nothing wrong with that, because everyone starts somewhere. Seeing this reaction, the guy realized she was a socialite. But the guy, for his part, has already achieved mastery in all dance techniques, from simple dances to dances suitable for ballroom competitions. Not to forget, one of his dreams is to become a Casanova, which means he can't be passive, or he'll be seen as some kind of weakling. So today he'll be actively socializing and dancing. After dancing with the first girl, he informed the others to take their time. After all, today he would be with everyone's partner, so he should not worry. Further, he only asked who would be next. And there's already a whole crowd of candidates lined up to admire him, and Arel actually danced with them, changing dance partners one after another. At the end of it all, he couldn't take it anymore and ran away. I think these girls took it out on him for all those dance rejections from past lives. His subordinates approached him, asking if he was exhausted. Even the Lord isn't perfect, so maybe he should let the girls lead. The prince indignantly replied that he wasn't that bad at dancing. I wondered why she wasn't dancing herself. The girls smiled and said they were at work. But the boy thought it was a silly excuse not to dance. It became interesting how many other girls there were, and when he saw them, he was shocked why there were so many. It's already becoming some kind of impossible task for him. Next, he looked at Asha and said there was an idea. He asked the girl if it was true that she could dance. So he wondered if she would keep him company for one dance. Arel realized that Asha, Unlike Sena and Dia, couldn't enjoy the moment and continued to watch the girls intently. As if she was missing it herself, the prince begged the girl to save him from these intrusive ladies at least for a while. The knight said, if only the kinswoman is willing, she is willing. The hero added that she could consider it a reward for her help in preparing the banquet. The chance to dance with him cost a lot of money. Asha stated, if so, it was a great honor for her. She, in turn, has not danced in a long time, so she is not confident in her skills. The boy threw out not to worry, because he will teach her. Next, he reached out to her hoping for a dance. Asha gladly accepted his offer. And it should be a lovely evening. Thus the dance of Asi and Arel began. The girl noted the knight dancing with his master. She never thought she would dance like that again. The prince declared that it was better than dancing in front of the enemy with a sword. Whether it's dance or fighting, the basic principles of body movement remain similar. Let him just relax and give in to the rhythm. Dance is simply a combination of music, body movements, and streams of inspiration. While Asha was dancing with Arel, all the girls were biting their elbows. The Lord, in turn, suggested that we move on to a more serious dialogue, and Asha did not object. Time passed, and the tired hero thought about the fact that he needed to rest. Physically, he's still in shape, but mentally he's very depleted. As he sat there, he noticed a man that stood out in the crowd. Surprisingly, this man wasn't even alone, and one could notice them more and more. Arel wondered who all these people could be. Then the day came to him and informed him that there were more people in the banquet hall now. He realized that there were clearly more people than invited, and they had uninvited guests. Asha and Sena wondered what they should do and if it should be taken care of. Thinking about it, Arel wondered if they would be able to follow him from a distance. He needed to talk to someone now. The knight noted that it was dangerous after all, and asked if he knew who they were. The hero noted that he did not know all of them, but only one person. A clue might say that this is possibly his future client with whom a favorable deal can be made. To do so, he didn't head off in an unknown direction. And then that man followed him, just as I thought he would. The hero sensed this and said that he was honored to see Helman Melnius, the lord of the Helman Melnius Magic Tower here. This person is indeed the head of the Urnesia Magic Tower. Helmin pointed out that he couldn't even think that the guy would recognize him right away. So he asks to forgive his rudeness and belated greeting. The prince noted that it's just a banquet, so he asks to relax. The interlocutor asked how he recognized him. After all, they had never met before. Arel reported that this was true, but the head was so blatantly interested in their magical inventions. It was hard to miss him, as this particular person was asking about a truss heater. The prince didn't expect such an important person like the Lord of the Magic Tower to accept the invitation. He had thought that the last thing he would be able to do would be to meet him here. Helman said that there was nothing to it. It was all already an invitation from Mr. Arel himself, and he couldn't ignore it. The boy noted that that wasn't what he meant, he thought, not to Helman's liking because of all these fervent messages from the Holy Kingdom. He wondered what his interlocutor would say about it. He had deliberately raised a delicate issue. Lord Magic Tower said that there was a misunderstanding. He had no reason to sympathize with them. The prince then said, in all honesty, he actually knew the man had politely turned them down. Helman remarked that he was kind enough and was glad they understood each other. The hero also noticed that the Lord of the Magic Tower was quite young. He thought that such a person would be a gray-haired old man with a beard, but judging by the amount of mina, it was him, not a deputy. The interlocutor remarked that he could certainly boast knowledge of magic as the Lord of the Magic Tower. But even he would kneel before the prince. Arel noted that it was all thanks to the hard work of their wizards, who had worked all night long. He said that the prince had come up with the idea, so he shouldn't be modest. He then asked if the Lord had anything to say. Then he thought it was time to get to the point of what he had come for. The hero then said he would like to talk in a quiet setting. Thinks they are both too busy to schedule a separate meeting. And before we get into a discussion about that, there's something we should be clear about. Does he know the people behind his back? They have been keeping their eyes on him for a long time, but unlike the Magic Tower Lord, they have no invitations. And he didn't understand why sorcerers only wore black. He'd heard that white was in fashion now. Maybe they should try wearing something more cheerful. The wizards got angry and shouted at him to cover his mouth. Helman noted that he did indeed feel the nasty mana. And as I suspected, it wasn't about mood. The uninvited sorcerers lined up in a row. They named Arel Urnesia as the one who had thwarted their comrades. And also, the lord of a magical tower that would surely hinder their future deeds. and asked them to surrender and follow them quietly. The protagonist was surprised, wondering if it was an offense for developing artificial holy water. Suddenly the Lord of the Magic Tower said that it was his mistake, and the cockroaches even got here. The unfamiliar wizards united, asking if they dare to oppose them. But no matter how powerful a wizard the Lord of the Magic Tower is, he can't handle the three of them at the same time. Arel realized that these black mages were all level 7. In that case, it was clear how they had gotten past the knights unnoticed. Hellman said, "Too many buzzwords for a bunch of low-grade wizards," after which she used her own power striking the prince, for it was level 8 magic. The necromancer shouted again that he couldn't handle them. The opponent commented that they were too slow, after which he sent them all flying with his magic. The hero didn't realize where they were at first, but then it became clear that they were upstairs. And while he was thinking about it, he realized that the enemies had already landed. They must have been in a lot of pain, because the guy almost killed them. It turns out it was gravity magic and he's quite good. It's not strange, since Lord of the Magic Tower is not an empty title. Hellman was just reporting that he was trying to keep things as quiet as possible, but still obliged to apologize for using magic on Arel's territory without permission, or even apologize formally a little later. Prince noted that it was not worth doing, it was a great show. He was also interested to see what he could do. The interlocutor asked in surprise, wondering if on this occasion his knights were standing around watching. The boy was a little confused that the man had noticed. Next, the Lord of the Magic Tower asked, speaking of black mages, if the Lord would mind if he took care of them himself. Arel answered him that he would even be grateful. Hellman thanked him for his understanding. Then he asked why the Lord had come to him. The prince said, "Speaking of this in the future, familial will be seriously engaged in the development of magic equipment, but they don't have much work, have the strength to do it. So he wants to bail out some projects to people from outside who can be trusted." He thought about asking Pain, but since the Lord of the Magic Tower himself appeared in front of him, he decided to offer. He was interested, asking what he was planning to create. Arel noted that there would be different ones being created. He would not go into detail in a place like this. Hellman reported then, "We'll look forward to it." Personally, he doesn't mind participating, but he needs to convince the others, so he asks for a little patience. The prince asked not to worry, because he understands everything. He will contact him officially a little later, and then let him give his answer. Lastly, the interlocutor stated that he would look forward to the day. The hero was surprised that he was leaving and didn't ask what about the party. The Magic Tower Lord smiled and said that he had a lot of work to do, so he wouldn't be able to stay away for long. To top it all off, the black sorcerers had also formed, so he needs to have a chat with them before he gets completely out of breath. After saying that, he said goodbye and disappeared. Arel realized that he had just teleported, even though there was a barrier. The guy still wanted to sell it on the market, and he hadn't even thought about how to get around it. Some time passed, and the prince arrived at the emperor, who inquired where he had been. The guy was chatting with the Lord of the Magic Tower, and watching the black mages fluttering in the sky, but he couldn't say that, so reported that he had to leave urgently to settle this matter. It also turned out that she had already gone home because she was tired. But the father was waiting for him all this time, it turns out. Then there's a chance he has something to say to Arel. To talk, they climbed the wall of the fortress, where they secluded themselves. Theorel reported that he simply could not believe that the boy had built such an advanced city. His ingenuity never ceases to amaze the man. He also asked to be allowed to ask him again. Does he really not wish to return to the capital? The son noted that it was true. He still had plenty to do here. Then the emperor said he understood everything and would not insist. Perhaps this place suits him better than the capital. Here, he could be himself. And the emperor himself was happy to see such progress in familial. If truth be told, it's Arel's older brother who wants his younger brother back the most. The hero was surprised by this, and he wondered if he'd had too much to drink, and it was a coincidence that his father was saying such a thing, though it was unlikely. While she pondered, it was the man who informed her that he had a difficult decision to make. Arel himself understood what he was talking about, namely the heir to the throne. It's time for his older brother to go back to the palace and take up a key position in the palace. But does Exile really want Arel to return to the palace and take a key position? Everything, if that's the case. He's nothing like his mother. After weighing everything, the boy informed his father that he would bond with his older brother all a little later. Even then, he was well aware that a new storm of struggle for the throne was about to begin. After the feast in honor of the city's founding was over, the residents began to settle in vigorously. rejoicing that the new houses would not compare to the one where they had survived before. And from the royal palace came final approval, after which Familial was officially recognized as a major city. A month passed, and the hero walked the streets of the city. He enjoyed the atmosphere and hearing people's happy comments about the city. The city had revitalized much faster than Arel had expected thanks to their agitation, which had attracted both residents and merchants to the area. The hero thought, "It seems that the city has everything necessary for a comfortable life, and even the initially skeptical residents should be satisfied in the end. How still beautiful to play, get out secretly in the neighborhood. Yes, to see. By the way, it's good to see that the number of new merchants has increased noticeably. Perhaps because the guy prophesies the development of tourism and entertainment industry of his town. Their trading company. Wouldn't it be time to release new merchandise, given Familia's requests? One would have to wonder what it could be." Suddenly, the boy heard a cry for a unique overseas product. The guy wondered if this was a geothal store. Their headquarters is in the Felven Kingdom and they specialize in non-imported products of some sort. Shipbuilding technology is still not very advanced here. It is believed that even getting on a ship is like signing one's own death warrant. Too bad the Empire of Ernesia doesn't border the seas. So the boy decided to check out what was new here for himself. Inside, he was immediately welcomed. The salesman's first order of business was to examine the guy. He appreciated that the buyer had jewelry that looked like the real thing. Plus, his suit is clearly made of expensive fabric. There are also clean and neat shoes, as if the wearer rarely treads the ground himself. Based on this list, the salesman decided it was a jackpot, so he kindly informed me that they specialize in goods from other continents. Let him go through and choose. They have outlandish meats of various varieties and fancy overseas clothing. The prince had already looked around a bit and realized that there was nothing of interest. Though something did catch his attention while the man was telling him that he had a large stock of herbs that were good for his health. The hero inquired about something he was interested in. The vendor interrupted him at that and remarked if that was what he was interested in. He apologized. "But these are pretty useless fruits. They are a new arrival, but they turned out to taste too bitter, and not even good for medicinal use." Arel asked what the fruit was called anyway. He hesitated for a moment, then said that the merchant there called it cacao. Upon ascertaining what it was, what kind of hero became very excited. He pumped to be sold all these fruits that he had. Then the salesman tried to talk him out of it again. But the guy was persistent and bought them back. After a little while, Asha reported that Mr. Arel was working on something again. I think he said he was inventing some new product. SAA confirmed that and didn't know what he wanted to make of those things. It's a gentleman though, and it's probably going to be something brilliant, as it always is. Indeed, the wizards were ecstatic, declaring it a success. The protagonist decided not only to adapt the cultivation conditions, but also improve the cocoa variety. Now his cocoa is the result of painstaking work. At first, he even lost half of the seeds, but they've grown so well in just a month that the guy is about to cry. He thanks magic for that. After thinking a little, the guy turned to Dia saying that he would have the last and most important task for her. Naturally, the girl agreed. The building given by the prince was to process and pulverize the grains of these fruits. It's basically a waste of the talent of the most powerful mage in this city, but that's the way to go anyway. Much faster and more reliable. The girl quickly completed the task and asked if everything was correct. A pleased Arel said that everything was just fine. As a reward for her labors, she would be the first to try it in its finished form. The sorceress had already prepared herself for this and said with flowing drool what she would do impatiently, so she proceeded further to complete the task, and the speed was incredible. Arel thought about how she must have already realized it wasn't a simple product since she was so fired up. Once again a little time passed, and the boy smelled a delicate and sweet fragrance. Definitely he could tell that it was chocolate. The king of all desserts. In the empire of energy and even earlier in his past life, he unimaginably missed chocolate. There was simply no cocoa beans anywhere. Now he was just enjoying the flavor of this product. In the process of enjoying himself, he even thought about how great it was to be able to be reborn after all. A little while later, the wards lined up for the presentation. They were a bit skeptical of the new invention. Aiken was even angry that the guy was opening up a busy man from his business to get a snack. The hero said that he planned to start by selling chocolate and cookies as standard items. But let them try everything in here, and tell them honestly which of it they like too. Asha was the first to try the cookies and donuts. Said about how heirs would especially like that. The prince confirmed that the children would love it. SAA in turn experienced the flavor of the chocolate fondue. saying that the sour-sweet flavor of the fruit goes perfectly with the sweetness of this chocolate. Next, the hero asked Aiken what he would say about it. After all, it was important to know the tastes, but all the same. The old man noted that, in his opinion, everything was too sweet. And in the end, only the rum chocolates worked for him, because they weren't too sweet. So, he thought that was the best option. The prince remembered that dwarves were dwarves, and that was their choice. Aiken also said that the blacksmith's job is hard, so he thinks the guys might appreciate his nutritious and sweet desserts. Arel said he was thinking about that too. In the end, all three tasters agreed that everything was delicious. And the girls could even say with certainty that it was possible to sell every product on offer. Surprised, Arel asked, "That's not the kind of thing they say. After all, it wasn't even half of his chocolate delights." And as soon as he announced it, the servants immediately entered the room and brought in several dozen more trays. Then the prince remarked that he was actually so engrossed in the process that he made a bunch of stuff. Chocolate stimulates the brain, and maybe that's the point. In general, then, he can say with certainty what he was doing. The situation is just beginning. The girl Miss Old Man didn't quite like it, though. And in Familia, it was quiet again. By the second day, SAA and Asha were sick of looking at the desserts. At the same time, the gentleman informed them that he had changed the taste a bit, taking into account their recommendations from yesterday. On the third day, he also introduced them to something new. Soon the fourth day also came, and the prince wanted to present something again. Then Asha apologized to the gentleman and said she couldn't go on. SAA also supported her and said that even Dia couldn't stand it all, and Aiken had run away even earlier from them. The master realized afterwards that he had gone a little overboard by feeding them the same chocolate 3 days in a row. That's bad, because it's also very caloric. It can dramatically increase weight and blood sugar levels, so it's best to stop. Hearing the information in this girl even conspired to practice. And Dia supported them too. The prince realized, from the looks of it, he couldn't even look at chocolate for a while. In that case, he was going to eat the rest of it himself, because he wasn't going to get better. And so, at the cost of the tearful nightmares of everyone who has tasted it over the last week, the final product has been created. Not only stores began to open, but also specialized stores selling exclusively chocolate products. Many were skeptical at first, but then everyone was very tasty. As a result, not only locals but also visitors reached for the chocolate as word of the outlandish treat spread. The most important thing is that the aristocrats are completely delighted, and such a reaction Richin has not seen since the times in the sales of sodas. Listening to the interlocutor, the hero realized that his uncle had become very fat since the last meeting. The relative kept on going, saying that requests to sell the chocolate to other estates did not stop. The advice to create a separate line of high-quality goods was a huge success. Luxury goods are not sold in regular stores and are only available by pre-order. Arel specifically sold this overpriced chocolate only to aristocrats. But strangely enough, the demand for it has only increased among those who want to indulge in luxury. The hero just improved the packaging and used slightly more expensive ingredients plus teleport delivery. And people fall for the word quality so easily after all. Suddenly, the uncle asked if he had any intention of expanding production. If he could sell the chocolate in bulk, he would make even more profit. The prince said he would love to do it, but it's not easy. His castle doesn't have as much room to grow fruit as he would like. They have even emphasized on cocoa productivity, as there is no more room to expand the plantation. The lands of Ernesia are not suitable for growing cocoa on their own. So without wizards growing it in mana greenhouses, further expansion is impossible. The man then asked what about trading with the geothal firm. The hero said that if it was the one from which he had bought the first bombs, it might be later. But he had no plans to do so now. Hearing this, Rechinek said that it was a pity, because this organization was one of the first to show interest in cooperation. The prince understood, though. He revealed that the main ingredient is cocoa beans. But the recipe and production technology must remain secret. It will take time for them to master the technology, and they know it. So they purposely forced the deal by pretending to be on their side. Thus, the hero said that no negotiation was necessary, and did not understand why he should agree to their proposal at all. The main reason for creating chocolate was to enjoy it, not to make money. "So, uncle," he said, "they'll just wait and see what you get." When the guy produced the paper, he thought only about money and didn't pay attention to the consequences for others. He was too lazy to think, so he just let the situation play out. And then, it all led to war. You don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, or he may highlight everything he once accomplished. We'll have to see how things work out this time. Time passed and aristocrats enjoyed desserts, among them chocolate. It has been said to be delightfully sweet. It is a wonderful addition to tea and an incredible dessert. The hostess was told a rumor by someone that chocolate was quite difficult to acquire. She noted that it was not easy. She was lucky. In fact, the woman knew it wasn't that simple. Earlier, Arel wrote to her saying that in order for chocolate to appeal to aristocrats, you have to make it so that they can enjoy its flavor in the most natural setting possible. So asked the lady to help and wondered how Hay and heirs were doing. All aristocrats know that Duchess Corette and Arel are on good terms, so the lady shares the chocolate, so to speak. It's done so that aristocrats can show it off in society. One of the girls said that she got a lot of attention because of it. Suddenly, someone else joined their conversation. It was a girl who asked if she could find out where they got this famous high-end chocolate. Lady Corette was surprised, so she asked who it was. But her guest said it was Geothal, and she didn't think she was coming. Hearing this, surname Marquis asked if he was from the company of the same name. The interviewee said it was true, her name was Sunil Geothal, and she owned a trading company. Corette thought, you'd never even considered the fact that the owner of the company was a woman. The aristocrat asked what she had that was interesting. Sunil noted that she had such a thing. She thought they would be interested in it, so she brought something with her. The Marquise wondered if all these aristocrats were Geothal's clients. She had come here as a merchant, not as a guest. An acquaintance remarked to Sunil that she seemed to want to ask something about chocolate, and the girl said that it was true. She would like to speak to Mr. Arel about a matter, but he's not easy to get in touch with, and so maybe the interviewer would introduce her. The girl hesitated and said she'd love to do it, but things aren't easy. Geothal understood everything, saying that he was probably very busy and nothing could be done. Let them forget about what she had just said. Instead, let them have a better look at the exclusive merchandise she had brought especially for them. Time passed, and the sun began to set outside, and Geothal was already on her way in her carriage. She babbled on about how to sell even a couple items you have to please everyone. The man sitting across from her said that it couldn't be helped if she didn't indulge her desires to know, and she wouldn't get into their estate. Sunil reported that she knew that perfectly well. She wanted to speak to Lady Corette, but no luck. And about Arel's new chocolate product, still probably no answer. The guy noticed he didn't seem at all interested in cooperating with them. Geothal was unexpected. Usually, he tends to set up mass production. Who knew these fruits were such a treasure? The girl was sure he would have trouble reproducing. Isn't there enough room on his land to grow fruit? Yes, she had heard that Familial had learned to regulate the temperature with magic, but it's still not enough to cultivate large quantities. His cooperation with her will clearly benefit him. Then why doesn't he trust her? No wonder Geothal couldn't understand him. It was just that Arel had invented it for himself to enjoy eating. The girl told the subordinates to keep sending requests and offered them the most favorable terms. In the end, Richin reported that the company's insistence bordered on desperation, and asked if he should continue to say no. Hero. He didn't think it would be that bad. The uncle added that already even the head of the trading company is asking for a personal meeting. So he doesn't understand how to proceed. Arel gave up and said he would only talk once. Turning to the changeling, he hoped she wouldn't mind talking over a cup of tea, so he suggested we meet. And now the long-awaited day of the meeting with the owner of Geothal's company had arrived. The girl was glad to meet Arel at last, and she introduced herself to him as she should. The prince remarked that it was nice to meet you too. His uncle was already tired of the girl's persistent letters. The interviewee said she was sorry if she had inconvenienced him, but she runs a business and therefore cannot afford to miss out on a good deal. Hero in turn said that your look at her reaction, but she did not look embarrassed at all. So he offered to get right to the point. It looks like her company is extremely interested in his chocolate. Sunil stated that she would be frank with him. First of all, she is attracted to the potential profit from Mr. Arel's products in this deal. It can offer a large number of high-quality fruits. And this is thanks to Geothal's unique expertise in ocean development, unavailable to anyone else. Prince afterwards, he said he had heard of the trade reputation and the company. That said, it did not explain why he should cooperate with them specifically. The girl was confused and didn't understand what he meant. The hero explained, mass trade is certainly great and will bring in a lot of profit. But they aren't the only ones who can provide him with the ingredients for this scale of production. And even if it goes away, doesn't that mean he will become dependent on them in the future? The guy realized that mass trade was a great option. But if the only supplier of these ingredients is Geothal, that's not good. And what to do in case they change their mind and stop supplying fruit? The company may start delaying deliveries under the pretext that they have a lot of orders and will put conditions on him. Where there's a lot of money involved, this sort of thing is commonplace. Senil indignantly noted that it wasn't even in her thoughts. Arel said even if she didn't plan to perform like that, it didn't mean she wouldn't start doing it in the future. Let them not grasp to convince him that it is impossible. Anyone who doesn't even consider these eventualities in business won't hold on for long. So enough games. The girl's intentions are all too obvious, especially now that she's trying so hard to get what she wants. Suddenly, the girl wondered if the gentleman had no interest at all in expanding his chocolate business. The boy asked what she thought about it. In his head, he was running through his thoughts about what she would do. He'd deliberately laid it out in a straightforward manner. At least let her act now, because he's watching her reaction closely. But there was no response, and Arel wondered if that was it. Senil sadly reported that she didn't have a solution. But if she understands correctly, he has one. The prince said that it was true. It might sound rude, but if she offered more favorable terms, he might agree. His companion understood him. She noted that she would keep that in mind and said goodbye. That was the end of the encounter, and the hero could exhale with ease. That's when Richen showed up. He said he was surprised, thinking the guy would agree, but he was wrong. Arel stated that their terms were actually quite tempting. The girl who was dating him had an excellent reputation and good business acumen. In that case, the man didn't understand why the prince refused. The boy replied that it was a matter of intuition, not worth messing with. That girl doesn't seem like a decent person at all. Arel thought that as a merchant he could turn a blind eye to her selfish motives, but she had a frankly vile gut, which meant no good could come of this. The boy then made a request to his uncle. He asked his uncle if he could find out where the central store, Geothal, was located and to whom it sold goods. He said that he would fulfill his wish. As the sun was setting, the girl returned home. She was very angry, so she slammed the door, and her first thought upon returning was that she had missed something. Senil couldn't understand why things had gone so wrong. Doesn't think it's about him not liking the terms of the deal so much. And she certainly didn't say anything unnecessary. The guy next to him wondered if he suspected something. His companion interrupted him and said that if he wanted to live, he should watch his language. He immediately apologized. And the management company said he couldn't have seen it. I mean, I've been extremely careful. Going into battle with Arel or Nija is crazy. But what can you do? All of a sudden they asked her if she meant she was giving up chocolate. Senil noted who said that. It doesn't. The key is to stay out of the way, and that's not the end of the story. They, in turn, will simply wait until the prince changes his mind. Time passed, and Arel ate chocolate as usual without a care in the world. Fry's little ones were already around him, and he didn't know what to do with them. He remarked to his pet that he and his wife were idyllic. Still, 5 kids is a lot. Soon the griffins even took away his chocolate, and the guy tried to take it away. He said it would be hard to keep them all here, and it was probably best to give them away. See what the others say. In response to this, Asha said if it wasn't better to just let them go free. The prince said that they cannot be released into the forest, and it could be dangerous for the locals. They are pets to him, but they are essentially monsters. Besides, he's not at all sure they could survive in the wild. Now they have first-class fresh horse meat and their own bed. So whether they can adapt to life in the wild is a question. They are, after all, the real deal, only with wings and a head. In the end, the prince asked Asha if she could take one for herself. The girl said that it was impossible, but she didn't even have room for them in the manor. Arel kept insisting, wouldn't heirs be thrilled? But the subordinate thought he would rather be in sorrow. In the end, the gentleman was turned down by her. So the hero next headed for Sena. He said that in their native land, girls often tame monsters. The girl confirmed that there were such cases, but a griffin was clearly too much. Prince and himself should be well aware of how much fodder he knows for them. The hero knew that it was true that horse meat was the mainstay of their diet. He could feed it without any problems, but the villagers have no such possibility. So Sena refused as well, claiming it was too expensive. Daya was next in line, but she said she had a great recipe for making a griffin, and the guy himself turned her down. So he headed over to Aiken reporting what everyone says is complicated, and he asked the old man if he had any ideas. But the old man did not understand why he was asking him that. He just might suggest using them instead of horses. Arel says that's not an option. Ground transportation is much more reliable. Besides, the cargo that 5 griffins can carry is small. Suddenly he thought that there would be problems with some bulky shipments. But there should be no problems with small parcels. Thus they can be used to deliver jewels for aristocrats through the sky. The air route is much safer than the ground route in terms of theft, and it can be literal, like a griffin delivery. As he thought about it, the boy thanked Aiken, saying that the dwarves were good, as always. The old man told him that he had promised to tell him more about the metal. Eventually, he saw the guy run away and got angry because he didn't listen to the guy to the end. Arel began to think that it was a good idea. They send letters with the help of birds. A courier personally delivering packages on a griffin would also look impressive. So all that's left is to train the griffins properly. Suddenly, the butler informed the prince that they were in trouble, and the lad became wary. The subordinate brought a letter and asked to see it. He hoped it wasn't like last time with the undead, and when I read the contents, I started laughing. He was hoping for the girl to come up with something out of the ordinary, and she gave it away. The cacao bean is now a pagan fruit. What a load of crap that is. This had previously happened in the Holy Kingdom of Gelion. Felgen, the high priest of the Holy Kingdom, was holding a cocoa bean. He said they say that outside their continent, evil heathens grind this up and pound it as a drink. This fruit definitely belongs to the heathens. It is probably used in devilish rituals and should not be tricked. Let no one succumb to the temptation of the sweetness of the moment. Whoever tastes this fruit will be declared a heretic, and the wrath of God will fall upon him. Richin informed the Lord that he didn't expect the Holy Realm to decide to combine. The prince said they've had a strained relationship before. But to attack so vehemently over chocolate is strange. Surely the Geothal company must be behind everything. He didn't realize the girl was in cahoots with that kingdom. What a vile way to exact revenge. Uncle pointed out that this is true. But why is your entire kingdom suddenly siding with the trading company? The prince stated, most officials in the Holy Kingdom don't like them. Apparently, they have been bribed. Arel thinks, as long as the chocolate is sold in their territory, it won't hurt them too much. Only the road to export is now closed. About half of foreign countries adhere to the faith of the Holy Kingdom. So those who care about religion will not buy chocolate. They weren't going to export it anyway. The hero realized what her Geothal was really like. If she can't capitalize on it, she won't let him either. It's probably a kind of warning. Whether they want to export, then the very path to it is creeping in. The girl hints that if he does not make concessions, he will start a more aggressive information campaign. At that, he asked if they would answer. The prince said that there was no point, she would not admit her involvement anyway. But he, for his part, isn't going to just give up. Of course, apologizes to her uncle, but expected her to do such a stupid thing. The guy always adheres to the principle of not hitting someone who is innocent. Speech didn't quite know what he was talking about anymore. Arel continued his speech about how if she was the one who was in the way, he would gladly blow her to smithereens, so Geothal would just have to wait a little longer. The uncle understood everything and asked if he had planned to absorb Geothal from the beginning. The hero remarked that it was true. Why would he want to cooperate with them at all? It's much safer to just take everything they have. Dozens of ships, all the accumulated assets, it would all belong to him. Let him hurry up with the task he had given him. The man said he would love to do it, but it takes time. Arel noted in that case maybe that's even better. He even had a great idea now. Felgen thought about the situation. It's like he said a couple of words, and already there's such a commotion. That's one brainless herd for sure. Suddenly on the way he saw a saint. At Nelvania's he asked, she must have come from negotiations and is having a hard time. The lady stated that it couldn't be helped. While the king was away, she had to take care of her kingdom. The Holy Kingdom, since the demise of the previous king, is still awaiting divine revelation on his successor. In the meantime, Saint Nelvania has assumed all the duties of ruler, including politics and negotiations. The old man hoped that the divine revelation would come as soon as possible. Then the saint would finally be able to rest properly, though he realized what a revelation this was. Everyone already knows perfectly well. The truth is that the saint has already received it, but does not want to name a successor. After the death of the previous ruler, she completely seized power. It happened at the most opportune moment, as if she had planned it all in advance. But despite all this, people still follow her. Suddenly, the woman apologized and said maybe she wasn't good enough to get a revelation. The interlocutor got a little scared and said that was not the case. That moment he kept thinking all because her power surpasses that of any other saint in history. Nelvania has the ability to turn ordinary water into holy water, as well as cleansing the world of any mana. Such power is hard to compete with. It is better to explore after her than to come into conflict with her. Yes, and he had no desire to take the throne. He would just enjoy the wealth and stay in his own place. Suddenly the saint turned to him and said that he had made a rather interesting speech. He claims that the fruit is so popular, and in Ernesia, is pagan. The high priest remarked to the saint that she knows perfectly well the origins of paganism. Is there something wrong with that? She noted that she was fine, but wondered who had told him about the fruit. Felgin stated that there are believers everywhere on the invested. Then Nelvinia realized she was just curious, so she asked. Since he was good with the heathens, there was no point in her interfering and she would just leave. After a little while, the girl asked Lua who Felgin had met with the last time. The interlocutor stated, to the best of her knowledge, the priest works for Geothal. The saint was pretty pissed off about it. She couldn't understand what this man was even doing. After all, she had warned him not to mess with Ernesia just yet. I guess he wants to start a war, but he's getting his nose bitten off. Even called the old man a pig and wondering how much money he was paid. Seeing the anger, Saint Lua asked if perhaps she needed to look into it. The woman said that this problem will not be solved. Since there was no reaction, it means that it is not too late. They need to draw the line as soon as possible, and she already has an assignment for the girl. Night had fallen, and Arel, along with his subordinates, was on a mission. The hero looked through his binoculars and thought it was about time to show up the way they were waiting. Richin didn't like the idea. He asked if it would be all right. The prince noted that he had nothing to worry about. But his uncle had never thought he would be a thief. The target of the remaining protagonist is the Geothal Company's transport wagon. Unfortunately, his investigation yielded nothing except that they are smuggling. Arel decided it was better to see for himself. He said they already had an alibi and had found a real gang to pin today's case on. His uncle pointed out that if his sister found out, she'd go crazy. Suddenly, Sena asked to be quiet, for the wagon was already approaching. The prince reported that this is excellent. In that case, they start and let everyone remember not to kill anyone. The first coachman in the caravan turned his attention to the shadow, and when he saw what it was, she was shocked because he was attacked. Arel had taken people from the family village with him, and now he wondered if they were too good at it. Grabbing the right people, they said they wouldn't kill if they gave everything they had. And while they were yelling, the hero asked Sena if her fellow villagers were really bandits. The girl noted that it was not so easy to have a good time. The guy noted, if that's the case, he's about to look at something. What's Geothal selling to make that kind of money? Inside he saw furs and plain fruit, to which he was surprised. The knight noted that it was for cover. Then the gentleman decided that meant everything was opened up inside, and he found something there. To figure out what was hiding inside, he had the girl hack into the bottom of the wagon. She gladly agreed and performed it. Inside was something that greatly surprised those present. Oddly enough, there was salt in there. Arel said salt smuggling is a serious offense, but it was more like it was no common salt at all. Richin also decided to look through the drawers, and after inspection, he said that there appears to be a drug with hallucinogenic effects, as well as other goods that are not allowed to be brought in. If they were caught, the head of the company wouldn't be able to escape punishment for sure. Arel realized that his suspicions were indeed correct. There must be something similar in the other wagons. The uncle asked if the guy planned to press charges right away. The hero asked to think about it. He believed that some aristocrats were also involved in this case. That way, if they were lucky, they could expose them, and we should make the most of the situation. So he suggested to those present that they have a real bargain showdown, and show them what a fair fight is. A short time later, in a store owned by the Geothal Trading Company, a man was sorting through the paperwork. He didn't understand what was wrong. There were fewer buyers, and that was strange. He always offers a good price, so something must have happened. To find out, he approached the guy who came into the store, inquiring if he could ask him one question. After another while, Sunil received a report. She was informed that Arnold's trading company was actively buying up the same goods they were. The man said it was true. And this company is offering a higher price for them. And this is happening all over the place. It wasn't a serious problem for now, but if it continued, it would affect their business. The girl wondered if this was Arel or Nazia. It's a blatant provocation. Doesn't he care about money at all? I wonder how much money this Arnold company has to take revenge like this. The man kept yelling that they needed to fight and make those people stop. Sunil remarked that everyone is well aware the prince is a genius. He must be aware that his actions could be criticized, but it's clearly odd that he still acts this way, and that just means he can get away with it, even if he's exposed. She also asked if it was true that the wagon had recently been attacked by bandits. The interlocutor confirmed this. Geothal thought it was really brigands, but probably a shrewd prince was behind it. The fact that he still hadn't gone to court meant he was planning something worse than revenge. After weighing all of this, she indicated that she would request an audience immediately. The subordinate asked, but would he accept her? The girl replied that it would not be easy, but now it was the only way to survive. To this, she ordered to harness the horses now. It wasn't long before she was already in the place she was headed to. Her guards were discussing the fact that it had been 2 hours, and it was unclear when Arel would arrive. Suddenly, the door to the waiting room swung open. The prince and his uncle came in and apologized for keeping him waiting. He also asked what business they had with him. Sanil was angry, so informed the lord that he already knew everything perfectly well. Arel remarked amused. After all that, she'd resigned herself to appearing in front of him. He'd thought she'd packed her bags and fled abroad. Geothal to this said that for her leaving, the business was like death. She asked how he knew about everything. His revenge on behalf of Arnul's company was also there, and he would probably not claim that there was no reason for it. The hero inquired as to what other revenge was just a little prank, what anyone here had. But the girl pointed out that it is not small. He buys up goods at an inflated price and sells them cheaper than they are. And in his opinion, it's just a little prank. The prince replied that in a battle of sacrifices, he would be outmaneuvered. The interlocutor shouted that he was willing to endure losses just because of that, and it was strange. Although it didn't seem that way to the guy, he thought it was quite natural. She could see a detailed report on what and who they sold to, and he got it from a concerned informant. Let him not be misunderstood. He's not doing it because of a little conflict with cocoa beans. And she's doing it because Senil Geothal crossed the line. Does she really like money that much? The interlocutor's examining eyes could answer nothing. Then the hero asked another question, whether it was worth it just for the money. Gaining courage, and Senil asked what, in fact, was wrong with money and the life of a merchant. Arel realized it was probably saying that seriously, and then it was pathetic. He smiled further and noticed that she had once asked if he would come up with an idea after a while. To be honest, she had managed to change his mind. He offers her a deal. The guy will give her his hand, but in return she will give him her business, and then he will forgive her. The girl was very indignant at this, and shouted that he was talking nonsense. The boy asked her not to worry so much. He would make sure that she would not end up on the street. Senil said he must be joking. Does her trading company seem so cheap to him that he thinks she'd give it up because of some contraband? Arel confirmed that one of the contraband might not be enough to prosecute. The girl saw the sheet in his hands and didn't understand what he was going to do. Guy tossed them to her and said there were still bribes she was handing out to tattoos over there. If that's not enough, he'll add treason charges. She's even involved in small country conflicts. Hopefully supplying the rebels with weapons and supplies was lucrative enough. She doesn't stop at anything, she can't get enough money, then he'll continue. Senil was horrified and asked him to stop. The girl, in turn, could not understand how he knew about it. The prince noted that they say in the world, there are people who see through the situation. They will find even carefully hidden evidence. I wonder what would happen if all this became public knowledge. About aristocrats and politicians who also took bribes. They're citizens of other countries affected by arms shipments. The girl is really going to be famous just for the whole empire. Geothal tried to get out of it, so she said he was in too much of a hurry. She asked about the trouble with the Holy Kingdom, for she could solve it. The heroes didn't understand why he needed her help. She didn't have to worry about that, because they had already taken care of everything themselves. The interlocutor could not believe that the high priest had been eliminated. Seeing the girl's reaction, or the hero noticed that now it was easier for her to make the right choice. So he asked what was more important, her company or her life. And just like that, Senil Geothal announced that she was resigning as head of Geothal and handing over all powers to the head of Arnul Trading Company, Rishen. Tradesmen and salaried employees of the former company were worried they might lose their jobs, but the actual changes were only about changing managers. But the business structure remained unchanged. None of the former employees were dismissed. Also, naturally, Felgen was hurt. Before stepping down as head of the company, Senil revealed the deal with Felgen. Saint found out about the bribes related to cocoa fruit and also about smuggling. So she inquired as to the purpose of the man's use of the drugs, trying to get out of it. He asked me not to listen to the scum of that nasty Ernesia. Nelvania noticed, surely their relationship with them was strained. However, it is actually unclear what this has to do with the case. The high priest's transgressions dishonor the Lord God himself, so the girl can't just ignore it. Felgen was shocked and wondered if Nelvania had been planning to get rid of him from the beginning. She just went on to say that they would deal with the misunderstandings. Eventually the old man got mad at her, but it was too late for him. That's how the protagonist got ships and crew. However, his uncle will have to work hard to set up the work. The chocolate is selling like hotcakes, and the future of the company is very bright. Arel wondered if he should think about exporting chocolate to other countries, following Geothal's advice. While thinking about that, Arel continued to nibble on the candy. Next, he turned to the girl next to him and asked if it was common for everyone there in the kingdom to be late for appointments. It turned out to be Saint Nelvinia, who was surprised. She didn't think he would be the first to recognize her. The boy didn't expect her to come in person. Usually she only wrote letters. At the time of the chocolate incident, they exchanged a couple of letters and secretly worked together to share information. As a result, Arel gained control of Gaothel's company, and the saint eliminated the priest who was interfering with her politics. He had thought that if each of them had gotten what they wanted, they would have no more reason to associate, but they did not. Now Nelvinia tasted the lad's chocolate and said that it was indeed for a merchant's goods, such a great find. The lad asked if it was okay to cross the border. She replied that she could do anything, as long as she didn't get caught. Then the hero pointed out that he was, in fact, a prince and even a lord of these lands. I wonder what if he were to apprehend her. The saint smiled and said that it was a waste of time. She was sure she could easily escape before even she was caught. The prince found out that she was confident, though she was a saint for a reason. He then asked why she wanted to talk to him. Don't let her say that she had come all this way just for the chocolate. The girl pointed out that it was true. She just personally wanted to clear the air. Arel said, if that's what this is about, the villain got what he deserved for bribery. I'm not sure what there is to clarify. The saint added that resentment could remain after all. The prince asked again if that was why she had decided to explain everything in person. Nelvinia said it was an unauthorized decision by the former priest. She had nothing to do with it, and she had no claims to Arel personally. The hero wondered if these words meant that the priest in question had left his post. Next, he decided to move on to another matter and asked if the girl wanted to discuss the holy water trade. She said it was a bit difficult. They also had a reputation to maintain. And besides, she didn't just get here, and she simply wanted to meet Arielas in person. The prince questioned her impression of him. Saint said she doesn't want to be his enemy right now, so she might consider importing it. The hero didn't understand if she was really set on being friendly. Then why was she refusing trade offers? Nelvinia only smiled and said that it was unfortunately difficult. The guy realized that the situation is not fun. She doesn't want to have common business with them, not now, not in the long run. So, he asked if it was because of the laws about other races. If it was just that, he didn't know there were plenty of ways to get around the law. Arel knew there might have been hundreds of years ago, but the world had changed a long time ago. The interlocutor nodded her head and said that the reason she was against it wasn't that at all. The prince didn't understand what she meant. Wasn't the main source of conflict between their states the law on other races? Saint stood up and reported. For what it's worth, she had no intention of proving anything to him now. She hoped that next time they would meet under more favorable circumstances. Immediately after saying that, she disappeared from where she had just been. It was like she vanished. The hero thought, there is no trace of magic use and even mana fluctuations he doesn't feel. It's definitely not teleportation, but something similar. I wonder what it might be. Some kind of personal ability. The saint said meeting next time and seemed to be planning some kind of sneak attack. She stated that she was not going to prove anything, but it is clear that this is not true at all. He hoped Madame Sant would act, at least without being foolish. The sun was setting, and the girl continued to examine the papers. And it was so much that she was very tired. This girl's name is Maika Jacinaville, and she is a member of the 16th Knight Order of the Kingdom of Ernesia. After a moment, she stood up and shouted that she had too much work to do. And the terrible thing is that it's not even her job. All of this was to be done by her superior, Captain Kania. Maika knows the lady isn't a bad person, but when she gets hung up on something, she loses her head. If she had known it would be like this, she would have stayed in the village, and that would have been it. A little earlier, the girl had asked her interlocutor if he meant to say he would recommend her to a new order of knights. He reported that it was true. Since the second princess would take him under her leadership, he would soon be an authority in the Empire's territory. The girl realized that she was talking about the legendary Lady Kania, a swordswoman of genius who had reached the top at an even younger age than she was. Maika also learned, since the commander of the order would be a princess, it would be made up mostly of women knights. The girl realized, so that was why they were now gathering women knights from all over the country. Even to her, who lives within earshot, the offer reached her. Thinking about it, she informed her interlocutor that there would be no problem and let him rely on her. She hoped that she would finally say goodbye to this dreary place, and also be able to become stronger, and maybe even have a career. Now Maika was thinking about what kind of career this was. I wish I had a job. Just when she thought of the captain, she appeared on her own. The knight noted that she had asked not to open the door like that, it might break. Kania apologized, and her subordinate kept scolding her for saying that they couldn't afford the repairs. Even the third prince is already writing condolence letters. The princess didn't understand why all she did was grumble like Arel. Jacineville reported that she forgot her papers again. The girl had already put them in order, but have her check them or she wouldn't be able to go home again. Kania apologized and said she would take care of it right away. She just wanted a bit of a change of scenery, but something got really carried away. The subordinate was a little surprised by this. She wondered if the captain was really that upset about losing. A few days ago, Kania challenged another swordmaster to a duel in the Empire, whose name is Menel Grent. But in the end, the girl defeated him, and even with the deterioration recognized her dialogue of defeat. The manager stated that his lights are just a result of his experience. Therefore, there was no reason for her to be sad. His interlocutor interrupted him and said it was fine. Based on the fight, she even realized what she was missing. So next time they are going to win for sure. Kania is so determined to win because of the promise she made to His Majesty when she created the order. For the time being, the order is provisional. Certain conditions must be met in order to be officially recognized. They need proof. They are worthy of the order. And for Kania, that she's worthy of her rank as commander. One way to prove your skill is to defeat a swordmaster of the same level. I wish it ended simply as a story about a duel between swordmasters. But if Kania continues to lose, the order itself may disappear. Micah really didn't want that to happen. Despite her complaints, it wasn't such a bad job. She thought that first of all, for Kania's sake, she had to do something. Eventually, she arrived at Arel's house. The hero met her and asked if she had come to him as the third prince and lord of Familial on some personal matter. Micah was startled by his tone and hesitated, saying that she had come for the captain's sake. Then the guy smiled and said he was joking, and also asked her to relax. He asked then what was the matter, if Kania had done something wrong again. She said that she had not, and told him everything after a couple of minutes. Eventually, Arel realized that she had come to him for advice because she was worried about the captain. He could tell that it was really mean of his father. After all, he'd set conditions for her that were doomed to fail. Micah stated that this was true. But far worse is that the captain can't fulfill her duties normally under such conditions. And the girl herself was already very far behind from the endless overtime. The prince apologized for that, for he should have trained his sister better. The female companion chimed in that he was a professional who had taught the captain everything from physical fitness to sword wielding. Surely, he must have a solution after all for this situation, so she begged for help. Arel hesitated and didn't even know what to do. He apologized and said he was sorry, but he couldn't help. Micah didn't understand why that was so. The prince informed her that this was a problem the sister must solve on her own. He could give advice if she asked for it, but since she didn't ask him, he wouldn't interfere. To Lady Make, there's nothing he can do to help. The girl wanted to say something else but fell silent. Afterwards, he asked them if he was going to sit back. The guy said it was true, but he wouldn't go himself and asked me to wait. Next, he held out a letter, certified by himself. Micah asked what it was. The prince replied that it was his advice. Let his sister decide for herself whether to open it or not. He put spells on the letter, and it would burn if opened by an outsider. The lady thanked him, rejoicing, and the guy would only ask to take care of his sister. Kania continued her diligent training, and all she could think about was fighting the swordmaster Menelaus. The princess realized that he was capable of fending off all of her attacks with some sort of thin rapier. She can't even scratch him, so, instead of looking for weaknesses, she's going to put more power into the punch. Fighting, Menel reported that she does have excellent swordsmanship. As a master of aura, he recognizes her. That's when it was his turn to attack, and he, with just one lunge, easily broke through the girl's defenses. She realized that she and he had the same skill level. But he in turn is more experienced and a swordsman, so Kania can't pull against him. While she wasn't sure what to do, Micah arrived with a letter and interrupted her musings. The subordinate said it was a letter from Mr. Arel. It tells how to defeat Lord Menel. If the captain read it, she would be recognized as a knight, and their order would also be officially recognized. While she was saying that, God in charge, Kania said it was unlikely that the brother had sent it on his own initiative. So did the subordinates go to him. She understands Micah's feeling, but this way is no good at all. The princess said if she were to gain Lord Menel's recognition in this way, it would be tantamount to defeat. Micah didn't even expect such wise words from me. Then the interviewee asked to make up her mind whether to praise him or scold him, but either way can say something that she is sure to win. Micah was glad since that's what the captain said. At that moment, she became very curious as to what the letter said. After a while, Kania arrived at her opponent's house. He asked if she was still not giving up. The girl said he was right. She wouldn't give up for anything. And this time she was going to definitely hold on to the victory. The man was a little confused. Suddenly he saw a small blade in Kania's hands. It was the one Arel had given him. To Menel's surprise, the girl said it was the result of her reflection. After uttering those words, she immediately rushed into battle, and in a matter of moments, she was beside her opponent. The swordmaster realized that she was going to shorten the distance by using a short blade. Eventually, continuing on the defensive, he said he wouldn't let her get any closer. Kania barely dodged, and a thought flashed through her mind. Did he already read her movements? The man realized that he couldn't act at half strength right now, and he would show his true level. So he attacked harder and even caught the tip of his hair. In front of Kania became a question of what he fought. Did not fall, but her strength before that. Now it's even harder to dodge the lunges. Menel realized that his fencing style was mostly based on dodges. Apparently, his opponent had decided that if he got closer, he would find it harder to defend himself. But he had long ago worked through this flaw. He'd unraveled her into Lene, so victory would be his again this time. But suddenly something happened that he hadn't expected. The princess jumped up and with that, surprised a little. Next, using her head as a weapon, she punched the man in the head. This was something neither he nor probably anyone else could have expected, so he missed that punch. It was evident that they were long out of condition after him. Meika, as well as another person present, were shocked. The girl wondered if this was really the way to fight. Kania wondered what the opponent would say now. It turns out he had bought more than one. The knight had not attacked him head-on in this manner. Menel was clearly confused. Next, he poured in with a laugh and reported that it's great. The girl is right on the battlefield. All means are good. Fair play is kind of ridiculous. In the end, he even acknowledged the fact that the girl won, and they shook hands in a friendly manner. Menel also added, as they had not agreed. He recognizes the princess's right to be a knight. Kania was over the moon with this happiness. Meika was also glad that the captain had safely held on to the victory. The princess was a little confused, saying for some reason she thought Sir Menel had given in to her. It was a long way from perfect after all. She also asked what about Arel's letter, what was in it. Meika was surprised that she was now interested in it. She said that if the robbery was over, it didn't matter. The subordinate decided to come clean. She checked, but there was nothing written inside. And it didn't even burn at that, even though Mr. Arel said he had enchanted it. Kania realized that there was just a blank sheet. Meika thought she would be upset, and asked her not to. The princess asked, why not upset? Arel must have done it on purpose. Though the interlocutor didn't understand why she thought so. That's what I heard. That it's just a gut feeling. Much more interesting now is who her next opponent will be. The subordinate asked not to talk about it now. The backlog needed to be dealt with first, and the captain didn't even resent it. Menel was in bed with a sore head, and complained of old age. Arel came to him and thanked him for a fair fight, and also condoled for what she had put up with because of his little sister. The man said it was no big deal, he was often his own enemy, and even the emperor said so. Arel only smiled, confirming it. Dia walked over to his companion and began to heal. While the hero remarked, if Sir Menel didn't recognize Kania, the other knights would continue to look down on her because of her status as a princess. The implication is that normal people suffer because of such losers. Suddenly, the swordmaster said that he had a question. He wanted to ask if the master had given any advice to the princess. The guy said he didn't do anything, although his sister's aide sought his advice. That's why everything from her swordsmanship skills to the latest trickery is Kania's personal credit. Menel was really happy to hear that and said he understood. He's also glad to be able to confirm the girl's abilities. Her passion for the sword is real. The protagonist said that they had dealt with that, and it was time for him to get his job done. Menel is sure the guy won't even talk about business, but most likely about the very future of the entire empire. The thought even flashed through his mind of what might be. Arel in turn set off to meet him, on which his father, the emperor, Theorel Ernisia, was stationed. Also brother and crown prince of Exile Ernisia, and of course, Arel himself. To those present he gave this information, which shocked everyone. He confirmed that their empire should start preparing for war as soon as possible. Well realizes that they've only recently solved the problems with the Tri-State Alliance, but there are still many threats hanging over the empire. The emperor said, his words sounding as if they should just strengthen their defenses. The son informs me that this is not entirely true. He thinks they should attack first this time. Zale was horrified that Arel wanted to say they should start a war. The hero said she remembered that in the last war they had suffered great losses when they allowed the enemy to invade their territory. And now there was every indication that another attack was imminent. It's not even signs, and it's bound to happen. Arel came to this conclusion after much thought. Of course, he doesn't claim his plan is perfect. After all, it is still based on the fact that they will have to kill someone. But if there is to be a war, his current plan will help them minimize casualties. The design of the necessary equipment and materials is taken care of. That's all he would like to say now. After that, silence hung in the room. The Emperor asked Zale what he would say. He was the one who would lead Arnesia in the future, so the decision was his, and he would support it. The Crown Prince hesitated a little, and said he needed a little time to gather his thoughts. After that, he turned around and left the meeting room. Arel and his father were left alone. Arel assumed that the conversation was postponed until later. The hero confirmed that this was unfortunately the case. He wouldn't want to resort to such drastic measures either. Suddenly, the father noticed his son asking him to take up the girl's fate. He did as he asked, but is he sure it will be okay? The prince informed him that there was no problem with it. On the contrary, she would be happy about it. The emperor didn't mind if he thought so. Arel wondered if he could ask a question. He wondered if the decision was up to his father, how he would have acted. Arel reported that he would not start a war, and this is his response. The hero heard him and said he understood. Not much time later, Zale returned. It was obvious that he didn't want to admit it, but agreed to prepare for war. Also, an attack will only be ordered if necessary. If someone openly threatens the interests of the Empire. In the event that Arel was willful, he would not spare him even despite his status. Hero agreed to this statement as well. The older brother asked to talk about who the younger brother feared so much. Arel told that those who might become their enemy in the near future are none other than the Holy Kingdom of Jelian. There is a high probability of their invasion within the next 5 years. After that last visit, he did his own investigation. He was convinced that there was a very high probability of war. He found no good reason for her to refuse to cooperate. However, as long as they don't do anything appropriate, they should not be the first to attack. Well, you can't just eat until they get their act together. It's just a precaution. At the same time, in the embroidered kingdom of Jelian, Nelvinia was resting. She looked at the bottle that was beside her. Prior to this, the priest was asked by the girl to try not to provoke the kingdom of Arnesia anytime soon. She was asked if she wanted those to suspend evangelization among them. Evangelization is a euphemism for a plan to invade a country that does not follow the teachings of the Holy Kingdom. The saint added that their plans are their long-time dream, but now they have no chance of winning the war. For now, it is worth proceeding cautiously, and even very cautiously. Nelvenia is afraid if you give them time, they will only get stronger. But right now, they really have no chance of defeating Arnesia. Of course she would not like to, but she would have to resort to extreme measures. Step by step, all for the sake of fulfilling the will of the Almighty. A carriage with an important guest has arrived in Familia. It was Faina who was lighting up the intense heat. To welcome the princess of the Merman Empire, Arel personally came out to greet her. The interviewee noted that she did not expect them to meet again under such circumstances. She is now his subordinate, and this is a strong surprise to her. Currently, there are only 3 direct descendants of Emperor Merman, the first of which is our emperor. Next comes Princess Fina and the younger princess. The girl informed Arel as she rode in the carriage the atmosphere seemed rather gloomy. She thought she was frozen, but she was wrong. The principal didn't tell her to go inside and discuss things quietly. It turns out that the emperor's eldest son, Merman, is needed to inherit the throne, and the youngest daughter was only 9 years old. Therefore, it was the second child, Princess Faina, who became the hostage. However, for the people, the princess came to the Empire of Arnesia to study and to strengthen friendships. Arel realized it was a rather unfortunate fate, but even considering her situation, she was surprisingly calm. Inside, Faina reported, the skachai have a wonderful aroma. The prince noted that there were also good snacks, so let him help himself. He also asked how his studies were going. The interlocutor smiled and asked if this wasn't the life of a political hostage. She does nothing but eat and sleep, which overall isn't particularly onerous. Arel liked the irony of her talking so sweetly about herself. The girl continued to praise such a prosperous city in a place like this. I'll be honest, but at first I thought she'd been lied to. Who would have thought it would be so beautiful here? The hero smiled and asked her not to pretend. Fina didn't understand what he was talking about. The prince added that he remembered the scene in the garden very well. Her interlocutor remembered her perfectly well, but noticed that she didn't know what he was talking about. The hero declared that he could write in huge letters on the city gate that the princess was a master of the elements. The girl was indignant and said what was wrong with a little pretense. Her whole look said she was outraged. The guy, on the other hand, said he preferred to be honest. Fina stated not to pretend to be himself then, for he was no better than her. Arel said she was indeed observant. In that case, they'll get right to the point and let her show it. The princess was wary as she looked at the servants and asked if it was here. The hero asked her not to be afraid. Secret information is commonplace. Here their silence is guaranteed by magic. These people will never be able to talk about what they saw here. He wondered if he didn't know what was wrong, but she clearly wasn't burning to show off her magic to others. Eventually the girl agreed and said she would show you everything. Then she asked Sally to come in. She said that after that day of the meeting she practiced a lot. Her spirit at least stopped appearing and disappearing on its own. The hero remarked that this was impressive. Next, he wanted to chat about the letter she had given him through that red lizard. I wonder what she means by saying that this lizard informed her that the boy would be able to teach her higher magic poetry. Fina said she laid it all out in a letter. At some point, she started hearing spirit voices. Although it's unusual in essence. But she hears them not through her own ears, but directly in her head. The protagonist understood that summoning a spirit was not difficult, but establishing language contact with it was a challenge. Even he had encountered problems in his past lives because of the spirit's willfulness. So this result is amazing. To clarify the situation, he asked what exactly had happened. The interviewee stated that she had heard several voices besides Sally's first. She had absolutely no idea what to do. While she was agonizing, trying to find a solution, he began to talk to her. He told her that Arel was the one who knew what to do and that she could trust him. The prince clarified if her spirit had mentioned him specifically. He realized that spirits didn't usually show interest in individuals. It was strange why he'd mentioned him. That's why he asked the girl if the spirit hadn't said anything else. She nodded, confirming it. Over the course of his life, Arel had learned that spirits, unlike humans, do not look at appearances. They see at once the essence, that is, the deep, fundamental part of a being. So, in other words, there is a possibility that these beings can see his essence. She wondered what a man who had lived 101 lives looked like in their eyes. Fina asked him what he would say about it, whether he could teach them or not. The prince replied that it was not difficult in principle. Then the girl said, "Pants, really, Chemistry Empire, no one knows about the magic of spirits." Arel said it's because it's a forgotten art. Anyway, he'll teach her everything he knows, and he'd be happy to work with the princess. The interlocutor is a powerhouse, and said she would be very happy too. After that, they shook hands. So began the strange life of the hostage princess and the prince of the victorious empire. Some time passed and Sena was glad that their prince seemed to have a girlfriend. They have such an unusual relationship. Asa wondered when he had not had time to get acquainted. They already have so close that they even communicate informally. The interlocutor replied, "It happened on the day when the prince went on a date." The other girls were surprised that they had a date and were so close. Naturally, the hero, all this heard with his ears and realized that not on made up for the whole what. He keeps the princess close by to keep watch because she's worried about her and her spirit. But still, he can't tell. He soon informed her that it was time for the castle tours to end and class to begin. Fina was glad of that herself. And so began Arel's lecture on elemental magic, and he began it with the basics. The first thing I decided to do was look in the book, but it was soon discarded to skip this garbage. Most of the entries are too old, and most of it is based on guesswork, so there's nothing useful. The new student wondered if it had been around that long. The prince said that Fina already knew that to control spirits, one must make a pact with them. Only then will the spirit be able to materialize enough to become visible to others. The interlocutor said that she had not entered into any contract with Sally. In response to this statement, Arel said that a contract was just a convention. Unless it was a higher spirit, a simple nod was enough to make it a contract. The most important thing in this process is the affinity with spirits. The girl questioned whether she could not be summoned by spirits everywhere. Arel reported that this was the wrong answer. The spirit could be summoned without affinity. Fina saw the magic stone and noticed that it must be expensive. The guy confirmed this and said that even the average person with the right tool could do it. Then he began his speech, addressing the great beings who are beyond the bounds of lawful nature. He urged them to come to his call and speak with him. After saying that, he lowered the magic stone onto the scroll, and water began to radiate from the magic stone. Thus the prince reported that he had summoned a spirit. But the disciple was surprised, asking if it was definitely a spirit. Arel noted as he did so. It was an impromptu ritual for demonstration so far, so he could only summon that form. It's like summoning only one arm or leg. In short, it is possible to invoke spiritually without much affinity. But it is very difficult to find suitable materials for the ritual. and the rituals themselves are quite complicated. And besides, few people manage to establish a connection with the higher spirits. So over the last 200 years, the existence of spirit casters has been confirmed. Also, regular magic is much more convenient than elemental magic, so they're safely forgotten. That's not to say that elemental magic is inferior. Anyway, their goal for today was for the girl to fully master the summoning method, so let her try to do it herself. Fina agreed and asked if she should just do as he had just shown her. The girl began to call upon the great beings who were beyond the laws of nature. She urged them to come and speak to her. It was immediately apparent that the power was starting to creep up on the romance circle. Arel was surprised that his student had succeeded the first time. I wondered who she had summoned. That spirit turned out to be a small earth golem. The princess rejoiced at her success and asked to see. The hero noticed that the bathtub had saved the raptures. Looking at the summoned creature, he wondered if he was saying something. The woman replied that he wanted to play, so she immediately reached out her hand to his side. The spirit walked over to her and hugged her. The hero said that the pact was now complete. He congratulated the girl on having made a pact with the two spirits. If the emperor, that is, her brother, knew about it, he would be overjoyed. Fina's face changed, and she started mumbling something about whether or not she would be. Seeing this, Arel turned to her and asked her to clarify the situation. He speaks of the reasons why the Merman Empire hides the existence of my element. Rather, it even forbids speaking in it. Does it have to do with the fact that the Holy Kingdom might find out? According to the teachings of the Holy Realm, all creatures other than humans, such as elves, dwarves, and others, are considered unclean. But they hate spirits the most. If you look at the records of the past centuries, you can see that the Holy Kingdom and the elemental spirits had a long struggle. It is believed that the spirits were hunted more fervently than the demons, but spirits are very sensitive to human malice. That's why they've hardly been seen lately. And in all of these circumstances, Fena shows up. Plus, she's also royalty. Her home empire has been taking the Holy Kingdom seriously since the previous emperor's reign. Based on everything, her arrival in Arnesia probably had something to do with it. The hero suggested this version. The girl bitterly declared that he was partly right. Next, she asked to be allowed to explain. Her brother and some of his cronies know of her talent, though she's here and straight up hiding her gift from the Holy Realm. That wasn't the original reason for her exile. Interrupting her, Arel inquired about giving the Holy Kingdom a reason to condemn the Arnesian Empire. Hearing those words, the princess was stunned, asking how he knew that. The hero reported that he only assumed it, but her reaction confirms his hunch. Arel knew that the Merman Empire also had a grudge against his homeland, and the reason for this is that in the past Arnesia was part of the Merman Empire. Its independence was won by the first emperor. Therefore, from the Merman point of view, their existence is unacceptable. The hero asked if she wanted to present everything to the Holy Kingdom, as that the princess was studying abroad in the Arnesia Empire and revealing her talent of summoning it there. Fena confirmed this. Then the prince asked if his kingdom already knew anything. The girl was unaware and didn't understand why she was telling it at all. Arel realized that his plan had worked. The girl didn't seem to share the current emperor's views. While he was thinking, the interlocutor stated that she herself was not fond of such treatment. She doesn't understand if it's even possible to do this to these babies. The prince said, even if the emperor's plan reprimands according to the teachings of the Holy Realm, Feng will still suffer the most. He asked to be allowed to pass with only one question. Why on earth had she asked him to teach her elemental magic? Was it really to create a suitable excuse? Indignant, the girl shrieked that she would never do that. It's all just in case so you don't miss an important lesson. She was intrigued by what the guy said to Sally. Next, Arel asked what she would do, although the top brass is unlikely to listen to her opinion. The interlocutor confirmed this and said that she was a member of the Imperial family. If it's for the sake of the Empire, she can't object to anything, even if she doesn't like it herself. The prince noted if for the good of the Empire perhaps, then she would begin to cooperate with him. Fena inquired in what sense. Arel has communicated what he has told her about this, and is telling her. Is her empire so, and will continue to sag under the colors of the kingdom, it will simply be used and broken. It is abundantly clear that one of the reasons the hero prepares for war is that he has become convinced of the Holy Kingdom's intentions to use Merman as a shield. The guy is really sorry, but Fena's brother is too stupid. He doesn't realize that the Holy Kingdom will go to any lengths to get what it wants. Does the princess think that if they unite to attack Arnesia, they will simply surrender? Arel assures her that if a new war breaks out, their Merman Empire will be completely destroyed. Fina asked if he wanted to say that the Holy Kingdom originally planned to put up an empire. The guy confirmed that. And he also added, after the saint provokes a conflict between the two countries, she will sit and wait. It's an ideal scenario that if things don't go according to plan, one can always pretend that she's not involved. That's why the Holy Kingdom is deliberately forging a close relationship with the Merman Empire and actively supporting it. As a member of the ruling family of Ernesia, the prince officially offers Fina help. He would help prevent the empire from getting involved in the war, so he hoped for its cooperation. The girl asked him if that was why he had called her here, and she got an affirmative answer. Afterwards, she said that she understood he had his motives. But why is he asking her to cooperate? He could do it all himself. Arel stated that it was because of the girl's giftedness. It may be the only way to overthrow the saint without starting a war. The princess wondered with horror if he meant Saint Nelvinia. The hero thought she was sick of being a toy in other people's hands, and she doesn't feel any loyalty to the emperor and her family. Also, she doesn't want her country to be dragged into a war that will be impossible to win. That's how he proposes that she cooperate with him. Only then will he show everyone that her elemental magic is not something wrong. And he'll also get revenge on all those who persecute her. Fina doesn't have to hide anymore. The girl was interested in the last words. After thinking a bit about us, she agreed to cooperate. The prince said he guaranteed her that she would soon be the one to cover in disgrace and strip that most famous saint of her power. Also, her talent will be recognized by everyone. And that's something a guy can definitely promise her. After all, she turned out to be very talented, and her lessons with Arel and elemental magic went smoothly. The most important character was also not going to lag behind. He arrived at a place where he would definitely not be caught, and at that point, he'd already decided it was time to find out what he cared about. He knew very well that the most important thing for summoning a spirit was compatibility. Although it's compatible with Lo due to training his mana, has gotten closer to nature. Thus he drew a boyish circle and turned to nature. That said, he soon got bored of it all and decided to take the rascals out. The first spirit that came to his attention was the spirit of water. He realized it was great, but he didn't want to stop and reached for the next one. Some spirits that showed up didn't realize who he even was. Someone was just climbing out of the ground, and someone appearing in the human world couldn't understand what was going on. Eventually, after a little while, a tired Arel realized that all the elements had been assembled. He lined them all up beside him. The meanest of the spirits asked how dare this man treat the Spirit King so carelessly, and the protagonist wasn't going to listen to his speeches. So he chained him up with his magic. He reported that he had cast a barrier spell so they couldn't abuse their power. So don't let them do anything stupid right now. The interlocutor did not understand why he was holding them by force. The interlocutor understood why he was holding them by force. The prince said he doesn't want a contract. He just wanted to ask a few questions. From this, the spirits were very surprised, asking what he was saying. To explain himself, Arel said that recently one of their brethren had said something he didn't understand, and he said that Arel was trustworthy. So now the kid's wondering what that could mean. The fire spirit told the man that he had no idea what he was asking, but no sooner had he said it than he saw the spirit right above the guy. So it was with horror that he asked who he was. Arel was surprised that he had only now decided to inquire. Perhaps he looked different in their eyes. Another spirit noticed. It looked like the guy had lived for thousands of years, maybe even more. The great dragon lords wouldn't even be able to handle him. Now you've got the hero. He told his interlocutor that he didn't look particularly surprised. That's when the fire spirit told me they'd been experienced by someone similar in the past. A man with a trapped soul like his. The prince realized he had a companion, so he asked when it happened. The spirit replied that it was by his standards about 1,000 years ago. It was clear to the boy, so he should have been dead a long time ago. Just as he thought, there are other reincarnators besides him. As it turns out, it's not uncommon, and he's even met them a couple times. The fire spirit continued to speak in the past. That man used their power against their will and did terrible things. He had destroyed more things than could be counted. This made Arel sad, for his suspicions were correct. So-called reincarnators fall into 3 types. The first are the lazy ones, who are too lazy to do anything at all. The second are those who use the accumulated knowledge to do good, but the third those who recklessly use their power as the ultimate scoundrels. The companion of the fire spirit, it turns out, was a similar one of the third type. The spirit reported that the boy looked like him, but different at the same time. Perhaps that child was relieved to see his soul. Arel asked if that was all, and no particular reason. The interlocutor asked what he was going to do once he got the answers to his questions. Whether he would enter into contracts with them or not. The hero remarked, "What kind of pact?" He said he didn't need you for their power at all. Let them only do a favor and tell no one else about it. And also to his subordinate spirits let him pass it on. God forbid he tells. He'll do something worse than that guy from 1,000 years ago. The other guy understood. Before the fire spirit left and Arel noticed there was a personal request. It lies in whether he can answer the call of one spirit mage when the time comes. The interlocutor didn't say a word and began to create something in his hands. Arel ended up with a rather odd item. The spirit disappeared, and before he did said to use this to summon him. In his hands was something that looked like a bow, and the prince wondered how to hand it over now. In Familia, Fina continued her spiritual training. She recalled her mentor's speech that the art of summoning couldn't be learned in one lesson. Because elemental magic is a science in which feeling and predisposition are more important than knowledge. Just because a girl understands with her mind, nothing will do if the body doesn't follow the mind. So let him train gradually, step by step. First, you need meditation that you choose the mana of nature correctly. And only after that should she learn how to summon spirits in any situation. Continuing to do it time after time, Fina wondered if it was enough to become a master and summoner. She already understood the basics, but I guess what Arel wants is also the ability to practice spirituality. Well, every little step is good for her, so she'll do her best. Near the room where the girl was practicing was Arel and Daya. The prince reported that he told her that she was told to exercise moderately, little by little, and not to obsess. Then isn't she trying too hard? It's unclear how many days it's been. The enchantress noticed that her highness was trying her best. Probably used to inflated expectations being a princess. The hero was a little surprised, asking if she thought that this diligence in learning could be brought about while still a child. Dia said it was true. When she was studying, she couldn't think about anything else. The lord reported that she was really having a hard time. He also wondered if there was any news from the magic tower. About the engine he had asked about last time. Responding to this, the interlocutor nodded her head. Ever since they, with the help of the Geothal trading firm, had access to a large number of ships, they requested the development of a special engine that does not require the use of a large amount of labor. One could call it the introduction of an innovative transportation vehicle. Daya noted Lord Hellman praised the idea, saying it would be life-changing for the kingdom. Well also noted that it could be dangerous. The prince understood that, but questioned if they could do it. The enchantress said it would usually take about 3 months to stabilize the process. But now, due to the need to fight the remnants of the dark mages, the number of staff at the magic tower has been reduced. Thus, it would take at least 6 months. Arel wasn't happy about that, but at least it was within acceptable limits. It would have taken them at least a year. He asked about the sorcerers next. Hellman had previously reported that there would be no trace of them left in Ernesia. The sincerity of those who do not follow the right path is natural to those who adhere to such. Such were the words Dia delivered to the prince. The hero rejoiced because of this, but wondered if the head of the magic tower had realized what he had even said, though it was none of his business, and asked him to tell him that he checked everything and wish him good luck. The subordinate agreed, and Arel noted that the important business was already done. It's time for a vacation. We should hook up with the person who needs a vacation the most and have a blast. To do that, he broke into Fena's room and told his student that today they'd have a special lesson. It's a lesson in crazy fun. The princess resented him for scaring her. The hero didn't want to listen to him at all and dragged him along. Soon he was complaining to his companions, and did she know how much trouble she was giving the servants by her endless exertions? She's the reason they can't even go home. The guy knows that the development of elemental magic must progress slowly. He ran tests and gave the girl 100 reasons why she should have fun sometimes, but she stubbornly won't listen to him. So said he's worried about her future. Fina pointed out that they are not supposed to have fun. For a member of the royal family, this is unworthy behavior, and they might lose credibility in the eyes of the ear. The protagonist was horrified by this information, asking if the Merman Empire has such strict morals, although it may be the right way of thinking for a ruler. But one must know how to have fun anyway. Looking at the girl, he was even more certain that they should have fun tonight, no matter what, so kept dragging her all over town. To start, suggested with Fahilia's specialty of fried snow hare fillet, she should definitely try it. As we walked, Arel saw that she was showing interest in street food. Perhaps it's culture shock. He asked the girl to try it, but she informed him that it was indecent to eat outside. Then the prince said that at the moment she was still a simple girl. Eating regular food on the streets, usually of a town, is totally normal. It was with those words that he changed Fenu's mind and she tasted the food. Then she said that the meat was overcooked and the sauce was sour, and that the meat had run out of juice and was tough. Arel confirmed this, and they must have overcooked the poor hare. At the same time, the interviewee said that the hare was definitely fresh. If she had eaten like that at court, she would have been scolded by her nanny. The girl was the only one to report it, as she was pushed by a man running by. It turned out to be a thief. The Lord marveled that there was a thief in his town, and he had the nerve. Apparently someone has already called the guards, and they'll be here soon. Or maybe it's not. It's a great chance for real-world practice, after all. Fina realized what the guy meant, so she asked that it be granted to her. Next she called on Sally as well as Zero. That same thief soon sensed something strange. He didn't realize what this dirt was that had suddenly appeared under his feet. And she was created by an earth spirit, which didn't stop us from immobilizing him and covered his entire body with mud. Fen was next to be sent on the attack by Sully. Naturally, the fire spirit obeyed her order for and released fire directly at the man. That one did a lot more than just sob thanks to being covered in earth. Meanwhile, he was swearing, and the girl asked Arel if he liked the professional treatment. He replied that the thief was pretty good against a pickpocket, although being more of a special effect didn't hurt. Princessa realized what he meant and decided to try something else. Sully let out a much stronger fire that already hurt the man more. A hero grows up shouting for action without jeopardizing his life. Stealing was not punishable by death. Although the girl reported that everything was fine. It's not as hot in there as it looks. The prince himself felt it was true. But still he wondered if it looked too much like burning at the stake. Those present, watching what was going on, might have thought so, but they started blabbering on about how the tricks show it impressively. These did not surprise the gentleman, and he realized that they were some idiots. At the end of the situation, the pickpocket was safely handed over to the guards, and the protagonist, along with Fena, soon found themselves in one of Fahilia's bookstores. Thought boy thought, as expected of a princess. She prefers reading to having fun. The girl, however, was surprised that all the books were here, and with the quality paper she could hardly even see the parchment. Suddenly she saw some book with a bright cover. Arel realized which book was in question, so he asked her not to touch it, but it was too late. Fina asked what else the silver-haired sage was. Could it really be Arel's nickname? The boy was horrified that this ridiculous reading had spread throughout the empire. Inside the book it was reported that Arel Ernisia is a legendary prince. He was called a genius from the age of 2. Already from the age of 6 he began to develop plans for the development of the lands. The girl noted that it was some dithyrambs too exaggerated, so she didn't believe it. So she asked if Arel had written it himself. The hero was discouraged, and said he had not. It was his maternal uncle's initiative to promote the estate. Now everything was clear to the princess. Suddenly, she noticed something else interesting. The font is fairly even in this book. It's clearly not a manuscript. Arel said, as expected of her, she is indeed observant. He experiments with a machine that prints identical letters and pictures. In just 2, they have printed enough books to fill all the bookstores in the capital from 2 cities. Fen was impressed by this and inquired as to the purpose of his doing so. Press said that this part of the business, and only that. He realized, even though he communicated freely with the foam, he couldn't tell her everything just yet. Next, he asked the girl if it was time to go back, because it was getting late. She agreed, and said that they had had a lot of fun. The Holy Empire of Jelian was uneasy. The priest leaked to them, saying it was an insult and a provocation against their holy god. Just recently, he seized this trafficker crossing the border. This is a fairy tale written for people who have barely learned to read. It is a kind of good story. The saint noted that the Spirits and the Wayfarer is a forbidden book. The idea of reproducing it as a children's book is rather odd. The priests had poured out before. Definitely an insult. But someone had asked to calm down, and it wasn't worth rushing his further. Nelvania confirmed that this is a sensitive issue. At the moment, she is going to declare this book banned, just like the original. And the problem now is something else altogether. Again, Ernisia is behind all these antics. This country has nothing to do with spirits. But it's clear that the prince did it on purpose. The prince made such a fuss over a book, and he got what he wanted. They were just discussing what to do with the allies, and to keep the book out of the church. Soon one of the priests approached Her Holiness asking how much longer they would be in hiding. He already wanted her opinion. Spreading their faith to Ernisia is their avowed goal, and there is growing discontent among the faithful. They tried to cover his mouth, but Nelvania said it's okay. It's time to give an answer. Pretty soon they will start spreading their own teachings. Their god gave the girl a secret revelation. The priest remarked that he was incredibly happy about it, but this was the first time he had heard of it. It is not clear why she had not seen it to them before. Saint Wat informed that this revelation is very important and must not be divulged. Therefore, those present must make an oath here and now. All of them as a selection immediately swore to silence and remained silent. Then Nelvinia began to tell, but in some strange language. The priests could not believe these words and were shocked. Soon they rejoiced and said that this could not be so. If it was, they were obliged to accept their teachings. Holy, reported in the name of the holy god, the punishment will be carried out. She also orders this revelation to be kept as the chief secret of the Holy Kingdom. Time has passed, and Arel Ernisia is now 18 years old, and a new era has already dawned on the kingdom. The emperor announced his decision that his first son, Exile Ernisia, was mature enough to ascend the throne. He therefore appoints him as the next ruler to lead their kingdom. This is how the title of ruler was given to the crown prince. The protagonist was happy that his older brother had finally inherited the throne. He wanted him to become the best ruler in the history of the empire, and he's gonna be in his shadow and enjoy life. And he's gonna help him as much as he can. Things were going smoothly enough now, and the guy wished this world could go on forever. After a little more time, he was relaxing in nature. Pondering what she was really up to, Nelvania sainted. Wondering how they could be threatened by a country weaker than their empire. Could they possess a secret weapon, like a mass destruction spell or a natural disaster? Or maybe even sick dragons on them or something. Such reflections did not subside the boy's mind in any way. Suddenly, he turned to Fen, who was nearby, talking about how she could now summon medium-level spirits. Thus, he doesn't understand why she keeps contracting only with inferiors. The girl asked why not, since they were very cute. Arel was surprised at the odd occasion. Over time, Fenna's skills in handling eating spirits and grew considerably. Although she already had a high aptitude for it, now she could summon 100 spirits if she wanted to. Now, it was practice, and the girl sent the spirits on the attack. After that, the salamanders began spewing their fire. The guy thought about the fact that she was going for quantity over quality. That might not be a bad thing. With that kind of power, one could surpass the higher spirits as well. Like a personal army even. And the girl was training with the sorceress Dia, who complimented her on her pretty good firepower. But she wasn't enough, and the sorceress easily managed with her magic, stating that Fenna hasn't fully learned how to control spirits yet. There are many problems in the construction of the spirits themselves. Arel was glad he had chosen Dia as the princess's opponent in training, although Dia is a 7th grade mage, which equates to an elder of a magic tower. So it's no surprise that Fina is acting as her. That said, don't let her worry. Her skills are generally comparable to those of 6th-class magicians. He'll advise her to think not so much about increasing power, as section windows from a range of spirits. The princess does not command individual spirits, but an entire squad at once. He recommends studying the literature on such tactics. After this conversation, the girl's training continued. Arel decided to put aside thoughts of the Holy Kingdom for now, and take a little nap. No matter how much he racked his brain, he still couldn't find an answer. Fina wondered if it was true that Dia had been wishing for an ethical tower since she was a child. The girl confirmed it. The princess added the information that she had heard rumors that the tower in Ernisia pre-selects children with special abilities. So it's really true. The enchantress confirmed it. Fina noted, in that case her countrymen would be shocked to see her now. She had accomplished so much. I'm sure they are all very proud of her. That's when Dia said that her hometown was destroyed by a plague a long time ago. So she doesn't know the answer to that question. The interlocutor felt sad and ashamed for such a question, so she apologized. But the sorceress said that everything was fine. Arel heard this dialogue and realized that Fina was amazing. Usually royalty is arrogant, and she even apologized without delay. He called the girl tactless and asked her to stop bothering their mage. The princess noted that she wasn't in a special hurry. The hero knew that Dia had a truly tragic fate, and the destruction of a village by plague is not so rare. Just when he thought of this disease, a thought popped into his head. He immediately began to connect her to his recent reflections and realized it was possible. And as he rushed off in an unknown direction, Fina asked where he was rushing off to so suddenly. The guy stated that he had a very urgent matter to attend to. So let them not wait for him and continue their training. He understood very well that the Holy Kingdom had something that couldn't be destroyed by their empire, even though there was a difference in strength. Arriving at the necessary location, he asked the butler if all the documents from the founding of Ernisia to their days were kept here without exception. The man confirmed it. Arel knew that this was the place where all historical documents were recorded and stored. Literally the place where history is kept. So he asked to bring all the materials. including information about the war between the Holy Kingdom of Jellian and their empire, and also about their wars with other countries. Having obtained the materials he needed, he began to study them, and I didn't even notice the sun starting to set. There was simply a lot of information. The prince didn't like it, for he hates furrowing the chronology. Still, he found the information he needed, even though it was getting dark. It turned out that there was a record of a conflict between the Holy Kingdom and the then Kingdom of Hessel, dating back about 130 years ago. The Holy Kingdom launched an invasion under the pretext of a holy war. At the beginning of the war, the Hessel Kingdom was clearly winning, but one event happened that led to the fall of the strong frontier. Namely, a mysterious disease struck the enemy kingdom. It was so strong that it was no longer a war, but an epidemic that jeopardized the existence of the kingdom. The very invasion of the Holy Kingdom and the outbreak of the epidemic, as well as the entire subsequent course of events, all clearly looked too suspicious. Just as importantly, moreover, as soon as the epidemic began, the Holy Kingdom immediately offered help. This situation is suggestive. Even the minutes of the Royal Council of those times mention suspicions about it. Eventually, the Kingdom of Hessel fell and was annexed by the Merman Empire. Now it's becoming clear what the Holy Kingdom's ways are. In this case, the boy realized that they and the stubborn have no choice. Soon Dia wondered what Arel was going to do on the sly. He in turn confirmed this. Although he thought he had no intention of practicing medicine or pharmacology. Investing in this can certainly save many lives, but any miscalculation can cause more harm than good. Medicine must always be built with care. However, knowing the plans of the Holy Kingdom, the guy can't just sit back. Dia noted that everyone understands, but isn't creating a new drug too difficult. The hero said that he was not going to start from scratch after all. He had already thought through all the necessary theory. In addition, he even has the basic materials needed to produce it. The interlocutor was surprised by this, but she had already calmed down a bit. Arel then said that he had no intention of doing this, but he had long had an idea in case of an emergency. There was no telling what might happen. He considered the possibility of an outbreak in Familial. So after he moved to the city, he not only created a secret office for himself, but also equipped a secret lab to develop drugs just in case. He realized that all this was possible only because of the knowledge from his past life. Suddenly, the sorceress asked what the name of his medicine was. The gentleman reported that it is an antibiotic. If you have to give it a name, he would call it that. At the moment, the sample is ready, so mass production can be entrusted to Darman. The girl was surprised because of the fact that it is a development in the field of alchemy, so she doesn't understand why the prince is telling the mage about it. Arel held out the papers to his companion and noticed that he wanted to start explaining. Dia scrutinized what she had been given, and was just amazed when I found out the information from there. The prince asked the girl to study all these spells. They had nothing to do with the cure. The sorceress asked, but was it really necessary before that there was enough of everything? The master stated that it would be for emergencies. Also, don't let her show these spells to anyone. Accordingly, it is also forbidden to use them without the guy's permission. It was Arel's secret trump card developed as an alternative to traditional pharmacology with the help of magic. It was about controlling nanoparticles of healing mana. Dia said she would do her best to meet the prince's expectations. While the alchemists are busy mass-producing cures, Dia is mastering a new spell. A message came from Helman, the lord of the magic tower, that the engine had been completed. It means only one thing, that Arel's ship has finally been upgraded. SAA and Asha marveled at the sea, for they could not imagine it was so huge. Arel realized that everyone was surprised, for their empire was landlocked. It was true that they were surrounded only by mines and mountain ranges. He and his subordinates are now in the port city of the Kingdom of Felvan, their ally. This port has long been used as a trading port. Today, many merchant ships from different countries come here. The Arnold Trading Company is entering the market. They absorbed the Geothel Trading Company and took over their ships and staff. The girls kept marveling that the ship can sail the sea. It's so big and doesn't even sink. To the prince, they seemed like you were the village idiots, although it's understandably a natural reaction. He thought maybe he should be surprised for good measure. Suddenly, Asha approached the gentleman about a certain ship. He immediately confirmed that it was their ship, a joint creation of Helman, the lord of the magic tower, and their blacksmiths called Felvan Sin the First. Such information, the girls were even more surprised. Akin reported that it was an iron ship. He thought it was reckless, but the result was beyond his expectations. After saying that, he went off to build the next one. Sena noted with horror that there were no sails on this ship. She didn't understand how to use the wind, or whether they would sail on oars. The boy said that was just nonsense. Iron ships don't go the same way as sailing ships, and she would soon see for herself. At that moment, Hellman arrived and confirmed those words. It's something they've been working hard on. The ships are propelled by something more powerful and reliable than the wind. Arel greeted the Lord of the Magic Tower and asked if he was alone. The interlocutor noted that his guys were busy hunting sorcerers, so he was the only one who managed to come. The hero realized that if that was the case, then the hunt must be going well. Helmin was personally involved in upgrading the safety of this mana engine. In other words, it's certified by the Magic Tower Lord himself. He has so much magical power invested in it, and even his soul, so the guy is happy about it. At last all were assembled, so the prince asked if they were ready to send them by sea. A fisherman in a small boat fished the sea as well. Suddenly, amidst the vast water, he saw a shadow looming over him. When he turned around to look, he was shocked, for he saw the huge iron ship Felvinson first. The weight of this giant with a magic engine is 9,000 tons. It was very different from all previously known vessels. Suddenly, Arel saw Asya, who was not in the best condition. Worried about the girl, he approached her and asked if she was afraid or if she was nauseous. Asya pointed out that it was really about something else. Eventually, she began a brief retelling of one story. Asya's grandfather was an explorer in his youth. He dreamed of traveling to other continents and how you went sailing on a boat, but he fell into the clutches of a kraken and was wrecked. When the girl was young, she was often frightened that bad children were sent swimming. Arel reported that the view here was too beautiful to sit and shiver in fear, so he simply asked to see it. Despite all her timidness, Asya paid attention, and I saw that there's really beautiful water there, so she's already a little under the weather. But the price said that she can taste the salt in her mouth, but she likes it. Hellman also joined the conversation, speaking of being incredibly one. This ship is comparable to an entire fleet Geothal trading company in terms of transportation. So is the prince really going to build 3 more of these ships? The guy confirmed this and said there would be 4 in total. Wizard noted in that case he will need a lot of engines and not get a good income, so he will be glad to further cooperation with the gentleman. Arel said that after all the interlocutor plans to spend money on catching sorcerers, and in that case, he would be happy to cooperate too. Suddenly, Sena noticed something strange in the distance and turned to the prince, wondering if he correctly realizes it's a kraken. The boys rejoiced, confirming it. But Asa didn't like that prospect at all. The hero thought about the fact that he had indeed heard rumors that the kraken was quite common at sea. The ship's captain had also reported it, and that it was urgent to change course. The prince questioned whether they could be saved that way. The man confirmed this, and said that his actions now were a kind of warning. He was shaking his tentacles on purpose so that he would be noticed. Arel, got it. So if you turn the ship around, the kraken won't follow them. The captain reported that this was true, and if that didn't work, you could just throw him the catch, and he'd back off. The prince figured it all out, and asked that from now on, he act as he would tell everyone. He's about to fly full speed right over the kraken right now. Everyone else. How the captain of the ship was horrified, asking why he was going to do this, Arel noted, and how this creature in common dares to put a stick in his wheels. He was a squid, and thought he was God knows what. Plus, the guy wanted to test the impact resistance, so full steam ahead, you have to nail him. The man had no choice but to agree. That's when Asya started deliriously saying that the guy would sink their ship and they would drown. And Sena told her to calm down and pull herself together. The captain smoked the ship and ordered everyone to prepare to strike. He also started counting down to the collision from 3 seconds. The kraken continued to float peacefully in the water, thinking about the fish. But a moment later he saw a huge iron ship right in front of him and was amazed. That's when the moment of impact happened. Afterward, the hero stood up and asked if it was all over. He saw the defeated kraken and rejoiced that his ship was beautiful. Now one cannot worry about monsters as well as reefs. Still, they had already checked everything they wanted to, so now it was safe to return to port. The test drive was successful and the ship was already in port. A small group received a decree to find the cola plant. The protagonist's ship has moved on to its real goal. He informed the large group in it that here this plant has a different name perhaps. But it doesn't grow on their continent. As soon as people discover the southern continent, make sure they find a plant for the guy. He relied on the Ernesian explorers, and they promised to do everything. The protagonist dreamed that this moment might not be far off, and soon he would meet his beloved Coca-Cola. The official purpose of the Ernesia expedition, however, was to explore new trade routes and discover the continent. And then it was necessary to establish friendly relations. But really, it's all about satisfying Arel's little wish. But no one will ever know. That's a secret a guy's gonna take to his grave. In a very remote village in the Empire, the atmosphere was not so rosy. A lot of people have been sick and feeling unwell lately. Soon they even began to sin to one terrible disease. As time expired, Arel was informed that more and more people across the continent were suffering from a severe fever. Asya reported an official message came from the palace. Apparently, an epidemic is raging in Arnesia. The protagonist realized that everyone had reacted quickly. It had only been 3 days since he had noticed the first signs. He realized that cases had been reported in the west, east, and even in some southern areas. It seems the epidemic is spreading faster than he even thought. Next, he asked how things were in the girls' home villages. Asha said that luckily everything was calm in her hometown, and SAA also said the same thing. Arel knew that SAA's homeland was in a kill zone, but her village was the only one left unharmed. He had heard that no one had gotten sick either, and perhaps there was genetics involved. To his subordinates, he informed them to close the gate and quarantine. Also thought that because of the damn disease, commerce and transportation across the country is completely paralyzed. It's a shame, but that's what happened. The guy said that they would act according to the plan. If the calculations were to be believed, the pre-prepared medicine would be enough. All projects in familial will be put on hold for the time being. We need to focus on fighting the epidemic for now. An antibiotic is not a panacea for all ills, but luckily they have healing magic. Arel stated to the wizard that they could mobilize the mages for treatment and possibly stop the epidemic early. If there were not enough of them, let them turn to Helman. There's another oddity the prince realized. A normal epidemic takes months to spread, but this one did in a couple weeks. Saint Nelvania is most likely behind this. Although no one knows it, she clearly has the ability to control the disease. Just as the guy was thinking about it, there was a knock at the door and he asked to come in. It was Dia who came on the case. The girl said she had one question. So Mr. Arel knew in advance that an epidemic was coming. Then is it possible that this epidemic was caused artificially? What healing she did was such that she realized this disease was not new to her. Arel was immediately wary and wondered if she was talking about that disease. The enchantress confirmed the fact that this disease was very similar to the one that raged in her hometown. When the prince asked if she was sure it wasn't a mistake, the girl confirmed it. It's unclear how she can ever forget those scenes of people dropping dead from this disease, as well as the tormented faces of her friends and family. The girl asked to tell the truth. Is it a valid, artificially created disease? The prince was sorry to admit it, but he nodded affirmatively. After hearing the information she needed, Dia said she dared not pester the gentleman again and thanked him. Before she left, Arel asked her to remember something. He wouldn't let whoever had done this go unpunished, and she should realize that. The interlocutor reiterated this and slammed the door. After a little while, and the hero set off in a carriage. He was now in the very place, or rather about the city, where the epidemic had begun. The man next to reported that it is dangerous here, and this town was actually abandoned after the residents were evacuated. The prince said there is nothing to worry about. He has a magical remedy for sore feet. And if his interlocutor is afraid, he can come back. The man stated that this is simply not possible, as this is his hometown. Arel noted that he agreed. However, there is someone here who should definitely come back. To cover the man up, he opened the drawer beside him, and there was Fina. The first thing the girl did was apologize for breaking through without permission. But after hearing Dia's words about what had happened, she couldn't stay away. Prince, she asked to see this new spirit she was contracting with. Now she could heal people too, even if it was on a basic level. The guy asked sadly if she was definitely a member of the royal family. It was hard to pretend that he didn't notice anything else and make others keep silent. He said they should get going already, as they still had tons of important things to do. On the way, the hero inquired whether the villages where the very measure had been taken were not affected. The man replied that it was so all done in accordance with the decree. Arel thought that usually the response to an epidemic involves burning the whole village. They don't know the causes of the disease, and they don't know the mechanism by which it spreads. Upon reflection, he asked Dia to try what they were talking about. The girl agreed to this and immediately began to use her power. Explaining what was going on, the prince said if it worked, there would be no need to burn villages. The man was surprised by this. The skill that the 7th grade nanoparticle control girl used. Due to the level requirements, teams are limited. Feeling the strong energy, Fina asked what was going on. She was informed that the virus was being destroyed now, but would only work on a certain type. The protagonist realized that it was all against the rules, but he had no choice. Soon, he began shaking the indicator to see if everything was okay. And after this manipulation, she reported that the color of the indicator paper did not change. It seems that all viruses in this place have been destroyed. Dia stated that everything went well, but she had lost quite a bit of strength and could barely stay on her feet. As Arel had anticipated, it would take a colossal amount of energy to cover an entire village. He praised the girl and asked her to get some rest. And the man, who is a resident of that village, asked if the disease is now gone. The hero said, "At least this virus will not come back." But at the same time, one must not let one's guard down. The interlocutor was still very happy because it was a relief and thanked the gentleman. Thus the fight against the disease continued. Even Fina was cured. Dia continued to use high-level magic, and mass immunizations have also begun. The prince was only constantly worried about whether there was enough medicine. He was told that they had enough supplies, thanks to him. The residents were very grateful to the guy for what he was doing. High fever and high mortality were signs of an epidemic. It was terrifying the whole settlement. But thanks to the efforts of Arel and his companions, the epidemic was stopped in short order. Also, Nelvinia received information about it very soon, and she thought it was strange enough. There's no way even Ernesia could have avoided heavy casualties in a plague of this magnitude. But they only have less than 100 dead. But the girl checked and chose the most effective remedy. Then she can't figure out what went wrong at all. Humans have been unable to do anything for 130 years. So could Arel have done it? If so, then it is time to move urgently to Plan B. She's going to approach the problem from a different angle because ultimately that was her goal. A girl just has to take this chance. Because there's no telling when she'll get one more opportunity like this. There's no guarantee that such luck will smile on her again. And it's all just for the future from this kingdom. The priests discussed that the saint's prophecy had not come true, and Ernesia had not been harmed in any way. It is unclear what all this means now. In the end, they did not even launch an offensive against them. Doubts have arisen about whether the holy divine revelation really worked out. Arel continued on his way in his carriage. He rejoiced because at last the union was on the wane. The rest of the work could be entrusted to others, and he could finally rest. He also pondered that Nelvinia was a hypocritical woman, pretending to be merciful. Let her just wait, and he was certainly going to overthrow her. The boy's musings were interrupted by Fina turning to him, and he asked what was the matter. The princess noted that she would like to talk about the incident, but she suddenly hesitated and said she didn't want to say anything. In the end, they just arrived safely in Familial. Now the hero was sitting in his room and realized that he had kept silent then, but the princess was still perceptive. Maybe she guessed, because she was already in the right circles. Though maybe she noticed something suspicious reading the correspondence between Merman and the Holy Kingdom. The Empire can't hurt them anymore, so they didn't even check their letters. Suddenly he realized that some event was going to happen today. It became unclear how long Fina was going to hide it. The girl found out just as she thought the letter from her brother had arrived. Fena's official reason for being in Familial is to study, so she has every right to exchange letters. The Empire used this one to its own advantage. They applied a method in which the content of the letter is only revealed when the blood of a certain person is applied. It's quite an interesting way to send secret messages. Fena wondered what he had written this time. The letter stated that news had reached her brother. She had moved to Familial in Prince Arel's domain. That's quite an impressive accomplishment, especially for someone as inept as her. The Emperor hopes that her talent has not been discovered yet. The girl was saddened to realize that it had been exposed. She even gets lessons in elemental magic. Next, the brother wrote, he would like to say that their bond with the Holy Kingdom is growing stronger. He is already preparing to avenge his humiliation with the help of Erminia. The princess knew that this woman was her brother's wife who came from the Holy Kingdom. She seems to be quite influential there, and her brother has a rather strong hatred for Ernesia. Back in the letter, he had asked to be careful that her talent should not be exposed. At that moment, the girl wondered what he really thought of her elemental magic. When she first summoned Sally, everyone present was horrified. That's what actually happened to her brother. But she saves people with this magic, so it's not clear why they're reacting this way. But what Fina read next simply stunned her. She didn't understand how this was even possible. It was incomprehensible why her brother would do such a thing. Upon learning this information, she promptly ran out of the room she was in and dashed off somewhere. And she was headed straight for Arel. The first thing the hero asks is why she's scared and what's wrong. Let them calm down and explain everything in order. The interlocutor held out the letter she was holding and asked me to read it and then speak. The prince realized it was a secret letter soaked in contempt for him. It even felt awkward to read such a thing. Suddenly he, like Fina, was very surprised, not realizing what this madness was. At the princess he asked, he had lived, Emperor Merman really thinks this is a cunning plan. He's going to sell his own citizens into slavery to the Holy Kingdom for next to nothing. The one they were talking about continued to be with his wife. He said that not only his father's late emperor, but the entire empire had always been irritated by amnesia. How can you recognize a state founded by a commoner who proclaimed himself emperor 500 years ago? That's why he's grateful to this kingdom. He was almost in debt to her. Raminia asked, "Isn't that dangerous?" Although his people agree, many could die. The man replied, "If it would help wash away the shame of the empire, the people would understand him. Even if the number of slaves decreased, they would not be able to make up for the losses once they destroyed the Ernesian Empire. There was only one rebellious vassal who dared to oppose him. But now all is well, and the girl has nothing to worry about." She smiled slyly and said that His Majesty was very wise, and his ancestors would definitely be proud of him. Fina told Arel that the brother she knows wouldn't do such a thing himself. It must be because of his consort from the Holy Kingdom. The hero asked if the emperor was so easily influenced by a wife from another country. The princess confirmed that it was her brother who is completely absorbed in this woman. Not only does he allocate funds for the construction of the church and the Holy Kingdom, but it was at her insistence that she was banished here. Unfortunately, this was the first time the prince had heard of this and couldn't believe it. First, her brother buys holy water at triple the price because of his pride, and now so desperate for money that they are willing to sell out their own people. If this continues, the empire is doomed to fall. And if it survives, it will be completely dependent on this kingdom. But the guy doesn't understand why Fina told him about it. The problems of the citizens of the empire concern him, of course, but they have their own problems. In this situation, he can only observe the situation. She, on the other hand, is probably not stupid enough not to realize it. At that, Arel said so on purpose, for he wondered what she would say to that. And the interlocutor chimed in that it was his problem too. Back when her brother's marriage was being discussed, she had met the saint. And that's when she remembers Sally warning her to stay away from this man. The girl knows this whole strange chain of events and this epidemic is also connected to the Light Kingdom. So it turns out he and Arel have a common enemy. The boy cried out that it was not enough. It was not clear why he should help a foreign nation. Fina asked that he help her regain her status as ruler, and then he would find something to offer him. The hero didn't understand if she wanted to end up selling her empire to him. The princess stated, "Better it be him than what is happening now." She was sure that the guy wouldn't let the mass death of the people. Arel noted that she was straightforward and asked what else she would suggest. The girl replaced the scale, and the prince didn't realize if that was it. Fina was embarrassed at that moment and shouted out if he wanted her, she would belong to him. This was something Arel hadn't expected, and he didn't realize the side it came out in. After a little thought, he decided to take advantage of the situation. So he smiled slyly and said if she insisted, that meant she was fine with him taking payment right now. "I'd like to see if she's serious in her decision." The girl was taken aback by this, but she agreed anyway and said she was ready for it. Then the hero touched her head and asked her to stop, for she was about to burst with laughter. It's not like he's some kind of demon to make demands like that. And he was going to help her from the start, and she's very naive. The girl got angry and indignant threw the first thing she saw at him. Arel asked her not to get angry. He simply wanted to see if she was willing to follow instructions. Fina asked what he meant. The prince said that he taught her elemental magic so that she could confront the Holy Kingdom with their teachings. And by now, it was already time for the Holy to be disposed of. He doesn't need any political gain and has enough business around town, so why he would do this is unclear. But he can't help her for nothing. So when the empire is rebuilt, she will have to officially establish trade with them. Fina asked if that was it. Arel confirmed that all it takes is a good source of income. Power is overrated, but wealth is priceless. The princess noted that she had spoken before seriously, and he was very strange. The guy did not understand whether she was not happy or really hoped for the very thing. The children at the orphanage were very happy to hide her holy. It will come to which the Holy Kingdom rules. Nelvenia smiled brightly and told the children that they were so exuberant with health. Natural disasters and monster attacks happen in many countries, and most countries take care of the victims. But it was rare to find a place where the ruler himself, with power over an entire kingdom, personally cared for the children. The woman was glad that the children were growing up. Seeing the arrival of the saint, one of the boys ran toward her, but he accidentally tripped over a rock and fell. The saint was worried about him, so she asked him to be careful, and of course, healed the boy's wounds with her magic. He wasn't supposed to be in pain now. The boy sadly noticed that the wine he wanted to give her had gone bad. Nelvenia said that there was nothing wrong with it. She was already pleased. She is happy that he is growing up to be such a good boy. The educator thanked the saint. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't be there anymore. Holy Kingdom only became actively supportive of the orphanages after Saint Nelvenia took up politics on behalf of the ruler. The woman went on to say that she lay awake at night worrying about what to feed her children. How lucky they are to have such a saint. The girl replied that she was just doing what she had to do. And after the visit, she traveled back in her carriage, saying that there will definitely be no problems with period support this year. The subordinate noted, fortunately, they have already been able to increase the budget, but it will be quite difficult to keep it up. Due to a severe drought the year before last and widespread robbery by Inacorus groups, the number of orphans has skyrocketed this year. The Holy Kingdom often has to endure raids from other intelligent species as well. There are races that can be negotiated with, such as the Nova or the Elves, but these parts are mostly inhabited by creatures that can't speak in droves. The saint said she would have to tighten the belts of priests who care more about their own bellies than the problems of the kingdom. Then, God willing, they'll last a couple more years. The Holy Kingdom experiences constant threats of invasion by other races, difficulty farming due to geography, and even mineral resources are not particularly plentiful. They cling to their faith as the last thread to survive in this harsh reality. Good. At least the girl can create holy water and heal for money, plus donations from rich believers who come for blessings. The kingdom has recently expanded its domain, absorbing smaller states. But Nelvenia doesn't know how long she will last. Without her, the kingdom simply cannot exist. Therefore, she reported that it was still necessary to resolve the issue as soon as possible. If they had the mines of Ernesia, more weapons could be made to defend against invasions. And if they had the fertile soils of Merman, they wouldn't be starving. To desire someone else's is just disgusting. But without it all, this kingdom has no future. God never helps people. Maybe one day it will come to light and she will be judged. But if it happens after the girl has achieved her goals, she will absolutely not care. The protagonists pondered the fact that it's utter nonsense. The girl had other ways, but she chose the easiest. She wants to say that she is worried about the future of her people, and so, using dirty methods. But something instead of protecting her home, she decides to stand down her neighbors. The guy's gonna wipe her out, and he's got everything he needs to do it. Fina was in an ambush, but the carriage was stopped by bandits. They said they'd found something valuable, a good-sized wagon with a fat peddler in it. To the man they asked if he would like to share with them, the one shrieked in horror that he would pay the toll, just so long as you didn't kill him. Bandit reported even so, he would still turn them in at once, so no hard feelings should the ocean get even with him. Merchant, please, it's a bad situation. He just made it to the big time, and then this happened. Suddenly, from the bushes nearby, Fina shouted, "You all stop!" Not by word, but by deed, she stopped the brigands with the help of fire magic. The brigands looked up and saw the spirit caster there, but didn't realize who she was and questioned how to change their touch. Fina tried to threaten him, but forgot to speak further. The interlocutors were a little wary. The girl, however, kept shouting that they would judge them and now they would be punished for their sins. The bandits reported that this is just absurd. It seems some kid decided to play hero. One of them said he'd recently let his guard down, but one little lizard he'd ribbon cut. Suddenly the princess asked what if she wasn't alone. Better let him repent of his sins while he warmed in the flames of her spirits. After these words, she sent the salamanders into battle. They began spewing flames en masse. The brigand reported that he would cut down those wretched flames very easily. But when I tried it, I was simply amazed, because his blade was just melted. The second member of the band of brigands was terrifying. If only one prisoner was capable of such a thing, what would happen if he didn't attack the mind? And the perfume did just that. All of them released fiery flames at the place where the men were. Naturally, the robbers were eliminated. But the coachman who had been attacked was horrified, asking what had happened. Then he came to his senses and told me that this was not the time for thinking. He is grateful, Mom, because those saved his life, and he would like to give me a big thank you. But when I turned my head to where they were, I couldn't figure out where they'd gone. The girls in turn just fled the place. Fina was very tired of you using perfume. Dia asked if she was okay. The interlocutor noted that she wasn't talking about the battle with the brigands, and she felt terribly embarrassed about those stupid lines. Although it was a text that Mr. Arel had personally written. A little earlier he had said, first of all, they needed to change their attitude towards spirit magic, because people are hostile to it. Because of the excessive persecution, and on the part of the Holy Royal, there have been cases where innocents have suffered from magic and spirits, or even the spirit mages themselves, in order to survive, engaged in robbery. Events like this help the Holy Kingdom gain the support of the people. Fena didn't understand what she should do. The prince repeated, "They need to show everyone that magic spirits and simple magic is not only not harmful by nature. For example, it is possible to heal with magic and spirits as recently. They'll take a special approach and surprise the Holy Kingdom." Thinking back on it, the princess said, "They say that actions are more important than words." Although they try to act covertly to let rumors fly, she is still greatly embarrassed. In support, Dia said she's doing a great job. Battles with the brigands of this walker are a way to gain combat experience. She too, before coming to Familia to pay her traveling expenses, struggled with training camps and making money. Now she understood what they were doing it for. But she still can't stop feeling like a failure. Still, it's nice that she's helping people with my spirit, which she's only been hiding for so long. Dia was glad she was motivated, so offered to visit a few more places. Fena only wondered if they would be able to rest today and heard confirmation of that. As a result, news began to wander around the neighborhood about a couple of mystery girls who have been very popular lately. One of the merchants reported that they came out of nowhere and defeated the brigands. Someone said that they had dealt with a horde of monsters in the village. There was also information that these people summoned strange beings and cleaned up the collapsed bridge. No one understood if it was magic. After all, every time the girls used that strange power, they talked about spirits. The interlocutor of the man who was telling this remarked, "Isn't spirit magic from the evil one?" This is what I heard. That the man personally saw just plain weird lizards and clay gnomes, so nothing unusual. And they're not Julian after all, so it doesn't matter. If this spirit magic helps, why not? Thus, the protagonist of the rumors ceased to be just a mysterious magician, and she began to be called a summoner. After a while, Arel asked Dia if the Fen had done everything as ordered and without objection. The girl confirmed this, but asked if it was enough to change her attitude towards spirit magic. Prince noted that he didn't know about it. These things don't change overnight. The interlocutor didn't understand at the time why they were doing it. The hero added that just as nothing changes, people don't forget things so easily either. Whether good deeds or evil deeds await in the memory of the people, that is the way the world works. At this point, the foundation of their plan has been laid, and it's time for the next one. The saint arrived at the Imperial Palace of Merman in the throne room. The emperor noted that the girl had determined a long way to go, and Nelvania said she was willing to go a lot farther than that, especially if it's for the sake of the empire from this kingdom. The interlocutor touched the document and said that it would be a disgrace for the imperial family to keep a guest waiting, so he offered to do everything right there. Saint led an order to sign a slave transfer agreement with the Merman Empire. Now she thought the emperor was just plain stupid. It is because of him that their holy kingdom will soon be on the path to prosperity. There's not much left to wait until he signs. Just as he was about to do so, his subordinates reported some urgent news. The man asked what had happened. The priest noted that there was an urgent message from a spy. Nelvania said that there would be important negotiations and it could be discussed later. But the ward explained that the message came from a spy from the kingdom of Arnesia. It was explained to her what had happened. Princess Fena Amaret Genil, who was sent to study in the kingdom of Eornesia, openly announced that she was summoning lion spirits. Now the girl asked if he was sure Arella was sure they were doing the right thing. He confirmed it, but if she doesn't want to, she can give up now. She said they've gotten this far, so she can't just take it and back off. Lastly, the hero asked her to say whatever she thought appropriate, and he would take care of the rest. Agreeing, the princess immediately went backstage, and there was a large crowd of people waiting for her. Fena was worried, but still greeted everyone, and also introduced herself as to who she was, letting them know that she was ready to reveal the true reason why she was here, which she could only express here. Right now, the girl is going to tell them the whole truth as it really is. With a slightly friendly hand, she complied with the call. Several spirits appeared right in front of the people. The people present realized that these were the same spirits that had been summoned by the summoner. During the epidemic, the princess helped everyone, and it was the same spirit that subdued a bridge in one of the villages. Everyone concluded that the princess of the empire both summoned spirits and fought monsters. Fana announced that she was in fact a spirit summoner. She had the gift of communicating with spirits since she was a child. The girl's mother taught her to hide the gift to protect her from persecution by her kind. The empire and the Holy Kingdom are allies. If her gift were to be revealed, it could destroy their alliance. However, eventually the emperor found out about it and he and my mom imprisoned. While imprisoned, the girl's mother became very ill and died there. Even so, she continued to take care of her until the end. After all this, Fena continued to hide her summoning abilities, fearing the empire and believing her gift to be a curse. But then she came to study in Arnesia, where she met Prince Arel, who taught her the true purpose of spirit magic and her again. He showed her how to use this gift properly, and also gave her reason to be proud to be the bearer of this mysterious magic. And then the girl realized, from the doctrine imposed by the Holy Kingdom, because of the stigma of heresy that imposed on the spirit of her life as a princess was very miserable. But now they can all be notified too. Normal magic and spirit magic are not much different. Right now, she's addressing the Holy Realm. Let them give up the ridiculous assertion that ordinary magic is righteous and spirit magic is evil. The senseless persecution, the summoners of spirits, must be stopped. It's not so much that men have started to be discussed, it just seems to me that your entire kingdom is interrupting. They're only chasing them because men have mastered magic, and it's cruel. Arel understood that this was an event that had led to feuds with interrupters in the past. Honestly, unless one was particularly important, he was far removed from all of this altogether. However, because of the dogma of the Holy Realm and the empire that plays to its tune, the conscripts are branded as outcasts. Public opinion will clearly side with Fena. The Holy Kingdom, because of their old dogmas, may try to threaten her. But this time they won't succeed, because this girl is the one he'll be standing for. The hero gave his wave name and vouched for the princess's word. Their noble empire pledged to protect Princess Fenu. After he found out about her abilities, he started his personal research on spirit magic. The same work. The guy's going to present it officially soon. His conclusion is that spirit magic is a common power. As a scholar and as a man, he cannot accept the Holy Kingdom's accusation of heresy. But I wonder what people think about it, whether spirit magic is evil. Someone began to say that in fact the princess helped him a lot with her magic. She even saved someone's life. The prince said, spirit magic can be used for evil, just like any other power. But that doesn't mean it should be eradicated. He doesn't just sympathize with the princess's situation, he even understands it. Her actions are sure to be criticized by the Holy Realm, and she may be called to account. Do people have any questions to the prince's statement? He is willing to discuss them. So asks for your opinion of those present. Also, if there are other summoners here besides the princess, let them seek their help. They in turn will gladly help them. After the speech was over, perhaps due to the good deeds done beforehand, an opinion began to form among the people that Princess Fena's situation was worthy of sympathy. But the reaction of the aristocracy and the government is still uncertain. They do not know which side to support in order to make it profitable. Arel, meanwhile, kept thinking that it was time to end this game already. Meanwhile, in the Merman Imperial Palace, the throne room was restless. The butler was horrified that Princess Fena was a summoner, so he asked the emperor if he knew about it. He replied that it didn't matter. He should send a letter to Arnesia as soon as possible. The priests were outraged at the incomprehension of how a pact could be made with royalty, who had the blood of vile summoners in their veins. After all, only man is worthy of divine love, and everything else must be eradicated. The Holy Kingdom must immediately break all contracts with them. Nelvenia realized that they were all wastrels and slackers. First of all, she asked for a letter to be sent to Arnesia, and then they would be judged. But literally in an instant, the emperor and the saint were informed that a letter had arrived from Arnesia. Arel indicated that he would like to have a serious conversation about it, because he thinks there may be misunderstandings between them. So inquired if they would like to meet on neutral ground to discuss things in detail. The prince himself signed the letter. The reply to his call, or so the letter came very quickly. In general, they were willing to meet as he wanted. It seems that everyone wants to settle the situation as quickly as possible. For this character traveled to the Merman Empire, where he was struck by the lavish Imperial palace. Fen wasn't happy about it, though. The hero asked if she should be happy to be back home. While the interlocutor was saddened, he saw the local interior style. It was really luxurious. The guy thought maybe he'd put it up in his room. The princess continued to be sad, not realizing how it had come to this. Arel wondered why the protagonist of the evening was so glum. They should get up. They still had a little time to discuss the most important things. In general, he himself will wield the arguments. But the girl is only required to radiate confidence. If we can hold our own, confidently, then we're halfway done. So he asked if she could do it. The girl had no choice but to agree, and so she nodded. The guy got excited and said he had a gift for her that would lift her spirits, when the box on the plate there showed the very bow that the Spirit Fire King had given him. Fena was surprised that it didn't look like an ordinary gift. It must be something incredible. The principal was glad she didn't realize it was an artifact right away. He explained it was a reward for a feat for the last days. Let her just accept it. Since it's a gift, there's something to be done, so let him wait a minute. The princess asked in surprise what he was up to. The hero started to tie the jar, said it was no big deal. He was just braiding his hair. The girl didn't understand where he had learned to weave. Arel informed him that it was a secret and soon finished his work. He hoped the princess would be more comfortable, and the time was now, so it had to go. Fina agreed and accepted his hand. The emperor and the saint were already waiting at the meeting. That's where Arel arrived, along with Fina. The first thing, the emperor approached him and asked him why he had arranged all this. It was unclear how he dared to teach Feng's spirit magic. The hero realized that he was going to make him look guilty as originally intended. To his interlocutor, he informed him that he had indeed trained her, Mei, in spirits. But he had only helped to unlock her innate talent. His Highness shouted that it was nonsense. He probably doesn't understand what this creature is. Prince noted that's what he wanted to talk about. The teachings of the Holy Realm state that spirit callers are heretics. They must be eradicated by the appearance of God himself. The saint confirmed this and said that was why their order was extremely upset about the situation with the princess. Suddenly, Arel noted that their doctrine was written over 500 years ago. At that time, there were indigenous peoples in the lands of the Holy Kingdom who worshipped spirits, and the heretics mentioned in the covenants were them. So it doesn't mean that the spirits should be banished. The spirits themselves are not evil creatures. They are simply souls dwelling in the magical energy that hovers in the air. By their logic, the Holy Kingdom should declare all creatures that breathe evil. Nelvenia became indignant, shouting that it was absolute sophistry. Then the guy asked to look up the dogmas and present them to people in a more understandable form. In that case, his words would sound logical to everyone. Priests joined the conversation, saying it was absurd. Her Reverend's miracle can exorcise spirits, so it's proof that they're evil. Not even the Spirit King himself can resist this power. Priest Kellius was asked to calm down, and the hero was glad they broached the subject of the Spirit King not being able to do anything. That's something the guy didn't think about, and that's a problem. But at the same time, it's a great opportunity to check the facts. In that case, he asked if he could invite him to join them. Nelvenia was not horrified. Someone shouted that it was ridiculous no one had been able to summon a Spirit King in the last few hundred years. Suddenly, Fena apologized to everyone for potentially creating a fuss to be raised over the spirit. She then began to address the noble king of the greatest of the elemental lords that ever reigned beyond nature. She asked to show her flame and appear. In the end, the Spirit King did appear. He advised that he arrived at the call as per the contract. People were surprised that it was a king. So is a princess really capable of such a thing? The Spirit King asked what he was called for, if they wanted to vaporize all the enemies. Fina hesitated, then looked at the saint. She said, "The thing is, there is an opinion in some human teachings that spirits are evil." She called him to ask his opinion on this. The spirit was obviously angry and said it was ridiculous. They are beings that dwell in the magical energy of nature itself. To say that they are evil is like calling the earth itself evil, which wears everyone. Arel added, according to the opinion of this kingdom, even a Spirit King would not be able to resist the power of a saint who fights evil. From the saint, he asked her what she thought of it. It's a great chance to show the validity of their teachings. Nelvenia realized that there was nothing to be done in this situation. So to the surprise of those present, she informed them that no proof was necessary, and understood their opinion of the misunderstanding about the spirits. Arel was pleased by this and said, "It means she recognizes that not only Princess Fina, but also the other summoned spirits were unjustly condemned." The woman asked what others were. The hero held out the letters and said they belonged to the summoners who, after his speech, had found the courage to write to him asking for help. There were 246 of them in all. They had suffered greatly from the persecution of the Holy Kingdom. The Holy One must realize that they are owed compensation for this. It made Nelvenia very angry. The priests thought this unthinkable and did not understand why the saint was silent when their teachings were so denigrated. Suddenly, Arel said, there was still this one thing that needed to be explained. He began to demonstrate something with his power. People didn't understand what it was, and he explained that it was one of his inventions. It's called a recording sphere. We have one that can record and transmit images. Everyone has probably heard very well about the recent epidemic that has swept across Arnesia. I wonder how everyone would feel if this epidemic was caused intentionally. The representatives of the Merman Empire didn't understand what this was about. Although if it was not accidental that such an act was inexcusable, the prince said that he would now show someone who could infiltrate anywhere and commit any atrocity. He's talking about Saint Nelvenia. In the footage recording the spheres, it showed a mysterious silhouette of a woman who broke a vial of an obscure liquid. It contained the very disease that caused the epidemic. The next thing you know, the woman had just gone into hiding. Arel commented on everything and said that in fact these devices were originally installed to track bandit activity. But a week before the outbreak, they recorded something strange, and it was all happening all over the Urnesia Empire. By the way, the prince even has samples of the contents of these vessels, so let them not try to justify themselves. He realized that he had purposely failed to make a claim against Nelvania in order to expose and destroy her reputation as a saint. And he wanted to do it in the presence of many people in authority. He apologizes, as a thorough investigation is still required. But he heard that the Merman Empire and the Holy Kingdom were going to make a pact, so he decided to hurry. Those present were horrified, not realizing if it was true. The saint reported that these were simply ridiculous accusations after asking His Majesty about it. The emperor hesitated. The woman, however, continued to say the alliance between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom has lasted for hundreds of years. So are they really willing to destroy it because of falsified evidence? Is there really a need to repudiate the treaty, especially considering their financial difficulties? Suddenly, Fina joined the conversation. We have informed His Majesty that she has a proposal. My older brother said it wasn't the right time to do it, but the girl was persistent and shouted that she would only ask to be heard once. She would be able to solve the financial problems of the Empire without the help of the Holy Kingdom. To do so, she asked the maid to bring the right scroll. And they never did. She said it was a plan to establish full-scale trade with the Urnesia Empire. If they can successfully implement this project, the Empire's problems will eventually be solved. The Emperor hesitated again. Arel figured he wanted to sell his people quickly and get the money, I guess. He had absolutely no thought for the long term. Horseradish continued to assert, if he didn't now hand over the slaves to the Holy Kingdom, that Empire would lose a lot more. Even if it took time, they could establish more crops to harvest. And based on that, restore trade. Only then can the Empire prosper. Even the Spirit King was surprised by this speech. Arel understood perfectly well the Empire's truly vast farmland. With such resources, one could make good money. He would only suggest a few modifications to land ownership methods. Fina reiterated that the Empire could recover without selling her people to the Holy Kingdom. Nelvania interrupted her and said that she understood her feelings. But the Emperor had already agreed to make a treaty with them, and asked His Majesty about it. The Emperor hesitated again and didn't know what to say. When the hero saw it, he thought it was hypnosis. So that's why the Emperor was so submissive all this time. He reported that he didn't think he could just leave it at that. At that moment, he used force on the Emperor. The saint realized with horror that something had happened. The Emperor then stated that he had to discuss it with his advisors. There were solid accusations against Lady Nelvania, which were voiced by Prince Arel. The saint shrieked that this was absurd and she wouldn't even make excuses. Arel pointed out to her that from the moment she saw that, he began to doubt that she was really a saint. Now he has a question about her so-called miracles, whether it's fake. It's not like she's proving anything, so maybe she's fooling them all. Those present began to discuss whether she might be a witch instead of a saint. They even began to remember that many priests had disappeared. Hearing this, Nelvania realized they were useless idiots. She decided that a quick hypnosis update was necessary, but it was only when she tried to use her power on the Emperor that she was met with a fiery one. Made it by the Spirit King, who informed her that he would no longer tolerate her perversions. The saint was very angry about it, and further, it rose sharply, after which she directed her power forward. The priests rejoiced that it was a miracle of the Holy Realm. Arel realized this was the end for her and told Fina to act. The girl asked to rely on her, for she would not allow her to take away the future of the Empire. The priest began to pray, saying to look at this blinding light. All this is really a miracle in their opinion. But they were blinded and confused. This was to prove their teachings and that it was true. But suddenly everyone present began to gasp and fall. Representatives of the Merman Empire began sounding the alarm. But they too were soon subjected to the same force. And the door to this room was closed. Watching everything going on, Arel realized that the people were definitely not dead but just passed out. So that's the thing, he couldn't figure out how Saint Nelvania took over. Turns out she's capable of mental attacks. Fina at that moment turned to the King of Spirits for help. He decided to help her with great pleasure, so rushed towards Nelvania, but she blocked the blow. Though this blockage has taken a toll on her as well. Also, the spirit's fiery attack pierced her defenses. Fina shouted that the attack worked, and sent her guys to help the Spirit King. So they attacked all at once with flames at that hour. Salamanders and fire control were completely focused on the battle. Despite the power of these attacks, Nelvania was fine. She laughed and said, "When someone attacks the symbol of the enemy army, you should always aim for the head." And after saying that, attacked Fenu herself with dark power. The girl was surprised when it happened, for she realized that something had pierced her body, but she wasn't in pain. Even then, though, her mind was already blurred and she saw a woman in front of her. With horror, the princess realized it was her mother. The woman reported that she was told, after all, to stay away from magic and spirits. Even after her death, she would not obey. Next, the mother turned to shouting, asking if the girl had forgotten why they were imprisoned. It was because of her cursed powers that His Majesty had found out. The woman continued to accuse her daughter, but Fina, despite her blurred mind, realized that it wasn't her mother. With tears in her eyes, she said that His Majesty almost killed her. But her mother had a hard time convincing him to let her live. It was evident that the princess was in a bad state. The Spirit King asked her to come to her senses, for if she continued like this, the call would be interrupted. Suddenly Nelvania smiled and said it was getting late. After communicating these words, she immediately directed dark energy at the spirit. That's when he gradually began to fade away. After everything happened, the woman coughed very badly. She wondered how much time she had left. The Holy Kingdom definitely needed her for now. Its power, destructive to her, she so hated to use it. But this time, there was simply no choice. The people who had been attacked by her were already fine. The woman thought about, even if she dies, needing to make things right. She applied her hypnosis again and said that everyone should forget the truth that she had been taught today, about her spreading the plague and all the points of contention here. Also, Princess Fina and Prince Arel suffered an attack from evil spirits while getting here. The treaty between the Merman Empire and the Holy Kingdom of Jelian was successfully concluded as well. With those words, she ended the hypnosis. Looking at Arel's body lying next to her, she decided it was time to call it a day. But first, she was going to take all his knowledge and use it for the good of her kingdom. She was really gratefully going to accept all of them. But what happened next stunned her, because the amount of information this guy had was just overwhelming. Suddenly, he stood up and started yawning, asking if that's really what the whole show is about. It's boring and very predictable, though perhaps that's something to be thankful for as well, since the girl has created a place for them where no one will get in the way. Nelvania asked in horror how he had been able to make himself do that. Arel got close to her and asked her, meaning how? He was already living his 101st life. There's no way he can be defeated by someone who's only living her second. He asked the shocking question, wasn't she the rebirth of Nelvania Wainstel? For her trying to get into his memories, will have to pay the price. Thus, let her reveal all her secrets to him. It all happened a few hundred years ago. It happened in one of the remote villages of the Holy Kingdom of Jelian. Then a baby girl named Ramilla Farilia was born. When she grew older, she prayed to God, asking why the people of the Holy Kingdom were so poor. She didn't understand why they were dedicated to their faith but starving. The answer for her, unfortunately, was silence again. And it was 2 years after that. The priest introduced the girl and said she was their new saint. Then Ramilla realized everything in horror. There were a lot of greedy people in the Holy Kingdom. High-ranking priests use faith as bait to rob the faithful, and to satisfy their own desires. The king of the Holy Lands is too fanatical, but sticks to his faith and doesn't see reality at all. The girl realized that prayers could not feed a starving nation, so she was going to choose a different path. Therefore, by no means will he liken himself to these vile people. Becoming a sacred symbol, a person undergoes a special rite, thanks to which he acquires new power. For each person, the gift will be special. All previous saints had used it solely for the benefit of the church. But Ramilla was different. She was returning unjustly accumulated wealth to the people, and even using the new power, suppressed the king blindly believing the priest's words. Thanks to the saint, many were saved, but in her opinion, it was not enough. Although people's lives have improved, and this has been temporary, and so many problems remain unresolved. Wars are still inevitable, and refugees are becoming more and more numerous. The girl understood that people could not rely on God's grace alone, thus decided that I should rationally assess my capabilities and reality, which means she can only save the Holy Realm. And in this fight it would be best to forgo mercy. So Ramilla, under the guise of selling holy water, began to make favorable deals for the Holy Kingdom. And countries that resisted her will were declared heretics, after which they were mercilessly destroyed in war. Ramilla thought that if everything was revealed, she would be declared with the devil himself. But she continued to do everything for the sake of her own kingdom. There wasn't much left, but as time went on she aged. Her body and mind had grown old, and her vigilance was weakened. And the priests were once again in a state of greed. She did not even have a worthy successor. After all, Ramilla thought, given a little more time, She would have strengthened the Holy Kingdom with a strength that no country could shake. But she didn't have more time at the time. Although it would have been nice if she could have lived another life. The last wish had indeed been granted to her, and soon a new saint was born in the season of the kingdom. It was a beautiful little girl, who was named Nelvinia Wainstell. Now Nelvinia was telling us that after Ramilla's death, a new saint had been chosen who had turned out to be nothing but a good-for-nothing. The Holy Kingdom was once again on the brink. The woman eliminated their king under the pretext of illness and began to prepare for war, drove out all the evil and expanded the territories of the Holy Kingdom. She had been through this before, so there were no difficulties. But there was no difficulty only until the appearance of Arel Ernesia. The hero informed her that all he did was make a little money from his wares. And now all the countries are after his head. Nelvinia shrieked that it wasn't a bit of this enormous wealth at all. With it, children would not starve, and so many orphans could grow up safely. The guy is no better, and she's only protecting herself and those closest to her. The protagonist reported that he did not deny it, but at least the absurd thought never occurred to him. That it is necessary to exterminate an entire nation, but for the good of those close to him. A saint who refuses mercy is no better than the devil himself. Her companion stood up and said even if she attacked him now, she would die before she could lay a finger on him. Arel realized she'd finally gotten it. Nelvinia noted that she was not going to make excuses for him and everyone. As ruler, she would take responsibility for everything, but she asked that the children of the Holy Kingdom be spared. The hero resented her for it, saying that she believes that since she has lived 2 lives, she is wiser than others, and her life is even more valuable. But that's all totally wrong. She and he are just as human as anyone else. They've just lived longer lives. Now he feels like he's reading his childhood diary. Saint noted that she simply had no other choice and asked for a promise. Arel figured out that she was brazenly demanding something until the very end. He stated that he would take care of them minimally, and the rest would be her karma. Next, Nelvinia turned her attention to the useless parasites, saying that if these priests stay, they will only hurt Arel and the Holy Kingdom. So immediately she directed her power at them. Now it wasn't hypnosis that attacked them, but a force that was meant to kill. It did, and they fell dead to the ground. After that, the girl directed her gaze toward Arel. He pointed his hand at her, using force, and said goodbye. The girl realized at that moment that this was the end for her. A little time passed, and Fina began to come to her senses. Opening her eyes, she didn't realize when she had managed to lose consciousness. But there was no time for reflection, and it was necessary to establish sainthood. Suddenly, she saw people standing right above her. They all rejoiced when the princess arrived at her senses, and they began to shout that Princess Fina had destroyed the witch who threatened the empire. The girl herself didn't know what it all meant. Arel tried to dissect and marvel that the Spirit King still made a contract after 100 years to save the Merman Empire from danger, and it's incredible. The princess understood and said she managed to attack before she lost consciousness. That was how the small conflict between the Holy Kingdom of Merman Empire and Ernesia Empire ended. The people present just took it all in like that, because they remembered everything that had happened until they fainted. Since Fina was the one who opposed the saint to the last, this was the only outcome. The emperor was also freed from magical influence and finally realized how wrong he had been. So he immediately apologized to his own sister. It made the girl just happy. Now there is no more prejudice against conscripts in the empire. So it ended very well. After that, intimidating the Holy Kingdom left without a leader. That is, negotiating with them became easier. They even officially apologized to Fena. All the events, the organized epidemic, the persecution of spirit summoners, and the saints' plans to take over other countries became public, and most people were shocked. The people of the Holy Kingdom declared the saint a witch. And even neutral countries changed their attitude. Arel and Fina were talking at the time, the girl informed. To fulfill her duty to the kingdom of Ernesia, she must stay here. So bids farewell to Arel. The hero reported sounds like she enjoyed being a hostage. He didn't realize she had such a hobby. The interlocutor was indignant, but in any case was grateful that he had kept his word. He revealed the holy monastic water and also cleared the name of the invocators. The prince remarked that it was all nothing. He always kept his word after all. As a farewell to Fena, he wished her good luck. At this point they said goodbye to them. The princess herself didn't understand why she felt so strange. Further on, trade between Ernesia and Merman improved, and their relations improved considerably. Crops were grown over vast areas of Melomina, and Ernesia imported them. Fina soon reported that they were asked to sell cocoa beans. But when you think of it that way, it's not a problem. Chocolate is a valuable luxury item for the nobility, and it's very valuable. It's also the same bean that caused Arel and Geothel's quarrel. The guy confirmed that supplying beans was difficult. They could only be grown in limited quantities. He hadn't planned to monopolize them from the start. The princess noted that he had even refitted the ship. But Arel said it was a last resort. In fact, she knew he'd done it for a coke. She added, It's only to their advantage. Since that's the way things are, they need to move forward. The hero also have generally trample or whom defended their kingdom, want to follow her. They reported that the princess is about the strongest spirit caster of their time. The girl realized in horror that they had decided so because of the incident with the summoning of the spirit king and the overthrow of the saint. But it was all just an act and a hoax. The prince noted, despite everything, she was perfect for the role of idol for the summoners, both in stature and ability, so just let her accept it. In the end, the interlocutor had no choice but to tell him to send them to her. Arel was glad to hear that. Thereupon the princess turned to him. Embarrassed, she said for all he had given her, she would surely repay him. He informed her that he was glad, but asked her not to overdo it. He also didn't understand how she was going to repay him. As for the Gelian Holy Kingdom, after the death of the last saint, it began to gradually decline. On the condition of completely abandoning their religion, they managed to avoid retaliation from the other times, so they survived. Therefore, it is now simply the Kingdom of Gelian. One expert said that the countries opposing Arel Ernisia sooner or later collapse, but those who have established friendship with them continue to prosper. All these words were very quickly accepted, the immutable truth. The hero did not understand what he had done. He was not such a terrible person. And so it has been 2 years since the events of the Holy Kingdom. Arel is his usual charming slacker self, sipping on a cool Coke and snacking on chocolate bars for problems. He is 20 years old at this point. He was just enjoying life. For the past 2 years, their ship has returned safely with a crop of cola fruit. Thanks to the experiments of breeding, his creation of the necessary conditions, the cola nut took root in Familia. I made every effort and did a meticulous job right down to selecting the components with precision. Down to 0.1 grams. The hero finally got his Coke, which he missed a lot. The kingdom of Ernisia was blown by a wind carrying untold riches. And the hero thought that maybe he should order some cola fruit from Merman as well. There are no more enemies in his paradise. Only annoying noise sometimes, his nose deals with it. It was literally peace and tranquility. He hoped he had no more reason to worry, but the bottom line is that he soon had those reasons. And the cause of them, as it had been a few years earlier, was his mom. Arel realized that the saint's antics only annoyed him, but he had never felt such a sense of danger as he did now. He was even afraid. The guy asked to be allowed to explain the situation. He had been very busy lately promoting a new cola product. Lifana interrupted him and said that she was tired of hearing such excuses, because he was already 20 years old. It was time to think seriously about marriage. Arel thought he was only in his 20s, and in this era, the demands were too harsh. Suddenly there was a child's cry. The hero picked up the kid and said that even Leah says that the little brother has his own reasons, and you don't need to scold him too much. This child is the 4th princess of Leah Ernisia. She is an adorable baby girl, the little sister of Arel, who was born last year. The youngest princess of a powerful nation, and a late baby. When the hero first heard about the pregnancy, he sincerely respected the parents. How strong they are after all. The guy even checked on Leah too, a perfectly normal kid just in case. But her older brother is the richest man on the continent. Looks like her future will be sweeter than his. The baby was taken away by the maid and told that the princess was hungry. So, enough excuses. Mom also said she knows perfectly well that he's busier than everyone else. But that is no reason at all to give up on marriage. The prince noted, but could he marry ahead of Kania? I mean, she's still single. Liafana said that Familia had recently informed her that Kania would be taking part in a large-scale operation very soon. Arel wondered if that was what they called marriage. In the end, there was nothing left for him to do but think about it. Just decided to pretend he was willing to cooperate, and then he'd get out. Starting this year, he's going to be very busy again. So he said goodbye to his mom, and teleported away. When that happened, Lifana said that Arel was trying to get out of it again. She used to worry that no one would step in to marry a prince without power, but now it's different. This time she won't sit idly by. Chaina realized that Madame Lifan seemed to be up to something terrible again. Ilfana herself was just as eccentric, if not more so, than Arel. That's why, being a maid, she accidentally attracted the attention of a past king. She had become more reserved after the birth of the prince, but her anxiety seemed to have brought back her belligerent nature. The maid asked the mistress if she had some sort of plan. The woman noted, in fact, that she had recently received a curious letter. The interlocutor asked who it was from, and Lifina told her, smiling and talking about how everything will work out. That's what her intuition tells her. Arel, after a while, thought what he had lasted so long already an accomplishment. After all, his brother's issue is of interest not only to the local aristocracy, but also to other countries. Who he would tie his life to could affect not only their empire, but also the world's balance of power. So Arel deliberately pretended to think carefully about her choice. But now he's being bombarded with questions not only by his mom, but by everyone who can't be bothered. He hears the question when he gets married from every person he knows, as if you're at a public event. No matter how many lives a marriage has lived, it's such a headache, and it's unclear who even invented the institution. The girl next to her informed the gentleman that even she got married last month. Most people are worried because they have no one to marry, and he is tormented by an overabundance of proposals. The hero said he probably needed more time and wondered where to slack off today, but it was at that moment that Asya found him. Not only was she there, but SAA was there too, saying that it was time for him to make a decision. The hero resented that, and even to his surprise, Dia said that this time they had prepared to accompany him. Arel wondered in horror what was wrong with them all and why they were so determined. And it wasn't clear how they'd even known where he was. Suddenly he saw it happen. The girls said that Mrs. Leafin had told them in advance to make sure he would take the matter seriously. The recent interlocutor wished the gentleman good luck, and she hoped they would hear good news. Arel shouted that they were serving him and didn't understand why they were listening to his mother's orders. All the more reason to be a bachelor. This is how Lefana's operation to marry Arel began. He was bound and equally outraged at what was happening. The girls in the carriage with him told him to get over it. The boy could not even believe that he had been tied up for the sake of a viewing. The whole thing had happened the day before. Lefana got in touch with the girls and apologized for calling them at such a late hour. She turned to Asa, Sina, and Dia. Asha told Mistress that everything was fine, but I wonder why she called them in secret from the master. The woman noted, as they probably already guessed, it was because of his matchmaking. As a mother, she knows him well, and he would definitely try to sneak out again. The girls knew it was absolutely true. Lefana didn't ask for the impossible. She just wants them to keep the guy from escaping. It's clear that if he decides to hide, he won't be easy to find, though he's physically very ordinary, and he won't use magic against them. The girls said they would try their best, but asked for some things to say. Even if they bring him in by force, it's all useless if he doesn't want the engagement himself. Mrs. Leifin asked me not to worry about it. Their candidate would definitely not leave Arel indifferent. I mean, she's a very determined girl. Turns out it was Princess Fenna who greeted them all. Asha asked when she had arrived in Fahilia, since they hadn't heard anything about it. The girl pointed out that if they had heard about it, it would have gotten to Arel, so she specifically asked them to keep it secret. SAA noted that according to the schedule, the original applicant was a girl from another noble family. Fena said that Mrs. Leafon had helped her, so they decided to make it a surprise. The lady herself added, even if it is a foreign country, marriages between members of royal families with a low chance of succession are common. The princess asked if they thought she wasn't fit to be a bride for Arel. The girls shouted that they were, on the contrary, very happy about it. In fact, 2 years ago when they spent time together secretly cheering for her. SAA could say more, that they even made a bet. Fina was actually surprised by this and said, anyway, for Arel's sake this engagement should take place. So she hoped for their help. The interviewees agreed and said they would definitely help. That was exactly what had happened, and now Arel had arrived at the engagement party. He was clearly not happy about it, and there was a girl waiting for him. The hero was surprised to see her, and Fina said it was beautiful weather today. She covered her face a little and asked to sit down, because it was unclear why she was standing. Arel saw the dress and the perfume, so the girl was clearly set. And even a formal address, which was definitely out of her character. The guy sat down and said he just couldn't believe she had set all this up. Could this be the gratitude she was talking about? He asked her to lay it out as it was, but the girl only repeated that the weather was lovely today. The hero realized that she was definitely overdoing the pretense and had enough of this pouting. It's probably because the servants and entourage are watching them. After the events of 2 years ago, there have been all sorts of rumors. Suddenly the chosen one rose and turned to the gentleman. She wondered what he would say, not since the occasion presented itself. Maybe they would take a boat ride on a beautiful lake. Arel was a little surprised and decided she was determined to get the matter over with today. Eventually, after a little while, they were on the boat. Fina reported that she had heard from the maids that local aristocrats often arranged rendezvous on boats. The prince confirmed this and said that some people row so hard that the boat capsizes, and a date on the lake turns into a swimming session. Fortunately, the boats have been outfitted with magic, and now they move without garmeebles, which is kind of fun. There was an awkward pause after these words. Fina noted that Arel, no matter how many years passed, did not change. I guess he doesn't understand a girl's heart at all, and the boy was glad that she was finally being herself. I don't know what a girl's heart is. They're adults. The princess shrieked that it couldn't be like that anyway. She was trying so hard to look pretty so he might at least have some reaction. Put so much effort and even threatened, or rather persuaded the aristocrats of the empire. The boy's lessons had come in handy, by the way. Arel wondered if that was what he'd taught her. If you think about it that way, too many things come to mind, and he was a sinner. Suddenly, Fina told him not to worry anyway. Right now, even her brother wouldn't dare to oppose her. The hero wondered if it was the same oppressed Fina in front of him. He also couldn't understand how the girl got his mom's consent. Didn't she object? The princess reported she was so pleased that she even thanked her. It was unclear what he had even been doing on past dates. It was then that Arel realized that karma had caught up with him after all. Fina said she could understand why he was so adamant about avoiding these meetings. The other girls don't know his true nature after all. The guy noted that he would not deny it. The girl kept saying she's not like that, she knows him like a shell. Next to her, he could act natural, and she would take it all in. Arel was a little wary, and said that she would regret those words. Fina noted he was avoiding marriage, probably thinking he would be a barrier, then wouldn't she be a better match for him? The hero was surprised at the fact that he had just been proposed to. The chosen one kept saying that she would not meddle in his affairs. She would not allow him to be drawn into political games. And even on the contrary, she would prevent many inconveniences. While the guy was thinking, she said to the same, given their age, it was time to decide on a partner. He had long delayed marriage, and the girl could not enter into it, out of forgetting their circumstances. That's why she's telling Arel about it, because she thinks he's the most suitable candidate for a husband. Of course, there's a calculation here. If her partners are him, even the pesky aristocrats won't be able to pick on her, including her brother. Saying that, she even put her hand on his arm. Embarrassed, she said she didn't even know if he would understand her, but she was sure she could understand him no matter what he did. Arel wondered if she understood what it all meant. Fina reported that she understands, and it's funny. He has a nasty temper and teases her constantly. She still can't get him out of her head. Hero noted, listen to her, so he's the worst candidate for engagement. The princess hesitated a little and said she cared for him. He was the only one who helped her unselfishly and was not prejudiced against her abilities. So leaning closer, she asked what Arel's answer was. Isn't she the right person for the role? In principle, you don't necessarily have to give an answer right now, Fina realized. Knowing Arel, he would most likely think things over carefully, and only then give an answer. She had done everything she could, and all that remained was to wait. Suddenly, the hero leaned toward her. Seeing her embarrassment, he asked what was wrong. After all, she wanted to hear the answer from him. Like she said, it's time to make a final decision. Yes, and now would be a good time to make it official. He called her by her full name, which confused the girl even more. Arel informed her that he heard her sincere sentiments, so he would give her an answer as well. He agrees to this marriage, so now she can't turn away. He further asked if perhaps we should continue where we left off. But the chosen one asked to wait. The prince stated that she was the first one to start after all, so don't shirk let her. After this remarkable event, she walked around in a state of prostration for some time, but the date could be considered a success. Lefana was very happy. She heard that the guy's meeting with the princess went well. Now she realizes she's been unfair to him. All this time she's been forcing him to date other ladies, even though he already had a lover. And now it's clear why he resisted. Hero, she's aware that their relationship has been ambiguous in the past. It wasn't because he was shy. While the son was trying to justify himself, the mother told him not to worry because she didn't mind. The girl is really very honest and good. Arel wondered what she had said that had charmed his mother so much. Either way, they'll see each other more often now, and the princess is all forgiven. Several months have passed since that very event. The cola business has already reached stability. Now the locals are also free to consume it, but that is not all to create a paradise for him. One cola is not enough. That's why the construction of the city's resort area was completed. Arel realized that now his town not only had fun and flavor, but it also had its own resort. So it was just the perfect place for a vacation. His dream vacation in this life is almost a reality. Suddenly Dia asked if he was going to have an opening banquet like his last time. The gentleman said he would like to do that, but it didn't seem necessary. The purpose then was to announce the existence of familial, but now the rumors themselves have spread among the nobility. Besides, there's another event that requires serious preparation. The enchantress said he must be referring to the wedding. The character confirmed this by saying that it seems like Mom and Fina are looking forward to it. If he holds banquets in a row, it won't stop being impressive. Dia then inquired about invitations. Arel said that it wasn't for a special occasion that he had decided to call friends and family to celebrate the opening in a small circle. They've all worked so long and hard, it's time to relax. It will be a relaxation reception at Arel's. After a while, Fina received a letter from her lover. But she was surprised, because he could have contacted her personally. It is not clear why he decided to write. His first thought was that he had decided to announce the wedding. He's been stalling for so long, it's getting hard for her to dodge the questions. So now, therefore, the princess opened the letter with joy. It contained information about a hot springs resort area. His parents were also invited. The current emperor has not been spared the same fate. So did Sister Kania, who rejoiced in the event greatly. After a little while, the day of the banquet came. Arel was giving a speech and wanted to thank everyone who had come to the opening of their resort. He organized this event so that everyone can have a good rest and relieve the accumulated fatigue. Let them enjoy and, if possible, tell others about this place. Lastly, just wished him a pleasant stay in this charming place. After a little more time, Arel reported that this was the first time he had vacationed like this. It's really quite pleasant. Together with his son, he was in familial's special bath. The hero enjoyed himself, thinking how long it had been since he had relaxed in a bathhouse. It just perfectly relieves the tension in his back. It was good that he had prepared not only the sauna, but other amenities as well. Suddenly, the father said that he had passed the throne to his son in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dreamed of such places. Arel noted that his older brother wouldn't show up because of work. He would have cried if he'd heard such a thing. The man reported that he should visit this place more often. Other healthy procedures will have to be tried as well. Soon, Kania told Arel that she had left familial not too long ago, and he had already built so much. The hero greeted her immediately. So did his sister, who asked how he was doing. Prince noted that he was fine. He also noticed that her knights were excited about the massage chairs. It was his new product. These very chairs he designed himself, and not only massage the body, but also stimulate blood circulation, promoting rehabilitation. Kania reported that she didn't understand. Her training methods seemed to be seriously wearing them out. Her brother noted that few could keep up with her. If she was tired of sitting in one place, there was more treats. The sister was glad and rushed over there. Arel didn't realize when she was going to grow up, but was glad she was having fun. Next, he headed to the hot spring, for he wanted to rest a bit too. But suddenly there was Fina, who had finally found him. Arel told her that he planned to find a little later and wondered what she had been up to. The girl asked not to ask. Everyone was just asking about them. She was getting tired of dodging answers. She also asked if these were the hottest springs. At first she didn't understand what they were for, but now it was clear to her. Prince said he always wanted to create a place where he could relax and have a good time with friends. Beloved reported that he talks like a retiree. Fina squeaked out that there was something more important, and she was wondering when their wedding was. The hero asked her not to worry. He already had everything under control. Let her rely on him, and he'd better help her relax after all this stress. The girl wondered if he was trying to cheat again, but further she melted, because she received a special massage according to his special method. And while they were relaxing there, the girls were eavesdropping. After that, they started discussing the fact that they looked good together. And then they talked about the fact that Asha could watch them. But SAA said that was too much. And the hero himself heard the whole conversation perfectly well. So many curious noses around. It's unclear what they're counting on. After the hot spring, she said her skin felt smooth. Yes, and Arel and the others were also rejoicing in the pleasantries. Suddenly, Arel caught the attention of those present. He reported that their reception was coming to an end. So he wanted to make an announcement. He hugged his sweetheart and said that he plans to marry his fiancée Fina very soon. So congratulations are in order. Of course, the official announcement will come a little later, but he decided to inform those present first. Everyone was very happy and heartily congratulated the sweethearts. Soon the aristocrats were discussing the news that Mr. Arel had chosen a princess. Given the lord's royal descent, his choice in favor of a foreign princess fulfills a natural one. In any case, objections are useless. Arel had chosen a secluded spot with no people, and that was what he needed. It was there that he began to perform his manipulations. At that moment, he recalled a moment from infancy. He was creating jewelry then too. True, his forgeries were very primitive back then. But this time it's going to be different. After saying those words, he created a very beautiful stone. After looking at it, the guy made the decision to name it the Eternal Gem. After a little while, the maid arrived for the gentleman. She reported that it was time to get ready and was surprised at what she saw, asking what this magnificent gem is. The prince said it was a wedding present for Fena. He thinks only a necklace like this, one of a kind, would be suitable for her. So he asked the maid to send it to his chosen lady. Next, he started getting ready by dressing up in a costume. The maid reported that she was worried when she heard that the hero ran away whenever they tried to scent him, and luckily, he behaved calmly. Arel wondered if this wasn't a story from his childhood, after which he asked where Fina was. The questions asked were answered that she had arrived before him and was getting ready, but that they were not allowed to see each other for the time being. The hero realized that its true shopping processes in a dress can take a long time. To break into such a moment is definitely bad form. Suddenly the maid said, "Usually even brave people are nervous at weddings," but the gentleman seemed calm. He wasn't like that, but he said his courage and calmness were his second self. Although it was a compliment, but for some reason his conscience tormented him. After a little more time, everything was ready for the ceremony. The aristocrats reported that a wedding of this magnitude was indeed very fitting for Mr. Arel. Of course, a foreign princess is better than a local aristocrat, but we shouldn't bring up such sensitive topics. Suddenly it was announced that the bride and groom were about to make their grand entrance. Let all together bless the future and enjoy the ceremony. Arel along with Fena finally did come out and were very dressed up. Naturally, the first thing the girls noticed was the necklace. Word has it that Mr. Arel had a hard time obtaining it, and it seems to have been made especially for the princess. The master of ceremonies addressed the bride and groom, asking if they vow to take care of each other, despite any trials and difficulties, love each other as ourselves and be together, until death do them part. Fina vowed to do it, and it was time for the groom to respond. At that moment he reflected on an old story. Once upon a time there was a fool. He lived a long life, for he retained memories from his past life. At first he was stunned by this fact, but he soon became happy and began to enjoy his advantage. After all, having memories from his past life was a great privilege. Whatever he wanted, everything became possible, and the people also bowed down to him. So he had an illusion. Suddenly he's something like God, he thought. Life, the world, and the name changed only the form, and life went on indefinitely. Eventually this fool got really tired of everything. He thought about what good it would do to save the world. He'd have to start in another world anyway. And why save up the money? You'd have to start from scratch anyway. Love's no good either, because he's gonna lose it all eventually. The privilege of remembering past lives became a curse that devoured the dove from the inside out. He developed severe apathy, lack of interest in anything. Then instead of creating something and enjoying it, he started fighting and destroying more. Immersed in his own whims, he himself became a menace to the world. After wasting so many years, he finally figured it out. Realized that he is an ordinary person who just lives a long time. He is very tired, so he wishes to send everything to hell. Even after all these years, the meaning or justification of life had not changed. Remembering the story, Arel also swore his love. The priest thereupon pronounced them husband and wife. The guy realized that you have to do what you want to eat, and also love who you want to love. Isn't that the best thing ever? The guests were very happy for the young ones, and Arel had come to rely on Fena. The girl smiled and said she relied on him too. After that, the guy picked up his lover and carried her away. Scientists believe that the age of Arella Ernesia has seen the most change in human history since its inception. If it wasn't for him, the empire itself, due to the undead invasion and the war with the Holy Kingdom, might have ceased to exist. Many of the industries he led have served as the foundation of modern civilization. For this reason, scholars called him a sage. Some even thought perhaps he was in it for the fun of it. To this theory there was no acceptance. His research endeavor was continued by his eldest daughter, Arna Ernesia. Other children have also become widely famous in their respective fields. Either way, Arel's birth had a huge impact on shaping the current empire will return. This article was dedicated to the 1050 years since the founding of the Empire of Ernesia.